Volume 11, Chapter 1001, Choice. Mushu Hospital in the corridor leading from the first-floor lobby to the emergency center. Luo Shan slowed down to allow Jenna to lead her. Thud! 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 Jenna ran quickly, finally seeing Zhou Mingrui wearing a loose sky blue t-shirt. At the same time, her gaze swept outside the emergency center, taking in the deep night. Jenna's footsteps suddenly stopped, and she turned sideways, moving closer to the wall area. This way she could no longer see Zhou Mingrui, and he could not see her either. "What's wrong?" Luo Shan, who had also stopped, asked in confusion. "It's night now," Jenna replied in a low voice. "Is that a problem?" Luo Shan was even more bewildered. Wasn't it established from the beginning that it was night? Otherwise, why would I be dreaming? Jenna didn't have time to explain to Luo Shan that Zhou Mingrui might have something special hidden at night, and that they hadn't yet had a chance to experiment whether just normal contact with Zhou Mingrui at night would kick them out of the dream. She said directly to Luo Shan, "It's not convenient for me to talk to Zhou Mingrui at night. You go alone to ask for his help for Luo Fu. Don't worry, I'll observe the situation from the shadows. If anything goes wrong, I'll come out immediately to save you." Luo Shan knew this wasn't a good time to ask questions. She nodded firmly and said, "All right." After Jenna's figure disappeared into the shadows by the wall, Luo Shan quickly ran into the emergency center. She immediately saw Zhou Mingrui approaching the exit, seemingly about to leave. Luo Shan felt a sudden urgency and blurted out, "Zhou Mingrui." Zhou Mingrui turned around in surprise, seeing Luo Shan in her short-sleeved pajamas and thin pajama pants. "Why is she here too?" Zhou Mingrui's first reaction was that Luo Shan had also come for emergency care. Pajamas weren't out of place in the emergency center, but rather fit the situation. Then Zhou Mingrui thought that Luo Shan should also be a beyonder, associated with words like reporter and painter, and normally wouldn't have a sudden acute illness. Not a coincidence? Puzzled, Zhou Mingrui cautiously took a few steps towards Luo Shan. After approaching Zhou Mingrui, Luo Shan didn't give him a chance to ask questions. She took a breath and said in a low voice, "Say Luo Fu, she's trapped at the bottom of the hospital." As she spoke, Luo Shan looked around to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. "Luo Fu? Bottom of the hospital?" Zhou Mingrui caught the two most crucial pieces of information. He still remembered the intense fear he felt when observing the downward elevator earlier, suspecting it led to hell or doomsday. Before gathering enough intelligence, he didn't dare take the elevator down. Now Luo Fu had gone in there and was trapped. Zhou Mingrui instinctively asked Luo Shan, "Me? Me saving Luo Fu? Is this a mistake? I'm just an assassin with a small amount of supernatural abilities. Both Luo Fu and Luo Shan should be stronger than me, yet they want me to go to the bottom of Mushu Hospital to save Luo Fu." After hearing the conversation between Franca and Jenna before Franca consumed the despair potion, Luo Shan had basically confirmed that the current world was indeed a dream. So she believed that Zhou Mingrui, as the master of the dream, could do anything as long as he wanted to. Luo Shan couldn't start by explaining that this was a dream. She feared it might bring unknown drastic changes and waste precious time. She could only ponder for 2 seconds before saying, "You don't need to go and save her directly. You just need to enter B2 and stand there. That should be enough." "That works?" Zhou Mingrui was stunned. "Isn't this way of saving someone too frivolous? I just stand in the corridor of Mushu Hospital's B2, and it will allow Luo Fu to no longer be trapped, able to escape from that area that gives me a sense of hell. What's the principle behind this? Finding a male assassin to serve as a formation node? Or thinking of this, Zhou Mingrui suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be that there's something special about me? In the B2 elevator lobby. To save someone from there, one can only beseech the mother's help." Lumian mulled over the words he had just heard, his gaze falling on Lu Yong'an's face. That face, like a full moon, was covered in shifting light and shadow, unclear and indistinct. Lumian looked deeply at Lu Yong'an for a few seconds, then said calmly, "I have other methods. For now, I don't need to seek the mother's help. You should return to the obstetrics department. If I really need to beseech the mother's help, I know what to do." Lu Yong'an didn't try to persuade him, but slightly bowed her head and said, "Yes, child of God." The next second, she turned into the emergency stairwell, heading up the stairs. Lu Mian didn't wait for Lu Yong'an to finish climbing the stairs. He quickly turned around, took a few steps to the edge of the elevator lobby, and gazed into the dark abyss that was now within reach. He then reached into the traveler's bag and took out an item. The item was a pale yellow with red, semi-solidified candle in a glass bottle, corpse wax candle. Lu Mian hadn't lied to Jenna and Lu Yong'an earlier. He had truly envisioned what to do if he had to raid the bottom of Mushu Hospital and attempt sabotage, and had come up with an initial plan, though without much confidence. The core of this plan was the corpse wax candle obtained from the Tudor treasury on the Blue Avenger. Lu Mian had used a corpse wax candle once before, completing the corresponding secret contract. Seeing a strange city and sensing an indescribable horror, he believed that the city and the horror should be some kind of object will or existence that could potentially drag all the true gods down, with at least a Tudor occupying the top positions of both the hunter and demoness pathways. In other words, it should be roughly on the same level as Mr. Fool, the Great Mother, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth, for blessings. Lu Mian's plan was to light the corpse wax candle here, in B2 of Mushu Hospital, next to the bottomless darkness formed by the combination of the dream, subconscious psychological traumas and the abyss symbol of the Mother Tree of Desire, to complete a secret contract and establish a certain connection with that strange city or that horrifying will. At that time, that will should also be interested in the bottom of Mushu Hospital and the Dream City, and this place itself was a keynote where great existences had infiltrated some of their power. Lu Mian smiled. He was looking forward to the chaotic situation that would follow. He wasn't so concerned about what might happen to himself. Lu Mian rubbed his fingers together, producing a black flame that suppressed madness and violence. Unlike last time when he chose to use the hunter's flame to light the corpse wax candle, or relying on the ritual fire produced by the friction between the demoness's black flame and spirituality, this time he used the flame of destruction, a flame formed by the amalgamation of the hunter and demoness pathways. This was almost identical to the essence of the corpse wax candle. The corpse wax candle was made from the corpse oil of the iron-blooded knight, a demigod of the hunter pathway, and the demoness of despair, a demigod of the demoness pathway, blended with other substances. Using the burning flame of destruction, Lu Mian lit the black wick of the corpse wax candle. After glancing at the jumping, slightly black candlelight, he turned his gaze towards the dense, dark, heart-chillingly terrifying illusory abyss. With a stunningly beautiful smile on his face, he said calmly, "I'm not here to join you. I'm here to destroy this place." Franca fell deeper and deeper into the dense darkness of the boundless void, unable to find any footing. Her emotions and spirit seemed to be falling into another abyss, becoming increasingly depressed, despondent, and desperate, gradually giving rise to a touch of malice. Suddenly, a spreading mass of grayish-white fog appeared below her. This fog was in a semi-merged state with the dense darkness, indicating that it might also be a psychological trauma rather than a real object. Franca looked left and right, feeling she couldn't continue falling any further, as she sensed she was about to be bound, becoming a slave of the abyss, just like those orderlies. She no longer avoided it, falling towards that half-dark, half-light grayish-white fog, constantly muttering, "If it's fortune, it's not misfortune. If it's misfortune, it can't be avoided. If it's fortune, it's not misfortune. If it's misfortune, it can't be avoided. If it's fortune, it's not misfortune. If it's misfortune, it can't be avoided. If it's fortune, it's not misfortune. If it's misfortune, it can't be avoided." As she muttered, Franca made contact with the grayish-white fog, penetrating into it. Soon her feet touched soft, fluffy clouds, and she was suddenly filled with shock, sadness, despair, and pain. She knew this wasn't actually her inner feelings, but rather the intense emotions, permeating this area that had enveloped her, eroding into her mind, making her feel as if she had been corrupted. Next, Franca saw a blurry, brilliant door of light tinged with a bit of blue-black. The door of light seemed to be composed of countless layers of light orbs, and each orb seemed alive, slowly writhing, some transparent, some semi-transparent. Franca also saw that black thin lines hung down from above the door of light, suspending one after another, nearly transparent and invisible. Cocoon, those cocoons were gently swayed by wind from an unknown source, lightly swinging, sometimes turning. Franca carefully discerned for a while and found that different cocoons contained different people. There were black people, Asians, white people, some wearing jeans, some in bright and gorgeous clothes, some in anime-style outfits, some holding phones. They all had their eyes tightly closed, as if not completely dead yet. This is very similar to the first psychological trauma we encountered in the corridor, except there was no door of light or cocoons. Before Franca, still being eroded by the surrounding emotions, suddenly associated it with the hall, where Wang Jiajia, Ai Nana, and others were suspended, gaining some understanding but also feeling confused. She looked carefully again and noticed that 3 of the cocoons were empty. They had split open, and the people inside were nowhere to be found. Were they sent out? Where were they sent? Franca vigilantly guarded against possible details, instinctively moving a few steps to the side. Another invisible wind blew past, and those cocoons swayed again, some turning towards Franca. Franca's gaze swept over them, her pupils suddenly dilating. She saw a familiar figure. It was a man standing upright inside a transparent cocoon. His head slightly bowed, wearing clothes belonging to the protagonist of Assassin's Creed 2. It was herself. It was him before the transmigration. Chapter 1002, the answer to the questions. Looking at her past self suspended in the transparent cocoon, Franca's mind buzzed with many thoughts, like boiling oatmeal. What exactly is this place? Is this Mr. Fool's or the celestial worthy's psychological trauma? Was I like this, enclosed in a cocoon hanging above the door of light, from losing my memory until completing the transmigration? Are the other cocoons containing other members of the research society? What do those 3 empty cocoons represent? Who hung us up? This is very similar to a manifestation of the high-sequence seer pathway. Did the celestial worthy do this? So, is this Mr. Fool's psychological trauma? Just as these thoughts flashed through Franca's mind, behind the brilliant light gate, some of the grey fog dispersed, revealing a sphere. It was a view of the planet from the moon, from space. Franca then saw the northern and southern continents, the western continent, covered in a layer of greyish-white mist, and the eastern continent sunk in darkness. At the same time, a voice with a hint of solemnity echoed in her ears. This place has an ancient name called Chernobyl. This place has an ancient name called Chernobyl. As the voice echoed, Franca stared blankly at the familiar yet strange planet in the depths of the grey fog, at the 4 continents, east, south, west, and north, which had changed somewhat, but were still recognizable. She was as if struck by lightning. Suddenly she understood many questions, ones she couldn't find answers to before, or had avoided certain answers while seeking other explanations. Why does this world also have 365 days in a year, with an extra day every 4 years? Why does this world also have 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute? Why the human body structure in this world was identical to Earth's, and corresponding relationships can be found in most elements? Why was Mr. Fool's dream a modern city? Why was Mr. Fool's marionette town called Utopia? Why were Mr. Fool's avatars called Gehrman, Sparrow, and Merlin Hermes? Franca stared blankly at the strange yet familiar planet, at the 4 continents and dreamlike blue oceans in her memory. Salty, wet tears had unknowingly fallen down her face. Her mind was telling her the answer, but her heart was refusing to accept it. This world might just be Earth. Franca's vision was already blurred, but she dared not close her eyes, afraid to see those images that always appeared before her in midnight dreams. Her heart burst with intense shock, sadness, and immense despair and pain, almost identical to the intense emotions pervading the current area, indistinguishable and seemingly merging. Perhaps we never left, but we can never go back. Trier, inside a luxurious villa. In Franca's room, Madame Judgment, Madame Magician, and Madame Justice had gathered by the bedside. "'Tis crying," Madame Judgment, who had been observing Franca's condition, suddenly said. The corners of Franca's eyes in her sleep had mysteriously become wet, with traces of tears extending to both sides, disappearing into her flaxen hair that had darkened considerably. She seemed to be having an extremely sad dream. At this moment, Madame Judgment and Madame Magician couldn't quite understand why Two of Cups would silently cry while dreaming. They had anticipated what changes might occur in Franca's expression in reality, whether it be twisting in pain, exaggerated in madness, or falling into extreme pleasure, all of which were predictable possibilities. But why would she cry, and the tears shed were dominated by sadness and despair? Could one of her companions have met with misfortune? Madame Magician cast her gaze towards the other rooms, finding that Lumion, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig were all still alive, though the first two, one with an icy expression, the other unable to hide pain and urgency even in dreams. "Aren't you going to placate?" Madame Judgment asked Madame Justice, who was conducting a mental and psychological analysis, since the mental corruption and emotional impact experienced in the dream would reflect in reality. Treating the corresponding psychological issues and mental illnesses in reality would also truly affect the person in the dream. In a dream constructed with spirit and psychology at its core, the inside and outside were indistinguishable in this aspect, blending truth and falsehood. Madame Justice's emerald eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Two of Cups' current emotions harbor immense despair, which is also a manifestation of her true state. And what she needs right now is precisely despair, extreme despair. Hearing these words, Madame Magician couldn't help but turn her head to look at the night sky to the east. She said in a low voice, "Yes, Two of Cups has already forcibly advanced by leveraging the uniqueness of the dream. What she needs most now is despair, intense and immense despair. This can help her quickly digest the potion. I'm not sure exactly what she's seeing or experiencing now, but from the current situation, the making oneself despair part should be enough. Later, we need to find an opportunity to make others despair." Madame Justice nodded slightly and said, "Once Two of Cups' current despair subsides somewhat, I'll provide psychological treatment. No, she might need other help." As this major arcana card holder wearing a green dress with white patterns spoke, Madame Magician half opened her arms. In front of her, points of starlight gathered, condensing into an illusory but brilliant double door. This door slowly opened, revealing a thin layer of grayish-white fog inside. That represented the Dream City. As an angel of the door pathway, Madame Magician had no problem opening a door and forcibly entering Mr. Fool's dream if she really wanted to. Of course, whether such a forceful entry would result in her being instantly observed, losing control, or unknowingly becoming a marionette of the celestial, worthy remained unknown. In this matter, the unknown referred to which of the two outcomes would occur, not whether these two outcomes would appear. According to Madame Magician's astromancy results, there was only a very small chance that she would encounter nothing, and this was based on Mr. Fool having a certain advantage or the two great existences happening to be in a phase of intense mutual combat. What she was about to do was certainly not to barge in and rescue Franca, but to open such a door, establish the corresponding channel, and assist Madame Justice, who was a dreamweaver. Originally, Madame Justice could only monitor changes in part of the dream situation, and that was in a vague perceptual way. With such a door, she could directly exert some influence on certain areas of the dream or corresponding characters. In this situation, she, who had been kicked out of the dream 3 times, couldn't do much, but what they wanted to convey to Franca was just a brief sentence. As the door to the Dream City opened, Madame Justice closed her emerald eyes that seemed able to reflect the human soul, raised her right hand, and began to sketch, dreamlike, unreal symbols in the air. Mushu Hospital B2, edge of the elevator lobby. Lumion, gazing at the illusory dark abyss, inhaling the faintly sweet and warm, dark fragrance, enduring the agitation in his bone marrow and desires, feeling as if his entire being was about to ignite, entered a state of ethereal quietude. His mind and thoughts gradually dispersed, becoming increasingly numb to the passage of time. Finally, he saw a fog tinged with a dark hue, feeling as if he was walking through such a fog. Just like before, he saw the outlines of various buildings, saw things similar to trains running on blurry streets, saw ladies with round fans covering their faces, riding in human-pulled canopied, two-wheeled carts approaching him. He flew towards the depths of the dense fog, flew towards somewhere in this strange city. There remained a peculiar high tower that was only a shadow with indescribable gloom and terror emanating from the bottom of the tower. Lumion, suppressing the fear in his heart and the trembling of his body, descended, entered the tower and headed straight for the bottom. He then saw an ancient well melding into the darkness, saw that the four walls of the ancient well were built with moss-covered stone blocks, saw iron black chains, locked onto the stone blocks, hanging down into the depths of the ancient well. These chains had numerous reliefs on their surface, but they were blurry, making it difficult for Lumion to discern. Unable to control himself, Lumion stuck out his head, trying to look towards the bottom of the ancient well. What met his eyes was a dense, eerie, blood-red color. It seemed to be formed by an unknown amount of blood. Next, Lumion smelled a fishy odor mixed with a sense of rust. He bewilderedly turned his gaze to his nose, finding that blood had somehow already flowed from his nostrils, like real blood. Suddenly, Lumion's peripheral vision caught his own head and face reflected, clearly in the blood-colored well water. The palm of his right hand instantly became scorching hot, with a manic and violent aura surging out like a flood. This was blocked by a cold and deathly stillness. Outside the spiritual secret deed process, Lumion on B2 of Mushu Hospital, his body visibly trembled. His hair floated up, his face sometimes the stunning Lumina, sometimes the more handsome security guard Li Ming, his chest sometimes swelling, sometimes flattening, his aura sometimes feminine and seductive, sometimes masculine and violent. He kept switching between these two states, and if he lacked either one, his body might not be able to withstand it, quickly collapsing and becoming an out-of-control monster. Lumion at the edge of the ancient well sensed a terrifying will that could destroy everything. Feeling it casting its gaze from the depths of the ancient well, observing him. Even with the ability of an ascetic, even while forcibly controlling himself, Lumion couldn't help but break away from the secret deed ritual and open his eyes. His right palm was still stinging, more intensely than ever before. His eyes a deep black, a black so deep that not even death existed within it, devoid of any life. Before him, in that void of dark abyss, a vortex suddenly appeared, spiraling towards the bottom. Chapter 1003, Incantation. The bottomless darkness seemed to be pulled by some force from deep within, or forcefully pressed down by an invisible giant hand, causing it to suddenly collapse and form a frantic vortex several meters wide. This vortex kept spinning towards the end of the darkness, getting deeper and deeper, like an ancient well. At the same time, all the mirrors on Lumion's body shattered with a series of cracking sounds, and the metal elevator doors were suddenly covered with a grayish-white layer, as if they had been abraded by sand. Immediately after, Lumion took a step forward and jumped into the vortex. With the appearance of the vortex, he vaguely sensed his mirror substitution left, with Franca. At the same time, he knew that the vortex was created by the gaze and power he had drawn through the secret deed ritual, and that it would lead to his intended destination. He knew that if he kept falling in the vortex, he would likely reach where Franca was trapped. He didn't let his body float down slowly like a feather, but maintained a free-fall posture, gaining speed. Wind howled in his ears, and his eyes saw only the deep darkness that had become steep cliffs. Crack, crack, crack. The glass windows on every floor of Mushu Hospital shattered explosively, and all mirror-like objects were either covered in scratches or turned to stone-like substances. In the emergency center, all the glass that had shown mirror-like reflections due to the night broke with a crack, including several pairs of dark-colored glasses. Zhou Mingri and Luo Shan were startled too, feeling as if a huge explosion had occurred nearby. However, they didn't hear any corresponding sound, nor did their ears ring continuously. In the environment where patients, nurses, and doctors had all suddenly become panicked, Zhou Mingri had a sudden flash of insight and said to Luo Shan in a low voice, "The anomaly from underground?" "Possibly," I'm not sure either. Luo Shan didn't know much more than Zhou Mingri. She could only guess that Luo Fu might have done something, underground, or encountered something. Zhou Mingri spoke faster, continuing to ask. Why can I rescue Luo Fu just by standing in B2? Luo Shan stammered in response. It was a guess. B, because there's something special about you. As expected, Zhou Mingri quickly pressed. What's special? You. I'm actually not that clear on the specific details. Luo Shan suddenly realized that if she explained clearly, there might be unexpected changes, so she forced the topic back on track. I'm not sure if you're gonna stand in B2 will really be effective. If nothing changes, then that's all we can do. If there are changes, but not enough for Luo Fu to escape, then maybe you'll need to do something more. What exactly to do depends on the actual situation. At that time, you can choose not to do it, but if you're willing, I will walk in front of you. So Mingri looked at Luo Shan deeply, and after a few seconds of silence, said, Okay. Luo Shan, who had planned to continue pleading, was stunned. Let's go now, abast, top. Zhou Mingri ran towards the corridor leading to the nearest elevator. Nothing is more important than saving a life. Luo Shan hurriedly followed, easily taking the lead in front of Zhou Mingri. Their actions were not at all conspicuous in the emergency center where the chaotic state had not yet completely subsided. Seeing this, Jenna, hiding in the shadows, quietly let out a sigh of relief. After Zhou Mingri and Luo Shan had run a distance, she walked out of the shadows, preparing to conceal herself and follow behind, ready to deal with any unexpected situations. At this moment, she felt a suffocating pain, as if the blood in her body wanted to burst through her skin and splash out. It was like a deep sea fish being directly teleported, we have, into midair. Moreover, Jenna also felt her thoughts stalling and her joints stiffening. About to be kicked out of the dream? Even if it's through Luo Shan at night indirectly, informing Zhou Mingri of beyonder matters, it will lead to oneself being kicked. Jenna wanted to hold on a bit longer to see if Zhou Mingri going to the underground area would bring about good changes, but she was powerless to resist. She had no choice but to leave this world, following the force that was kicking her out of the dream. Trier, inside a luxurious villa, standing by Franca's bed, facing the door of starlight and the greyish-white fog, Madame Justice frowned. I can't sense Two of Cups. I can't establish contact with her. I was clearly using her body as a medium. Madame Magician thought for 2 seconds and said, in the Dream City, apart from what we haven't explored and don't know about yet, there are only 3 places where such a situation would occur, where the connection between soul, consciousness, and body would be severed. 1 is inside the police station, 2 is Yangdu prison, and 3 is the underground area of Mushu Hospital. If she were arrested or imprisoned, Two of Cups wouldn't be this desperate. Madame Judgment made a judgment. She must have entered the underground area of Mushu Hospital for unknown reasons. While Madame Magician and Madame Judgment were thinking and talking, Madame Justice continued to try. Suddenly they all turned their heads towards the room where Lumion was sleeping. At this moment they felt the ground trembling inexplicably, as if a volcano was erupting deep underground. This caused all the mirrors and glass windows in the entire villa to make trembling sounds, almost shattering. After just a few seconds, Madame Justice's emerald-like eyes suddenly lit up. I've sensed Two of Cups, she said while once again sketching transparent symbols in the air that were like dreams and illusions. As soon as the symbol was completed, it passed through the brilliant starlight door, like a butterfly from a dream, diving into the greyish-white fog. After doing this, Madame Justice said to Madame Judgment and Madame Magician, 7 of Cups has been kicked out of the dream. We can have her come over to tell us the specific situation. In the greyish-white fog, where a brilliant door of light and an illusory planet stood, tall, echoing with words like, Chernobyl. Franca gazed at everything before her, her whole being seemingly numb, only her vision becoming increasingly blurred, unable to clear up no matter what. At this moment, she heard a voice so distant it seemed to come from the edge of the sky, belonging to Madame Justice. Shout Leodero, in ancient Hermes. Franca suddenly awoke, as if she had just had a long nightmare that she dared not, and was unwilling to recall. Her mouth trembled, not making a sound, as if she wanted to sleep here forever. After several seconds, Franca finally called out in a low voice, "The Odiro!" Above that grayish-white fog, Lumien's feet stepped on the surface of the thin gas-like clouds, but he couldn't penetrate through to enter inside. He felt that this fog was highly similar to the fog that sealed off the Samaritan women's spring, and believed that if he still had Mr. Fool's seal on him, he would definitely be able to fall directly inside, rather than being blocked outside. After trying 2 methods and failing, Lumien turned his gaze to his right palm. The Blood Emperor brand on his palm had undergone some changes when the secret deed ritual was forcibly completed. Its color had become deeper and blacker, no longer like dripping fresh blood, but closer to the dark red of oxidized blood. And this dark red seemed to have subtly merged with the paleness covering this patch of skin. Lumien wasn't yet clear on what such changes would bring. He just wanted to use this brand and the corpse wax candle to quickly perform another secret deed ritual. Suddenly, in the night sky of the Dream City, clouds piled up in layers. Countless small electric snakes jumped and gathered between these clouds, quickly forming a huge tree-like lightning bolt. As soon as this lightning appeared, it crossed the distance between heaven and earth, illuminating the entire city. It passed over numerous lightning rods, struck into Mushu Hospital, and drilled underground. The hair on Lumien's body stood up uncontrollably, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Almost simultaneously, a bright light flashed before his eyes, making him unable to see the deep darkness and grayish-white mist anymore. The afterimage of a silver-white tree-like lightning remained in his pupils. When his vision recovered, Lumien found a slowly healing hole had appeared in the grayish-white fog. He didn't hesitate, took a step forward, and jumped in. He passed through the outer fog and landed in front of the brilliant light door, seeing Franca staring blankly at him, with the hair on her skin and some of her head standing up. Franca's eyes reflected Lumien, whose gender was constantly switching but the speed was slowing down, gradually fixing towards the female form. "Let's go." Lumien didn't say much, grabbed Franca's arm, and directly activated the black mark on his right shoulder. Spirit World Traversal. With the vortex still existing, Lumien could sense some areas of the outside world. The figures of the 2 immediately disappeared from in front of the brilliant door of light, with the hole above getting smaller and closer to disappearing. Lumien, carrying Franca, traveled through the spirit world layered with various color blocks, heading towards the predetermined safe location. Normally, he would reach the destination in just 1 second, but for some unknown reason, he now felt as if he was bound by layers of viscous liquid and invisible shackles, moving very slowly, with a trend of getting even slower. Next, Lumien saw deep, dense darkness sweeping in from behind. Behind! Rushing towards the 2 of them. The vortex had disappeared. In that darkness there was a blurry, huge figure standing on a lightless water surface, and an ancient mirror slowly outlining. Lumien gritted his teeth, traveling forward with all his might, just as he was about to touch the exit, and the dark abyss was about to engulf him and Franca. Everything suddenly became calm. Lumien suddenly felt at ease like a criminal who had escaped from prison, instantly passing out of the spirit world and arriving in a shadowy corner of the emergency center at Mushu Hospital. His spiritual intuition told him that Jenna was here. Mushu Hospital B2, Zhou Mingri and Luo Shan, having overcome their intense fear, walked out of the elevator together. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Mingri inexplicably felt relaxed, his feelings of fear and dread dissipating completely. He frowned in confusion and said to Luo Shan, "Where is Luo Fu trapped?" Luo Shan looked at the dim but normal white corridor outside the elevator lobby, falling into bewilderment and deep thought. "Shouldn't they have already completely collapsed?" she muttered to herself. Chapter 1004. The Solution. Seeing Zhou Mingri looking at her, waiting for an answer, Luo Shan said, uncertainly, "It seems like things are back to normal." She had thought Zhou Mingri wouldn't believe her judgment. After all, they hadn't encountered anything or seen any signs of danger, and they still didn't know if Luo Fu had been rescued. How could she say everything was back to normal? To her surprise, Zhou Mingrui nodded thoughtfully. I think so too. After a couple of seconds, Zhou Mingrui asked, do we still need to look for Luo Fu? I'll take another look. Luo Shan cautiously walked to the edge of the elevator lobby and peeked out. She looked around and felt that aside from being too quiet with no one passing through, there wasn't much difference between this underground area and any other hospital basement. Emergency center in a shadowy corner. Lumion and Franca simultaneously saw Jenna, dressed in a nightgown, her eyes dazed and unsure of what to do. She's been kicked out of the dream. Both Lumion and Franca quickly came to the same conclusion. At that moment, Jenna also spotted Franca and Lumion. The tension and worry in her heart suddenly eased. Without saying much, Lumion grabbed Jenna's arm with his other hand and disappeared with her into the edge of the shadows. The three of them soon returned to room 2303 in Techuan Garden. After checking the room's condition, Lumion said to Jenna, everything's fine now, get some rest. He wasn't sure how the dream Jenna would rationalize. These are up to Kami's doing the cooled. What had just happened, so he kept his explanation vague to avoid any cognitive conflict. As for the teleportation, it was impossible to hide it any longer. After all, Zhou Mingrui had already become deeply aware of the supernatural powers at play, and there were indeed quite a few Beyonders active in the Dream City. Jenna, surprised, glanced around the familiar environment and obediently replied, okay, After she entered the room and lay down on the bed, Lumion closed the bedroom door for her, then turned to Franca and said, let's go back to Mushu Hospital now. We'll talk about what happened once we're there. Franca didn't ask why, and slowly nodded. Using teleportation, Lumion took Franca to the greenery outside Mushu Hospital and turned his gaze towards the emergency center and the hospital building. Seeing the shattered glass and the scorched parts of the walls, Lumion finally said to Franca, I think what happened today was too much of a coincidence. Zhou Mingrui came to investigate the situation in Mushu Hospital, and at the same time, you ended up in the underground area. What exactly happened? Hearing the word coincidence. Is the mystics Arcel Zhou Su? Franca's emotions wavered slightly. She pulled herself together and recounted how she and Jenna had found themselves in the underground of Mushu Hospital after falling asleep, how they encountered Luo Shan, her suspicions, and the psychological traumas they later encountered. At the time, the corridor started collapsing. Franca stopped speaking and fell. Silent again. Lumion glanced at her but didn't press for details. Instead, he mused aloud. It really was a coincidence. If you look at the events separately, it's logical that Zhou Mingrui, prompted by my warning during the day and his own initiative, chose tonight to investigate Mushu Hospital. Similarly, it's plausible that the force lurking in Luo Shan's room or nearby, taking advantage of her psychological traumas and the dream's nature, brought you into the hospital's underground. Both seem reasonable and could have happened naturally. But the fact that these two things happened at the same time and influenced each other makes it obvious that something was off. And at the same time, I received a tip-off from Lu Yong'an and followed Zhou Mingrui to sneak into Mushu Hospital. Franca instinctively said, but who could set up an arrangement for Zhou Mingrui? They didn't need to arrange him. Arranging us was enough. Lumion, still in his demoness of despair state, let out a cold laugh. When Zhou Mingrui would investigate Mushu Hospital was uncertain, but once he was spotted, they could trigger the other side. The force lurking in or near Luo Shan's room must have been there for a while. Why didn't it act sooner or later? Why tonight? Franca fell silent for a moment, as if she had finally regained her ability to think, and said, was Lu Yong'an arranged as well? Not necessarily. It's possible they discovered my problem as a child of God and knew something would happen tonight, so they lured me in, using your predicament to force me to become the true child of God. After thinking for a few seconds, Lumion added, it's also likely that Lu Yong'an isn't like Grimm, a dream persona influenced by the Great Mother. She has an external consciousness. At this point, Lumion paused, his gaze cold as he muttered to himself, a guardian for women and children. Inside Mushu Hospital, the power system of the building hadn't been affected by the lightning strike. Only the ground separating the upper and lower floors showed a very obvious charred area, and one of the elevators had stopped functioning. Lu Yong'an walked down the dimly lit corridor and reached a certain room. A wooden sign hung outside the door with Chinese characters written on it. Dean's office. She knocked and entered, speaking to the person beside the shattered glass window. She still didn't choose the mother's help. I see. A voice responded, Trier inside a luxurious villa. Jenna observed Franca's sleeping state. While recounting their ordeal and Franca's decisions to Madame Judgment, Madame Magician, and Madame Justice. After she finished, Madame Magician nodded thoughtfully and said, It's still unclear what exactly we were supposed to gain from tonight's events, or what the true purpose was. Before she could finish her sentence, Madame Justice, looking at the sleeping Franca, said, Two of Cups has left the underground area of Mushu Hospital. I can now sense her and her surroundings. Upon hearing this, Jenna's body swayed slightly, as if she had lost the strength to even keep herself upright due to a sudden sense of relief. Her breathing became heavy, and after a few seconds, she asked, It's over? Not entirely, Madame Magician said, taking her gaze off the sleeping Franca. Jenna seemed to realize something and asked, with deep concern. Right. She held the ritual in the dream, cleverly advancing to sequence 4 and becoming a demoness of despair. It's unknown how long it will take her to fully digest the despair potion and... Jenna suddenly stopped, unable to finish her sentence. What she had been about to say was, And our goal is to awaken Mr. Fool as soon as possible, to end this dream, but that would conflict with the conditions for Franca's survival. In front of the Tarot Club's major arcana card holders, she dared not utter those words, fearing the brutal answer she might receive. I understand your concern, but that's not really an issue. Or, to put it another way, it's not as serious as you think. Huh? Jenna was surprised, both delighted and bewildered. Madame Justice maintained her soft smile and explained. First, Two of Cups has already made considerable progress in digesting the despair potion. She's completed the part about making herself despair. The next step is to find opportunities to make others despair. If she can refine her acting principles further during this process, the digestion will go even faster. Jenna blinked, confused. She's already digested nearly half of the despair potion, right after advancing? Yes. Madame Magician agreed, her tone carrying an understanding note. It's quite similar to Lumien's situation at the time, except Lumien quickly made 2 Boon demigods despair. Exactly, Madame Magician continued, nodding knowingly. Given the nature of your circumstances and how things unfolded, it was almost inevitable that people would fall into a state of despair. Mr. Fool's psychological traumas may also contain elements that push Franca into complete despair, things that sever her hopes and desires entirely. Jenna's eyes moved slightly and she muttered, Quite the coincidence. Madame Justice sighed with a smile. Yes, that's one reason. But the other reason why I said that Two of Cups' dream advancement isn't too serious is because, given a little time, just a few minutes, she could return to reality without dying, though there would be other costs. Really? Jenna was both surprised and confused. Madame Justice chuckled lightly and explained, While we're limited in what we can do, there are still many things we're capable of. For example, the Sun Pathway, unshadowed, can extract beyond the characteristics, even from a beyonder, layer by layer, from high to low. Though Two of Cups advanced in the dream, her reality also advanced, which is why she can't leave the dream before fully digesting her potion. In other words, we could have Mr. Sun extract the demoness of despairs beyond the characteristic from Two of Cups in reality, and I would stabilize her mental state during the process. Once her body in reality regresses to the level of a demoness of affliction, there would be no more concern about her losing control upon leaving the dream. Of course, this solution would leave some problems behind, some quite serious ones, which is why we didn't mention it as a solution before, but compared to losing her life in the dream, these issues are manageable. Jenna stood there dazed. The dream advancement affected reality, and regressing in reality would cause a similar effect in the dream. If you can't influence the dream, then change the state of reality. Outside Mushu Hospital, in the greenery, hidden in the shadows, Lumian observed the hospital building, the patients coming and going, and the emergency response personnel who had just arrived, but he didn't spot any targets of note. After a long silence, Franca finally spoke. They might have already left. Maybe they never showed up in the first place. Yeah, you could check some shore videos. With the glass shattered and the building struck by lightning, I'm sure a lot of people recorded it. Maybe we'll find something. Right. Lumian took out his phone and began scrolling through local news, not missing a single video. When he reached a video titled, "Oh my God, all the glass shattered," he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the corner of the frame, near the edge of the emergency center. That figure had messy blonde hair, blue eyes, short eyebrows, and a clear stubble on his face. He was wearing a black shirt. Lumian's gaze instantly froze. It was Grisha Peng Deng's co-renter. Chapter 1005, Investigating Hidden Dangers. Based on the nature of tonight's events, Lumian had made some guesses and was prepared to see certain dream manifestations, but the person who appeared at the emergency center was completely unexpected. It was Peng Deng's co-renter, Grisha. The fact that he and Peng Deng are sharing a place did hint at something unusual about him. We'd even observed him before but never managed to figure out who he corresponded to in the real world. Could he be the mastermind behind tonight's events? What is his real objective? Lumian's mind raced, his confusion deepening. He had initially locked in on the individual that the Aurora Order put their faith into as the one orchestrating everything tonight, hoping to confirm a few things. But Grisha didn't fit that. I'm watching, listening, and aware. Profile, he was eccentric, paranoid, and rude. Him? Franca, slower to react than usual, leaned over to take a look at the screen, frozen on Lumian's phone. Her sudden shock made her more animated. Unexpected discoveries are still valuable, Lumian said, already calm. Dear. Franca replied, not saying much more. Lumian wasn't in a rush to leave. He pulled out a cracked makeup mirror and began focusing intently. His actions caught Franca's attention. She tilted her head to look at him, slightly puzzled. What are you doing? I'm checking if the mirror world is recovered, and whether the broken fragments have formed a new area behind the mirror, Lumian explained briefly. Luo Shan didn't bring her phone, and I don't have any other abilities to contact her. I need to use the mirror world to send her a message that you're safe and that she can lead the underground area with Zhou Mingrui. There's no urgent matter now, but what if Zhou Mingrui does discover something? Franca was stunned for a moment. Zhou Mingrui went underground. Won't that be a problem? The basement of Mushu Hospital was a mixture of subconscious psychological traumas and a symbolic abyss tied to the mother tree of desire. Even if it couldn't physically endanger Zhou Mingrui, it might force him to confront past traumas, awakening strong stimuli that could bring significant changes. Those changes could be either extremely good or extremely bad, which was why Lumian's team hadn't wanted Zhou Mingrui to enter Mushu Hospital's basement at this stage. Lumian glanced at Franca and chuckled. Plans never keep up with changes. The most important thing just now was rescuing you. Everything else can be dealt with later or patched up. If worst comes to worst, this mission fails completely and they send in another team. At worst, we all face the apocalypse. But I couldn't let you die here tonight. Franca stared at Lumian for a few seconds, unable to find words. After a moment, she looked away and sighed. There are some things that can never be made up for. Hearing that sigh and those words, Lumian finally felt like Franca had come back, to life from the deadened state she'd been in earlier. He didn't ask what she meant, waiting for her to sort out her own thoughts. He gazed at the cracked mirror in his hands. The mirror world has recovered, and the larger mirror fragments have regained their mystical properties. With that, Lumian whispered a few words, imbuing them with a flickering, dark shimmer before sending them into the largest piece of the cracked mirror. Mushu Hospital B2, Luo Shan led Zhou Mingrui, creeping cautiously along the corridor, glancing around as she searched for the missing Luo Fu. Just as she looked toward one of the rooms and Zhou Mingrui gazed in the opposite direction, she spotted a piece of shattered glass on the ground. Words flickered across it. Luo Fu is already home. Phew! Luo Shan quickly turned to Zhou Mingrui and said, I got a message. Luo Fu escaped. Zhou Mingri studied Luo Shan for a moment but didn't ask how she received the message. He'd noticed earlier that she seemed to have rushed out of the house, forgetting to bring her phone. After they left Mushu Hospital's basement and Zhou Mingri sent Luo Shan back to Dechuan Garden, she saw Lumina and Luo Fu in the entryway. "You two just got back as well?" Luo Shan blurted out. Holding 2 mirror fragments, Lumian glanced around and replied, "We had to deal with the hospital surveillance." Even though tonight's events weren't tied to any criminal case and were considered a natural disaster, meaning no police investigation, Lumian thought it was better to play it safe. Luo Shan was stunned for a couple of seconds. "Quite the seasoned criminal, aren't you?" Lumian then addressed Luo Shan. "Thanks for your help. Without you bringing Zhou Mingri to the basement in time, both Luo Fu and I would have been swallowed by that illusory abyss." A smile appeared on Luo Shan's face, though she tried to be modest. It was Zhou Mingri who was willing to risk his life to save someone. He's always been a good person. "It's impressive that you convinced him so quickly," Lumian said, not sparing any praise. "Not really," Luo Shan said, feeling a little uncomfortable as she looked away. She walked briskly into the elevator that had just arrived on the first floor. After stepping in, Lumian turned to Luo Shan and said, "We'd like to inspect your apartment to identify any hidden threats." "Sure, okay." Luo Shan remembered how she had inexplicably ended up in the hospital's basement. Without uncovering the lurking threat in her room or nearby, she wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. When they arrived at room 1552, Lumian naturally began inspecting every corner, while Franca, finally recovering her energy, silently touched various objects. After a few seconds, Lumian stood in front of the living room's glass window and spoke to Luo Shan, who was standing near the coffee table. "I'll perform a magic mirror divination and see if I can get any answers or hints." Luo Shan nodded repeatedly. Lumian reached out toward the transparent glass, which had turned into a mirror under the night sky, and began chanting the appropriate incantation. He was only able to perform magic mirror divination that relied on his own spirituality. After posing his question, the surface of the glass rippled with a dark shimmer. The shimmer settled, revealing a scene of a parrot with colorful feathers in a painting. "That?" Luo Shan quickly turned her head to look at the wall behind her. "Did my own drawing betray me?" Almost simultaneously, the colorful parrot flew out of the painting, attempting to escape from room 1502. But the doors and windows were locked, and it repeatedly hit the walls. "Why?" Luo Shan shouted. The parrot responded in a crisp, human voice. "I'm not your puppet, I serve." Before it could finish speaking, its body suddenly disintegrated. Feathers fell one by one, followed by flesh that dripped like melting paint. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the colorful parrot had turned into countless droplets of paint, splattering onto the cream-colored tiles. "It was controlled by someone else," Lumian concluded. "How is that possible?" Luo Shan was shocked and confused. "This was something I painted stroke by stroke. How could it be controlled by someone else? If it was the other version of me reviving within me and secretly influencing my creation, I could accept that. But an outsider? How?" Lumian glanced at Luo Shan. "Never trust anything completely. That applies to others, things you've created, and even yourself." "I understand." Luo Shan recalled her previous experiences, thinking of that other version of herself. Lumian thought for a moment and suggested, "You should stay at our place tonight just in case there's another incident." He planned to take pictures of every item and corner of Luo Shan's apartment tonight, then send them to Anderson to check for any remaining issues. "Okay." Luo Shan quickly agreed. Regardless of the parrot's situation, she had already planned to pack her things and find a decent, reasonably priced hotel to stay in for a few nights. After settling Luo Shan in room 2303 with Jenna, Lumian took Franca with him to room 452 to photograph every part of the apartment, making sure to leave nothing out. Once he finished, he immediately sent the photos to a name that leaves a deep impression on you, ending with the question, "Can you spot any potential problems in these photos?" After a few minutes, Anderson Hood replied, "Are you inviting me to play Spot the Difference?" Something like that. Lumion responded casually. He waited patiently until 4 or 5 minutes later, receiving another message from Anderson. If it were me, I'd show someone photos with absolutely no problems and ask them to find something wrong. Does that mean there's nothing wrong? Lumion thought to himself. Anderson Hood sent another message. That blank spot on the painting is an eyesore. Add some paint to it. Lumion nodded thoughtfully before asking, can you control things painted by others? There are many ways to control painted objects. One is to become a symbol within the painting's world. Another is to give them a more complete life. A third is to imbue them with humanity. A fourth is to reconfigure the information they're composed of, given their essence as information. And lastly, there's the fact that they possess spirituality. You could turn them into your marionette. Anderson uncharacteristically provided a lengthy explanation, finishing with, after hearing all that, don't you feel like every possibility you imagine can't be ruled out? You're giving me so much detail just so I'll say yes, aren't you? Lumion replied, without emotion. In his opinion, identifying the hidden danger in the room wasn't the most important thing. They had already confirmed that Luo Shan was being watched by some force or enemy. If they didn't root out the other side and eliminate them, today's hidden danger would be dealt with, but tomorrow a new one would appear. Too bad that parrot wasn't put under control and couldn't finish what it was saying. Seeing that Anderson Hood hadn't responded again, Lumion stood up and looked at Franca. Franca was standing by the window in Luo Shan's apartment, silently gazing out. Lumion walked over and stood beside her, looking out in the same direction. He saw the food stalls on the street far below, people eating and drinking late into the night, and the high-rise apartments in the neighborhood with lights still on in many rooms, dotting the night sky. Lumion gazed quietly for a while before turning to look at Franca. Franca was focused, her gaze seemingly reluctant to shift for even a second. After a while she sighed softly. The night is truly beautiful. Chapter 1006, Speaking from Experience. Lumion looked at Franca, her eyes once again a lake blue hue after her advancement, reflecting the bright or slightly yellow dots of light. Kiss, he echoed with a sigh. Franca fell silent again. After a long while she murmured as if in a dream, Did you know? I can never go back. What happened? Lumion asked gently, following her lead. Franca began recounting how she and Jenna had woken up in the basement of Mushu Hospital. It was as if she needed to build up the courage to tell the rest by retelling earlier events, prolonging the time to mentally prepare herself. Lumion didn't rush her. He listened quietly, occasionally asking for details. When Franca reached the part where she chose to force her advancement using the peculiarities of the Dreamscape to draw the primordial demoness's attention and open an escape route, Lumion raised an eyebrow. Though he had already deduced Franca's advancement to demoness of despair through the law of beyond a characteristics convergence and his spiritual intuition as a demoness, and had suspected from her earlier narrative that it was the best possible option under those circumstances, he still couldn't help but feel there was some design to it all. The conditions for her advancement to demoness of despair had come together perfectly at that moment. Of course, if he had been present, he would have simply burned a corpse oil candle and connected with the terrifying will in that peculiar city, forcibly destroying all obstacles. After describing how she fell into the illusory abyss with the collapse of the mirror world and the final part of the corridor, Franca paused for a few seconds before, continuing in a calm, straightforward tone about how she slowed her descent, how she felt her mind and spirit being pulled toward the abyss, and how she chose the grey-white fog, sinking into it. Her body began to tremble, but she pushed through, recounting the blurred door of light, the transparent toucans, the rapidly spinning illusory planet, the slightly solemn voice, and the version of herself within the cocoon, along with the reasonable speculations that followed. Lumion had long suspected that transmigration wasn't as simple as Franca and the others from the curly-haired baboons research society believed. He suspected there was a terrifying truth they couldn't accept. That was why during their time in the Dream City, he and Jenna had tacitly been kinder to Franca, expressing their care for her more clearly and directly. But he hadn't expected the truth to be this. So it wasn't spatial transmigration, it was temporal transmigration. Traveling back and forth through space is possible. But can the flow of time be reversed? No, if that were possible, reviving Aurora wouldn't be so difficult. Lumien's emotion suddenly turned somber. He felt as if he had lost several incredibly important people and objects he deeply missed forever. The sorrow, melancholy, regret, and pain were like sharp chisels, engraving an epitaph on his soul. At that moment he understood that these were Aurora's feelings. Her soul fragment had resonated with Franca's story and intense emotions. Home forever out of reach. That's basically it. I suspect the Western continent is where the underworld Taoist and the Celestial Master reside. Is the world thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of years in the future from my homeland? Franca's body was still trembling slightly. Lumien closed his eyes for a moment, then deliberately chuckled and said, I guess I'm pretty lucky. At least I still have hope of reviving Aurora, but you all don't even have that anymore. Franca's mouth opened slightly, and she was momentarily stunned. Infuriated, she burst into laughter. Damn it. Do you hunters ever say anything nice? How can a human mouth spew something so venomous? I thought you'd send me flying with a kick, Lumien said, showing a deliberately punchable expression. Franca suddenly understood his true intention and snorted. I had the impulse. You'd make a great punching bag right now. She paused, her gaze returning to the window. Looking out at the warm, tranquil night, she said, when you said earlier that, in the worst-case scenario, the mission would fail, they'd send in another team, or we'd all face the apocalypse together, but you couldn't let me die in Mushu Hospital's basement, I didn't completely agree with your thinking, but I did feel like maybe my life had some meaning after all. I said that on purpose, to make you feel needed and valued, to help pull you out of that dead, hopeless state. Lumien chuckled. I didn't know exactly what you'd gone through, but I could tell how you were feeling. Franca snapped her head toward Lumien and scoffed. When dealing with a hunter, you judge by his actions, not words. I know you really did send Luo Shan and Jenna to get Zhou Mingrui down to the basement. Before Lumien could respond, Franca, now more curious than before, asked, How did you get into that psychological trauma? That was near the bottom of the illusory abyss. Smiling, Lumien replied. When I reached B2, I ran into Lu Yong'an. She must be an external consciousness brought in by some method, unlike Grimm, who had been corrupted and influenced into becoming a dream manifestation. So when she saw me in Crimson Moon Hospital, she most likely realized I was a fake child of God, but still went along with my actions. Maybe to the Great Mother, whether I'm the real child of God or a fake, as long as I bear that title, I'll eventually become real, and this time was her chance. Lu Yong'an told me at the time that to save someone from the illusory abyss, I could only rely on the Mother's help. You didn't actually pray, did you? Franca was suddenly filled with concern and worry, forgetting her earlier despair and emotional numbness. Her gaze instinctively drifted to Lumien's abdomen. Of course not. Lumien had deliberately started with Lumien's story to stir Franca's emotions, preventing her from fully sinking into sadness. As someone who had learned from long bouts of depression, he knew exactly what to say and do in such moments. More importantly, he was also a demoness of despair, having gone through the experience of perfectly matching the acting method right after his advancement, digesting the part of the potion that made him feel despair. He had also learned from the world's greatest psychiatrist's report on how to stabilize his mental state and avoid losing control. That was why he was comfortable telling Franca his true thoughts and feelings before he saved her. He intended to be her most solid anchor. After all, how many hunters would openly reveal their innermost thoughts? Franca let out an uncontrollable breath of relief. Then how did you destroy the illusory abyss and open the path? Lumien chuckled. Corpse wax candle. As he spoke, he took out the bottle of semi-solid yellow-red wax and sighed. The flame of destruction burns too fiercely. This candle can only be used once more. Franca, who had heard Lumien's story of the previous ritual with a corpse wax candle and knew that the target of the ritual was likely the terrifying will at the top of the hunter and witch pathways, widened her eyes in shock. You're a bit extreme. She didn't finish her thought, reminded that such extremity was for her sake. Lumion recounted the sensations during the secret deed ritual, the terrifying will's partial descent, and the mutation of the Blood Emperor's remnant aura. He ended by saying, I couldn't enter the grey fog initially, but an exaggerated bolt of lightning just happened to strike it. That was, Franca thought for a moment and said, Madam Justice's incantation, delivered through some method. It sounded like a name, to be spoken in ancient Hermes. She didn't dare speak the incantation, afraid that even without using Beyonder language, it might still call down lightning in the dream, though less terrifyingly. A name that could summon such lightning in Mr. Fool's dream, Lumion pondered. It must involve a true god or some great existence, or it could be related to Mr. Fool's perception. Yes. Franca was more concerned with something else. How do you feel now? Lumion raised his right hand, palm up, revealing a patch of pale skin and the dark, old red marks beneath it. The mutated Blood Emperor's aura and the Underworld Taoist seal have fused slightly. I can't believe they can fuse. So far, there's been no external manifestation, no other changes. After examining his own state, Lumion added, Also, I feel like there's something more in me, but I can't detect it. It hasn't affected me. It's more like a side effect of the secret deed ritual, a lingering hallucination. In the next couple of days, find a chance to leave the dream and have Madam Magician check it out. Franca reminded Lumion not to overlook this issue and to confirm it as soon as possible. Lumion nodded and said, In the meantime, go to the company and quit your job. You kept the position before to bait Zarathustra out with the option to avoid danger by leaving the dream at critical moments, but now you can't leave for the time being. Only then did Franca remember her current state, before she fully digested the despair potion. If she left the dream and returned to reality, she would lose control, on the spot, and turn into a monster. Right. She didn't argue, realizing she was still in deep trouble. Then she turned to leave the window. Not going to enjoy the night dew anymore? Lumion asked casually. Franca pursed her lips and responded, The more I look, the more I miss it. The harder it is to let go. She paused, then half-turned her body, casting her gaze out at the night once again. After staring for a few seconds, she spoke, her voice soft and distant. If I were Mr. Fool, I might wish to sleep forever, dreaming of this beautiful night, never waking. Chapter 1007, Important Information. Hearing Franca's words, Lumion felt a sense of resonance. If there hadn't been hidden dangers in that dream of Cordu village, I wouldn't have wanted to wake up either. As he sighed, he suddenly paused, then said in a low voice, No, I would force myself to wake up. If he didn't wake up, he couldn't try to resurrect Aurora. Franca silently withdrew her gaze and walked over to the long sofa in Luo Shan's home. She sat down, leaning back against the sofa as if she lacked the strength to support her body. Lumion glanced over and followed, sitting down right next to Franca. Franca turned her head to look at him but said nothing. After about 10 seconds, she stared at the turned-off TV across from her and murmured as if to herself, Back home, my favorite thing to do was to pick any channel and be on my phone while listening to the sound. My mum would scold me every time. Lumion didn't respond, just listening quietly. Franca's expression gradually softened. My mum used to run a small restaurant, which later became a larger establishment. She was quick-tempered and efficient and couldn't stand to see me being lazy. But she'd just say a few words, in one ear and out the other. It didn't affect me at all. Later on, when business wasn't so good for a few years, she simply gave it up. Every day she played cards with her siblings and friends, eat here and drink there, and occasionally organize a trip. She couldn't have been more carefree or happy. My dad, my brother and I were also quite happy. We didn't have to be scolded or nagged. As my dad put it, we'd see each other once a day, take a walk together, chat about family matters before bed, and their marriage even improved. My dad was a mid-level manager at a big company. He'd been into electronics since early on, starting with radios and such, then tinkering with computers and getting into games. When I was little, I was always confused about why Dad was always sitting in front of the computer. He said it was work, but he was always clicking on strange images. When I got a bit older, I fell in love with gaming too. I guess that's what they call leading by example. At first, my parents wanted another daughter, a little sister for me. They prepared for the fine and set up a room. Who knew they'd end up with another son? They couldn't bring themselves to abort, so they had him. Aren't second children supposed to be good at reading the room, well-behaved, with high EQ because they have an older sibling keeping them in check? Why did that kid do everything backwards, looking down on everyone, thinking he was so cool and trendy, always causing trouble when he went out? When he was in elementary school, he got into a fight and got beaten up. He came crying to me, his big brother, for help. In the end, the other kid had cousins, and I ended up getting beaten up too. For a while after that, I was really into urban fantasy novels and modern wuxia stories. I fantasize about having martial arts skills or superpowers myself. I did alright in the college entrance exams and got into medical school. I got along well with my roommates. Everyone said I had a good personality, wasn't petty, was cheerful and optimistic, and generous with money. I guess I looked okay. I even had girls chase after me, but at the time I was busy playing games and going to comic conventions, so I didn't have the energy for dating. Of course, it was also because their looks and personalities weren't my type. After rambling on like this, Franca paused and said, "Apart from worrying about having to do hard labor in the future, I had no regrets, nothing I wanted to change." Lumian turned his head to look at Franca and saw that as she leaned against the back of the sofa. Her eyes were vacant, unfocused, with glistening tears silently sliding down her face. Lumian didn't try to comfort Franca with words. He simply extended his left arm and quietly put it around her left shoulder, letting her lean against him. Franca instinctively struggled for a moment, but quickly chose to give in. Leaning against Lumian, she continued talking to herself. I had originally planned to practice driving my mum's car during the holidays, find a chance to meet up with some online friends in Shanghai, and have fun for a week. I'd planned which games to buy recently, planned to visit my grandparents, planned to play games with my dad for 2 hours every day when I had time to show him what real skill looks like. I'd even planned how to educate that little brat, planned to go to my mum's mahjong place for a few days to act like a filial son, serve tea and water, and accept tips. As she spoke, Franca's voice gradually lowered until it disappeared. Lumian waited a few minutes before lowering his head to see that Franca had closed her eyes and fallen into a deep sleep, leaning against him from his left shoulder to his left chest. Her legs had slid off the sofa at some point. Lumian didn't move. He stared at the dark LCD TV screen, his thoughts gradually wandering. After an unknown amount of time, Franca seemed to have a nightmare. Her eyes flew open, and she suddenly straightened her back. She looked left and right, finally coming to her senses and remembering what had happened last night. Phew, she exhaled slowly and asked Lumian, "What time is it?" "A little after 4 a.m., not quite 5 yet." Lumian calmly replied. Franca made a sound of acknowledgement, then suddenly remembered something. "Will Jenna and Luo Shan be okay alone in room 2303? The current Jenna was purely a dream manifestation, while Luo Shan was being watched by unknown forces. I'd been monitoring room 2003 using mirrors," Lumian said calmly. Only then did Franca relax. She wriggled her shoulders, shaking off Lumian's arm, and sat up straight. "Damn, I actually cried earlier. And you saw it? A real man shouldn't shed tears so easily." "Only because the saddest part hasn't come yet," Lumian replied. Hearing this, both Franca and he fell silent. "That's such a hurtful thing to say." After a few seconds, Franca grumbled, "I can't believe you could respond so smoothly." After learning the truth about transmigration and resonating with your emotions, Aurore's soul fragment seems to have become a bit more active, Lumian said, with a hint of joy. Franca bit her lip, unable to speak. She then began rubbing her cheeks. "I can't continue in that state. We need to get down to business." "What business?" Lumian asked. Franca thought for a few seconds and said, "Oh, according to what you said before, tonight's events seem to have been arranged, presumably pushed by Pundun's roommate Grisha behind the scenes. If this is true, what was their goal? It couldn't have been just to force me to advance in the dream and quickly find a way to digest the despair potion, could it? Is it simply good people doing good deeds?" Lumian understood that Franca was trying to distract herself from her inner sorrow and despair by focusing on important matters, so he nodded cooperatively. From Luo Shan's feedback, Zhou Mingrui wasn't additionally affected by this incident either. He only confirmed that he has some special qualities and that there are major issues with the underground area of Mushu Hospital. The illusory abyss in the underground area of Mushu Hospital also hid itself in time, avoiding an encounter with Zhou Mingrui, and remained almost intact. Was the real purpose to have me use the corpse wax candle and complete a secret deed at the bottom of Mushu Hospital? And for us to find important intelligence through those psychological traumas in the underground area of Mushu Hospital? Franca nodded slowly. Yes, I can now almost confirm one thing. Mr. Fool is also a transmigrator, like me and Emperor Roselle. As she spoke, Franca suddenly gave a self-mocking laugh. No, not a transmigrator, an ancient person. You mean those 3 empty cocoons correspond to the 3 previous transmigrators? Lumion understood what Franca was saying. Yes, ancient sun god, Emperor Roselle, and Mr. Fool, Franca elaborated. Mr. Fool should have also progressed step by step from a mortal body to become a true god, and then a great existence. Klein Moretti, Sherlock Moriarty, Gehrman Sparrow, these are probably not his incarnations, but different identities at different stages of his growth. These names all come from the entertainment works of our world. No, the ancient world. Utopia too. Well, the identity of Gehrman Sparrow became the angel of redemption, with people believing in and worshipping him, perhaps making him quite different from the other identities. Lumion mused aloud. So, Zhou Mingrui is Mr. Fool's real name, his identity before transmigration. It should be so, Franca shared her speculation. That's why Zhou Mingrui is the core of the dream, the subconscious self-image of Mr. Fool. All important dream images are distributed around him, while identities like Sherlock Moriarty are scattered throughout the dream city, lacking special significance. The only one among them that's different is Gehrman Sparrow, who is widely believed in. The dream city originally didn't have such a manifestation, not even a story. It was entirely created out of thin air by Madam Magician, Madam Justice, and the others, becoming a classic character. This also indicates that the world Gehrman Sparrow might indeed have special symbolism or significance. Lumion pondered for a moment and said, the identity of Klein Moretti is also very special. It doesn't exist in the Dream City either. Franca tried to put herself in that position, and said slowly, the personal relationships corresponding to Klein Moretti do exist in the Dream City, but they point to Zhou Mingrui. Klein Moretti was Mr. Fool's first identity after transmigration, gaining his recognition. Did their self-perceptions merge? So, Zhou Mingrui is also Klein Moretti, and Klein Moretti is equally Zhou Mingrui, indistinguishable from each other. That explanation does make sense. Lumion agreed with Franca's guess. At this moment, Franca suddenly furrowed her brow. Bring out that whiteboard, the one with photos of important figures in the Dream City and observation results. Without asking why, Lumion took out the whiteboard made of frost and placed it opposite the coffee table. Franca stared at the photos, sketches, introductions, and observation results on the whiteboard, her eyes constantly moving left and right. After a while, she spoke in a grave tone. If Mr. Fool is indeed a transmigrator, these dream manifestations hide a big problem. Without waiting for Lumion to respond, Franca explained, except for Peng Deng and Zhang Yujie, the childhood friend who only sent back postcards, all the important dream manifestations here have nothing to do with Zhou Mingrui. They all come from Klein Moretti, from Sherlock Moriarty, from Gehrman Sparrow and Mr. Fool's other identities, from the current world. Not a single one originates from before the transmigration. Not one is an ancient person. Why is that? Chapter 1008, Dawn. Lumion easily understood Franca's meaning. The Dream City itself was constructed based on Zhou Mingrui's memories from before his transmigration, but none of the relatively important dream manifestations close to Zhou Mingrui came from before the transmigration. They all originated from Zhou Mingrui's experiences after transmigrating, except for Peng Deng and Zhang Yujie. This was clearly problematic. We previously thought Mr. Fool was a resurrected great existence not belonging to this era. Well, he truly doesn't belong to this era. Mr. Fool was really honest. Franca suddenly understood the true meaning of a certain phrase in Mr. Fool's honorific name. After adjusting her mindset, she continued. From our previous understanding, it was very reasonable that there are no dream manifestations related to the identity of Zhou Mingrui. As a former great existence, he should have been involved with great existences and fallen ancient gods. These were all restricted and couldn't truly get close to Zhou Mingrui. Weren't we wondering before who Peng Deng really was, and who he corresponded to in reality? We never considered that he might actually be Zhou Mingrui's childhood friend. But if Zhou Mingrui is a transmigrator like me, and gradually became a great existence, that's truly remarkable. To transcend to becoming a deity with a mortal body and dominate the spirit world. At this point, Franca's emotional wound was once again torn open, with splinters piercing into it. She thought about how even someone like Mr. Fool was shocked, saddened, pained and despairing when he learned the truth about transmigration. Even becoming a great existence couldn't allow him to return home. And after he fell asleep, these things even formed strong psychological traumas. If even Mr. Fool was like this, what about her? What about them? Lumion could guess what Franca was thinking now, why she paused, because he had similar associations and the same emotions were stirring deep in his heart. After a moment of silence, Franca collected herself and continued. If Zhou Mingrui is a transmigrator and was an ordinary person before, then where are his parents, relatives, classmates, friends, and close online friends? Lumion looked at the iceboard covered with photos, sketches and notes, and said thoughtfully, in the dream, Zhou Mingrui has parents, but they're not in Yangdu. They live in a hometown that only exists in descriptions. Zhou Mingrui hardly contacts them, only conveying his greetings through Benson Zhou. Moreover, the setup of the dream parents clearly comes from Klein Moretti's parents. Similarly, the real-world prototypes for brother Benson Zhou and sister Zhou Sasa are Klein Moretti's brother Benson Moretti and sister Melissa Moretti. Among other relatives, friends, classmates and online friends, perhaps only Peng Deng and Zhang Yujia are truly Zhou Mingrui's childhood friends. Zhang Yujia was a mutual middle school and high school classmate of Zhou Mingrui and Peng Deng, and currently also worked in Yangdu. She came from a well-off family and often traveled. She was currently on a so-called European trip. In the memories of the major arcana card holders, Zhang Yujia had never truly appeared. If not for her often sending postcards to Zhou Mingrui and Peng Deng and occasionally chatting online, she could have been treated as a background figure like Zhou Mingrui's parents. Franca concurred succinctly. Now, there are two issues. First, why have Zhou Mingrui's true relationships disappeared? Did Mr. Fool deliberately hide them himself, or did the celestial worthy tamper with them? If it's the former, why would Mr. Fool want to hide them? Is this a key point? If it's the latter, does this represent that the celestial worthy fears something? Second, given that other figures related to Zhou Mingrui haven't appeared in the Dream City, the existence of Peng Deng and Zhang Yujia is even more suspicious. Adding to that, we previously saw Peng Deng's roommate Grisha appear at the emergency center. I think we need to shift our focus towards Peng Deng for now. Lumion put himself in Mr. Fool's position and thought for a while. If I were Mr. Fool and this dream city was the battlefield of my consciousness against the celestial worthy, my subconscious wouldn't want my real parents, relatives, classmates and friends to be involved, even if they were just false dream manifestations, just my memories. Given the logic that Zhou Mingrui and Klein Moretti's cognitions have merged, the dream manifestations corresponding to Benson and Melissa shouldn't appear either. Franca joined the brainstorming session. Lumion smiled. Who says they were woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious? What if the celestial worthy deliberately created them? The celestial worthy knows Mr. Fool's experiences after transmigration, but has no way to investigate his relationships before transmigration. Franca had a new guess based on Lumion's rhetorical question. So, the dream manifestations corresponding to Benson, Melissa, and Danitz had to appear, but some were arranged outside the dream city, and some only have a very shallow relationship with Zhou Mingrui. Is this a subconscious protection of these dream manifestations, an external result of Mr. Fool's consciousness fighting against the celestial worthy? Lumion nodded. If the celestial worthy isn't really clear about Mr. Fool's relationships before transmigration, doesn't that suggest he hasn't eroded and corrupted Mr. Fool's core consciousness yet? Frank has suddenly had a flash of insight. I understand now why Siatas became Zhou Mingrui's roommate. She stood up, walked to an area near the window, and paced back and forth a few steps. We previously suspected that the elves were former transmigrators. Now it seems they're more like descendants of the Western continent bloodline who survived on the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. For Mr. Fool, these are the descendants of his fellow countrymen, so the relationship is very close, so he places them very near him. Similarly, the Intis group where Zhou Mingrui works was founded by the transmigrator, Emperor Roselle, and the boss of the neighboring company is the heir of another transmigrator, the ancient sun god. These dream manifestations are all very close to Zhou Mingrui. The more Franca spoke, the more she believed her interpretation of these symbols was correct. She shifted her thoughts. With cross-check within our curly-haired baboons research society, the time we transmigrated to the current world was 3052, 7 years ago, and according to the information provided by the major arcana card holders, Mr. Fool also fell asleep in 3052. Before Mr. Fool entered his slumber and confronted the celestial worthy, did he release all of us from the cocoons? It should be so. Lumion felt Franca's reasoning was sound. He also stood up and said thoughtfully, "We'll leave the matter of contacting Peng Deng to Anthony. He can make more aggressive probes now. If we can figure out Peng Deng's true identity and the meaning of his existence, perhaps we can find a way to weaken the celestial worthy and awaken Mr. Fool." At this point, Lumion paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. If there are no major errors in what we just discussed, then Zhou Sasa coming to Yangdu for university probably has strong symbolic meaning, and not a good one for Mr. Fool. Logically, Zhou Sasa should be outside the Dream City, not involved in this battlefield. Franca was suddenly alarmed. When is Zhou Sasa arriving? Wednesday, Lumion answered in a low voice. Oh! It's already Monday now, Franca hissed and said. Before Zhou Sasa arrives in Yangdu, there must be substantial progress on both Peng Deng's side and Xiaotian's side. Lumion nodded and said, "Yeah, the two discussed this matter for a long time. You should actively leave the dream and return to reality in the morning to inquire about more detailed intelligence from the ancient sun god and that individual from the Aurora Order." Since Grisha appeared at the arranged scene and Anthony was scared by hallucinations and actively left the dream after contacting Peng Deng, I suspect Peng Deng and his roommate are related to the ancient sun god. We lack sufficient intelligence to accurately judge this point. Also, don't forget to have Madam Magician check your physical condition. Franca finally instructed Lumion. With a grin, Lumion replied, "I'm only worried that the major arcana card holders don't know enough, or that some intelligence is currently inaccessible to us. Afterwards, you should move to the background and switch positions with Anthony. Let him do the probing, and you shouldn't appear." "All right," Franca answered, finally leaving the state of focused discussion. She noticed that the window area had brightened at some point. Outside the glass, the morning sunlight fell, carrying a hint of golden yellow, clarifying the entire sky and tinting the green leaves of the trees. Birds chirped as they flew by, and occasional human voices could be heard, relaxed and soothing. Morning had arrived. The sun had risen. Daylight had come. Franca stared at this morning scene, almost silently murmuring to herself, "It's beautiful." Sunlight penetrated through the glass, shining on her and Lumion, as if a great existence was gently comforting their hearts. After Lumion returned to Xinhong district to tell Anthony about probing Peng Deng, Franca took the elevator to the 23rd floor and entered the apartment she and Jenna were renting. As soon as she opened the door, she saw that Jenna was already awake and busy getting herself ready. "So early," Franca blurted out. "It's not early. I need to carefully do my makeup. I have to walk around the company today. Who knows, I might be spotted by some film crew." "Dreamscape," Jenna said without turning her head. "Oh right, it's Monday. Jenna has to go to the Hall Film Company. But she's a dream manifestation now, will there be any slip-ups? Franca couldn't help but worry a little. At this moment, Dreamscape Jenna went into the bathroom, and Luo Shan walked out of the bedroom, still sleepy-eyed. Seeing Luo Fu, she greeted. Nothing happened, right? She thought Luo Fu and Lumina stayed overnight at her place to personally confirm if there were any hidden dangers. Everything's normal, for now, Franca said, half reassuring and half stating facts. She then told Luo Shan, I'm going to resign. Huh? Luo Shan was stunned. Franca showed a gentle smile. I have to move to the background now because if I get kicked out of the dream now, I'll truly die. Luo Shan suddenly remembered the conversation between Luo Fu and Jian Na she had overheard last night. Some words she couldn't understand at the time now finally made sense. She suddenly felt that she was no longer alone and returned a smile. It's about the same for me. Without the dreamscape, I would disappear too. Chapter 1009, Boon. At Xinhong District, in the rented apartment, after telling Anthony the results of his discussion with Franca and instructing him to hand Ludwig over to Franca before probing Peng Deng, Lumian lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes, entered a cogitative state, and outlined his own phantom image in his mind. Then, he imagined himself leaping from an extremely high place, rapidly falling in free fall. In this state, he heard the whistling of wind in his ears, but he didn't immediately leave the dream. He vaguely heard humans conversing in the wind, with words coming from different directions. At this moment, Lumian seemed to return to Kordu village, back to a warm summer afternoon. At that time, he was lying drowsily atop a haystack, with old women gathered nearby, picking lice off each other while gossiping about various rumors in the village. Children occasionally ran back and forth around them. Farmers returned to the village early from their work, and members of the Padre's family passed by grumbling. Lumian opened his eyes, his nose still seeming to smell the scent of grass mixed with sheep dung. He let out a breath, then rolled out of bed, walked out of the room, and came downstairs to the luxurious villa. Madam Justice, Madam Magician, and Madam Judgment were all in the living room. Important intelligence? Madam Justice understood that Lumian wouldn't actively exit the dream unless it was something very crucial, and she hadn't noticed that the current real dream had a strong rejection towards Lumian, which meant Lumian wasn't kicked out of the dream. Yes? Lumian sat down on a single sofa. It starts with a psychological trauma Franca saw in the underground area of Mushu Hospital. Madam Justice looked at Lumian for a few seconds. First, tell us how you rescued 2 of Cups. 7 of Cups was kicked out of the dream too early and doesn't know much. Smiling, Lumian replied, I used the corpse wax candle. You completed a secret deed ritual and received feedback? Madam Magician had already roughly guessed what had happened from the changes in Lumian's real body state and the stress response that appeared in 4th Epoch Trier. Now, she was just confirming. Lumian verbally described what he saw, heard, and felt during the Covenant ritual, and finally said, the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor underwent a rather obvious change, and it fused a bit with the Underworld Taoist's seal. It seems like I've gained something extra, but I can't detect it. As he spoke, he displayed the old blood spots hidden under the pale skin of his palm. Madam Magician nodded slightly, countless dazzling starbursts lighting up and slowly rotating in the depths of her eyes. After 20 or 30 seconds, she said with a hint of amusement, I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. That terrifying one not only gazed upon you but also bestowed power upon you. But due to the lack of necessary rituals and the existence of the Underworld Taoist's seal, that power fused with the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor and is under seal, unable to be utilized. Otherwise, you'd already be a gifted war bishop or something else by now. Although this power is sealed, it has still brought some effects to you. For example, the soul fragments of the Kordu villagers under my seal have undergone some mutations, preparing to become your soldiers. No wonder I vaguely heard everyone's conversations when I was leaving the dream just now. Ah! Lumian suddenly realized. So what he had gained was a new power. Madam Magician continued. Whether there are any hidden dangers in that power itself, I can't tell at the moment, but after it fused with the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor, there are certainly hidden dangers, and it has become more active. At this point, Madam Magician paused. Combined with the Umabella bloodline in your body, if not for the underworld Taoist seal, I'd suspect you might become pregnant in response, unable to abort, giving birth to a deeply corrupted, mutated version of Alistair Tudor. Wouldn't that make the Blood Emperor have to call me Daddy? Lumion, in his demoness of despair state, laughed. It would be Mummy, Madam Magician corrected. Lumion didn't continue this topic, instead turning to talk about how he entered the vortex, how he took advantage of the lightning strike to open a channel and rescue Franca. It seems our efforts were not in vain. Madam Justice showed a gratified smile. Which deity does that incantation involve? Lumion asked. Madam Justice made an sound and said, The Lord of Storms, that's his true name. Don't casually recite it. Lightning damages area of effect and indiscriminate. Moreover, Mr. Fool's avatars have triggered lightning strikes with this before. The subconscious perception is that the lightning brought by this incantation is very terrifying and highly destructive. Using a deity's true name as an incantation? How is Mr. Fool's incarnation even more like a provoker than me? Lumion nodded slightly. He was silent for 2 seconds before saying, At that time, I was prepared for the possibility that I might collapse out of control due to the secret deed ritual, or even die. I had only one thought, which was to open the abyssal channel as quickly as possible, or destroy that illusory abyss. This might not have been enough, so I asked Jenna and Luo Shan to invite Zhou Mingrui, who was at Mushu Hospital's emergency center, to come down to the underground area and take a look. I didn't know if this would bring good results, or bad changes, or how high the probability of fixing it would be if problems arose, but none of that was the most important thing at the moment. As he spoke, Lumion in his demoness of despair state slightly raised his chin. Madam Justice, Madam Magician, and Madam Judgment all fell silent. Lumion displayed a bright smile and continued, If that would truly bring destructive results, and you monitored it, you could kill my body in the real world in advance to prevent all this. It would be good to die. If I died, I wouldn't know anything, wouldn't have to care about anything. After exchanging glances for a few seconds, Madam Justice, Madam Magician, and Madam Judgment sighed and showed warm smiles that calmed one's emotions. I don't agree with this style of yours, but I'm glad to see you have your own thoughts and choices. Madam Magician also sighed and said, If you encounter similar situations in the future, you can try reciting my honorific name. The power sealing those soul fragments in you comes from me. I can use them as a medium and, through the connection created by the honorific name, exert some influence, but success is not guaranteed. Also, if you're willing to pay the price of being permanently kicked out and unable to re-enter the Dream City to escape a predicament, I can give you better incantations. Lumion straightened back, relaxed a bit, and his chin was no longer slightly raised. Curious, he inquired, What incantation? What incantation? Can't he? Chief Yagate's honorific name, Madam Magician smiled. Reciting this outside the dream would have no effect, and might even unknowingly turn the reciter into a marionette of the celestial worthy. But reciting it in the dream can attract attention and open any channel. However, similarly, Chief Yagate's is essentially a manifestation created by the fusion of Mr. Door's remnant spirit and the dream subconscious with special symbolism. His actions might be influenced by the celestial worthy, but relatively speaking, compared to reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name, this receives less interference. So, it can be done like this, Lumion said thoughtfully. Were we perhaps following the surface rules of the Dream City too strictly before? Always trying to play the role of citizens with beyonder powers. Remember, you're just acting. It's essentially a dream. Madam Magician smiled and said, We thought about this issue too. The method of reciting the chief's honorific name was my idea. But before finding exploitable rule loopholes, you'd better not casually break the rules. Otherwise, here, there are too many painful lessons from before. I won't list them one by one. Lumion nodded, adjusted his state, and detailed the scene Franca saw in that psychological trauma at the bottom of the illusory abyss, the deductions she made, and the problems she discovered. Finally, he said, It was only after Franca realized that Mr. Fool was a transmigrator that she found she had previously overlooked names like Sherlock Moriarty and Merlin Hermes. Logically, she should have immediately deduced from these that Mr. Fool, like her, was also a transmigrator, though she would have guessed he came from another world. In the Dream City, many of our ideas seem to have been restricted. We unconsciously overlook certain things, like Ang Xiaoshan's problem, like the evidence that Mr. Fool was a transmigrator. This might be the celestial worthy's will at work, creating a fooling effect. And what he deliberately made us overlook and avoid most likely hides the correct direction. Madam Justice listened intently, her expression first showing a bit of bewilderment and surprise, but quickly revealing relief and emotion. Madam Magician and Madam Judgment had similar reactions. After Lumion finished speaking, Madam Justice's emerald eyes flickered as she recalled. You don't know under what kind of situation and in what way we first saw Mr. Fool and what kind of performance he showed subsequently. So you certainly can't understand why we didn't think in the direction that Mr. Fool might be a transmigrator, an ordinary person who grew in strength a step at a time. It was only after the Cordu village disaster that I vaguely felt this possibility. Madam Magician added. Madam Justice's expression became very gentle with more smiles on her face. To have done so many things with a mortal body, to have reached this level, to use true human nature to confront the celestial worthy, I admire Mr. Fool even more, and also feel more sympathetic. Curious, Lumion inquired. What things has Mr. Fool done? In his view, Mr. Fool now seemed closer. This great existence was once human, and was even a fellow countryman. With a roar. And Lumion only knew about things related to Gehrman's Sparrow and what was told in the Bible. We can tell you about it properly, but now let's first discuss the key issues you've discovered, Madam Justice said with a smile. Chapter 1010, Interpreting Symbols. Lumion organized his thoughts and explained about the manifestations possibly being an identity. Zhou Mingruis. Identity lacking corresponding interpersonal relationships, Peng Deng and Zhang Yujia's existence seeming more special, and Peng Deng's roommate Grisha appearing in the emergency center of Mushu Hospital. From a transmigrator's perspective, there are indeed problems with the corresponding details. Zhou Mingrui seems to be just a name, while the person who shares an apartment with Seatters and others, works at the Intis Group, and has a brother named Benson and a sister named Sasa, is more like Klein Moretti. Madam Justice nodded slowly. Except for the Dream City itself and Peng Deng and Zhang Yujia, no other important figures originate from the first epoch or before. She temporarily treated the super-ancient era mentioned by Two of Cups as history, from the first epoch or before. So far, the Tarot Club had almost no understanding of events before the second epoch. As she spoke, Madam Justice fell silent, seeming lost in thought. Madam Magician glanced at her and said to Lumion, Since Peng Deng and Grisha may involve the ancient sun god, let me first tell you the relevant information we know, of course, limited to the part you can access. At this moment, Jenna sensed the activity in the living room and came down from the second floor. She looked around, quietly found a place to sit down, and joined Lumion in listening to Madam Magician talk about matters related to the ancient sun god. Madam Magician considered for a moment and said, I've told you before that the source of all supernatural powers can be traced back to the original creator. Lumion and Jenna nodded simultaneously. Madam Magician continued. The original creator created this world, and at some point disintegrated himself, splitting into the beyond the characteristics of different pathways. Well, it may have been the terrifying impact of his self-disintegration that completely destroyed the super-ancient civilization where Mr. Fool and Two of Cups lived, with only some humans surviving, ushering in the first epoch, what we call the Chaos Epoch. Was the celestial worthy born at that time? Mr. Fool and Franca should have been suspended above that light door before the collapse of the super-ancient civilization. Lumion said words that Jenna currently couldn't understand the specific meaning of. Madam Magician pondered for a few seconds and said, Based on the knowledge we currently possess, the final creator simultaneously had tendencies towards separation and convergence. Before he completely disintegrated, there should have already been a split in his personality, or rather, his divine nature. The celestial worthy, may belong to one of the divine natures that split off. So, the celestial worthy's spiritual imprint, like that of the original creator, cannot be erased and will always exist within the corresponding beyonder characteristics. Jenna understood this part and blurted out, "Then, doesn't that mean Mr. Fool can never truly defeat the celestial worthy? He can only both merge and oppose, gaining some advantage over the long course of time," Madam Magician said with a bitter smile. "There's a saying in the Dream City that makes a lot of sense. In the long run, we all die." Lumion, Jenna, and the others fell silent. Madam Magician composed herself and said, "Other divine natures also split off at that time, one of which you can call God Almighty. The history of the first epoch might be the history of God Almighty opposing the celestial worthy. This is our only understanding of that period of history, and we can't guarantee its accuracy. Anyway, at the end of the first epoch, something unknown happened, and both fell simultaneously. The beyonder characteristics split more thoroughly, and the first blasphemy slate was left behind in some secret place. The first blasphemy slate that recorded the 22 paths of the divine. Did God Almighty occupy the pathways of spectator and secret suppliant?" Lumion roughly understood what Madam Magician wanted to say. Madam Magician nodded and said, "The 5 pathways of spectator, secret suppliant, reader, sailor, and bard, symbolizing omniscience and omnipotence. 5 pathways." It wasn't Lumion or Jenna who marveled, but Madam Justice. Of course, Lumion and Jenna were also shocked. The celestial worthy and Mr. Fool only occupied 3 pathways. The number of pathways isn't the key to how powerful these great existences are, Madam Magician briefly explained without going into detail. The ancient sun god became a deity based on the bard pathway, collecting the uniqueness and the minimum required sequence 1, beyond the characteristics of the corresponding pathways. Later, he was betrayed and fell, splitting apart. But various signs indicate that before his fall, he had actually encountered what Mr. Fool experienced. God Almighty had revived within him. After the ancient sun god fell, his legacy was divided into 5 parts. One part he had pre-divided to the angel of imagination, another part nurtured the true creator, and the second blasphemy slate on his remains, and the remaining 3 parts were divided among the 3 kings of angels at the time. Madam Magician didn't say what happened to those 3 kings of angels later, but Lumion and Jenna vaguely guessed something. A few years ago, that angel of imagination became a god, and obtained, well, I don't know if it was the second or first blasphemy slate. Anyway, he used it to go to the forsaken land of the gods and merge with the true creator. That's roughly how things are. I can't guarantee the accuracy of the specific details, Madam Magician finally said. As soon as she finished speaking, Madam Justice emerged from her contemplation and looked at Lumion and Jenna, saying, "I have a guess about the identities and symbolism of Peng Dung, Grisha, and Jan Yujia." In the Dream City, inside a coffee shop. After handing Ludwig over to Frenke, Anthony used the pretext of continuing their previous consultation to arrange a meeting with Peng Deng. He was prepared to rent an unfurnished apartment and pay a renovation deposit. After all, Zhao Shasha would arrive in Yang City the day after tomorrow, and they might not even have a chance to spend the remaining money they had. Seeing Peng Deng put down his black laptop backpack and sit across from him, Anthony smiled and greeted him. "I have a friend who knows Zhou Mingui. I heard you're Zhou Mingui's childhood friend?" Anthony wasn't worried that this statement would trigger too obvious a change, as it was a common negotiation tactic, drawing closer to get a better price. After placing his phone to his right, Peng Deng raised his head. A smile appeared on his unremarkable face. "Yes, I'm not only Zhou Mingui's childhood friend, I'm also other people's childhood friend." Childhood friend of others, why specifically emphasize this? Whose childhood friend is he besides? Anthony's mind suddenly tensed. Trier, inside a luxurious villa, Madam Justice stood up and used her right hand to draw a semi-transparent, dreamlike wooden board. Peng Deng, once made 4 of swords, have hallucinations due to his own fear, causing him to actively leave the dream. Madam Justice said while making Peng Deng's photo and this sentence materialize virtually and stick to the wooden board. Next, she outlined Grisha's portrait. This is Peng Deng's roommate, who appeared in the emergency center of Mushu Hospital last night. This is Ni Zhen, Peng Deng's girlfriend. After adding Ni Zhen's illusory photo, Madam Justice paused and said, "This is the boss of Aurora Company, and Aurora Company corresponds to the Aurora Order in reality. Their boss most likely symbolizes that true creator closely related to the ancient sun god." As she spoke, Madam Justice also pasted the photo of the half-naked body of Aurora Company's boss onto the dreamlike wooden board. After 2 seconds, Madam Justice continued in a slow voice. Zhang Yujia once sent Zhou Mingrui a postcard with an image of Sedlek Oshiri. For a long time, the Sedlek Oshiri was the iconic possession of the Angel of Imagination. After Zhang Yujia's file photo was also pasted onto the illusory wooden board, Madam Justice smiled and said, "When the spectator pathway reaches the sequence of Dreamweaver, one can split off past identities or personalities, turning them into seemingly real people who can sleep normally, eat normally, socialize normally, and work normally. Now, there are a total of 5 people listed on the blackboard, and there are 5 pathways related to omniscience and omnipotence." Before Madam Justice could state her conclusion, Anthony suddenly came down from upstairs. Seeing Madam Magician, Lumion and the others, he explained, "After interacting with Peng Deng today, I was kicked out of the dream. This time, it wasn't because of fear. However, I gleaned some information from Peng Deng's hints." Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, Anthony paused, then said solemnly, "Peng Deng is not only Zhou Mingrui's childhood friend, he's likely also the Celestial Worthy's childhood friend." Hearing this, Madam Justice's lips curved slightly, revealing a smile. She pointed at the illusory photos on the semi-transparent blackboard and said, "It's the same for Peng Deng and the same for Zhang Yujia. Peng Deng's girlfriend Ni Zhen and his roommate Grisha, as well as the boss of Aurora Company, whose origin is easiest to discern, all point to the same symbolism. The Celestial Worthy's childhood friend is God Almighty?" Lumion roughly understood what Peng Deng specifically symbolized, and this symbolism, influenced by the characteristics of the spectator pathway, had undergone a split, not just in Peng Deng, but in the other 4 people as well. Where the people who least wants the Celestial Worthy to resurrect might be that God Almighty, which is why he specifically arranged to guide you to discover the corresponding psychological trauma in the underground area of Mushu Hospital. Madam Magician said in a tone of sudden realization. Madam Justice thought for a moment and said in a lowered voice, "If the one currently worshipped by the Aurora Order enters the dream, he should be able to choose one of these 5 forms as his body. It could be Peng Deng, it could be Ni Zhen, it could be Grisha, it could be Zhang Yujia, or it could be the boss of Aurora Company." Madam Magician suddenly had a new idea. Peng Deng and Grisha are roommates, and Ni Zhen is about to move in with them. Does this symbolize that the Trinity is merging? Does moving out represent separation and opposition? Chapter 1011, Re-entering the Dreamscape. No one could answer Madam Magician's question, as it involved matters at too higher level and they lacked sufficient background information. Lumion used this as a basis for his thoughts and said contemplatively, "If the symbolic meaning of being roommates and moving out is really this, can we assume that one of Peng Deng, Grisha, and Ni Zhen is the one currently worshipped by the Aurora Order? If he has entered the Dream City, this was because the one currently worshipped by the Aurora Order was already the result of the merged consciousness of the visionary and the true creator, and he seemed to want to merge with even more. We can preliminarily assume so, but he might randomly use one of the 3 forms of Peng Deng, Grisha, and Ni Zhen." Madam Justice confirmed Lumion's guess. Lumion mused aloud. "The first time we observed Peng Deng, the car broke down, and we happened to meet that person from the Church of Steam nearby, who quickly helped us repair it. We also took the opportunity to establish a connection with him. Was this a coincidence manufactured by Peng Deng? Did he want us to get help from that individual from the Church of Steam?" Lumion didn't directly mention Stiano. It was fine to say it in the Dream City after all. They were WeChat friends now. but in the real world even an incomplete divine name could potentially bring terrifying consequences. It should be. Madam Justice pondered for a few seconds. At this point Jenna, who had roughly understood the situation, raised a question. Did God Almighty arrange for Franca and me to suddenly enter the underground area of Mushu Hospital in order to let us grasp important intelligence, discover previously overlooked key details, and thus interpret the remaining symbols, finding the correct direction to weaken the celestial worthy and awaken Mr. Fool? Is Franca becoming a demoness of despair and quickly digesting half of the potion and advance payment? But this contradicts the motives of the one currently worshipped by the Aurora Order. We previously speculated that he would prefer to maintain a balanced situation until he achieves his goals in the real world, only then allowing Mr. Fool to wake up to avoid Mr. Fool interfering with his plans. In a brief silence, Lumion turned to Anthony. Tell us in detail about how you were kicked out of the dream, Anthony recalled and said. After Pengdeng hinted that he was also the childhood friend of others, we didn't delve into the details of this aspect. We simply talked about the renovation, agreed to find a time to view the house in person, signed the contract, and then left the cafe separately. As soon as I was out of Pengdeng's sight, I felt like I was being kicked out of the dream and rapidly turning into a marionette. I calmed myself, eliminating the fear, but still couldn't shake off that state. I could only stop resisting and leave the dream. Madam Justice's eyes moved slightly as she said, in other words, Pengdeng is being closely watched by the dream subconscious. If he is truly one of God Almighty's corresponding dream forms, he would indeed be treated this way. Only he is worthy of such treatment by the dream subconscious. So, Pengdeng doesn't meet Zhou Mingrui at night, nor has he made any other attempts. Under such close monitoring, he simply can't. There's also a reasonable explanation for his renting of the magic mirror. The birth of that magic mirror is suspected to be related to God Almighty. Similarly, there's now enough reason for why the Stardream Provision Store was willing to rent the mirror to him. Madam Justice looked at Anthony. The first time you contacted Pengdeng, you had hallucinations due to fear and actively left the dream. This might have been intentionally done by Pengdeng. His purpose was to remind you to be careful when interacting with him, to be as cautious as when interacting with Zhou Mingrui. Having inferred this far, Madam Justice nodded lightly. This time, he actively hinted to you that he's also the celestial worthy's childhood friend, which seems unusual. Madam Magician and Madam Justice exchanged glances before saying, combining this with the events in the underground area of Mushu Hospital, can we assume that the one currently worshipped by the Aurora Order hopes that Mr. Fool will gain the upper hand soon and gradually wake up with our help? It could also be the tendency of God Almighty's spiritual imprint, which the one worshipped by the Aurora Order can't suppress. Madam Justice offered a possibility. Lumion thought for a moment and showed a slight smile. Another possibility is that the one worshipped by the Aurora Order foresaw a major change in the Dream City, a change favorable to the celestial worthy, so he arranged for Franca to enter the underground area of Mushu Hospital in advance, to come into contact with that psychological trauma as a hedge. It's also possible that some problems have arisen in the real world, such as hidden dangers left by the Lost Vortex incident, forcing the one worshipped by the Aurora Order to start the plan to weaken the celestial worthy and awaken Mr. Fool ahead of schedule. Haha, is the sky about to fall, urgently needing tall people to prop it up? Hidden dangers? Madam Magician seemed to have guessed something. She said to Lumion, regardless of which possibility it is, things seem to have become urgent. From the key information that Mr. Fool is a transmigrator, we can deduce the issues with Pengdeng, Zhang Yujie, and others, and the special nature of the identity of Gehrman Sparrow. The former currently seems like allies, while for the latter, the temporary breakthrough point is only An Xiaoxian. Madam Magician looked at Madam Justice and Madam Judgment, then said through gritted teeth, we allow you to use Li Keji's mushroom to treat An Xiaotian. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. Okay. Jenna nodded along, then raised a new question. But the voice Luo Shan heard in her dream was, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and the power that teleported us to the underground area of Mushu Hospital doesn't seem like his. Lumion chuckled. I've already guessed who did it. Oh. Jenna was quite surprised. He had already guessed. Lumion chuckled and said, Mr. Huang Tao. He immediately added, more accurately, the mirrored Emperor Roselle. Madam Justice and the other major arcana cardholders nodded slightly. Lumion continued to explain to Jenna, the mirrored Emperor Roselle has a cooperative relationship with Zarathustra, so after entering the Dream City, he tried to occupy the identity of Mr. Huang. At the same time, Zarathustra has always suspected that something was wrong with Luo Sham and secretly reminded Zhou Mingrui, while the mirrored Emperor Roselle is an angel of the mystery prior pathway. This intelligence was provided by the major arcana card holders after discovering that the mirrored Roselle was eroding and influencing Mr. Huang. Based on this, we can make a speculation. Zarathustra should have asked the mirrored Roselle, who can control information and influence paintings, for help to confirm if there was something wrong with Luo Shan. The mirrored Roselle reorganized the information of that colorful parrot, controlled it, and made it monitor Luo Shan, but didn't feed back the obtained intelligence to Zarathustra. This is because the mirrored Roselle is secretly cooperating with the one worshipped by the Aurora Order, just like during the last Vortex incident. Lumion looked at Jenna and summarized. Luo Shan was stimulated, developed a psychological trauma, which was discovered by that colorful parrot, who informed the mirrored Roselle. Then, the mirrored Roselle, using the trust of the celestial worthies' forces, secretly pushed a bit, causing Luo Shan to bring you and the real target, Franca, to the underground area of Mushu Hospital in the dream. Jenna suddenly understood. That makes sense now. Beside them, Anthony, before going to probe Peng Deng, had learned from Lumion the key point that Mr. Fool was a transmigrator, and what exactly happened last night, so there was no communication barrier now. He understood the previous conversations relatively easily and didn't raise any questions. Madam Justice looked at them and said with a smile, Now that we've discussed the important matters, I'll give you a general account of Mr. Fool's experiences, starting with Klein Moretti. The relevant events had actually been mentioned in the previous document, but not in enough detail. This time, Madam Justice spoke as if she had seen and heard it personally, starting from the Antigonus family notes and continuing all the way to the end of the Tingen story. After a moment of silence, Lumion asked slowly, Captain Dunn and Klein Moretti died just like that at the Blackthorn Security Company to prevent the descent of the true creator's spawn. Yes, Madam Magician said with a self-deprecating smile. Now I understand why Klein Moretti could be resurrected. Loki's multiple resurrections were a good example. Lumion fell silent. Jenna said with some emotion, No wonder Officer Deng is also a person who maintains order in the Dream City. After expressing her feelings, she asked curiously, The final events are so detailed. Were they narrated by a survivor at the time? Yes. Madam Justice nodded. Jenna had a flash of inspiration. Mr. Starr? The major arcana card holder, Mr. Starr, was indeed a Nighthawk of the Church of Evernight. Madam Justice smiled lightly but didn't give a clear answer. Madam Magician changed the subject. The real-world Roseanne also said that as much as she hates others becoming Beyonders, she admires the Nighthawks. Jenna made a sound of agreement and said with some emotion, No wonder the Luo Shun in the Dream Cities always wanted to become a qualified guardian. After a brief silence, Madam Justice and Madam Magician took turns talking about the different identities of Mr. Fool, such as Sherlock Moriarty and Gehrman Sparrow. They didn't dare to go into too much detail, only picking key points to narrate, fearing it would delay matters in the Dream City. Finally, Lumion stood up and said to the major arcana cards and his companions, I'll return to the Dream City first. Madam Justice also stood up and nodded slightly. Oh! We'll notify the other major arcana cards to be prepared to provide help at any time. Lumion nodded, made his way back to the second floor, entered his own bedroom, and lay down on the bed. He stared at the ceiling, not falling asleep quickly. His mind flashed with bits and pieces about Mr. Fool, with all those things that the major arcana card holders had emphasized in their narration. After quite a while, Lumion finally fell asleep. Chapter 012, A New Round of Hints. Intis Group Administrative Department. Zhou Mingrui, wearing a black t-shirt, walked in and casually scanned the room before saying to Luo Shan, "It's really hot this year. School has started, and there's still no sign of cooling down." Luo Shan nodded repeatedly in agreement and praised the effectiveness of the company's air conditioning. Zhou Mingrui glanced to the side and back, asking, "Luo Fu didn't come today?" He had been planning to approach Luo Fu today to ask why she appeared in the underground area of Mushu Hospital last night. However, it was almost an hour into the workday, and she still hadn't shown up. Luo Shan looked around and said in a hushed voice, "Luo Fu is going to resign." "Hasn't she been working for less than a month? She's resigning before even passing the probation period?" Zhou Mingrui was somewhat surprised, but then felt it was also normal. For a mysterious person like Luo Fu, working at the company was definitely not for the salary, but for some other purpose. Once that purpose was achieved, or if she felt it couldn't be completed and she might be in danger, she would undoubtedly resign without hesitation. "Yes, there's something going on at home, otherwise, who would give up such a good job?" Luo Shan spoke sincerely. "Luo Fu has already submitted her letter and will come tomorrow to go through the procedures." Luo Fu's resignation made Luo Shan feel that she herself probably wouldn't be fired in the short term. "She'll come tomorrow?" Zhou Mingrui nodded thoughtfully. He could foresee that Luo Fu's resignation wouldn't go smoothly. Someone who had just been hired leaving before completing even a month. Wasn't that a slap in the face for the recruiters? Moreover, it would affect the HR department's performance evaluation. Zhou Mingrui then turned to Luo Shan and asked, "How is Luo Fu doing now? Why did she go to Mushu Hospital last night?" He spoke with a tone of concern for a colleague. "She's doing fine now, just hasn't fully recovered emotionally, without receiving any instructions." Luo Shan didn't dare reveal too much. She directly skipped over the latter question. Seeing this, Zhou Mingrui politely smiled and said, "Slacking time is over. I'm going back to work. Bye-bye." Luo Shan waved habitually. Zhou Mingrui turned and walked towards the exit of the administrative department. Luo Fu's resignation made him more acutely aware of the undercurrents lurking beneath the surface. This female colleague seemed to have joined the company specifically for him. She hadn't even fully familiarized herself with the administrative department's affairs, yet had already had 2 meals with him, made some hints, and mysteriously appeared in the underground area of Mushu Hospital when he was investigating it. Did last night's events cause Luo Fu to resign? What exactly is hidden in the underground area of Mushu Hospital, and why did Luo Fu and Luo Shan go there? What specifically did Luo Fu encounter? Are mystical methods now being used in workplace competition? Amidst his lampooning, Zhou Mingrui increasingly wanted to find Luo Fu and ask her face to face. He felt that the things around him were getting stranger and stranger. Luo Fu and Luo Shan too, they clearly showed goodwill and provided effective hints. So why don't they just tell me the truth about what's going on? We're all people with supernatural powers, what can't be said? We could be completely open and honest about everything, and discuss things together. Even if I wouldn't believe everything, I certainly wouldn't ignore it completely. I'd remember the key points and verify them one by one in subsequent developments. If they don't explain anything clearly, how am I supposed to help them? Are we filming a TV drama here, where one misunderstanding can be dragged out for 20 episodes? Is there a reason they only hint at things instead of speaking directly? Is some force preventing them from telling the truth about what's happening? Are there others monitoring me? Zhou Mingrui unconsciously raised his head and looked around, but didn't notice anything unusual. Does the monitoring power come from a supernatural level? Can it even listen in on my private conversations with Luo Fu and Luo Shan? The first time Luo Fu showed something was wrong, Luo Shan hinted for me to wait 2 days before talking to her again. That was the day after my first meal with her, during which Luo Fu had hinted at the existence of supernatural powers and the hidden dangers of beverages after assassin. Was it because she hinted at these things to me that it led to her subsequent problems? Zhou Mingrui returned to his own workstation and sat down, staring at the screen in front of him, seriously considering how to determine if there was monitoring around him, and if so, how to avoid it afterwards, how to meet with Luo Fu and Luo Shan discreetly, and how to communicate in a safe environment. In the administrative department, Luo Shan picked up her phone and sent a message to True Hidden Blade. Zhou Mingrui came to ask about your situation. He's not unfazed by last night's events, he's just waiting for an opportunity to inquire. In the open parking lot below the tech building housing Intis Group's headquarters, Franca, her hair tied in a ponytail, read the WeChat message sent by Luo Shan. She had originally planned to take Ludwig and wait around the Hall Film Company, ready to help cover up immediately if Dreamscape Gehrman made any mistakes. But after much consideration, she decided to come near the company instead. Dreamscape Gehrman was professionally trained, with acting skills no worse than the real Gehrman. She had also inherited Jenna's memories of applying to the Hall Film Company and signing the contract, and her own dream was to be a good actress. So, as long as there were no accidents like last night, she shouldn't have any problems. Moreover, the Hall Film Company had a good boss who managed things strictly, and the internal atmosphere was quite good. As long as Dreamscape Gehrman didn't go to outside film crews for auditions, she was unlikely to encounter the casting couch. Of course, even if she did, Franca wasn't worried that Dreamscape Gehrman would accept. More than that, she was concerned that Dreamscape Gehrman might overreact, use excessive self-defense, and get arrested by the police. She had probed Dreamscape Gehrman's personality and style this morning and felt that if Dreamscape Gehrman encountered something dirty, she would grab all the sharp objects she could find at the scene and make the other party see red. Comparatively, Luo Shan's situation was more dangerous. The forces that caused last night's incident had clearly targeted Luo Shan, and if one attempt failed, there would be another. Franca didn't want to be careless and have Luo Shan encounter an accident, die on the spot, or become a puppet of the celestial worthy. After reading the message from Luo Shan and listening to the sound of Ludwig eating, Franca pondered for a moment before typing out a response. You could recommend that Zhou Mingrui watch the Terminator series of films. Luo Shan was suddenly stunned when she received the reply. She finally understood why the story Luo Fu had initially made up sounded so familiar to her. Most of it was from a movie plot. Essentially, it really is a bit similar. Luo Shan pondered for a few seconds, then opened her chat with Zhou Mingrui. We've been watching old movies lately, the Terminator series. They're much better than current Hollywood blockbusters. You should rewatch them too. Zhou Mingrui, receiving this seemingly random message, fell into deep thought. He had long forgotten the details of the Terminator series, but still remembered a bit of the core story. After a moment, he silently said to himself, "Are they trying to tell me that I'm the savior?" Downstairs, in the open parking lot, Franca alternated between checking her phone and observing the situation, patiently waiting for the lunch break. Her biggest worry now wasn't Luo Shan's problem, nor where she should go to make people despair, but that running the air conditioning in a gasoline car while waiting wasn't a good thing. Suddenly, someone opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Franca's spiritual perception had already sensed it was Lumian who had arrived. Lumian had changed back to his male form and was in disguise, so he wouldn't be recognized as security guard Li Ming at first glance. "How did you know I was here?" Franca asked, both puzzled and curious. They hadn't even replenished the mirror substitutions they had placed with each other yet. Lumian smiled, raised his right hand and pointed to his head. "It's a simple deduction." Franca rolled her eyes at him. "I just didn't feel like thinking about it." Lumian didn't continue to tease her. He summarized the key points of what he and the others had discussed with the major Arcana card holders, as well as Mr. Fool's past experiences. "That's truly legendary," Franca sighed sincerely. Lumian nodded. "There's another detail. At the time, I was the one who told Jenna and Luo Shan to ask Zhou Mingrui for help, to make a trip to the underground area of Mushu Hospital. On the way, Jenna remembered it was late at night and worried that directly contacting Zhou Mingrui might cause worse things to happen, so she let Luo Shan go alone. Zhou Mingrui agreed to help, and after he ran out to the emergency center, Jenna was immediately kicked out of the dream. But she hadn't actually appeared in Zhou Mingrui's sight, and Zhou Mingrui didn't even know such a person existed. Franca understood what Lumian was trying to express. The celestial worthy's gaze can lock onto indirect reminders. Then when we have Luo Shan tell Zhou Mingrui the truth, we need to be prepared for the relevant people to be kicked out of the dream. I was the one who told Luo Shan and Jenna to go. I was the mastermind, but I wasn't kicked out of the dream, Lumion added. Either there's a range or some other limitation on locking onto indirect reminders, or it's because you were already at B2 of Mushu Hospital at the time. Can that place affect or interfere with the celestial worthy's gaze? Frank had proposed two possibilities. Lumion smiled. If the underground area of Mushu Hospital can indeed interfere with the celestial worthy's gaze to some extent, we might be able to use that at a critical moment. This was a collection of details. They might be useful or they might have no effect at all, but without collecting them, there wouldn't even be a chance to test them. Franca tersely agreed and picked up her phone again, saying, I should let Queen Mystic know about the mirrored Emperor Roselle and remind her to pay attention to Mr. Huang's contradictory behavior. After opening the WeChat contact. Bernadette. Franca adjusted her mood and sent an energetic emoji. Pop quiz. Please answer which 5 C's are referred to by the 5 C's. She wasn't sure if the person on the other end of WeChat was currently Queen Mystic Bernadette or Miss Bernie Wang, so she first sent a question whose answer only an outsider would know to verify the other party's identity. After a moment, Bernadette responded, The Sonia C, the Fog C, do I need to continue? Congratulations, you got it correct. Only then did Franca briefly mention last night's events and the possible role played by the mirrored Emperor Roselle, as well as the reasons they had speculated. After some time, Bernadette replied, I'd like to discuss this matter in detail. Let's meet at 2 p.m. at the book warehouse at 15 Jinhua Street. Chapter 0013, The Queen's Request. Franca showed Lumion Queen Mystic's reply and asked for his opinion. Should I go? Lumion replied without hesitation. I'll go. All right. Franca understood Lumion's meaning. She now had to completely switch to behind-the-scenes support and should avoid meeting important people unless she found an opportunity to make others despair. Sometimes they'd rather send Ludwig. Franca considered briefly, then quickly typed on her screen. I have an important matter this afternoon. Can Lumina replace me to meet with you? After sending this message, Franca glanced at Lumion and added, She knows more details about the relevant matters than I do. That's fine. Queen Mystic quickly replied. Only then did Franca say to Lumion, Go meet Queen Mystic in your female form. Don't reveal your identity as security guard Li Ming. Although Queen Mystic is our ally, we can't let her know everything, especially identities that still need to remain undercover. The last time they cooperated with Queen Mystic to deal with Zarathustra, Lumion had also transformed into a demoness of despair. Lumion raised an eyebrow and said teasingly, It feels like your IQ's increased since you fell into a situation where you'd lose control and die if kicked out of the dream. Franca was used to trading barbs with Lumion and retorted, What does that prove? It proves I'm inherently smart. I just usually can't be bothered to think. Anyway, you're not stupid either, so you can do the thinking for me. Ludwig, who had finished his burger in the back seat, raised his head in agreement. That's right, that's right. This made Franca fall silent. Somehow having the child Ludwig agree with her didn't seem quite right. I'll go buy you lunch, then scout out the location and wait to meet Queen Mystic, said Lumion, once again stirring up Franca's emotions and making her feel more alive. He opened the car door and got out. 2 p.m., 15 Jinhua Street. Lumion, dressed in a woman's shirt and loose pants, wearing sunglasses and a mask, used teleportation to bypass the security guard and went directly inside the book warehouse. Lumina was still a wanted person, so he couldn't openly find an excuse to enter. There was no one in the book warehouse. Lumion looked at the piles of packaged goods and tall metal shelves, walking forward leisurely. Suddenly, a lush peach forest with blooming flowers appeared before his eyes. A winding stream in the forest flowed into a towering mountain range and into a small cave. This isolated Lumion from the outside world. Then Queen Mystic Bernadette walked out from the peach forest. Her slightly curly brown hair was simply tied up. She wore a loose white t-shirt with patterns, tied at the waist, exuding youthful energy and giving a strong student vibe. It wouldn't make anyone suspect Bernie Huang of being overly mature. Good afternoon, Your Highness Bernadette. Lumion greeted, removing his sunglasses and mask. He still greatly admired Emperor Roselle, so naturally he was quite respectful towards Queen Mystic. Bernadette nodded slightly and said, "Good afternoon." She didn't engage in small talk and went straight to the point. "Tell me everything that happened last night, not just about the mirror people." Lumian only omitted some details about his own changes. He started from when Luo Shan used her reporter ability and suddenly heard Franca and Jenna talking, realizing she was just an illusory figure in someone else's dream. He continued up to returning to Mushu Hospital, seeing Grisha, Peng Deng's roommate, at the scene through someone else's short video, and the issue with the colorful parrot in the oil painting. Queen Mystic listened very quietly, without interrupting or asking for details. Only when Lumian finished did she ask, "Is Luo Fu a transmigrator?" Queen Mystic knows about transmigrators too. Well, transmigrators have done quite a few things over the years, possibly even helping her translate the Emperor's diary, and she can enter and exit Mr. Fool's dream city. Lumian nodded. "Yes. Since Luo Fu saw her past self in those cocoons on the lake gate, does she believe that everyone in the cocoons is a transmigrator?" Queen Mystic further inquired. "Without a doubt, that's what she thinks." Lumian replied cooperatively, although he had roughly guessed what Queen Mystic really wanted to ask. What are her guesses about the 3 empty cocoons? Queen Mystic's youthful face remained calm. Here it comes, the real question, Lumian thought to himself, then answered truthfully. She suspects they're the ancient sun god Emperor Roselle and Mr. Fool. Bernadette's expression changed slightly, but she showed no signs of shock. She said to Lumian, "The ancient sun god may not have come from a cocoon. He has a different origin." Lumian was stunned. If it wasn't the ancient sun god, then who came out of that? Cocoon. Bernadette didn't explain, she just mentioned this. She said with a hint of sighing, "No wonder Mr. Fool's dream contains all the fairy tales and legends I've heard. Duck. No wonder those fairy tales and legends have the power of mystical reappearance." Lumian closed his mouth, not knowing how to respond for a moment. After joining the curly-haired baboon's research society, he actually knew where Emperor Roselle's inventions, writings and famous sayings came from. After entering the Dream City, he confirmed this even more. However, he still admired Roselle, believing that the Emperor's life journey from an ordinary person to wearing the crown and finally ascending to godhood was rare in the world, very inspiring and admirable. Moreover, the Emperor did indeed change the trends of the times, the world situation, and various aspects of the country of Intis. His legacy was still frequently mentioned today, still benefiting many lower and middle-class people, and still changing some people's destinies. Bernadette turned sideways, looking towards the brilliant and dreamy pink peach blossom forest that resembled a night sky burning with clouds, and muttered to herself, "Actually, he rarely told me that those fairy tales and legends were written by himself, thought up by himself. Most of the time he would say, 'I've organized the fairy tales I heard as a child, and telling you the stories that your grandmother once told me, stories that belong only to us. These are stories from my dreams that once brought me a lot of fantasy. I hope they can make your childhood colorful and dreamy too.' When he said these things, it was as if he was looking through me, recalling his own childhood." Lumian suddenly smiled and lowered his head slightly, saying, "My sister also told me some fairy tales. Every time she told them, I had a similar feeling." At this moment he felt a strong resonance with Queen Mystic. One's father was a transmigrator, the other's sister was a transmigrator, and now they have both passed away, but still retained some hope of resurrection. Queen Mystic Bernadette looked back at Lumian and nodded gently. "It wasn't until I entered this dream city and lived here for a while that I felt I truly understood him." "Me too," Lumian replied with a self-deprecating smile. Queen Mystic quickly shook off that nostalgic state and said to Lumian, "I want to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" Lumian perked up. Queen Mystic was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Whether she's currently cooperating with the one worshipped by the Aurora Society, or has jumped back to the Celestial Worthies camp, or is swaying between the two, her ultimate goal is not what I want to see or am willing to accept. I've hesitated for a while, but today I've finally made up my mind. I want to kick her out of the dream as soon as possible so she can't benefit from this real dream." For this, I'm willing to accept the consequence of never being able to come to this city again. You want to take action against the Mirrored Emperor Roselle soon? Lumion suddenly realized. He noticed that Queen Mystic referred to the Mirrored Emperor Roselle not with the pronoun, representing angels, but with her, symbolizing females. Yes! Queen Mystic nodded almost imperceptibly. Relying on myself alone, even with a sealed artifact, it would be difficult to expel her from the dream, so I need your help. No problem. You provided us with great help in the Zarathustra matter. Lumion agreed immediately. With the Mirrored Emperor Roselle's wavering stance, Lumion didn't dare to bet that she would definitely side with Mr. Fool, so it was better to eliminate the hidden danger in advance. Queen Mystic added, I will prepay you a fee for this help. There's no need to be so polite. We didn't give you a fee when dealing with Zarathustra. Before Lumion could respond, he heard Queen Mystic state the specific amount. 500,000. How much? Lumion instinctively doubted his hearing. He immediately understood that Queen Mystic was also using this matter to send money to him and his team, and this broke through the suspected limit of 30,000 per transaction. Does this mean Queen Mystic has made up her mind regardless of the consequences, and is prepared to be kicked out of the dream for the third time? Lumion tentatively asked. When do you plan to take action? The sooner the better, Bernadette said concisely. Lumion considered for a moment before saying, between 3 p.m. tomorrow and 3 p.m. the day after. And at 2008 p.m. tomorrow, I'll go to Star Dream Provision Store to rent an item, which might also come in handy after Joe Sasa arrives in Yangdu. Zoe Sasa would be taking the high-speed rail to Yangdu at noon the day after tomorrow. Lumion hoped to rent once for 2 uses, including expelling the Mirrored Emperor, Roselle from the dream and dealing with the anomalies brought by Zoroshesha, entering the Dream City. All right. Queen Mystic didn't elaborate. She thought for a moment and said, since Huang Jiajia and the others have all become marionettes of the Celestial Worthy, and Lu Yong'an, a blessed of the Great Mother, has discovered the falsity of your Child of God identity, you must be on guard against them suddenly taking action against Li Keji, cutting off the last hope of curing An Xiaoxian. Hearing these words, Lumion suddenly became alert. That's right, after last night's events, whether it's the Celestial Worthy trying to eliminate hidden dangers or the Great Mother wanting to maintain balance, Li Keji could very likely become a key target. Lumion had originally planned to find Li Keji late tonight when everyone was asleep to see if the mushroom had met the requirements. But now it appeared he had to go as soon as possible right now. Chapter 101 Transferred. Crimson Moon Hospital, Psychiatric Ward. Lumion directly teleported outside Li Keji's hospital room. He had put his sunglasses and mask back on. Taking advantage of the momentary absence of people in this area, Lumion knocked loudly on the steel door. Almost simultaneously, his spiritual intuition told him there was no one in this hospital room anymore. Lumion tensed up and blinked inside the room. It was empty, with no one there and no mushrooms. The blanket was neatly folded. Lumion took out a mirror, about to use divination to find Li Keji. At this point he frowned, considered briefly, and gave up on the idea, fearing he might divine images he currently couldn't bear. He teleported outside the ward, keeping his sunglasses and mask on, approached the nurse's station, and said in a deep voice, I'm here to visit a patient. Which room is Li Keji in? The nurse, who was organizing medical records, looked up and asked in surprise, You don't know? Li Keji has been transferred back to Mushu Hospital. He's been diagnosed with mental issues. Although he doesn't need to go to jail, he'll have to be confined for treatment from now on. Transferred back to Mushu Hospital? Lumion's heart sank, and he immediately asked, When did this happen? Just this morning, the nurse replied, becoming a bit impatient. If you want to visit him, go to Mushu Hospital. This morning at that time, I had returned to the real world to report the situation. Jenna and Anthony had also been kicked out of the dream, leaving only Franca, who wasn't in good condition, to secretly protect Luo Shan with Ludwig. We couldn't look after Li Keji's situation at all. Moreover, last night's events were too urgent, and we had to deal with Franca's mental and psychological issues afterward. We didn't think to notify Queen Mystic in advance. Their timing was impeccable. Lumion asked another question. Who came to handle the transfer procedures? Of course, it was the patient's family member, his mum. The nurse said, looking puzzled at the mask and sunglasses covering Lumion's face. His mother Lumion's scalp tingled, but he pretended to find it amusing, and asked, How did you confirm that was his mother? Would you believe me if I said I was? The nurse, both annoyed and amused, said, She came with the household register. And the patient's boss also testified. Huang Jiajie was cooperating with Li Keji's mum to handle the transfer. Lumion stopped asking questions and turned to leave the psychiatric ward. His first reaction was to quickly find a deserted corner and directly teleport to Mushu Hospital to see if he could get the treatment mushroom before Li Keji truly became the child of the mother and rescue him. If the prison break failed, he would switch to assassination, completely eliminating this dream manifestation, leaving nothing for the Great Mother. Just as he was about to activate the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumion had a new idea. He had no helpers now and needed to find one. So, he took out his phone, entered a ride-hailing app, and chose a route from Crimson Moon Hospital to Mushu Hospital. During this process, he walked out of Crimson Moon Hospital and sent a message to Franca. Li Keji has been transferred back to Mushu Hospital. Bring Ludwig and wait outside Mushu Hospital. If necessary, have Ludwig come in to find me. Remember to notify Luo Shan, tell her to be alert this afternoon and extremely careful. It's best if she occasionally goes to chat with Zhou Mingrui. We can't lose focus. We can't rescue Li Keji only to lose Luo Shan. Okay. Franca replied concisely. After deleting the chat history using the information shredder, Lumion stood by the roadside, patiently waiting for the ride-hailing car to arrive. In less than 2 minutes, a white ride-hailing car stopped in front of him. Lumion quickly opened the front passenger door and got in. His gaze then turned to the driver, just in time to see him take out a crystal-like monocle and put it on his right eye socket. Lumion wasn't surprised at all. This was exactly what he had expected. After the driver started the car, Lumion said casually, Long time no see. Not that long. I haven't watched you all. Ammon said, driving normally without using any beyonder powers. We probably deciphered the symbolic meanings of Peng, Dung, Grisha, and others in the dream, Lumion said matter-of-factly, suppressing his inner anxiety. Let's hear it. Ammon said, honking the horn as the vehicles in front slowed down. It was clear that he had integrated very well into this dream city. Lumion chose his words carefully and briefly described Madame Justice's conjectures. Ammon laughed. A spectator is not a qualified cryptologist. Although the ideas and direction are not wrong, the thinking is not deep enough. If that young lad Palez were here, it's possible that all the symbolic meanings would be deciphered. Where did we go wrong? Lumion's purpose in bringing up this topic was to get confirmation from Ammon. According to their speculation, Ammon and his father, for some unknown reason, no longer intended to maintain balance at present. They wanted to weaken the celestial worthy and let Mr. Fool wake up early, which meant they could be considered temporary allies. Ammon turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, The spectator herself has said that it's based on identity and personality to weave real images, not on pathways. My father, the true creator, Adam, the original God Almighty and Heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, the leader of the kings of angels, the dark angel Sasrir. How many identities is that in total? 5, Lumion said thoughtfully. So, the dark angel among the 8 kings of angels was also derived from the ancient sun god. This was intelligence he didn't have before. Ammon adjusted his monocle on his right eye, his smile unchanging, and said, Looking at it this way, it's actually quite simple to decipher the corresponding symbolic meanings. The boss of Aurora Company symbolizes the true creator, influenced by the fool's cognition, mainly active near the headquarters of Intus Group. Pangdang and Grisha symbolize the one you hate most, and the original God Almighty, but their specific positions are not fixed. They can swap at any time, symbolizing fusion and confrontation. Naizhen symbolizes the Dark Angel, representing the part that split off from my father, Adam's rib, is his Eve. The true creator and Adam have already achieved consciousness fusion, so they don't need to share rent anymore. They can act under different identities through the fool's cognition, but their thoughts are interconnected. Visionary Adam? Lumion nodded slightly and said, Zhang Yujie symbolizes your father, the ancient sun god. The corpse cathedral itself belongs to him. Zhang Yujie wanders outside the dream city, symbolizing that my father has already left this stage. Now his successors and the original God Almighty are confronting each other. This is also the fool's cognition, Amun said in a slightly mocking tone. As for the symbolic meaning of sharing rent and moving out, I don't need to explain that, right? This explanation is indeed clearer, but in this matter, Amun can't be fully trusted. Ida Lumion chuckled and said, Why is your father's dream manifestation female? Is it because Mr. Fool's other childhood friend is indeed a lady, or in Mr. Fool's cognition, your father gave birth to you and the angel of imagination and also split off the dark angel, making him a successful mother? Eamon laughed. The last guy who deciphered this aspect of symbolism mocked it the same way. You two are indeed quite similar. Who? Lumion asked vigilantly. Haven't you guessed? Eamon glanced at Lumion. Red Angel Medici. He can also enter Mr. Fool's dream. Lumion frowned. Could it be that the Red Angel has turned to the celestial worthy? From what we can see now, apart from true gods and those holding Mr. Fool's gold coins, only a few individuals who have received special grace from the celestial worthy can enter this dream city. Well, it seems other great existences can now send one or two subordinates in through the illusory abyss under Mushu Hospital like Lu Yong'an. However, the Red Angel is unlikely to cooperate with the Great Mother and others. In the hostel incident, he just tricked these evil gods. He has a corresponding manifestation in the Dream City and has received help from a top-tier Dreamweaver, so of course he can come in, Ammon explained in a light tone. Help from a top-tier Dreamweaver. Lumion suddenly had a flash of insight. It wasn't the angel of imagination who helped him in, but the original God Almighty? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Ammon said with amusement in his voice. However, the enemy of my enemy might still be an enemy, like you and Medici. The Red Angel is so quiet in the dream. What is he doing? What is he planning? Lumion, wearing sunglasses and a mask, asked further. Ammon shook his head. Go find him yourself. Ask him. Before Lumion could ask more, Eamon smiled and said, Pengdeng risked revealing his identity, not just to let you know who he is. Have you deciphered what he really wanted to hint at? What he really wanted to hint at? Lumion fell into deep thought. After about 10 seconds, he changed the subject and said, The dream owner's image in this city is also split. Chief Yagates, you and Joe Mingrui. Ammon showed a delighted expression. Do I look like the dream's owner to you? He said in a teaching tone. You need to learn to filter out the interference of complex information and see the most fundamental facts. The most fundamental fact is that the Fool has never accommodated the uniqueness of the era and door pathways, while the celestial worthy has. Lumion vaguely grasped what Ammon was hinting at. Just as he was about to use vague language and indirect methods to confirm, the car stopped. We've arrived at Mushu Hospital. Ammon suddenly switched to a skilled ride-hailing driver's tone. Lumion thought for 2 seconds and opened the door to get out. Remember to give a good rating, Eamon waved and quickly drove away. Lumion was stunned. His real purpose in calling a ride-hailing car was to find Ammon for help, to rescue Lee Keiji together. But the other party just left like this. Left. As the symbol of the uniqueness of the era pathway, Ammon can't directly intervene in such matters and can only help indirectly. Lumion withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, he looked at Mushu Hospital, no longer hesitating. He set off towards the psychiatric department located at the back of the building, Chapter 00115 Treatment. As Lumion rounded the main building and saw the separate small building housing the psychiatric department, his phone vibrated once. It was a WeChat message from Franca. I've arrived near Mushu Hospital, parked diagonally across the street. Good. I'm about to enter the psychiatric department. Lumion replied using voice input. He then put his phone in airplane mode to avoid any unexpected disturbances like spam calls during the operation. He immediately activated the contract mark below his left shoulder, transforming himself into a shadow creature. He currently didn't know which room in the psychiatric ward Lee KG was confined in, so he couldn't directly teleport there. He needed to search around, and shadow transformation was more discreet than hiding in shadows, making it less likely to be discovered. Lumion's body quickly thinned and darkened, merging with his own shadow cast by the sunlight, standing alone frozen on the cement ground. He swiftly glided along, using the shadows of corners, trees and corridors to make his way into the psychiatric ward, sneaking into the nearest room. Ha ha, ha ha. The patient in this room was laughing constantly, laughing so hard his waist was bent, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. For some reason, Lumion also felt an urge to laugh madly, as if infected by the other's emotions. He glanced at the patient, confirmed it wasn't Lee KG, and immediately retreated, through the shadow of the door crack. As soon as he returned to the hallway, his state quickly returned to normal. Lumion didn't delay at all and entered the next room. He suddenly became irritable, wanting to burst out of the shadows and rush to the nurse's station, demanding they hand over Lee KG. His ears were then filled with loud shouts. "I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Caution can indeed handle most situations, but it can't solve all problems. When it's time to take risks, you still need to take risks." Lumion roughly determined who the patient in this room was and silently retreated to the hallway of the psychiatric ward. He glided through the shadows cast by various objects, moving into another patient room. What entered his field of vision was a patient locked to the bed, as quiet as a statue. A feeling of sadness and grief gradually welled up in Lumion's heart. He wanted to go mad, to harm himself. He maintained his rationality and didn't linger long in this room. After regaining his composure in the hallway, Lumion seriously pondered his recent encounters. As soon as I enter a patient room, I get infected by the corresponding mental patient. Mental illness has become contagious, similar to the manifestation of that humanoid sealed artifact we encountered before. I understand now, this place is essentially a dream, and the mental patients also have corresponding symbolism. They symbolize the negative, crazy, extremely irrational emotions and mental states of the dream's subconscious. And interactions within the dream are essentially spiritual interactions, so once you get close, you get affected. Why are the doctors and nurses here still normal? Do they symbolize the dream subconscious's power to suppress madness and extremes? From this perspective, the thoughts that suppress crazy mentalities and extreme emotions can also be infected, which is reflected in the dream as doctors or nurses, occasionally going mad. The doctors here, the nurses here, the medicines and medical equipment here can all be used to deal with the dream's own crazy mentality and extreme emotions. They symbolize the corresponding forces. Lumion turned his gaze to a nearby treatment cart, looking at the syringes and medicines placed on it. He felt that in special scenarios, these things might be more useful and effective than the treatment drugs he and others carried. They were part of the dream's power. Having understood the special circumstances of the psychiatric ward, Lumion maintained his shadow creature state and moved even faster, just glancing at each room to avoid being infected by the emotions of different patients. However, he didn't find Lee KG or discover any mushrooms. Not in the psychiatric ward. Lumion quickly left this place, came to the iron gate at a corner of the wall, re-entered under the pretext of visiting a patient, and approached the nurse's station. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, he said to the nurse on duty, "I'm here to visit Lee KG." "Wait a little longer. The patient was sent for treatment and hasn't returned to his room yet." The nurse looked up at Lumion. "Where was he sent for treatment?" Lumion suddenly had a bad feeling. The nurse explained simply, "B1 of the main building, there's specialized large equipment there." B1 of the main building. Lumion nodded, turned around, and walked out of the psychiatric department. On his way to the main building of Mushu Hospital, he restored his phone signal and sent a message to Franca. "Lee KG has been sent to B1. I plan to go look for him." If I haven't sent you a message within a quarter of an hour, have Ludwig come. Fine, Mum, this should be very useful in B1. If all else fails, the corpse wax candle can be used once more, and Chief Yagaty's honorific name can also be called upon. Lumion explained in such detail to tell Franca that he still had a way out, to prevent her from risking herself to save him. After quite a while, Franca replied briefly, "Be very careful, prioritize your own safety." Lumion switched his phone back to airplane mode, transformed into a shadow creature, and infiltrated the main building. This time, he didn't use the elevator, but glided down the dim emergency staircase step by step. Arriving at B1 just as he turned into the elevator hall, he saw glass doors at the exit. At this moment, the glass doors were half open, with a wheelchair placed at the entrance. A person sat in the wheelchair, their entire body wrapped in white bandages, like a living mummy. Lumion suddenly had a sense of familiarity. His spiritual intuition told him that the person in the wheelchair was his colleague, Old Ding, who had been injured by lightning strike at work. How did Old Ding end up in B1? Where are his family members? Lumion carefully circled around through the shadows next to Old Ding. The next second he saw Old Ding struggling to extend his right hand, reaching towards a white paper pasted on the half-open glass door. Several words were written on that white paper. Medical area. No entry to unauthorized personnel. Lumion withdrew his gaze, not interrupting his infiltration. As he glided along the shadows on the side of the corridor towards where he suspected patients might be, Lumion gradually became uneasy. He unconsciously looked down and found that at some point he had separated from the shadows and returned to human form. His contract ability had naturally become ineffective. Lumion also noticed that the clothes on his body were slowly changing, transforming into the standard attire of a Mushu hospital orderly. Lumion associated this with the mummy, Old Ding at the entrance, and that notice, thought of the illusory abyss underground and the characteristics of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway, and quickly formed a guess. There was a strong curse in this area. The content of the curse was no entry to unauthorized personnel. In other words, unauthorized personnel who enter will become authorized personnel, becoming orderlies who frequently enter and exit this place, becoming puppets of the illusory abyss. After figuring this out, Lumion naturally understood how to break this curse. But he didn't dare to do so. His method of breaking the curse was to shout on the spot, "Mother, I am your child." The essence of this statement was to acknowledge himself as a true child of God, and B1 of Mushu Hospital clearly contained the power and influence of the Great Mother, with the newborn in the morgue being proof of this. Under these premises, the child of God of the Great Mother certainly wouldn't be considered unauthorized personnel. Lumion felt the abnormal changes in his body accelerating, and for the moment he couldn't think of any other way, so he had no choice but to activate the black mark on his right shoulder and teleport away from this level. He appeared in the emergency stairwell on the first floor, which was empty. Fortunately, I could teleport out from B1, otherwise I would have had to use the corpse wax candle or call upon the honorific names of Madam Magician or Chief. Yagaty's no, at the speed of the changes just now, the Beyonder ritual wouldn't have had time to take effect. Lumion looked down to examine himself and found that his clothes had returned to normal. He transformed back into a shadow creature and came to the entrance of the emergency stairwell, observing the up and down movement of the elevators while pondering how to penetrate basement level 1 and rescue Leakage without becoming a true child of God. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Lumion saw a special elevator come up from B1, and an orderly pushed out a transfer bed. A nurse stood on each side of the transfer bed, and lying on it was a man with a thick beard, eyes tightly closed, wearing blue and white striped hospital clothes. It was Leakage. Has the treatment ended? Lumion's eyes narrowed. Was I still too late after all? He watched Leakage being pushed out of the elevator hall, following in the shadows all the way out of the main building and back to the psychiatric department. After confirming Leakage's hospital room, Lumion first returned outside, behind some green trees, took out his phone, switched modes and sent a message to Franca. Couldn't penetrate B1. There's a curse inside. I was forced to leave early. Now, Lee Keiji has completed treatment and returned to his room. I plan to sneak in to confirm his condition. If it's unsalvageable, I'll execute the cleanup plan. Franca quickly replied, if the cleanup is too complicated, we can abandon it for now and bring Ludwig to try. I think he's very effective against food-type enemies, like mushrooms. That makes sense, Lumion replied with an okay, and directly put the phone into the traveler's bag. There might be a battle coming up, so he needed to protect his phone. Soon after, Lumion in his shadow creature state slipped through the door crack of Lee Keiji's room, silently rising up in front of the bed. He looked around, gazed at the still sleeping Lee Keiji, and began to assess his condition. Suddenly, Lee Keiji opened his eyes and sat up. Seeing it was Lumion, he showed a genuine smile. I've discovered the essence. I've succeeded. Lumion's expression changed abruptly. He saw Lee Keiji's chest swell up, 2 large mushrooms raising his hospital gown, milk overflowing, while in Lee Keiji's abdomen, mushrooms that seemed to be formed from flesh and blood writhed and tore through the clothing, as if creating a blood-colored, real, directly exposed uterus. Chapter 1016, Mushroom Monster. Lumion looked at Lee Keiji and asked calmly, what is the essence? What has succeeded? Lee Keiji, with his thick beard and dressed in blue and white striped hospital clothes, spread his arms wide and said excitedly, the essence is that only mother can bring new life, and only new life can cure your vegetable friend. Just as Lee Keiji finished speaking, a dark iron sword slashed toward him through the air. The surface of the sword burned with crimson flames, which twisted into a black flame that suppressed madness and brutality halfway through. After hearing the first part of Lee Keiji's response, Lumion had already taken out the sword of courage from his traveler's bag without hesitation. He swung the sword at Lee Keiji, whose chest was swollen with milk mushrooms, and whose abdomen was entangled by flesh and blood mushrooms forming a uterus. He converted the normal flames into fire of destruction. Only this fire could truly kill the Mushroom King Lee Keiji, who possessed both the unique cognition of Mr. Fool and the power of Mother's new life, preventing him from being resurrected from the ashes. Just as the black flame of destruction was about to strike Lee Keiji, the patient room vanished, and in its place appeared a wild, grassy plain. Lee Keiji had disappeared as well. The fire of destruction fell upon the wilderness of Paramita, scorching a long trench in the earth. Within the trench, no grass grew. Next, Lumion saw the soil in the distance loosen as a gigantic mushroom, covered in dark red veins, shot up from the ground like a massive tree, reaching for the sky. Each of its mycelia was as thick as a branch, white with blood-red spots. Its cap was Lee Keiji's enlarged bearded head. On its chest, tumor-like growths rose, oozing a milky liquid. Its abdomen was covered with a translucent membrane, and beneath it, flesh mushrooms interbred, seemingly nurturing a jellyfish-like smaller mushroom inside. Seeing this, small dense bumps appeared on Lumion's skin, as if he had been mildly corrupted. At the same time, he felt his life force flowing uncontrollably toward the giant mushroom and noticed that the green grass across the wilderness was all bending toward Lee Keiji, turning yellow. Lee Keiji, serving as the mushroom's cap, spoke fervently and sincerely. If you want new life, the current amount of life isn't enough. Give me all your lives, okay? By now, Lumion's eyes had taken on a dark, iron-black hue, and he found the pale white mark that represented the weakness on the giant mushroom. He teleported to Lee Keiji's side, thrusting the sword of courage, engulfed in black flames of destruction, into the giant mushroom's abdomen. Several branch-like mycelia whipped around, forming a dense net of vines that blocked the dark iron sword's path. They were instantly set ablaze, turning to ash in the rapidly spreading black flames. The giant mushroom shuddered violently, cutting off the burning mycelia from its body. The mycelia fell to the ground, failing to affect the mushroom's main trunk. Lumion followed through with a downward slash of the sword of courage. This produced clusters of burning black fireballs, which exploded immediately. Rumble. The violent shockwaves, mixed with destructive black flames, surged in all directions, engulfing both the giant mushroom that was Lee Keiji and Lumion's own body. Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder, teleporting out of the explosion's range just in time. In the next second, he saw the giant mushroom ignited, swaying under the force of the shockwave. Before Lumion could launch a second attack, the giant mushroom shed all the parts engulfed by the fire of destruction, as if shedding its skin, discarding them before they could reach the cap or affect the abdomen and the child. Inside, in an instant, a vast amount of ash floated in the air, and the giant mushroom's deeper layers were exposed, pulsing with sinews, flesh, and dark red veins, wriggling like worms, exuding a strong milky scent. All of these parts were writhing and rapidly regenerating. Lee Keiji's head, acting as the mushroom cap, showed no hostility, and he happily said to Lumion, "See? This is the final product. Come join us, and you'll also gain new life." As Lee Keiji finished speaking, Lumion had already pulled out a mirror, reflecting the giant mushroom that had shed its mycelia and outer layer. Then, he pressed his hand, burning with fire of destruction, onto the mirror and wiped it once. Demoness's curse, a curse imbued with fire of destruction. The giant mushroom jerked violently, causing all its flesh and liquid to shrink inward, wrapping its body and Lee Keiji's head, serving as the cap, into a bloody sphere. On the surface of the sphere, clusters of smaller mushrooms stubbornly sprouted. At that moment, black flames erupted from within, engulfing the entire bloody sphere. One by one, the smaller mushrooms fell silently, while the layers of flesh rapidly carbonized. The bloody mass writhed intensely, and one side suddenly split open, spitting out a wet, newborn mushroom. This new mushroom was nearly identical to the previous giant mushroom, with Lee Keiji's head serving as the cap, branch-like mycelia hanging down, and tumors, bulging, oozing milk. Its abdomen was covered by a membrane, nurturing new life inside. The only difference was that it was slightly smaller, as if it had shrunk by a full size. Covered in greasy, grey-black afterbirth, the new mushroom shot out from the mother body's power, swiftly escaping the fire of destruction's burning area. New life. Lee Keiji had used new life to sever the connection between the demoness's curse and himself just in time. Is there still a way to escape the curse? As Lumion's life continued to drain rapidly, his mind tensed, and his gaze followed the flying, spore-scattering new mushroom. His eyes quickly turned a silvery white tinged with black. He intended to use the Eye of Calamity to search for the black thread of fate that bound Lee Keiji, hoping to destroy this new life and finally kill the mushroom monster in front of him. Just as the mercury-colored illusory river of fate composed of countless complex symbols appeared in Lumion's vision, he suddenly felt an itch on his skin. Instinctively, he lowered his head and saw that the small bumps on his skin had grown slightly, beginning to bloom as if about to sprout tiny mushrooms. He had been corrupted by observing Lee Keiji's river of fate. Instantly sinister and silent demoness's black flames ignited on Lumion's body, consuming the burgeoning mushroom clusters without a sound. Enduring the pain, Lumion teleported to the edge of Parameter. He wanted to see if he could lure Lee Keiji to the police station and use the official forces and the power of the dream's main consciousness to eliminate this mushroom monster. Parameter did not stop Lumion, allowing him to pass through. What greeted Lumion's eyes was not the patient room of the psychiatric department at Mushu Hospital, but a spacious, dimly lit room with half-drawn curtains, a desk, bookshelves, and a sofa set. Lumion stood at the room's entrance. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the door was half open, with a conspicuous nameplate embedded on it. The nameplate bore 5 words in the local Dream City script: Dean's Office. The Dean's Office? Lumion tensed even more and instinctively turned his gaze toward the area behind the desk. There was a leather executive chair, and leaning against it was a figure. The figure wore a white doctor's coat, had sparse eyebrows, bright brown eyes, filled with a smile, and chestnut hair tied into a high bun. Her features were clean and alluring, exuding an elegant air, while she cradled a chubby, swaddled baby in her arms. Lumion was momentarily stunned. He knew this person. She was one of the few surviving villagers from Cordoue, Madame Pualis de Roquefort. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he didn't immediately teleport away. Instead, he looked at Madame Pualis, who sat behind the desk holding the adorable baby, and smiled. "So the new dean of Mushu Hospital is you." What a pleasant surprise. As he spoke, Lumion recalled that Matriarch Roland of the Church of Earth, Mother, an angel of the Mother Pathway, was only the Associate Dean of Mushu Hospital, yet Madame Poalis was able to be the Dean. What did this signify? Was Madame Poalis more powerful, or was she the proxy of the Great Mother? Madame Poalis looked at Lumion, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and smiled. I was equally delighted and surprised to find you here. And you now have a part of Aurora with you. What a double joy! I've recently learnt a phrase about life's joys, reuniting with an old friend in a faraway place and celebrating your wedding night by candlelight. Our situation fits the first. Why don't you take off your sunglasses and mask so I can get a good look at you, and then we can enjoy our wedding night together and bring Aurora into the world. Do all of you followers of the Great Mother talk about having children as soon as you meet? Lumion didn't get angry or upset at Madame Poalis's words. Some things couldn't be stopped, so it was best to stay calm, just like when the secret ceremony had brought dangerous power, leading to the mutation of the Blood Emperor's remnant aura and the transformation of the souls of the Cordu villagers into soldiers sealed within. Following Madame Poalis's suggestion, Lumion took off his sunglasses and removed his mask, revealing a bright face with a hint of a cold smile. If I don't show my face, how can I charm her better? And without better charm, how can I create the best opportunity to escape? As he kept an eye on the mushroom monster that Li Keiji had become, Lumion shifted his gaze to the little angelic baby cradled in Madame Poalis's arms. Is she a child? Yes. Madame Poalis answered with a smile, her eyes roaming across Lumion's face. Lumion instantly thought of the empty crib in the Cordu village ruins and asked, as if casually, "What's her name?" With a serene smile, Madame Poalis replied, Omabella. Chapter 1017, Child, Omabella. She is also called Omabella. Was the mysterious baby Madame Poalis had been carrying in Cordu village, named Omabella? Did that empty crib belong to Omabella? At this moment Lumion felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Previously Madame Magician had joked that as long as the Dean of Mushu Hospital wasn't named Omabella, it wouldn't be a problem. At the time, Lumion thought it was just a horror story, and even if the Dean was really named Omabella, it shouldn't be his biggest concern. But hearing that Madame Poalis's child was called Omabella truly sent chills down his spine. If it were just Madame Poalis becoming the Dean of Mushu Hospital, or just her giving birth to a mysterious child who had shown strange qualities in Cordu village, Lumion wouldn't have been so shocked and frightened. These would have been unexpected but not unreasonable events. But the baby was named Omabella. The mysterious child Madame Poalis had carried and given birth to in Cordu village was called Omabella. If Madame Poalis wasn't lying, if that baby was truly the Omabella Lumion knew, didn't that mean he had once coexisted with the infant Omabella in Cordu village for some time? And later, he had killed another unborn Omabella, obtained Omabella's bloodline through the corresponding umbilical cord remnants come into contact with the remains of the earliest Omabella and encountered some things and arrangements related to Omabella. Had all this been foreshadowed in the disaster at Cordu village, rather than beginning only when he ate Omabella's umbilical cord remnants? Lumion suddenly felt as if he was back in a scene from his vagrant life. At that time, he was huddled in a corner, watching a large, slippery, ferocious, poisonous snake slowly slithering past him, not daring to move a muscle. Now, he seemed to feel that cold, damp, slippery sensation crawling over him, seeping in bit by bit, silently coiling around him. If the baby Madame Poalis gave birth to in Cordu village was Omabella, then who was in Father Montserrat's belly, whom I killed? Where did the umbilical cord remnants I ate come from, and why could they help me contact the remains of the earliest Omabella? Why could they make the mother's children, who lacked necessary wisdom, mistake me for the child of God, Omabella? In the depths of the underworld, who did that egg nurtured by the ancient gods remains point to? Why could I hear the call for Omabella? Moreover, why did the followers of the Great Mother want to induce me to become the true child of God, to become the real Omabella? Hadn't Omabella already been born? What is going on? Which one is real, and which is fake? Are they all fake? Are they all real? Lumion's gaze fixed on the baby in Madame Poalis's arms. He noticed her chubby face, rosy and delicate, incredibly adorable. Oh, so she's Bella. Who's her father? Although Lumien's inner thoughts were bubbling like boiling water in a steam boiler, outwardly he maintained a calm demeanor. This was a basic quality of a hunter, and he also had the endurance of an ascetic. Madame Poalis suddenly smiled. If I said it was you, Aurora, would you believe me? Stop with the hellish jokes. We've never touched you, Lumien said, outwardly unperturbed. Yes, I regret that too. I hope we'll have a chance to make up for it in the future, Madame Poalis sighed and said. Her mother is me, and also the Great Mother. As for her father, on the surface it's the Padre, but there's someone else. Someone else, just as Lumien was about to start eliminating the villagers of Cordu village one by one. Heavy footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. He half turned and saw the giant mushroom with Lee Keji's head as its cap, appearing in the dim corridor. At this moment, the smile on Madame Poalis's face faded slightly. She said in a casual tone, Come, the child needs you. As soon as she finished speaking, the baby in the swaddling clothes began to cry loudly. Hearing this loud cry, Lumien's body involuntarily walked towards Madame Poalis, towards the baby Bella. It was like two mutually attracted magnets finally meeting. Lumien suddenly had some realizations. Madame Poalis wants to do something with my body, which possesses Bella's bloodline. After last night's events, Lee Keji was quickly transferred to Mushu Hospital for treatment, not only because the celestial worthy wanted to eliminate this hidden danger and the Great Mother attempted to balance the situation, but also because Madame Poalis planned to attract me here. I refused to seek help from the Great Mother last night to become the true child of God, so did the Great Mother and the celestial worthy temporarily reach an agreement. Lumien didn't hesitate. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder, attempting to teleport away. His figure disappeared from the Dean's office, but he didn't appear at the entrance of the police station in the Dream City. He arrived in the wilderness again. In the depths of the wilderness stood a gigantic green oak tree that seemed to connect the sky and the ground. The top of the oak tree appeared to lead to heaven, disappearing into layers of white clouds. Lumien saw that the surface of the enormous oak tree that seemed to hold up the sky was marked with scorch marks from lightning strikes. Its bark was mottled, concealing vitality. His gaze followed the complex patterns formed by the mottled bark, instinctively, moving upward. Near the top of the tree crown, he saw a newly grown branch. It had grown tenaciously from a charred spot caused by lightning strikes, entwined with some lush, vibrant mistletoe. At this moment, this new branch, along with the mistletoe, was grasped by a chubby, fair little hand. The hand belonged to the swaddled baby Bella. She wore a floral crown and was dressed in a fresh green dress. Madame Poalis, whose lower body had transformed into a giant bird shape and whose back had sprouted brown wings, held her in her arms. Come, the child needs you. Madame Poalis's voice echoed across the entire wilderness. The mushroom monster that Lee Keji had become also appeared at the edge of the wild. Lumien attempted to teleport out to no avail. He immediately threw out a mirror, preparing to enter the area behind the mirror to see if he could use the mirror world to escape this wilderness. The next second, the glass surface of the mirror seemed to come alive, softening and writhing, forming a mouse, leading to a dark depth. Lumien made a quick decision, abandoning the attempt to penetrate the glass surface, letting the mirror fall on its own. Smack! The mirror shattered into multiple pieces, each mercury-coated glass shard desperately crawling away. Lumien snorted, and quiet black flames surged from within his body. Outside the black flames, thick frost quickly condensed, as if to create a coffin for slumber. The invisible spider silk that had already spread throughout the surrounding area retracted, wrapping around the frost layer by layer, preparing to form a huge cocoon. This was a demoness's strongest defense mechanism, capable of both dispelling curses and negative influences, and resisting substantial damage. Lumien's plan was to use this ability to buy time to actively exit the dream or light, the corpse wax candle to complete the secret deed ritual. However, before the spider cocoon could fully form, the demoness's black flames seemed to take on a life of their own, truly burning Lumien's spirituality. The ice layer that was supposed to provide defense also began to restrict Lumien's movements. They had all come alive. Lumion immediately activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He moved to the edge of the wilderness, far from the giant mushroom man, escaping the influence of the demoness's black flames and layers of frost. Although he couldn't teleport out of this wilderness, he could still blink around within it. "Come, the child needs you." As he heard Madame Poalis's voice, Lumion ran a few steps towards the gigantic oak tree that seemed to hold up the sky. No good, in this preset battlefield within Parameter, in front of the baby Omabella. Although everyone is suppressed to the sequence 7 level, I'm still being very effectively restrained. I can't hold out for too long should I recite Madame Magician's honorific name or utter Leodero, the blasphemous incantation. No, I might only have one chance to recite the honorific name, and Leodero might not be able to break the giant oak tree's seal on Parameter. If we're going down, let's go big, everyone perish together. As Lumion thought, he reached into the traveler's bag and firmly grasped that special mirror world fragment. Then, he initiated teleportation again, using this to resist the invisible pull of baby Omabella on himself and her strange ability to bring things to life. After blinking to the next position, Lumion opened his mouth and quickly recited a sentence in ancient Hermes. "Great door of all doors." Well, Lumion was about to recite the honorific name of Chief Yagate's Mr. Door to attract his attention. This represented the power of the dream subconscious maintaining order. Although this would result in Lumion himself being permanently kicked out of the dream, Madame Poalis, the mushroom-transformed Lekeji, and baby Omabella here, every single one of them, wouldn't be able to continue staying in the dream city. This was equivalent to eliminating hidden dangers for Jenna, Franca, and others in their subsequent actions. As for what comes after, trust in teammates. After reciting the first honorific name, Lumion teleported to another side of the wilderness, avoiding the attacks of Madame Poalis and Lekeji. Guide of the Endless Cosmos. Lumion finished one sentence and quickly disappeared from his original spot. Seeing this, Madame Poalis opened her mouth about to unleash a banshee's shriek. At this moment, a male version of Lumion appeared in the wilderness. He was a shallow mirror image created by the mirror world fragment, very weak. He spread his arms and shouted loudly in ancient Hermes, "Leodero!" This voice burst out almost simultaneously with the banshee's shriek. As the shallow mirror image shattered under the influence of the sound waves, the sky above suddenly darkened. In the darkness, dense clouds gathered, and countless silver-white electric snakes jumped to form a huge lightning bolt, striking towards that giant, sky-supporting green oak tree. Smack! A large number of small silver-white electric snakes crawled over the surface of the oak tree, creating patches of charred marks, but it didn't completely die, still constantly regenerating. This effect temporarily paralyzed Madame Poalis and baby Omabella. Crack! The mirror substitution Lumion, who had shattered under the banshee's shriek and the overflow of lightning, appeared not too far from Lekeji, reciting the third line of the honorific name. Key to all mysterious worlds. Chapter 001. 18. Desperate Struggle. As Lumion recited the third line of the honorific name, the dark clouds and lightning in the sky suddenly collapsed towards the center, forming a huge vortex, swirling upwards. It was as if a giant with the sky as its face had opened its single eye, or a strange tunnel with an unknown destination had appeared out of thin air. This vortex rapidly expanded, as if it would tear apart heaven and earth, swelling into a door. Seeing this, Madame Poalis, who had just broken free from her paralyzed state, frowned slightly. Holding baby Omabella, she shrank into the interior of the giant, green oak tree that seemed to hold up the sky, disappearing from Lumion's sight. Lumion then saw the mushroom monster with Lekeji's head as its cap standing, rigidly in place, as if it had encountered some kind of restraint. Immediately after, the mushroom monster began to disintegrate from its abdomen, like a vase smashed to the ground, breaking into many large pieces. These pieces continued to break apart, and in just a few seconds they became a pile of particles barely visible to the naked eye. The disintegration rapidly spread to different parts of the mushroom monster's body, finally reaching Lekeji's head that served as the mushroom cap. The head quickly became as if it were pieced together from fragments, but Lee Kedge's face showed no trace of hatred or resentment. His expression twisted uncontrollably from pain, but his eyes were unusually sincere and joyful. He struggled to say to Lumion, "Aurelie, succeeded. Join us, let's go, be reborn together." Before he finished speaking, Lee Kedge's head shattered even more severely, breaking into individual pixels. Almost simultaneously, Lumion found that the giant oak tree had suffered a similar fate, but after it disintegrated, Madame Pualis and Baby Omabella did not appear in the tree's core. They had hidden somewhere unknown, or perhaps had left the dream in some way beforehand. So powerful. Is this the power of the dream's main consciousness maintaining order? Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder, trying to escape the current collapse of parameter. Although he had mentally prepared himself to be completely kicked out of the dream and never be able to return, he hadn't been sentenced yet, had he? He had to struggle a bit. What if he succeeded? Lumion's figure immediately disappeared from the spot. His chosen destination was the entrance of Yangdu prison. "Yes, I've committed a crime. You can lock me up, but don't." Exile. Me. The next second, Lumion appeared in a spacious office, seeing a middle-aged man, wearing a clean white shirt with black diamond-patterned police ranks on his shoulders. This middle-aged man had a rigid demeanor, with deep black hair interspersed with some white. He sat quietly behind the desk, looking at Lumion with deep brown, almost black eyes. He was clearly the chief of the Dream City's police department, the symbol of the uniqueness of the door pathway, Yagates. My teleportation destination was changed to the police chief's office. Lumion suddenly had this realization. At this moment, Yagates asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? And what do you intend to do in Yangdu?" Along with the deputy chief's questioning, Lumion suddenly felt a strong rejection from the dream and his own rapid marionetization. He understood very well that if he left the Dream City like this, he would never be able to return. Lumion's thoughts raced as he made a final struggle. He recalled a hint Amon had given him on the way to Mushu Hospital. "The most fundamental fact is that the fool has never accommodated the uniqueness of the era and door pathways, while the celestial worthy has..." This sentence didn't mention that Mr. Door had long accommodated the uniqueness of the door pathway, and Amon had briefly accommodated it so. The Chief Yagate's essence is a product of the dream subconscious cognition, Mr. Door's spiritual imprint, the celestial worthy's spiritual imprint, and a bit of Amon's spiritual imprint, combined to symbolize the uniqueness of the door pathway, symbolizing the dream's main consciousness maintaining order. Chief Yagate's only the dream subconscious part has a bit of Mr. Fool's spirit. To avoid being kicked out this time, or not being completely kicked out, I can only find a way to strengthen or stimulate Mr. Door's spiritual imprint. Lumion had an inspiration in a very short time and recalled Madame Magician's introduction to Mr. Door. Before his thoughts stalled completely, before the dream's rejecting force threw him out, Lumion blurted out in response to the chief's question, "I am an ally of the Abraham family." Suddenly, Lumion felt the air around him solidify. At the same time, he noticed that the chief's deep brown, almost black eyes showed a hint of confusion and contemplation. His brows furrowed unconsciously, as if trying to remember something but unable to truly recall. The force rapidly marionetizing Lumion suddenly slowed, and the strong rejection from the dream did the same. As expected, Chief Yagates mainly embodies the conflict between Mr. Door's spiritual imprint and the celestial worthy's spiritual imprint. Just now I was thinking that even if being completely kicked out of the dream was unavoidable, I should still tell Chief Yagates about Mr. Door directly with the idea of mutual destruction, stimulating the corresponding spiritual imprint to make it more active. Lumion's condition improved considerably, and his thoughts were no longer so stalled. Seeing that Chief Yagates didn't respond, he further said, "My guide is a student of a member of the Abraham family, and now she is protecting the entire Abraham family." Chief Yagate's expression grew more confused, but his face was no longer stern. Lumion quickly examined himself and found that the dream's rejecting force still existed but had weakened slightly. "It's working. I need to increase the intensity." Lumion thought for just a second before shouting, following his spiritual intuition. "I am a hunter, and also a demoness, and I still have traces of Alistair Tudor's aura on me. Alistair Tudor? Chief Yagates murmured, repeating the name as if it were both familiar and unfamiliar. Feeling that the dream was still rejecting him, Lumion considered for a moment, and said, I've also been corrupted by the Crimson Moon, but currently the situation is under control. He knew that Mr. Dorr had once encountered corruption from the Great Mother, which was a common point between them. Earlier he would have directly stated that it was corruption from the Great Mother. After all, it was a desperate struggle, what couldn't be said. But now, seeing hope of not being completely kicked out of the dream, he naturally dared not speak too plainly, fearing that it would not only stimulate Mr. Dorr, but also the celestial worthy, causing the situation to take a sharp turn for the worse. In a popular saying in Dream City, this would be like, he who is down need fear no fall. Previously, Lumion was down and had nothing to lose, but now the change in the situation had put him back on his feet, giving him something to be cautious about. Chief Yagates once again gazed at Lumion in his demoness of despair state, seemingly re-evaluating this wanted criminal who had brought chaos and conflict. But the Dreamscape's rejecting force didn't weaken further. Lumion endured this rejection and rapid marionettization, and thought of another connection between himself and Mr. Dorr. With an attitude of giving it a try, he said, Amon once guided me. He said this not only because Mr. Dorr and Amon were both Grand Dukes of the Tudor Empire, but also with the hidden intention of stimulating that bit of Amon's spiritual imprint within the chief. Amon. Chief Yagates raised his right hand and pinched his chin. Lumion saw his reaction but didn't feel the dream's rejecting force and rapid marionettization force continue to weaken. It's still not enough. Just a little more, Lumion shouted one last time before he could no longer resist that rejecting force. I came to Yangdu to fight against those destroyers, to fight against the apostles of evil gods, to prevent the evil gods from invading. As soon as he finished speaking, Lumion felt the dream's rejecting force suddenly weaken, and the force trying to marionettize him became vague and unclear. Chief Yagates, looking at Lumion, slowly nodded. I can sense that you're not lying. Breaking the law must certainly be punished, but if there are reasons, and it's pitiable, the punishment can be reduced. Hearing these two sentences, Lumion quietly breathed a sigh of relief. His interpretation of this was, he would be imprisoned, but not for life or sentenced to death. He would be kicked out of a dream, but not completely kicked out. I accept the punishment. Lumion didn't argue further, because Chief Yagates had already passed his judgment. He only sincerely requested, Can I notify my family? You may. The stern-faced Chief Yagates didn't refuse this request. Lumion quickly took out his phone and in front of Chief Yagates sent a voice-to-text WeChat message to Franca. I'm fine, but I might be locked up for a while. You can ask Miss Huan for help to find a lawyer, see if they can get me out on bail. The mushroom monster has been eliminated, but Li Keiji said he ultimately succeeded. Wait for Jenna to come back, and have her take Li Lu to tour the wards in Crimson Moon Hospital and Mushu Hospital, where Li Keiji was hospitalized. See if they can discover anything. Also, pay attention to whether Mushu Hospital has changed its dean. After sending this message, Lumion waited for about 10 seconds before receiving a brief reply from Franca. Okay. Lumion immediately used the information shredder to delete the chat history, along with the contact list, then put the phone back into the traveler's bag. After doing this, he looked back at Chief Yagates. I'm ready. Only then did the deputy chief pick up the desk phone and dial a number. Ding, come over here for a moment. As he spoke, Lumion felt the dream's rejecting force become strong once again. He no longer resisted following this force to exit the dream. Tria, inside a luxurious villa. Lumion opened his eyes in bed for the second time in one day. After examining his state, his first reaction was to try to enter the dream city again. The next second, he felt he wasn't blocked, so he stopped this behavior, planning to wait 24 hours before trying again. From a timing perspective, this wouldn't affect Queen Mystic's plan to banish the mirrored Emperor Roselle. Chapter 119. Who is the father? Phew, Lumion exhaled, got out of bed, and walked out of the room. In the living room downstairs, Madam Justice was serving Madam Magician. Madame Judgment, Jenna, and Anthony the most authentic Lowen afternoon tea. This was also to soothe the minds and spirits of the two minor arcana, helping them relax and feel the reality of the present moment. Why have you left the dream again? Jenna looked at Lumion in the living room doorway with surprise. I was kicked out. Lumion said with a smile. Compared to being completely kicked out, being able to enter the dream again was, indeed, something to be happy about. Because of Lee Keiji? Madame Magician asked thoughtfully. Yes. Lumion sat down and recounted his agreement with Queen Mystic, Lee Keiji's transfer and tragic treatment, and what Ammon had said in the ride-hailing car. After hearing Ammon's interpretation of the symbolic meanings of the dream images of Peng Deng, Grisha, and others, Madame Justice said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm really not an expert in this area. That's perfectly normal, Madame Magician said with a smile. Mr. Palez's interpretation will arrive soon, and we can compare it with Ammon's. After saying this, she gestured for Lumion to continue. Lumion went on to describe Lee Keiji's transformation, Madame Pualis's appearance, as the new dean of Mushu Hospital, the appearance of baby Omabella, and what happened after he recited Mr. Door's honorific name. Using ties worked? Madame Magician asked, both surprised and amused to hear that Lumion wasn't permanently kicked out of the Dream City and could enter once more. If she had known this earlier, she might have been able to obtain a better outcome. Previously, Madame Justice glanced at Madame Magician, reading her true thoughts. In Madame Justice's view, this actually reflected a difference in personality. Being permanently kicked out of the dream wouldn't result in death, and one could still follow the guidance of fate to give away the lucky coin, find new helpers, and continue exploring and experimenting in the Dream City. Therefore, Madame Magician couldn't have had the mindset of being on the brink of perishing and struggling desperately, so she more easily accepted the corresponding outcome. Lumion was different. He had experienced being a tramp, and in such a life, every bit of resource and every opportunity was extremely important. Therefore, he wasn't used to giving up and would instinctively struggle until failure truly arrived. It works, Lumion recalled. Chief Yagate said the strongest reactions to things related to the Abraham family and protecting the Dream City from invasion by evil gods. His feedback on these was also the most positive. The names of the Blood Emperor and Ammon also stimulated him to some degree, giving him a sense of familiarity. But he didn't have an obvious reaction to the matter of the Great Mother's corruption. Related to the Abraham family, protecting the Dream City from invasion by evil gods. Madame Magician suddenly sighed. Madame Judgment then said to Lumion, after experiencing Amon's deification, the Great Mother's corruption probably doesn't have much manifestation in Chief Yagates anymore. And only you could elicit certain reactions from Chief Yagates through the names of the Blood Emperor and Amon. Lumion understood Madame Judgment's meaning. Only someone like him, carrying the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and Ammon's Boon, could say such words with credibility and bring about genuine stimulation. Let's hope that the things you mentioned can make Mr. Door's spiritual imprint on Chief Yagates more active and maintain it for a while. This will be very helpful for subsequent probing and experiments. Madame Justice nodded in agreement. She vaguely felt that the lucky coin ending up with Lumion after all its twists and turns was indeed the guidance of fate. There was only one person who simultaneously embodied the concepts of Hunter, Demoness, Demigod, Ammon's Boon, residual aura of the Blood Emperor, Omabella's bloodline, underworld Taoist seal, relative of a transmigrator, and having a connection to the Abraham family. At this point, Jenna, more concerned about another matter, raised a question. What's the deal with that baby Omabella that Madame Poilis was holding? What impact would this have on Lumion? When I arrived in Cordu, the crib was long empty. All I know is that the child of God has already been born in the spirit world. The initial root of all this was indeed the child Madame Poilis lost. Madame Magician slowly shook her head. Lumion recalled and said, last year in Trier, Madame Poilis said that the child had died long ago, killed by her father, the padre, who didn't know it was his child. This time, Madame Poilis said again that the child's father was ostensibly the padre, but actually someone else. Who could it be? Madame Magician pondered for quite a while, then said with a slightly peculiar expression, "Perhaps, at that time, baby Amabella had to die because she didn't yet have sufficient conditions to truly be born into the real world. Being killed by her father might be an important symbol for her future rebirth and arrival in reality." "You have a guess about her real father?" Madame Justice looked at Madame Magician, not hiding her curiosity. What kind of guess could make Madame Magician's expression change so obviously and strangely? Seeing Lumion, Jenna, and others also looking at her, Madame Magician cleared her throat and said, "It's just a guess, I can't guarantee it's correct." "Oh?" Madame Judgment asked cooperatively. Madame Magician looked up at the sky and lowered her voice. "Eternal, blazing sun." What? Jenna and Anthony were stunned. Madame Justice and Madame Judgment were equally surprised. Eternal blazing sun. Lumion looked at Madame Magician with only one thought in mind. How did she make that connection? Is this what it means to be a novelist? Madame Magician stood up and began to pace as she spoke. Guillaume Benet was the padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church in Cordoue village, essentially the representative of the Eternal Blazing Sun in this parish. Is there any problem with this statement? No. Jenna instinctively shook her head. This was basic theological knowledge. Madame Magician looked at Lumion. "You saw Madame Poilier and the padre having an affair in the cathedral at that time, right?" "Yes." Lumion nodded slightly. "Having an affair and conceiving a child in the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral, near the altar, with the representative of the Eternal Blazing Sun, could indeed point to the Eternal Blazing Sun as the child's father. But the premise is that the Eternal Blazing Sun himself agreed or acquiesced, which is impossible, right?" Madame Judgment felt this was something a high-sequence being of the sun pathway wouldn't do. Madame Magician smiled. The Eternal Blazing Sun certainly didn't agree or acquiesce at the time, and might not even have known about it. This is also one of the reasons why that baby had to die after being born in Cordoue village. The corresponding symbolism wasn't established yet. But do you remember what happened afterwards? The Eternal Blazing Sun pretended to cooperate with the Great Mother, letting Lady Moon of the Night Stalkers conceive a child of God. Later, the birth and advent of that child of God helped Red Angel Medici successfully kill the Monde Sauron and obtain that conqueror beyond a characteristic. Not long after that child of God was sacrificed, Madame Poilier's who entered Fourth Epoch Triad disappeared unaffected by the subsequent cleanup. These events, when viewed separately, don't seem problematic, but when connected, they point to something. Madame Justice nodded thoughtfully. The Eternal Blazing Sun used the Great Mother to make Red Angel Medici's plot succeed, but was also used by the Great Mother? Madame Magician sighed and said, "What the Great Mother wanted from the beginning wasn't the baby in Lady Moon's womb, but the act of the Eternal Blazing Sun making Lady Moon conceive a child of God. This symbolism. Once that child of God died, the long-deceased baby Amabella, who had the basic symbolism, inherited this relationship, gained new life, and helped Madame Poilier's escape the subsequent cleanup. It wasn't until then that baby Amabella was truly born, but she wasn't complete enough yet and needed to find a medium to descend into reality. After that, whether it was Father Montserrat or that bird egg in the depths of the underworld, they were probably preparing for this. Now, I'm the best medium?" Lumion suddenly understood why Madame Poilier wanted him to come over, saying the child needed him. Jenna listened in a daze, taking quite a while to sort out the relationships. She asked confusedly, "But letting the father-child relationship of Lady Moon's child be inherited by the long-deceased baby Amabella doesn't seem like something within the Great Mother's authority. The celestial worthy, if the two great existences were already cooperating at that time." "Madame Magician," answered concisely. Reasoning it out this way, the Eternal Blazing Sun really could be the father of that baby Amabella in Madame Poilier's arms. Lumion couldn't help but mutter. The padre wasn't wrong when he said the affair was an action of the Holy Church, although he himself didn't know the true meaning. Is this also a manifestation of symbolism? The room fell silent. After quite a while, Madame Judgment broke the silence. "We need to report this to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church." This wasn't to let the clergy of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church know about the scandal, Carl, but to remind the true God Eternal Blazing Sun to pay attention to the relevant issues. The Great Mother making Omabella's father a deity was certainly not just to make the child's status more noble, to become a true child of God. There must be hidden purposes. But how should we explain this to the clergy of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church? With their fanaticism and purity, I'm afraid they might purge me on the spot. Madam Magician expressed a troubled look. Indeed, we can't just tell those padres, bishops, and archbishops that their god was seduced by an evil god, can we? Lumion grumbled inwardly. Just say that Madame Poalis has appeared again, with a child between reality and illusion named Omebella, and that Omabella's father is ostensibly Guillaume Benet, the padre of Cordoue village, but actually someone else, Madame Justice said, choosing her words carefully. Then mentioned that the baby had actually already died in Cordoue village, killed by the padre. With the Red Angel Medici's intelligence, it wouldn't be hard to make the relevant associations and come to similar conclusions. All right. Madam Magician nodded solemnly. After agreeing, this Major Arcana sincerely sighed. I've realized that everyone who tries to use the Great Mother ends up being used by the Great Mother. Chapter Download 2020. Preparation. Hearing Madam Magician's sigh, everyone turned their gaze towards Lumion. Smiling, Lumion replied, Well, it's not just the Great Mother using us. When the time comes, let them decide the victor first. This was his usual attitude towards issues that couldn't be immediately resolved, but weren't life-threatening. Otherwise, his mental state and emotions would have exploded long ago. But we should still be vigilant and try to stay away from the Great Mother's followers. Madam Judgment specifically reminded him. Lumion smiled wryly. Sometimes, it's not a matter of whether I want to avoid them or not. His spiritual intuition told him that even if he didn't return to Mushu Hospital, even if Madame Poalis and baby Omabella were forced to leave the dream due to Chief Yagati's attention, he would encounter them again in the real world in the near future. This seemed to be a predestined fate, ever since he ate the remnants of Omabella's umbilical cord and truly came into contact with that bird egg in the depths of the underworld and the sealed artifact, gift of the land. Dream City, at the entrance of the police department. 2 imposing lawyers had secured bail for the pitiful Lumina. On one of the floors of the police department's main building, Deng stood behind a window, watching Lumina bow and get into a car. He frowned and said to Chief Yagates, Chief, why didn't we refuse her bail request? Yagates, also standing by the window, smiled helplessly and said, I wanted to refuse too, but she really didn't kill Zarathustra. There's both witness and physical evidence. At the time, she and that child were still in the face changer's line of sight. As for her possible accomplices, haven't you tried already? You couldn't get anything out of her. She seems to have truly lost her memory, with no corresponding memories even in her subconscious. After this, start from her social relationships and conduct a thorough investigation. Yes, Chief. Deng agreed with this investigative direction. Yagates thought for 2 seconds, then said slowly, Secretly list Mushu Hospital as a key investigation target as well. What happened? Deng asked vigilantly. Yagates turned his gaze back to the street below. After Likeji was transferred back to Mushu Hospital, he turned into a monster. I cleaned it up. His transformation into a monster is closely related to the new dean at Mushu Hospital. Before long, Mushu Hospital will probably report Likeji as missing. Yes, and last time, that corpse walked to Mushu Hospital's morgue. Deng nodded with a grave expression. Tria inside a luxurious villa. Jenna pushed open the door to the top-floor sunroom and saw Lumion sitting on the spacious balcony, intently gazing at the quietly flowing Srenzo River not far away. At this time, the sun was setting, draping the classical buildings on the opposite bank in a golden-red coat, making bright, scattered spots of light race away along the dim water surface. The whistles of steamships returning to port sounded occasionally. What are you thinking about? Jenna asked curiously as she walked towards the balcony. Lumion's initially unfocused gaze gradually sharpened. He said thoughtfully, I'm thinking about 2 things, Hammond said. Which 2? Jenna stood at the edge of the balcony, leaning on the railing, also, admiring the Srenza River under the setting sun. Lumion recalled and said, "One was that what Pung Dung really wanted to hint at was something else. The other was that we need to learn how to filter out the interference of complex information and see the most fundamental facts." At this point, Lumion murmured to himself, "The most fundamental facts." Jenna half-turned her body, about to discuss whether such words from Amon, a top-tier con artist, could be trusted, and to what extent, when she saw Lumion suddenly stand up and walk out of the solarium. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Lumion came to the living room on the first floor and said to Madam Magician, who was reading a book, "I have some guesses and ideas. When I return to the dream, I plan to organize an action soon to weaken the celestial worthy and awaken Mr. Fool. At that time, please fully cooperate with me." Madam Magician stood up abruptly, not bothering to ask Lumion what new guesses and ideas he had, and directly confirmed, "How confident are you that the direction is correct?" Lumion chuckled. Hey. Not very. It's more to verify the guesses. We've already collected a lot of information and obtained some resources, and Joe Sasa is about to arrive in Yangdu. This symbolizes that the situation in the dream has developed to a turning point. It's time for us to take initiative and do something. We can't always be passive. When the time comes, if we succeed, everyone can rejoice. Even if we can't fully awaken Mr. Fool, it shows that we've found the right path, and we can continue to push in this direction afterwards. If we fail, we can eliminate some incorrect guesses and wrong directions, and we won't need to waste time on these aspects in the future. I only have one last chance to enter the dream. If we do encounter failure, it's just right to pass on the lucky coin and not hinder the efforts of those who come after. Jenna was about to ask about an important detail when Madam Magician had already asked for her. "What about Two of Cups? She hasn't fully digested her despair potion yet." Lumion chuckled in response. "She won't directly participate. If the attempt fails, the dream will continue to exist, not affecting her subsequent digestion of the potion. If it succeeds, her despair potion should be directly digested, as will mine. Well, to be safe, please ask Mr. Sun to stand by Franca's bedside in advance, ready to help her extract the demoness of despair. Beyond the characteristic." "All right," Madam Magician agreed to Lumion's request. She then asked, "What are your new guesses and new ideas?" "I can't tell you for now," Lumion smiled. He then explained, "All of you are closely connected to Mr. Fool, which also means all of you are closely connected to the celestial worthy. Although most of you won't be influenced by this, you might be secretly watched by the celestial worthy, allowing him to grasp some information. I'll tell you my thoughts when the operation officially begins." Madam Magician felt this most deeply. She nodded slightly and said, "The problems for me and Mr. Palez mainly come from our own pathways and status, but others do frequently enter and exit above the grey fog, occasionally praying to Mr. Fool. All right, you guys are the ones in the Dream City now, and you're the captain, so you lead." Dream City, late at night. Jenna, who had returned, left room 2303 of Building 5 in Dechuang Garden with Ludwig, while Franca stayed behind to take care of Lumina. Although Franca had observed Mushu Hospital in the afternoon and found that there were many people around who seemed to be plainclothes police, believing that the cultists inside would behave for a while, she still thought it necessary to guard against the possibility of Lumina being drawn by Amabella's bloodline and sneaking over there. She hadn't seen any news about changing the dean on Mushu Hospital's website, official account or video channel. In a hidden place not far from Crimson Moon Hospital, Jenna took out the ice amulet that Franca had given her from the traveler's bag. Franca, who had become a demoness of despair, no longer needed external help to directly enter the area behind mirrors and travel through the mirror world, so she had given all the corresponding charms to Jenna. After setting up a makeup mirror, Jenna held Ludwig's hand with one hand and gripped the ice amulet with the other, activating the latter. In the flickering light of the glass, the two instantly dove into the mirror hidden in the corner, traversing to behind the mirror-like object outside Lee Keji's original hospital room. After observing for a few seconds, Jenna led Ludwig out of the mirror-like object and nimbly leapt into the corridor. Because the room was empty with no patients staying temporarily, the iron door wasn't locked. Jenna opened a small gap and slipped inside. Then, she said to Ludwig, "See if there's anything edible here." Ludwig quickly pointed to the blanket on the bed. "It can be eaten." A second later, he pointed at the bed itself and said, "This can be eaten too." Jenna was speechless for a moment, then after a few seconds said, "I mean better food, like mushrooms." Ludwig looked around, not neglecting the ceiling and gaps between floor tiles. 1950. There isn't any. Jenna, taking advantage of the remaining effects of the ice, amulet left the place with Ludwig. Before long she repeated the process, appearing with Ludwig in Lee Keiji's room in the psychiatric ward of Mushu Hospital. "Is there any better food here, similar to mushrooms?" Jenna looked at Ludwig again. Ludwig searched carefully, sniffing around, and said, "There isn't. Lee Keiji's final product isn't in either place." What to do now? Jenna didn't dare stay in the Mushu hospital room for too long, quickly leaving the psychiatric ward and coming to the tree-lined road outside, planning to circle to the front of the main building to catch a car home by the roadside. The power of the ice amulet to traverse the mirror world had completely faded, and Jenna didn't want to unnecessarily use another corresponding charm. Walking neither fast nor slow while holding Ludwig's hand, Jenna pondered the possible whereabouts of that therapeutic mushroom. Did it fuse with Lee Keiji and vanish into thin air under Chief Yagate's gaze? Or did Lee Keiji throw it into some corner of Mushu Hospital's basement before receiving treatment? The basement of Mushu Hospital doesn't welcome unrelated personnel. How to? Search. Use the Laudiro spell to split it open, but that would destroy the mushroom too. As Jenna thought about this, she suddenly had a spiritual premonition. She abruptly turned her body halfway, raising her head to look at the main building of Mushu Hospital close by, towards a room high up. A face suddenly appeared behind the glass, sleeping in darkness, a face wrapped in white bandages with only the eyes and nostrils exposed. In Jenna's moment of terror, something passed through the glass, falling down, lightly. The bandaged face retreated from the window. With her night vision and eagle-like eyesight, Jenna quickly identified what was floating down. It was a dried, shriveled, lifeless jellyfish-like mushroom. This mushroom corpse fell much faster than leaves, and in just a few seconds, Ludwig reached out and caught it. Seeing this, Jenna had a thought and blurted out a question to Ludwig. "Can it be eaten?" Chapter 1021, A Night Passes. Jenna had noticed that the jellyfish-like mushroom was already withered and dead, unable to treat an Xiaotian, which was why she asked Ludwig if the mushroom could be eaten. Of course, she didn't mean for an Xiaotian to eat it. As a vegetative patient, an Xiaotian no longer had the ability to chew and swallow, and grinding the mushroom into powder or juice to provide to an Xiaotian via intravenous drip was an area she didn't understand and couldn't judge whether it would be effective. Demonesses had always only dealt with spreading diseases and plagues, lacking knowledge and abilities in medical treatment. What Jenna really wanted to ask was whether Ludwig could eat this mushroom, and if after eating it, he could gain the ability to treat vegetative patients. Ludwig stared at the dried mushroom in his palm, licked his lips and said, "It can be eaten." He paused for a moment, hesitated for 2 seconds and added, "But I don't know what can be gained from it." Even a professional food analyst can't tell the cooking method and effects. This mushroom is indeed very special. Jenna suddenly realized this and quickly said to Ludwig, "Put the mushroom away first. Give it to me. I'll put it in the traveler's bag." Ludwig immediately clenched his fist. He shook his head while stuffing the mushroom into his coat pocket, as if it were a little hamster, his pet. Jenna didn't have any intention of forcibly taking away the jellyfish-like mushroom. She held Ludwig's hand and quickly walked towards the exit of Mushu Hospital. Only now did she have the energy to think about what had just happened. Lee Keiji's jellyfish-like mushroom actually fell into the hands of that person, wrapped in white bandages, and that person even gave the mushroom to us. Right. Lumian mentioned that after his colleagues Old Wang and Old Ding were struck by lightning, they now have this scary appearance. When he came to visit Mushu Hospital last time, Old Wang seemed to be asking him for help. This time, at the entrance of the basement of Mushu Hospital, he encountered Old Ding again. Was Old Ding hinting at him to pay attention to the no entry to unauthorized personnel sign at that time? Was it old Wang or old Ding who threw down the mushroom just now? If it was old Ding, it would make sense, as he was there when Li Keiji was sent to the basement for treatment. But if he could stay in the basement for so long, it means he's no longer an unauthorized personnel. What exactly do the current old Wang and old Ding symbolize in the Dream City? Why are they helping us? I wonder if this dried mushroom is Li Keiji's final product. Amid these thoughts, Jenna took Ludwig back to room 2303 of Building 5 in Dejuan Garden by taxi. She told Franke about their encounter and asked Ludwig to take out the withered mushroom to show. Franke gazed at the mushroom, pondered for a moment and said, "My spiritual intuition tells me that this should be the final version of the therapeutic mushroom created by Li Keiji, but its specific effects are unknown. Even divination methods won't provide an answer." This was not only because the treatment subject was an Jiaotian, but also because the mushroom itself was very special. "Should I eat it now?" Ludwig asked eagerly. He had an expression that suggested the finest ingredient should be cooked in the simplest way. Eating it raw, Franke and Jenna exchanged glances before saying, "Wait until your godfather returns before eating it." It wasn't that they weren't worried about changes happening to the mushroom in the next dozen or so hours, but the current situation was indeed not suitable for such a stimulating experiment. At present, Lumion and Anthony were outside the dream. Lumina had been frightened and needed close monitoring, and Franke herself couldn't withstand major accidents and couldn't attempt anything too risky. So, if Ludwig ate the mushroom now and something unexpected happened, the entire situation might collapse. Okay. Ludwig reluctantly stuffed the withered mushroom back into his pocket, with some reluctance. Jenna glanced towards the bedroom direction and asked Franke in a lowered voice, "How is Lumina doing?" Being inexplicably arrested by the police, she was definitely shocked, has been somewhat dazed, and a bit overreactive. "She only truly fell asleep 2 minutes before you returned to the dream," Franke answered softly. She then said to Jenna, "You should go visit Honorific now and confirm his situation." After Anthony was kicked out of the dream, Franke had actually been worried about his dream manifestation and Ruid, but she was really too busy to observe and protect him. In the morning she had to take care of Ludwig and look after Luo Shan. In the afternoon she first went to Mushu Hospital to provide support, then was busy asking Queen Mystic to help bail out Lumina. She didn't even have time to care about Jenna's dream manifestation, let alone an Ruid. Alright. Jenna also had these concerns, but she had to prioritize finding the mushroom that Li Keiji might have left behind. Since returning to the Dream City, she had been constantly on the move without rest. At Xinhong District, in a rented apartment, Jenna's figure emerged from a dark corner. She looked towards the smallest bedroom closer to the kitchen and heard relatively long breaths. Her spiritual intuition told her that the person sleeping inside was an Ruid. Jenna relaxed a little and surveyed the situation in the room. She saw a wine glass on the dining table, a plate with crumbs of salted crispy peanuts, a plate of unfinished cold sliced pork head meat, and a plate with only remnants of mashed potatoes. This was consistent with an Ruid's cooking level. Mashed potatoes were a delicacy both inside and outside the dream, while cold sliced pork head meat and salted crispy peanuts could be bought from street vendors outside. A scene immediately appeared before Jenna's eyes, and Ruid was in a good mood, bought himself a bottle of wine, and had a couple of glasses with peanuts, pork head meat, and mashed potatoes. Afterwards, he was a bit tipsy and decided to clean up the dishes the next day. He's quite leisurely, and Ruid knows how to enjoy life, Jenna silently marveled. She then thought, would an Ruid's character prototype Anthony also be like this in private, without the pressure of missions? At this moment, Jenna felt that Anthony was no longer just the ever-calm psychiatrist. While marveling, she didn't let her guard down and quickly checked whether this situation was abnormal, and whether the sleeping and Ruid in the room had any hidden issues. After about 7 or 8 minutes, having sneaked into the corresponding bedroom twice, Jenna finally felt relieved and left. The next morning, after waking up, Jenna carefully got out of bed, afraid of disturbing Lumina beside her. Unexpectedly, Lumina was a light sleeper. She immediately opened her eyes and turned her head. Seeing it was Jenna, she visibly relaxed and revealed a still somewhat confused Smile. I had a nightmare. I dreamed that I was arrested by the police. They said I committed murder and arson, spread cults, and did all kinds of evil. At this point, Lumina suddenly froze. Soon she propped herself up and muttered, Nana, I was really arrested yesterday. I'm innocent. I just performed magic at the hot pot restaurant, and they said I killed someone. Seeing this, Jenna placed her knee on the edge of the bed, bent her back, and gave Lumina a warm hug. It's okay, you're out now. Later, there will be top lawyers to help you. The innocent will be cleared. Franca, who had slept on the carpet last night and only came in when she heard the commotion, almost couldn't help laughing at Jenna's words. The innocent will be cleared. There was nothing wrong with this sentence, but we really did kill Zarathustra. We're as guilty as can be. She held back her laughter and joined in comforting Lumina. After a while, Lumina calmed down. She looked at Jian Na and Luo Fu, furtively glanced left and right and said in a lowered voice, I didn't mention any of you at the police station. She had a, aren't I great and clever? Expression on her face. Great job. Franca and Jenna very cooperatively praised her. Seeing that Lumina's mood had improved considerably, Franca took the opportunity to tell her, Miss Huang will come to pick you up later. You'll stay at her place for the next couple of days. To prevent Lumina from implicating Franca and Jenna, when Queen Mystic hired a lawyer to bail her out, she had actually provided a new residence. But because Queen Mystic had to prepare for the matter of banishing the Mirrored Emperor, Roselle, last night, and had no time to look after Lumina, Franca, worried that Lumina might wander off, still took the risk of bringing her back and holding out for one night. Now Queen Mystic finally had time, and by the afternoon, Lumion would return to the Dream City. Lumina nodded obediently. After Lumina was picked up by Queen Mystic, Jenna left for work at Hall Film Company. Anthony, who had returned to the Dream, took on the responsibility of looking after Ludwig, and Franca finally had some free time. She took a taxi to the tech building, preparing to go through the resignation process. For her, the process wasn't important. What was important was getting the salary for the half month she had worked in the Human Resources Department. Perhaps because Miss Wang had given a heads up, Franca didn't even have a chance to take out her materials like the family surgery notice with the official stamp from Zhen Jingqiao. She quickly went through the process without anyone giving her a hard time. Finally, she took the certificate given by the HR department and went to the finance department to settle her wages. After various deductions, she received 3,500 yuan. Not bad, the first salary from a formal job in my life, although it's in a dream with self-mockery. Franca left the finance department. She planned to say goodbye to Luo Shan in the administration department and then leave the tech building, completely hiding in the shadows. Just as she passed the tech department, not yet near the administration department, Franca, still wearing those old-fashioned black-framed glasses, suddenly heard a voice. Nuosul. Franca instinctively turned around and saw Zhou Mingri coming out of the tech department. What a coincidence! I heard you resigning. Zhou Mingri asked with concern. Franca noticed a hint of determination in Zhou Mingri's eyes, as if he had made up his mind to do something. He's not going to ask about what happened at Mushu Hospital the night before last, is he? He's not going to ask about my real purpose for coming to the company, is he? Franca suddenly shuddered. Oh no, I don't dare say anything now. Chapter 0222, Preparations in full swing. Yes, there's been an issue at home. Franca first answered Zhou Mingri's question, then had a quick idea and hurriedly said, I'm going to find Luo Shan. Once I've dealt with the family issue, I'll treat you all to a meal, and we can have a good chat. She emphasized the words. Good chat. Zhou Mingri looked at Luo Fu for a few seconds, as if weighing his options. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, we'll talk another day. He could tell that Luo Fu didn't want to say much right now, and seemed to be afraid of something unknown. Franca quietly let out a sigh of relief and waved sincerely. See you again. After turning around, she muttered silently with relief. Thankfully, Zhou Mingri isn't one of those stubborn types people in Yangdu talk about. He can read others' expressions and listen to what they're saying. Hall Film Company, Talent Department. During a break in her physical training class, Jenna walked out of the classroom and turned towards the public restrooms. On the way, she encountered Zhang Yue, who was responsible for her and the other new talents. Seeing Zhang Yue busy there, she asked curiously, "What are you busy with?" "The summer season is ending. The Great Pirate 3 is about to finish its run. We need to prepare for the celebration party, subsequent development, and a series of other things." Zhang Yue looked up and saw it was Jenna, her attitude fairly friendly. "The Great Pirate 3 is about to finish its run?" Jenna was stunned for a moment. Based on the common knowledge she had learned since entering the Dream City, she thought this was a very normal thing, but it also felt ill-timed. When Lumion returns to the dream, they were planning to try letting Ludwig eat that dried mushroom to see if he could gain special healing abilities to awaken the vegetative Anjiao and Anjiao was related to the Gehrman Sparrow direction they were pursuing. At this crucial stage, the Great Pirate 3, which further shaped Gehrman Sparrow's character and gave him widespread exposure, was about to completely end its run. Did this hide some kind of symbolism? Jenna chose her words carefully and asked casually, "Is the stage play for the Great Pirate 3 about to be officially scheduled?" "Yes, you might be able to try your luck then. Who knows, you might get an important role," Zhang Yue hinted to Jenna. In a spacious, bright, modern-styled apartment, Bernadette had just entered when she saw Lumina reclining on the bay window, leaning against a pillow, basking in sunlight, leisurely reading a book in her hands. "What are you reading?" Bernadette walked over and asked casually. "A romance novel, one of those melodramatic ones." Lumina closed the book, looking a bit embarrassed. She tried to explain, "I might be put in prison later. I've checked. Most of the books there are for learning. I should read some leisure books while I still can." Bernadette looked out the window. "You probably won't be sentenced. You really didn't do what they're accusing you of. Why don't you go out for some activity? It's windy today, not too hot." "I went jogging in the community this morning." Lumina jumped down from the bay window, smiling as she flexed her arm, showing off her not-so-obvious biceps. "I love exercising." At this point, she suddenly became a bit emotional. "My mum has always been in poor health, and so was I when I was little. Maybe it's hereditary. So, they always didn't let me do intense exercise, didn't let me run around and play rough with my classmates. Later, when I became an adult, I rebelled. I often went running, cycling, playing badminton and so on without telling them, and nothing bad happened. When you grow up, you can do what you want." Queen Mystic seemed to feel something too. Lumina's gaze gradually became unfocused, her eyes reflecting the brilliant sunlight outside the window. "But now, I want them to restrict me again." Bernadette fell silent as well. By the afternoon, Lumion had returned to the Dream City. The first thing he did was not to look at Queen Mystic Bernadette sitting on the single sofa to the side, but to check his own condition. Queen Mystic calmly said, "After being kicked out of the dream twice, there will be several major restrictions when you come back in. First, you can't display beyond the powers of obvious hostility in front of other dream manifestations, especially the Celestial Worthy's subordinates. That will also lead to you being kicked out. Second, some hints that wouldn't have gotten you kicked out before will now attract the Celestial Worthy's attention. Third, you being kicked out will implicate the outsiders around you." Lumion already knew about these restrictions from the information provided by the major Arcana card holders. He chuckled. "Quite troublesome." Queen Mystic nodded slightly. "I transferred that 500,000 to your bank card. We'll take action this afternoon. We can't wait until dark." "All right." Lumion stood up. "I'll go rent an item first." Star Dream Provision Store. Lumion, in his demoness of despair state, walked to the checkout counter and politely said to the shopkeeper, "I'd like to rent an item." "Which one?" The shopkeeper raised her head and asked as the sky suddenly darkened. Lumion thought for 2 seconds, and instead of answering he asked, "Do you have any recommendations?" He wanted to test if the shopkeeper of Star Dream Provision Store would give any hints. "That depends on your own needs, N.O." The beautiful shopkeeper answered with a smile, "No hints possible." Lumion looked towards the shelves, his gaze slowly scanning over mystical items like the magic mirror Arodis, the brass book, the quill pen, and others. In less than a minute, he made up his mind. I'll rent that mirror again. If it was purely for dealing with and constraining the mirrored Emperor Roselle, he would have chosen that brass book based on the brief description from the major arcana cardholders. But tomorrow he still wanted to try weakening the Celestial Worthy and awakening Mr. Fool, and that magic mirror's creation was related to the original God Almighty, having its own hidden aspects. Moreover, it was the only sealed artifact Mr. Fool carried with him, likely to play an important role in weakening the Celestial Worthy and awakening Mr. Fool. Its history and the treatment it received were incomparable to other items. The shopkeeper's smile remained the same as before. All right, how many days do you want to rent it for? 1 day. Lumion answered without hesitation. He had enough cash on hand to rent the magic mirror Arodes for 2 days, but, considering that his guesses, ideas, and action plans might not be necessarily correct, and the final result might not be as he expected, and after today, Queen Mystic would likely be completely kicked out of the dream, making it difficult for the team to encounter such a generous patron. Again, he deliberately left some money for Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. This way, even if tomorrow's operation failed, causing him to be kicked out of the dream for the 3rd time, the remaining people would still have money to continue, making new attempts. The shopkeeper didn't say anything, took out a POS machine, let Lumion swipe his card, and signed the contract. After walking out of Star Dream Provision Store with a magic mirror Arodes, Lumion's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After using the information shredder to delete his contacts, all numbers were unfamiliar to him. Lumion chose to answer and heard an annoyed voice from the other end. Why didn't you come for the night shift last night? Don't you know to apply for leave in advance? This is called absenteeism. So it's a call from the Intis group. Lumion quickly switched to a male voice. I quit. Do whatever you want. The person on the other end was speechless for a moment, then after a few seconds said, You don't want your last month's salary? Donate it to those in need, thank you. Lumion hung up the phone with a bang. He then got into Miss Huang's car parked by the roadside. Queen Mystic said while driving, Later I'll be responsible for clinging onto her, getting kicked out of the dream together. You just need to hide in the shadows, guarding against her leaving the corresponding area in advance. For this operation, except for Jenna who couldn't get away from Hall Film Company, Lumion, Franca, Anthony, and Ludwig would all participate. Among them, Lumion would play the role that Queen Mystic had when dealing with Zarathustra, not directly appearing but interfering and exerting influence from the shadows. Franca would decide whether to confront directly based on the specific situation, with Anthony assisting her. If they could bring some despair to the mirrored Emperor Roselle, it would greatly help Franca digest the despair potion. Do I need to ask the magic mirror some questions? Lumion cautiously confirmed. He felt that the core of Queen Mystic's plan was to use the rule that the 3rd kickout will implicate surrounding outsiders. No need. I already know everything I need to know. Queen Mystic then told Lumion the relevant information. She finally warned, You can't hide behind mirrors later. She has much stronger control over the world in the mirror than you do. Understood. Lumion had confirmed this point when monitoring Zarathustra. In the time that followed, he didn't act humble or polite, but discussed the specific details of the plan with Queen Mystic and proposed some modifications. In a palace-like villa. After asking the butler, Bernadette took the elevator to the 4th floor and walked towards her father's study. The CEO, Mr. Wang Tao, had gone to the company for a while in the morning and returned home at noon. Arriving outside the study, Bernadette habitually raised her right hand and knocked on the door. When she was young, she was spoiled at home and would open any door she wanted without ever asking if the person inside agreed to her entering. But after accidentally witnessing a few things she shouldn't have seen, she learned to knock. Come in. Huang Tao's voice came from inside the study. Bernadette turned the handle and walked into the sunlit study, seeing her father, standing by the window, gazing at something unknown. This suddenly gave her a feeling of returning to the past. Back then, she didn't understand why her father always gazed out of the west-facing floor-to-ceiling window, sometimes even holding her as a child while doing so. Dad? Bernadette instinctively called out. Huang Tao turned around, revealing a smile. You came at just the right time. Why do you say that? Bernadette immediately raised her guard. Huang Tao smiled and said, "I'm going to leave this place." Bernadette frowned. "What do you mean?" Huang Tao sighed with a smile. "How could I let my princess be in a difficult position?" Whoop! Bernadette understood her father's meaning and was a bit stunned. Huang Tao looked at Bernadette for a couple of seconds, then smiled with both satisfaction and emotion. "I'm very glad that you hesitated for several days." Chapter Mulo 233 sentences. When she heard Huang Tao's emotional and gratified remarks, Queen Mystic, Bernadette's lips moved almost imperceptibly a few times, but in the end she didn't speak. She pressed her lips tightly together. Huang Tao's gaze looked out towards the open door and the corridor outside. He smiled slightly and said, "Before I leave, I'll give you all a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, all the mirrors in the study lit up with a clear radiance. Huang Tao's figure instantly disappeared from where he had been standing. Trying to run? Franca, who was hidden in the shadows of the corridor in an invisible state, instinctively rushed out. She suspected that the mirrored Roselle had deliberately appealed to emotions just now, preventing Queen Mystic from reacting immediately, allowing him to escape, using the mirror world. The next second, Franca, still in her invisible state, saw Bernadette transform into ethereal and complex information, rushing like a torrent into the mirror in front of her. Queen Mystic closely pursued the mirrored Emperor Roselle. Franca didn't hesitate. She reached out her right palm and pressed towards that mirror from a distance. Her body suddenly leaned forward, quickly becoming ethereal, and passed through the glass mirror surface. Anthony, who had snuck in using psychological invisibility, quickly ran into the study. Then Lumion, who had directly teleported over while holding Ludwig's hand, grabbed his shoulder and brought him into the mirror world. They followed the traces left behind by the mirrored Emperor Roselle, constantly moving forward through deep tunnels spread like spider webs in the ethereal darkness. They pursued like this for several dozen seconds. The tunnels around them gradually became sparser, the darkness growing ever deeper. Finally, the mirrored Emperor Roselle in Huang Tao's form stopped and turned around. He was positioned at the edge of an area of void and deep darkness, but behind him there were no more tunnels, only pure, profound darkness remaining. In the depths of that darkness, faint grey fog could vaguely be seen spreading, with an endless city hidden in the mist, like a mirage yet indistinct. Thump, thump. Bernadette, Lumion, Franca, and the others heard the sound of heartbeats. It seemed to be both their own and also coming from the very bottom of that deep darkness. "There are some things that can be said now," said the mirrored Emperor Roselle in Huang Tao's form, smiling again. One more step back and he would retreat into that pure, deep darkness. "What things?" Bernadette's voice was a bit lower and hoarser than before. Huang Tao smiled and said, "The gift is 3 sentences. First, I have preliminarily achieved my purpose for entering this real dream in every aspect." As he said this, the mirrored Roselle was gazing at Queen Mystic Bernadette. The subtext seemed to be saying, "My greatest purpose was to find an opportunity to truly spend a few days with my princess as father and daughter." Bernadette fell silent. But Lumion was thinking, "The purposes in every aspect have been achieved. The task given by the one worshipped by the Aurora Order has been completed, and the one given by the Celestial Worthy has also been completed." What could that be? The mirrored Emperor Roselle seemed to guess what Lumion, Franca, and Anthony were thinking, and laughed, saying, "It's the same as what you're thinking." Before Lumion and the others could ask further, Huang Tao, with a somewhat complex expression, said to Queen Mystic Bernadette, "The second sentence, it is possible for people inside and outside the mirror to merge." Hearing this, Lumion and Franca both suddenly remembered something Crismona had said to Jenna, "Reconcile with your mirror self." Is this a different expression of the same idea? It doesn't seem so. Reconciliation isn't the same as merging. When Lumion looked towards Franca in front of him, he found she was also looking at him. Bernadette remained silent, not responding to the mirrored Roselle's words. Huang Tao sighed with a smile. The last sentence, "The apocalypse may come earlier than prophesied. Be prepared." After saying this, he looked at Bernadette and said in a joking tone, "There are 4 heavenly kings, and 4 sentences in 3 sentences. It's very reasonable. There's one more sentence." The mirrored Emperor Roselle paused for a moment, then smiled tenderly at Queen Mystic. These past few days Dad has been very happy, truly. Remember, I will never put you in a difficult position. Bernadette opened her mouth, but still didn't speak. As Huang Tao spoke, he retreated into the pure darkness outside the current area. His body rapidly changed, transforming from a fashionable middle-aged man into an alluring woman with long chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, a voluptuous figure, and a mature aura. The dream's repulsive force suddenly descended upon her, seemingly triggered by her entry into the deep darkness of this part of the mirror world. The mirrored Emperor Roselle maintained a gentle smile and continued speaking to Bernadette. I hate him very much, dislike him, but my feelings in other aspects are the same as his, even more extreme, more irrational. I've already left a lawyer witness letter saying I'm going to travel freely for a while, indulge for a while, and that you'll handle various matters of the Intis group on my behalf. Without waiting for Bernadette to respond, she specially reminded, you should all retreat further, otherwise, you'll also be affected and rejected by the dream. Saying this, the mirrored Emperor Roselle looked at Lumion and smiled, saying, we'll meet again. I've also left a gift for you in the desk drawer. A gift? Feeling the dream's repulsive force spreading over, Lumion, Franca, and the others quickly retreated into one of the mirror tunnels. The mirrored Emperor Roselle's figure gradually faded, seeming both to dissolve into that deep darkness and to be pushed out of the dream by some force. She smiled at Bernadette, who was still standing in place. Quickly leave this area. Bernadette instinctively stepped back, her eyes already misty. Suddenly, she hummed a melody very familiar to the mirrored Emperor. Roselle. The mirrored Roselle was stunned for a moment, becoming somewhat dazed. Then, she began humming along, singing the lyrics corresponding to that melody. The stars in the sky don't speak. The babies on earth miss their mothers. Expressions of reminiscence, gratification, and emotion appeared on the mirrored Roselle's face. She persisted until Bernadette's figure disappeared into one of the mirror tunnels, only then giving up the resistance. Her figure rapidly vanished, dissolving into the darkness. The dream's repulsive force completely enveloped this area, only fully receding after several dozen seconds. After a while, Bernadette, Lumion, and the others returned here. She has indeed been permanently kicked out of the dream, said Queen Mystic in a low voice after looking around. Smoother than I imagined, Lumion didn't say this out loud. He felt it would upset Queen Mystic, and for those in high sequence beyonders, an emotional outburst had a potential hidden danger, the possibility of losing control. Bernadette was silent for a moment, then took the initiative to say, any thoughts on those 3 sentences just now? Lumion had already analyzed. The second sentence, about the possibility of merging between the original body and the mirror person, likely has exaggerated and false components. The third sentence aligns with some of my thoughts and guesses. It might not be false. The apocalypse may really come early. For the first sentence, I am inclined to believe it's true. So, she also completed the task given by the celestial worthy? Franca asked with considerable worry. She immediately guessed. These past few days, when we weren't paying attention, did she do something to Zhou Mingrui, laying the groundwork? No, Bernadette slowly shook her head. These past few days, I've been watching her openly and secretly. She shouldn't have had the chance to directly contact Zhou Mingrui. Lumion, looking at the pure darkness outside the area and the faintly visible grey fog and city in the depths of the darkness, said thoughtfully, perhaps her existence itself has some symbolism, enabling her to complete the task given by the celestial worthy. Before Franca and the others could ask, he pointed to the depths of the darkness and said, doesn't that look like the sealed 4th Epoch Trier? Franca vaguely grasped Lumion's idea and blurted out, a special mirror world. Lumion nodded slightly and said to Queen Mystic, Mr. Fall's dream originally shouldn't have contained the sealed 4th Epoch Trier and the special mirror world as produced from attaching to the 4th Epoch Trier. This was deduced from Mr. Fool's experiences. Lumion continued. But after the mirrored Emperor Roselle entered, Her essence and special nature gave her corresponding symbolic meaning. So, in the depths of the Dream City's mirror world, that special mirror world and the sealed Fourth Epoch Trier gradually took shape. And we previously speculated that one of Zarathustra's main goals was to have Gehrman drink the witch potion, producing a stable, long-term corresponding mirror person. Then, the celestial worthy could use that mirror person to accomplish some things, achieving a phased victory. Queen Mystic nodded slightly. Apart from consuming the witch potion, another way to make a person produce a stable, long-term mirror person is to come into contact with that special mirror world. Zarathustra was both looking for opportunities to induce Gehrman's advancement himself and introducing the mirrored Emperor Roselle so as to bring the special mirror world. A two-pronged approach. Franca drew in a sharp breath. Queen Mystic said in a somewhat low voice, Gehrman probably hasn't come into contact with the special mirror world yet, hasn't produced a corresponding mirror person, but afterwards, the celestial worthy side will certainly have corresponding arrangements. For example, achieving it through Zoe-Sasa. Franca suddenly looked at Lumion. Lumion nodded and continued. So, we can't delay our actions. We are on the precipice, there's no backing down. Yes. Franca agreed. Returning to Wang Tao's study, Bernadette walked around behind the desk and, guided by spirituality, pulled open a drawer. There was a gift left for Lumion by the mirrored Emperor Roselle. Lumion, coming around from the other side, suddenly saw a card. The card lay quietly on top of a stack of documents, its surface depicting the image of the mirrored Emperor Roselle from earlier. Voluptuous figure wearing a black dress, adorned with a golden crown inlaid with jewels, alluring features, mature aura, outstanding charm. In the upper left corner of this card, a line of text was condensed from brilliant starlight. Sequence 0, Primordial Demoness. At this moment, Bernadette's voice rang out, echoing in the ears of Lumion and the others. A card of blasphemy, the Demoness card. Chapter 1024, A Blurry Ritual. A card of blasphemy. A card of blasphemy representing a path to godhood, created by Emperor Roselle, based on the second blasphemy slate and his personal experience. Lumion and Franca were both shocked. They had learned about the cards of blasphemy from Emperor Roselle's diary and various mystical knowledge they had collected through different Ma channels. But items of this level naturally possessed anti-prophecy and anti-divination properties, so they had only heard about them and never seen one with their own eyes. Now, the Demoness card appeared before them. This was a gift left for Lumion by the mirrored Emperor Roselle. In a flash, Lumion instinctively had a thought. Is she really being so kind? At this moment, Queen Mystic spoke again. It's real. A real card of blasphemy, a real Demoness card. Franca curiously leaned in, examining this long-coveted item. Lumion remained silent for a few seconds, then chuckled and reached out to take the Demoness card. He had already accrued so many debts, and had so many creditors. What was one more? Queen Mystic looked at the card of blasphemy in Lumion's hand and said after a moment of silence, The activation incantation should be my name, Inept, Ancient Faceac. Name, Lumion chanted in a low voice. Bernadette. Instantly, the Demoness card generated an invisible vortex, frantically drawing in Lumion's spirit and spirituality. Soon, the Demoness card became three-dimensional, transforming into a miniature book. The book opened naturally, revealing a Roselle dressed as an Assassin's Creed character, a clean-shaven male Roselle. Next to this character image was a corresponding description in Ancient Faceac. Sequence 9, Assassin. Every assassin possesses the ability to change their body for a short time, gaining feather-like lightness to perform a leap of faith, and has eagle-like vision and night vision, excelling in combat, evasion, and concealment. Shadows are their friends, and their camouflage. Once they lead the shadows, they use their agile footwork to gather all their strength for a fatal strike on their target. Potion formula. Lumion reached out to touch the card of blasphemy that had become a miniature book, watching it continuously flip pages. seeing Emperor Roselle's image change from male to female, becoming increasingly beautiful and alluring, gradually overlapping with the appearance of the mirrored Roselle. Finally, an image of the mirrored Emperor Roselle, seemingly much younger and resembling a young girl, appeared before Lumien's eyes. The corresponding information was also revealed. Sequence 3. Unaging, Demoness of Unaging. Every demoness of Unaging is forever youthful, skilled in resurrection, bizarrely difficult to kill, a darling of the mirror world, a true Gorgon. Potion formula. Main ingredients: 1 heart of a mirror god, a pair of Gorgon eyes. Supplementary ingredients: 9 mirror god fragments, 80 ml of Gorgon blood, an antique mirror over 500 years old with a corresponding mirror realm, 22 drops of water from a drowned person's lungs. Ritual: find your mirror self, enslave them solely with your own power, or make them truly infatuated with you, or reconcile with them. Seeing this, Lumien and Franca once again recalled Crismona's mention of reconciling with your mirror self. Will different handling methods result in different manifestations later? Lumien pondered for a while, then turned to the next page. Sequence 2. Catastrophe, Demoness of Catastrophe. Demonesses of Catastrophe bring various natural disasters such as blizzards, floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, meteor strikes, etc. Everyone who mentions their names feels fear from the bottom of their hearts. Potion formula. You. Ritual. As a participant, cause a disaster affecting the entire continent and advance during the disaster. Lumien didn't read the specific formula in detail, just skimmed the sequence name and corresponding ritual. He turned to the next page. Sequence 1. Apocalypse, Demoness of Apocalypse, E. Ritual. Advance at the universally acknowledged end of an epoch or the beginning of the next. Advance during the signs and process of the apocalypse's arrival. Advance when one's own involvement leads to the fall of a deity. Any one of the 3 rituals is effective. According to the mirrored Emperor Roselle's words and my deductions, the apocalypse will come early. Disasters frequently occur during the apocalypse, which indeed suits demonesses. Lumien unconsciously held his breath and turned the card of blasphemy to the last page. Sequence 0. Demoness. Primordial Demoness, Chaos Demoness. The source of catastrophes, symbol of the apocalypse, the demoness who wields chaos, ruler of the mirror world, corresponding to the feminine aspect of the original creator. Potion formula. Ingredients: demoness uniqueness, 3 demoness of apocalypse. Beyond the characteristics. Ritual. Lumien wanted to see what the apotheosis ritual for the demoness pathway was, but found that the corresponding text was blurry and unclear, as if obscured by some force. Did the mirrored Emperor Roselle do this when leaving this gift, or was it like this when she obtained this demoness card? Lumien turned his head to look at Queen Mystic. Your Highness, can you see the content of the apotheosis ritual clearly? Bernadette stared for a moment, then slowly shook her head. The power obscuring the corresponding content is of a very high level, at least sequence 0. Lumien and Franca exchanged glances, but didn't pursue the matter further. For them, the apotheosis ritual was a distant matter. They should focus on the demoness of Unaging first. Since I wasn't kicked out of the dream, I can also participate in your operation tomorrow, Queen Mystic said in a somewhat low voice, looking towards the window area where Huang Tao had been standing earlier. Thank you, Lumien said without being polite. He put the demoness card into his traveler's bag. When Lumien and the others returned to Xinhong District, the sunlight was still bright, and it wasn't even afternoon tea time yet. Should we let Ludwig eat that mushroom now? Franca pulled out a chair and sat down, asking with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Lumien thought for a few seconds, then said with a smile, Yes. But you should leave first. Go back to Detrang Garden. I'm afraid your life might be ended by the mutation brought by the mushroom. This wasn't saying that the mushroom could directly harm Franca, but that the corresponding mutation might be very extreme, drawing the celestial worthy's attention, which would be completely unbearable for Franca, who hadn't fully digested the despair potion. All right. Franca suppressed her inner emotions and returned to Deshuang Garden through the mirror world. Only then did Lumion sit down in the chair Franca had just pulled out and say to Ludwig, "You could eat it now." Ludwig had been holding back for a long time and quickly took out the dried jellyfish-like mushroom. Seeing this, Lumion turned his head to Anthony and said, "Pay attention to placating his mind and emotions." "Okay." Anthony's eyes became vertical, reflecting Ludwig's figure in that pale golden color. Ludwig swallowed and looked at the mushroom with a hint of fear as he stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it up, then swallowed it with satisfaction. Lumion and Anthony's spirits instantly tensed to the extreme. As time passed second by second, Ludwig finally opened his mouth and evaluated the changes after eating it. "I can create a kind of spore that enters the human body, repairing nerves and flesh, merging with spirituality and soul. This might wake up people in vegetative states, but the condition of patients after merging with the spores is currently unknown." As Ludwig spoke, Lumion and Anthony saw masses of flesh writhing under his skin, sometimes bulging the skin outwards, sometimes sinking inwards. This made Ludwig look like he was wearing a skin suit. Suddenly, the skin on his neck split open, and a wet brown mushroom grew out of the flesh. Ludwig raised his right hand nonchalantly, plucked off this mushroom with a snap, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. The wound on his neck quickly healed. And so, mushrooms intermittently grew out of Ludwig's body, sometimes of the same species, sometimes different, and he plucked them all off, using them as snacks. This formed a strange balance. "Can eating these mushrooms make you full?" Lumion asked curiously, secretly, breathing a sigh of relief. Ludwig glanced at his godfather. "Can you get full by sucking your own fingers?" Lumion and Anthony immediately understood the answer. Anthony then looked at Lumion. "Should we take him to Red Boon Hospital now to try and treat and shout Yan?" Lumion pondered for several minutes before answering, "There's no rush. Let's wait until tomorrow, when we officially take action." Anthony didn't hide his confusion, but seeing that Lumion didn't explain further, he calmly closed his mouth. If he's not saying, there must be a reason for not saying it. The next morning, Lumion stood on the balcony of the master bedroom, gazing at the tree-lined internal roads of the community and the slowly passing electric cars and bicycles. After a while, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, walked into the living room, and placed the magic mirror Arrow Days on the dining table. After the previous rental, they had figured out the rules for using this magic mirror. Only 3 questions could be asked within 24 hours, and they could be asked at intervals. Lumion looked at the silver mirror with ancient patterns and a black gemstone on each side, and calmly said in the presence of Anthony and Ludwig, "Great Ardes, I want to ask you a question, the first question of today." The surface of the ancient silver mirror suddenly darkened, and lines of blood-red, ancient Fasak words appeared. "I can answer any question you ask, but you must also answer an equal number of questions from me, in the presence of at least 1 witness. If you refuse to answer, or if you lie, you will face punishment." Lumion nodded and revealed a bright smile. "My question is it a coincidence that the celestial worthies' attempt to use the mirror people and your birth as a mirror occurred at the same time?" On the magic mirror, the blood-red words quickly lost their color and contracted into a single lonely word. "No, thanks to the user. Of sense. Telegram for the chapters provided. For the chapters provided. Chapter 02025. Sudden event. Not a coincidence, so it was intentional. Did the original God Almighty see a certain scene while dying and disintegrating, and make corresponding arrangements?" Lumion revealed a thoughtful expression. He immediately said in a satisfied tone, "Thank you for your answer, Great Ardes." This was the answer he wanted. This also indirectly confirmed that the celestial worthy was trying to use the mirror people. The surface of the magic mirror rippled, and blood-red ancient Fasak words were outlined again. "Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished." Lumion nodded slightly, then saw the ancient Fasak words on the old silver mirror change. "Are you prepared to be scared out of your wits by that individual?" What a gentle question, not embarrassing at all. Anthony thought instinctively. Then he realized this seems more like a hint to Lumion that the upcoming action might directly face the celestial worthy or his consciousness and power. "I'm ready," Lumion answered with a smile. He also noticed the hint from the magic mirror Arides. Then he faced the magic mirror, pressed his hand to his chest and said, "I'll ask the other 2 questions later." By 11 in the morning, Franca and Jenna had also arrived at the rental house in Shinhong district, each finding a chair to sit on. "Queen Mystic is maintaining the illusion of Lumiana, preventing the police from discovering that I've left my designated residence," said Lumion, who had resumed his Li Ming identity. He stood up and looked at each companion. "We need to hurry now." "Okay." Franca had been curious about Lumion's plan since yesterday. Of course, she inevitably felt a bit nervous and uneasy, because if others fall, they would most likely just be kicked out of the dream, while she had a significant chance of dying. Lumion smiled and said, "I've been pondering the phrase, filter out the interference of complex information and see the most fundamental facts all day yesterday and finally thought of a few details. One of them is that Chief Yagatis only has the spiritual imprints of Mr. Dor and the Celestial Worthy, with maybe a little bit of Ammon's at most. If interfered with by complex information, one might deduce that Chief Yagates would likely lean towards the Celestial Worthy at crucial moments, or that he has always been feigning neutrality, and we must avoid encountering him. But I did stimulate Mr. Dor's spiritual imprint with matters related to the Abraham family and our purpose for entering the Dream City, preventing me from being completely kicked out of the dream. Moreover, the official forces of the Dream City have indeed shown neutrality before, being impartial and following the law, otherwise we would have been finished long ago. So, what is the most fundamental fact among this information?" Franca, Jenna and Anthony fell into thought, while Ludwig continued to noisily eat from a large bag of chips, occasionally plucking a mushroom from his body to go with it. After about 10 seconds, Jenna said in a quiet voice, filled with doubt and uncertainty, "The Celestial Worthy is too weak," Lumion chuckled. "Correct. Unlike Eamon, Mr. Dor passed away long ago. On Chief Yagatis, who is the uniqueness of the Dor pathway, there exists only his remaining spiritual imprint without external help or subsequent replenishment. And it's this remnant imprint, along with a bit of Mr. Fool's cognition and a little of Ammon's spiritual imprint, that has managed to resist the spiritual imprint of the Celestial Worthy, this great existence, maintaining balance most of the time and even gaining the upper hand when stimulated occasionally. What does this signify? It indicates that the Celestial Worthy's current state is much worse than we imagined, and the limitations he's under are far greater than what we see daily. This is the most fundamental fact. And why is this so?" At this point, Lumion closed his mouth, clearly not wanting to share his speculations and thoughts. "Hey, you're just going to pique our curiosity and not say anything?" Franca felt uncomfortable all over, just like encountering certain authors and storytellers who leave a cliffhanger at the end of a chapter, but she immediately understood Lumion's intention, which was based on complete trust. Some things can be known, but not spoken, at most, hinted at. Franca asked carefully. Lumion showed an expression of satisfaction that made Franca want to hit him. "Didn't we already conclude earlier that except for outsiders, every manifestation in the Dream City is a product of the subconscious cognition of Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy combined?" Lumion extended his right hand, pointing at the green trees outside the window, at the surrounding walls, at the hot wind blowing in from outside. "What I want to say is, apart from the dream characters, the birds, rats, cockroaches, earthworms, plants, buildings, and even the air in this city are all products of Mr. Fool's subconscious and the Celestial Worthy subconscious combined. In other words, we've been living in the thoughts, cognition, and consciousness of Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy all along." Franca was enlightened. So the Dream City is like the cerebral cortex, with some areas very active that we need to carefully avoid and not stimulate, like Zhou Mingrui's dream manifestation, while most other areas are in a dormant state and normally won't react unless we say key words or key information. Once spoken, is likely to be immediately noticed by the Celestial Worthy. Lumion raised his right hand and grabbed a handful of air. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "This not only brings attention and rejection, but might also stimulate the celestial worthy, allowing him to break free from his current unfavorable state." Let me give an example. The fundamental facts revealed by the information on Chief Yagates aren't that hard to figure out. But even with Ammon's reminders and hints, it took me a long time to understand, and you and the major arcana card holders haven't even thought of it. Suppose there's a person who's been fooled, always feeling weak and unable to break free from certain limitations. In this situation, if someone suddenly tells him he's silly or stupid, wouldn't that stimulate him to regain clarity and become powerful again? This is also why Ammon and that individual related to the Aurora Order don't speak directly in and out of dreams, only hinting, letting us understand on our own. Some tricks no longer work once the key technique is revealed. Jenna finally understood what Lumion was trying to express. There were two layers to this. First, everyone who has entered the dream is essentially receiving joint corruption from Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy. It's just that due to differences in dream, entry time and actions taken, the degree of corruption varies, and the corresponding influence will persist even after returning to reality. Second, certain words and facts might stimulate the Celestial Worthy under similar corruption conditions, causing him to wake up. Just assign the tasks to us, you don't need to say anything else, Jenna said with a sigh. Franca and Anthony also had some realizations and nodded in succession. Just as Lumion was about to assign the corresponding tasks to his companions, Franca's phone suddenly rang. Franca picked it up and looked, her expression changing slightly. It's a call from Luo Shan. Has something become so urgent that it requires a phone call? Franca chose to answer, trying to make her voice sound steady. Hello, Shan Shan? Luo Shan's urgent voice came through the receiver. Zhou Mingrui suddenly took leave. He asked for it 20 minutes ago. I just found out. Zhu Mingrul took leave. Jenna looked towards Lumion. Lumion couldn't help but frown. Today is Wednesday. Zhou Mingrui's sister Zhou Sase is arriving in Yangdu, but her high-speed train doesn't arrive until 1:40 p.m. Zhou Mingrul doesn't need to take the morning off at all. He would have enough time, even if he left after lunch. Franca forced herself to stay calm and said to Luo Shan, "Don't panic. Ask Zhou Mingrui on WeChat to see what happened." "Right, I can ask him directly." Luo Shan, who was in the administrative department of the Intis group, quickly hung up the phone. She rapidly sent a message to Zhou Mingrui. "Why did you suddenly take leave?" After a few minutes while Luo Shan was silently praying, Zhou Mingrui replied to her message. "Gone to the high-speed rail station to pick up my sister." "Your sister is coming to Yangdu? What time?" Luo Shan's heart tightened, as if glimpsing an unpleasant truth. After nearly another minute, Zhou Mingrui sent an emoji. She was originally supposed to arrive on the train after 1030, but she said she got to her hometown's high-speed rail station early and there were spare tickets, so she changed her booking. She'll arrive just after 11,005. Why did she suddenly change her booking, almost 2 hours earlier? Luo Shan had heard from Luo Fu and Jian Na that there might be issues with Zhou Sasa's arrival in Yangdu, and she immediately became more panicked. She didn't bother to respond to Zhou Mingrui, quickly took a screenshot of the chat history and sent it to True Hidden Blade. At times like this, repeating is a waste of time. Franca, in the rental house in Xinhong district, quickly scanned the information on the screenshot, and her whole body suddenly tensed up. Not good. Zhou Mingrui is almost at the high-speed rail station, and so is Zhou Sasa. Franca held up her phone vertically, showing it to Lumion and the others. Lumion glanced at it and smiled slightly. "No need to panic. Still time. We have some redundancy." His attitude infected Franca and Jenna, calming their mindset and spirits a little. Anthony and Ludwig didn't need reassuring. Lumion then began assigning different tasks to each person, only telling them what to do, not why. When assigning certain tasks, he even deliberately used the bottle of fiction, not letting the other companions hear. Finally, Lumion said to Anthony, "Before taking Ludwig to Crimson Moon Hospital, make a trip back to the real world and relay what I told you to the major Arcana card holders. Let them prepare, and when the Dream City experiences anomalies, seize the brief window of opportunity to complete that matter." "Of course," The anomalies may not occur, and our plan could very likely fail. Understood, Anthony replied steadily. Lumion then turned his gaze to Franca, smiling again as he said, "Then let's split up and take action." After saying this, he pressed his hand to his chest and said, "Praise the fool! Praise the fool!" Franca stood up abruptly, returning the same gesture. Then she said in a deep voice, "You must all be careful." Lumion nodded lightly, and together with Jenna, walked towards the door and out of the rental house. The operation had officially begun. Chapter 1026, Helper. After Lumion, Jenna, and Franca had each left the rental house in Shinhong district, Anthony waited for a moment before saying to Ludwig, "Keep eating. I'm heading back to the real world for a bit." Ludwig, mouth full of food, didn't have time to reply properly. Anthony leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. As a dreamwalker, he didn't need to perform any complicated actions to easily return to the real world. Upon opening his eyes in a room of the luxurious Trier mansion, Anthony instinctively rolled out of bed. At the same time, Madame Justice's voice echoed in his mind. "Come to Two of Cups' room." Anthony immediately left his room and headed to Franca's bedroom, which was closer to the staircase. He lightly knocked on the wooden door. "Come in." Madame Justice's gentle voice came from inside. As soon as Anthony pushed open the door, he was met with multiple figures. There was Mr. Starr standing in front of the bright window, wearing red gloves. A man sitting in a dim corner, his eyes crimson and his chin slightly raised. A rugged-looking man with bronze skin and blue hair, leaning against the mini-bar, holding a glass of Lanty Proof. On either side of the long sofa were Madame Magician and Madame Judgment. Ma'am Hermit was sitting on a single-seater, wearing glasses and flipping through a book. Madame Justice sat by Franca's bed with Susie nearby, and a young man, over 2 meters tall, with simple white robes, paced at the foot of the bed. Anthony scanned the room and respectfully said, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have something to tell us?" Madame Justice turned her body slightly. Anthony repeated Lumion's instructions in full without leaving out a single detail. Madame Justice nodded thoughtfully. "I understand." At that moment, the tall, brown-haired young man shifted his gaze to the other major arcana cardholders and said in a calm voice, "From now on, no one is to leave this room." As his voice echoed, the brilliant sunlight, brighter than the sky outside, flooded the bedroom, banishing all shadows and darkness, leaving no corner untouched. Inside the administrative department of the Intis Group at the Tech Building, "Haha, kids can be impulsive. Come into Yangdu for Y College?" Luo Shan sent Zhou Mingri a message, holding her phone. This was a continuation of their earlier conversation, and also a way to monitor Zhou Mingri's current state. Luo Shan believed that chatting with Zhou Mingri on and off would allow her to keep abreast of his movements in a timely manner. While waiting for his reply, Luo Shan found herself unable to sit or stand still. She walked around but couldn't calm the waves of anxiety in her heart. She sat back down, grabbed some paper and a pen, hoping to ease her complex, tangled emotions by drawing. "Scribble, scribble," Luo Shan scribbled on the paper aimlessly. As time slowly passed, her sketch gradually took shape. It depicted a girl guarding behind a black barrier, fighting off childlike monsters. Luo Shan had drawn a version of herself deep into the night, standing as a protector. When she saw the half-finished drawing, Luo Shan froze. After a few seconds, she pressed her lips tightly together. She stood up abruptly and rushed to Deputy Director Zhang Qing's office, speaking urgently. "Director Zhang, I'd like to take half a day off." Yangdu High-Speed Rail Station, arrival level. Lumion and Jenna stood in front of the large display screen, checking the exit for Zhou Sasa's train. "South exit 3, arriving in 6 minutes, Jenna said, referencing the information Luo Shan had provided, locating the correct train. "I told you we had extra time." Lumion, in his male form, chuckled and walked with Jenna towards South Exit 3. They didn't get too close, keeping a distance of about 20 to 30 meters, hiding near the taxi lane entrance while watching the target area. The two demonesses quickly spotted Zhou Mingri, because the Intis Group had strong air conditioning and he had rushed out in a hurry. Zhou Mingri was wearing a white t-shirt under an orange and black plaid shirt, looking as if he had been waiting for a while. Neither Jenna nor Lumion spoke, quietly observing. After 2 or 3 minutes, Jenna suddenly pointed in a direction and whispered, Luo Shan, why is she here? Following Jenna's lead, Lumion saw Luo Shan, dressed in a blouse and skirt, walking towards South Exit 3, glancing around as she moved. Call her over, don't let her disturb Zhou Mingri. Lumion instructed Jenna. Jenna had already been thinking the same thing. Using her assassin footwork, she quickly and discreetly approached Luo Shan, appearing right in front of her. Luo Shan jumped in surprise, then opened her mouth in delighted shock. Jenna raised a finger to her lips, signaling Luo Shan not to speak. Luo Shan immediately closed her mouth and followed Jenna to the taxi lane, entrance by South Exit 2. When Luo Shan saw who was waiting with Jenna, she could no longer contain herself, pointing at Lumion and stammering. You. Isn't this the dropout, Li Ming, who had a child when he was still a teenager? Is he in league with Luo Fu, Jian Na, and Lumina? What a coincidence! Lumion smiled. He gestured toward Jenna. She's the mother of the child. Dame! Oh. Luo Shan suddenly felt a bit excited. That explains it. That is their relationship. Suddenly learning this private detail about her friends dispelled much of Luo Shan's tension and anxiety. Jenna finally asked, Why did you come to the station? Luo Shan's expression instantly darkened. She bit her lip and said, I wanted to help you. I think I can be of help. As she spoke, her tone grew firmer. Lumion was silent for a few seconds before saying, Okay. He glanced towards South Exit 3 and casually added, For now, there's nothing else to do but observe. Okay. This was Luo Shan's first time taking part in an operation like this, so she had no objections. Looking back at Zhou Mingri, Jenna thought aloud. If Zhou Sasa really is a problem, if she's meant to make Zhou Mingri produce a stable mirror person in the special mirror world, what would she do? Having experienced the events relating to the hostel and with Moran Avigny, Jenna had a deep understanding of the special mirror world. She knew that to produce a stable long-term mirror person in that world, the person either had to be a descendant of the primordial demoness or certain Fourth Epoch Trier nobles, or they had to be exposed to the overflow of corruption from the special mirror world, namely frequent activity in underground Trier. However, in the Dream City, there was no real special mirror world. It was hidden, deep within the mirror world, without any overflow of corruption. So, making Zhou Mingri truly come into contact with the special mirror world was no easy task. Lumion thought for a few seconds. I don't know. His calm, steady tone made Luo Shan suddenly feel that things might not be as bad as she had imagined. A few more minutes passed, and passengers started coming through the gates at South Exit 3. Jenna and Luo Shan's nerves immediately tightened. Before long they saw Zhou Mingri smile and walk toward the exit. There, a young girl emerged wearing a black dress that made her seem more mature than her age. Her suitcase was also dark-colored, without any fluffy toys attached like many young women would have, but instead it had a mechanical-looking transformer hanging from it. Her backpack wasn't cute either, black, made of synthetic leather, and large enough to hang a silver-white pocket watch with vine and leaf patterns on one side. Her style is very similar to reality's Melissa Moretti. Jenna muttered under her breath. Luo Shan couldn't help but glance at her. When Zhou Sasa saw Zhou Mingri approaching, she smiled brightly, waving her hand. Mingruel, she called out sweetly. At that moment she finally showed a hint of youthful charm. Perfect timing, I'll take you out for a big meal. Zhou Mingri grinned as he took his sister's suitcase. Mingri, I fixed the pocket watch. Zhou Sasa pulled the silver-white pocket watch with vine and leaf patterns from the side of her black backpack, showing it off to Zhou Mingri. Click. She pressed lightly on the top of the watch, and the silver-white cover popped open. Almost simultaneously, Lumion and Jenna's eyes narrowed. With their eagle-like vision, they noticed that the glass on the watch's face was dark, almost pure black, but still transparent enough to see the hands and numbers on the dial. That glass gave both Lumion and Jenna a strong sense of familiarity, a familiarity rooted in their spiritual intuition and memory. It was a fragment of the special mirror world. They each possessed a piece of the special mirror world fragment. Is Joe Sasa planning to use that pocket watch and the fragment of the special mirror world to make Zhou Mingrui generate a stable mirror person? Jenna whispered, but instinctively kept her voice low. She immediately recalled something. The fragment of the special mirror world that Lumion possessed had come from the reanimated Panatia, who had originally been arranged as Zhou Mingrui's lover and eventually his wife. Was her intended function not only to stabilize Zhou Mingrui's mental state, but also, after Zaratulstra's frontal attempt failed, to use that fragment of the special mirror world to somehow corrupt Zhou Mingrui so that a stable mirror person could be born? No wonder she has a fragment of the special mirror world. The celestial worthy always prepares multiple, no, 3 or even more contingencies, Jenna Bob suddenly realized. She quickly said to Lumion, "We need to find a way to steal that pocket watch. We can't let Zhou Mingrui come into too much contact with it." Lumion also thought of the reanimated Panatia and observed for a few seconds, before saying, "That pocket watch seems to hold significant sentimental value for Zhou Mingrui. He's holding onto it tightly. Taking it from under his nose won't be easy." At this point, Zhou Mingrui had taken the silver-white pocket watch and was inspecting it repeatedly, looking very pleased. Jenna understood Lumion's concern. Not just difficult, nearly impossible, and extremely risky. What Zhou Mingrui wanted to protect was what the dream subconscious wanted to protect. Chapter 1027, What is Real? As Jenna quickly tried to think of a way to take the silver pocket watch from Zhou Mingrui, Luo Shan suddenly spoke up. "I'll go." Jenna and Lumion both turned to look at Luo Shan at the same time. Luo Shan flashed a smile that said, "It's no big deal. I know Zhou Mingrui. We're on good terms. We're close colleagues. It'll be easier for me to get close to him than you two. Although he's somewhat suspicious of me now and knows I have Beyonder powers and he's picked up on my hints, overall, he should still see me as an ally, someone on his side, right? My analysis is correct, isn't it?" Luo Shan showed a lack of confidence in these kinds of matters. Before Lumion or Jenna could respond, she gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "Zhou Mingrui might be wary, might be on guard, but he'd never suspect that my target is the pocket watch. And besides," she paused for a moment and then added, "you two are outsiders. Even if you just trigger his suspicions, he might kick you out, but I won't. I'm from here. At most, I just need to be a little more careful afterward." "No, it's still dangerous," Jenna warned Luo Shan seriously. "We'd never tried having someone like you directly confront Zhou Mingrui or do anything to him, so we can't predict what might happen or what the worst outcome might be. And judging by similar cases, you could end up with a light suddenly falling from the ceiling, smashing your head, killing you instantly, or you could drop dead the moment you touch that pocket watch." Luo Shan's expression turned solemn. She nodded slowly and said, "I know." Before Jenna or Lumion could try to dissuade her further, she unexpectedly asked, in a low voice, "What is the real me like?" While Lumion was observing Zhou Mingrui and Zhou Sasa, Jenna fell silent for 2 seconds and then answered, "She's a civilian staff at the police station. Her father was also an official Beyonder, but he died in a Beyonder disaster. She's lively, though a bit lazy, but her colleagues really like her. They all treat her like a little sister. She's married now, with a lovely child." Luo Shan listened intently, and after a few seconds, she said, "Isn't that another version of me?" "It really is another me." Her eyes flickered as she looked at Jenna, and with a hint of playfulness she said, "If you ever meet her, please tell her. I envy her." Hearing this, Jenna suddenly felt a lump in her throat, and emotions swirled in her chest, making it hard to speak. Luo Shan slowly straightened her back. "And also tell her, I have my own pride, and I've had experiences she might envy." Luo Shan's serious expression gradually softened, as though she was talking to herself. "I've been reflecting a lot lately, thinking about my past. My mother was so real. My interactions with her were so real. My father was real too, and his sacrifice was just as real. my childhood, my middle school, high school, college, and my work experiences, all those details, all those moments, they were so real. I can still remember the smell of my mum, the taste of her best dish, eggplant with pork. I can remember where my dad's police uniform had a hole burned by a cigarette, where he hid snacks he bought for me. To you, these might be parts of a dreamscape, but to me, they couldn't be more real. They are the meaning of my existence. And because of those memories and that past, I feel real, no matter how you see it. Now, I'm going to do something I've always dreamed of. It will make me even more real. It will give my life more meaning, no longer just a dream or someone else's fantasy. Before Jenna could respond, Lumion suddenly said, "All right, you approach Gehrman and find a way to steal that pocket watch." Luo Shan was stunned, not expecting Lumion to agree so quickly. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on her face, a smile filled with pride and nostalgia. She looked at Jenna and asked softly, If this dream breaks apart and you two leave alive, will you remember me? Will you remember that there was a Luo Shan and the things I did?" Jenna's vision blurred instantly, and she choked up as she said, "I will. I'll always remember that I had a friend named Luo Shan. She was lively and kind, though a bit lazy. She was a girl who always missed her mom, but she had a strong sense of justice, just like her father." Luo Shan smiled, full of relief. "That means I really lived. My life was real." She took a deep breath and pointed toward Zhou Mingri and Zhou Sasa. "I have to hurry. They're almost at the entrance to the ride-hailing parking lot." "All right." Lumion and Jenna replied briefly. Luo Shan took a step toward the exit, but suddenly turned around, flashing a bright smile at Jenna and Lumion. With a mix of nerves and excitement, she said, "I can be a guardian too." Without waiting for a response, she turned back and ran toward Zhou Mingri and Zhou Sasa, wearing her blouse and skirt. She used her reporter ability in small bursts, speeding up quickly, moving as gracefully and nimbly as a young deer. Lumion watched her back and softly repeated her words. "Guardian." Inside Crimson Moon Hospital, in a dimly lit patient room with the curtains drawn even though it was noon, Anthony used the last remaining mirror traversal effect of the ice mirror charm, bringing himself and Ludwig out of the bathroom mirror. They walked over to the hospital bed, where Anthony studied Xiaotian's head. There were centipede-like stitches across his scalp, and his face was covered with thick, dark facial hair. After a few seconds, Anthony turned to Ludwig and asked, "Can he be cured?" "I don't know. We'll have to try and see." Ludwig replied. He plucked a golden mushroom from the cracked corner of his eye and chewed it down. The efficacy of the spores he absorbed from mushrooms to heal Xiaotian was uncertain. This wasn't something a gourmet typically dealt with. Anthony surveyed the room before pulling out a blank sketchbook and a pencil. He set the book down on the TV table and quickly began sketching. Before long, he finished a drawing. It was a complex maze, but every path seemed to be blocked. Anthony carefully tore out the sketch, packed away the remaining pages, and cautiously walked to the door. Using his psychological invisibility ability, he opened the door just a crack and placed the drawing against it. The sketch shimmered for a moment and then melded seamlessly with the door. With that done, Anthony observed the bustling nurses and wondering patients in the hallway before retreating back inside, closing the door behind him. He turned to Ludwig and said, "Begin the treatment." Ludwig hesitated briefly before stepping forward in small, cautious steps. He stood next to Xiaotian's bed and placed both hands on the man's shaved head, which was covered with multiple scars and attached to various medical devices. In the next moment, a damp, fresh sensation emanated from Ludwig's body, making the air feel like a forest after the rain. Anthony waited patiently as the seconds ticked by. Suddenly, he noticed small lumps forming beneath the skin on Xiaotian's face, as if something was trying to push its way out. The lumps quickly retracted, shifting a few centimeters under the skin. On the monitors, the data for heart rate, blood pressure, and oxygen saturation began fluctuating rapidly. There's a response, but is it enough? Anthony held his breath without realizing it. He cast placate on himself, calming his nerves as he continued to wait. Another 20 seconds passed before Anthony noticed the room becoming even darker, though he wasn't sure if it was real or just his imagination. Then, all at once the lumps beneath Anxiautian's skin surged to the surface, tearing through his flesh and scalp. They sprouted into various types of thumb-sized mushrooms. Some had fleshy, veined patterns. Others were soft and white, oozing a milky substance. They kept growing, rapidly expanding, until Anxiautian's entire head was covered in a dense cluster of fungi, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth visible. Beep, beep, beep. The monitors blared, alarms going off as the data spiked wildly. Several nurses rushed over, one leading the way and another pushing a medical cart. But when they opened the door to the room, they didn't see the bed or the nearby bathroom. Instead, they were faced with a long hallway stretching into the unknown, with countless unmarked doors lining its sides. Normally, the nurses would have stepped back to check if they were in the wrong place, but instead they ran forward, opening door after door, desperately trying to find the real entrance to the room. Amid the walling alarms, Anthony felt the room grow even darker. An ominous, dangerous energy began to fill the space. Ludwig withdrew his hands, stepped back to Anthony's side, and stared at the now mushroom-covered Anxiautian. Licking his lips, he said, "It worked?" Just as he spoke, Anxiautian, still unconscious, suddenly sat bolt upright. Biz. The electrical appliances in the room, lights, TV, monitors all emitted a loud buzzing sound, so intense that it drowned out the beeping alarms. At that moment Anxiautian, sitting up straight, opened his eyes. They were deep, dark, weathered, and slightly hollow. In stark contrast to the mushrooms growing all over his head, his eyes looked unnervingly normal and sane. Anxiautian opened his mouth and spat out countless tiny spores, his voice hoarse, as he said, "Be careful." As soon as Anthony and Ludwig heard those words, they suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The darkness around them seemed to solidify, closing in on them and pushing them out. Even with Anthony's mental fortitude and emotional control, he couldn't help but shiver, feeling the urge to flee the room. The next second, Anxiautian's voice turned sharp and piercing. "Be careful of Zhou Mingrui." Chapter 028. The Medium. "Be careful of Zhou Mingrui." Anxiautian's voice echoed through the hospital room, drowning out the alarms from the monitoring equipment. Whoosh! As Anthony struggled to hide his shock and surprise, thunder rumbled outside. The sky over the entire dream city suddenly turned gray, as if the brilliant sunlight had been cut off by a layer of clouds. In Anthony's vision, Anxiautian's figure suddenly became blurry, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting, like a hazy, confusing dream. The next second, Anthony and Ludwig felt the dream's strong rejection, sensing their rapid transformation into marionettes inside Yangdu high-speed rail station. Luo Shan quickly caught up with Zhou Mingrui and Zhou Sasa, intercepting them before they turned onto the road leading to the parking lot. "Zhou Mingrui!" Luo Shan called out. Zhou Mingrui, who had already put the silver pocket watch in his trouser pocket, turned around and looked at the rapidly approaching Luo Shan with confusion. "Why are you here? Weren't you just at work in the office, slacking off and chatting with me?" Zhou Sasa looked at Luo Shan, then at her brother, and smartly kept her mouth shut, saying nothing. Luo Shan stopped within arm's reach of Zhou Mingrui and said urgently, "There's something important I need to tell you." What could be so important that it couldn't be said over WeChat or phone, and you had to rush here to tell me in person? Zhou Mingrui remembered Luo Shan's previous warnings and looked at his colleague quizzically, waiting for her to continue. On her way over, Luo Shan had already decided that today's strategy would be honesty, she said with a serious expression. "There's an item you shouldn't touch right now. I'm here to keep it safe for you." Taking advantage of Zhou Mingrui's confused thinking, she suddenly reached out, with her hand, using the ultimate speed of a reporter. Zhou Mingrui couldn't dodge in time and Luo Shan forcefully snatched the silver pocket watch with vine and leaf patterns from his trouser pocket. "This is it," Luo Shan quickly explained. Zhou Mingrui, who instinctively wanted to grab it back, suddenly froze, looking at the pocket watch and muttering in disbelief. "This? What could be wrong with it?" This change also left the observing Zhou Sasa confused and bewildered. She blurted out, "Mingrui, what's going on? What are you two talking about? Are the two of you flirting?" Zhou Mingrui didn't answer Zhou Sasa's question. Focusing his gaze on Luo Shan, Luo Shan didn't bother to conceal anything and couldn't think of how to hint at it, so she directly raised the silver pocket watch. "This will bring you danger." "Think carefully. Isn't it a bit different from before?" Although Luo Shan wasn't clear on what exactly was wrong with the pocket watch in her hand, from Jian Na and Li Ming's conversation, she knew the watch was linked to some special mirror world fragment. In other words, the watch was different from before. If there had been an anomaly in the past, Zhou Mingri would have had problems long ago. Zhou Mingri suddenly fell into thought, frowning slightly. Indeed, the watch's glass face seemed to have been replaced. Who would normally use black glass for a watch face, even if it was transparent? Beside them, Zhou Sasa grumbled. "I've repaired it, of course. It's a bit different from before." Zhou Mingri thought for a few seconds, then cautiously said to Luo Shan, "All right, you keep it safe for me for a few days." Although this watch held great sentimental value for him, no object, no matter how important, could compare to real safety. Even if it was lost because of this, he would only feel heartache and regret, but not remorse. How understanding, just like usual. "And I haven't had any problems yet." Luo Shan felt both relieved and grateful as she sighed to herself. She quickly gave Zhou Mingri a meaningful look. "I'll make a move first." After getting Zhou Mingri's permission, she turned and walked towards where Jian Na and Li Ming were. She suppressed the explosive joy in her heart, not showing it for the moment. "I succeeded. I did it all. I completed an important task at the risk of my life." As Luo Shan's steps became increasingly light, she suddenly felt her body become weightless. Her throat began to tighten, as if a rope was wrapped around it. Her breathing quickly became labored, and her knees and elbows felt as if they were filled with thick glue. Still, something went wrong. Will I be strangled to death like this in public? In this state, Luo Shan heard the rumbling thunder. She found her surroundings had become quite dark and extremely oppressive, with the passing pedestrians all appearing blurry and distorted. This really is a dream. Luo Shan suddenly had this realization, a realization tinged with sorrow and sighing. At this moment she saw Jian Na. Jian Na was still clear. Then Luo Shan clearly saw the anxious and worried expression on Jian Na's face. She once again felt that her life was still real, still meaningful. She managed to give Jenna another smile, with difficulty. Her body also gradually became blurry, like those background characters seen hazily in a dream. Rumble. Amid the rolling thunder, Zhou Mingri also noticed the blurring and distortion of the people around him, and the darkness and unreality of the entire high-speed rail station. The only light came from the side and behind him and Zhou Sasa, from the passage leading to the parking lot. Clear radiance gathered there, as if forming a huge door. Zhou Mingri instinctively grabbed Zhou Sasa's forearm, no longer caring about the luggage, and ran wildly towards that door of light. After running a few steps, he felt Zhou Sasa stop, becoming heavy, making it impossible for him to drag her forward. Has Sasa also been affected by the anomaly? Zhou Mingri turned his head, concernedly, to look at his sister. In his eyes, Zhou Sasa had somehow already become transparent, thin, like a mirror, and the reflection of a person in a mirror. Zhou Sasa's black dress had half merged with the mirror, making the surface appear dark. Zhou Mingri saw himself in the dark mirror, short black hair, deep brown eyes, non-prescription glasses, soft contours, and a somewhat handsome appearance. As Zhou Mingri clearly saw the image in the mirror, the him in the mirror suddenly curled his lips, revealing an eerie and chilling smile. The Zhou Mingri in the mirror began to overlap with Zhou Sasa, who had regressed to a pure female form. Zhou Mingri instinctively took 2 steps back. Just then he heard a bang of a gunshot. A bullet tinged with a dull blue-green color shot out from somewhere, hitting the mirror that Zhou Sasa had become, hitting the reflected image of Zhou Mingri in the mirror. Certain death. Franca had lent the inevitable gun to Jenna. Crack. That mirror quickly shattered, falling to the ground like a rainstorm. All of its fragments lost their luster, no longer reflecting anything. Zhou Mingri instinctively turned sideways and saw Jenna, holding a brass-colored revolver, with delicate features, not at all blurry or distorted. He didn't recognize this beautiful young woman. Jenna nodded slightly to Zhou Mingri, trying her best to show her goodwill. When Zhou Mingri witnessed his mirror self revealing that chilling smile, he had already judged this to be an enemy, someone harboring malice towards him. This led to a series of thoughts. They've used Sasa. I must find out what has happened to the real Sasa. Based on this judgment, Zhou Mingri held no ill will towards Jenna, who had shattered the mirror and his mirror self, believing she was sent by friendly forces to stop this. Seeing Zhou Mingri return a friendly nod, Jenna hadn't had time to feel joy, hadn't had time to think about how to save Luo Shan, when she suddenly felt the dream strongly rejecting her, felt her thoughts becoming sluggish, felt two kinds of pain attacking simultaneously. She was being kicked out of the dream, she was being rapidly turned into a marionette. Just as Zhou Mingri was about to ask the woman opposite what to do next, he saw her face contort, seeming to be in great pain. Had she been attacked? An invisible attack? Zhou Mingri hurriedly looked around, searching for potential enemies. He then saw that the pillars and screens throughout the high-speed rail station had become illusory, either elongated or widened, becoming dark mirrors. All these mirrors reflected Zhou Mingri's searching figure, but without exception, the Zhou Mingri in the mirrors all wore cold, chilling smiles. They suddenly stopped, all turning to look at Jenna, their voices overlapping as they laughed. It's too late. Zhou Sasa is the medium pointing to that mirror world. Jenna, who was fighting against the dream's rejecting force and rapid marionettization, suddenly froze. Too late? Has the Zhou Mingri in the mirror already been born? Is the celestial worthy about to use this? On one side of the high-speed rail station that had transformed into a mirror world, Lumion, who had never formally appeared, unhurriedly took out the magic mirror. Rhodes, in a rich timbre he intoned the second question. On the surface of the mirror, pale words quickly appeared. Ask quickly. Rhodes didn't repeat its rules, because this was the second question, not the first. Lumion curled his lips slightly and said, Are you a weapon or a medium? On the dark mirror surface shimmering with water, the pale words writhed and changed, forming new content. Medium. Then, the magic mirror Rhodes posed its own question. How do you want to use me? Certainly not as a brick to throw at someone. Lumion laughed. At Full Way Street in the Jinshu Dongfang community, inside the Mute Art studio, Anderson Hood sat in front of his easel, bored, wheel yawning. At this moment he heard the rumbling thunder and felt the light suddenly dim, the environment becoming extremely oppressive. Anderson stood up and walked to the window, finding that the pedestrians below had all become blurry masses. He smiled and looked up at the sky, saying, My task is about to be completed. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a loud crack. Boom! A violent explosion occurred deep within the building, with flames rising from various places. In an instant, the newly renovated but uninhabited motel was engulfed by raging red flames. Chapter 10 Round 29 Deep Darkness. As rumbling thunder sounded and the sky darkened, making the environment extremely oppressive, Queen Mystic, maintaining the illusion of Lumina, picked up the phone and dialed a number. It was the private number of Chief Yagates. After connecting, Bernadette said directly, I've received personal threats. I need the best protection. She was reporting to the police. She immediately explained, It may be due to my father transferring power to me. I need protection. Bernadette emphasized the word. Protection. Chief Yagates was silent for a saying, Okay. In the gloomy oppression, most people in the Dream City became blurry, but this didn't stop them from going online using their phones, checking information. Just then, whether videos, books, novels, or messages, everything suddenly collapsed into pure snow-like static. These countless noise points rapidly spread, forming a huge information vortex. The online world experienced a malfunction. Inside Mushu Hospital, the blurry and distorted patients, doctors, nurses, orderlies, and those who were still clear simultaneously raised their heads, looking up towards the ceiling. The dark and gloomy sky suddenly split open, and pure brilliant sunlight instantly poured down, shining directly on the main building of Mushu Hospital, piercing every dark corner and every underground level. In the low-hanging leaden clouds, countless silver-white electric snakes intertwined into huge flamboyant lightning. Following the path carved out by the sunlight, this lightning struck the main building of Mushu Hospital, submerging it in a dazzling and intense ocean of thunder. Inside the mirror world transformed Yangdu high-speed rail station. After answering the magic mirror Arrow D's question, Lumion didn't rush to take further action. He still calmly asked, as if waiting for something. The third question: how can we get the owner of the Star Dream provision store to provide necessary help for Franca? On the surface of the magic mirror, those pale words didn't change color, but recombined into new content. Pass Franca's mirror, substitution, through me, through the mirror world, to her. Then, the magic mirror Aradays asked in return, "Don't you have it?" "I do." Lumion laughed, took out Franca's mirror substitution, and pressed it into the glass mirror surface of the magic mirror Aradays. At this special moment when the dream city was shaken and character images were blurred, the restrictions on his beyonder powers also lessened. He had recovered to a level almost equivalent to Sequence 4, which was why he could use the mirror world to quickly send an item to the Star Dream provision store, which was clearly over 10 kilometers away. After doing this, Lumion glanced twice at Zhou Mingri, who looked grave and was constantly moving away from those dark mirrors and mirror selves, then gripped the magic mirror Arodies with his left palm. "It's time." He unhesitatingly activated the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in the center of his right palm. The brand that had turned dark red due to the fusion with an unknown Boon suddenly became prominent, seemingly showing signs of melting back into blood. However, that mad, violent, bloody aura didn't dissipate, being firmly suppressed by a deathly pale force. Of course, after Lumion's last use of the corpse wax V candle, the pale and dark red had shown extremely subtle signs of fusion. Now at that point of fusion, it, strangely darkened, caving in slightly, showing unusual changes. Lumion reached his right palm into the traveler's bag and took out the card of blasphemy he got from the mirror Emperor Roselle, the Demoness card. He pressed this Demoness card tightly against his palm, against the mutated residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the Underworld Taoist seal, against the slight depression produced by the fusion of pale and dark red. Almost simultaneously, Lumion felt a bone-chilling coldness and horror in the center of his right palm. He didn't need to look with his eyes. An image naturally appeared in his mind. His palm had gained a pinhole, pinhole, formed by pure darkness. As expected, this Demoness card should be used here. If I didn't have it, I'd have to light the corpse wax candle, which would not only be rushed in terms of time, requiring the ritual to be held earlier and adding considerable risk, but the effect might not be as good. As these thoughts flashed through Lumion's mind, he extended his right hand holding the Demoness card towards the magic mirror, Arodies. His hand penetrated the surface of this ancient silver mirror, reaching into the area behind the mirror. But he didn't enter himself. It was more like using the magic mirror as a medium for casting spells. The next second, a scene appeared in Lumion's mind. The dark void around the area behind the mirror seemed to be covered by an invisible curtain, behind which pairs of eyes were watching the outside world, and nameless things were flowing silently. This was the area behind the mirror, corresponding to the magic mirror Arodies, which was clearly somewhat special compared to other mirrors. Then, Lumion saw that the curtain covering the dark void silently collapsed and peeled off as his right hand entered. The entire darkness was collapsing. What appeared in Lumion's mind wasn't the pairs of eyes he had imagined, nor was it a surging river but a viscous liquid that was difficult to describe in words, seemingly containing all colors. These liquids seemed to form an illusory ocean, although Lumion hadn't truly seen or touched it. Just sensing it made him feel that his body and mind were beginning to fall, his spirit gradually becoming abnormal. Then, the illusory ocean was pushed aside by an invisible force, moving away from Lumion's mind. Following this path through the ocean, Lumion's consciousness quickly went forward, seeing the grey stone walls, seeing the blood flowing on the stone walls. Those crimson blood-formed sentences. To test out the correct plan, he finally decided to let the Red Priest and the Demoness from the same era meet, guiding them to combine together. This will bring about a destined accident. The scene froze here, and the magic mirror arrowed in Lumian's palm suddenly emitted an ancient, chaotic radiance. Yangdu high-speed rail station in the arrival hall. Zhou Mingri had already turned and started running wildly, but no matter where he ran, the pillars, walls, floor and ceiling would turn into mirrors, reflecting his figure. And him in the mirror always wore a cold, chilling smile. After running for a while, Zhou Mingri suddenly stopped, because his head, feet, and surroundings had all become dark mirrors, all reflecting him. Give up. Give up. Every Zhou Mingri in the mirrors persuaded. They were not only persuading, but also reaching their hands out of the mirror, surfaces, grabbing at Zhou Mingri, leaving him nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Zhou Mingri didn't give up. In the narrow space he dodged left and right, barely, avoiding the first round of grasps. At this moment, a pure darkness covered with greyish-white fog and hiding a vast city appeared prominently in all the mirrors on the scene. In the blink of an eye, the greyish-white fog and the vast city collapsed towards the depths of the darkness. That darkness came alive. Surging towards the mirror surfaces, surging towards the mirror Zhou Mingri behind each mirror. The mirror Zhou Mingri tried hard to grab Zhou Mingri, wanting to escape from the mirrors, but in such a short time, it was really difficult to succeed. Soon, the darkness surged to the area behind the mirrors, swallowing one mirror, Zhou Mingri after another, freezing the cold, chilling smiles on their faces. This all-engulfing darkness irresistibly filled all the areas behind the mirrors with an overwhelming momentum. All the mirrored Zhou Mingris disappeared. The darkness continued forward, breaking through mirror after mirror, pouring into Yangdu high-speed rail station. This high-speed rail station began to collapse, inch by inch, as if the dream was gradually shattering, the fragments falling into the deep darkness. At this time, Jenna found that the dream's rejecting force and the force of rapid marionettization had both weakened a lot. She hurriedly approached the blurry Luo Shan, trying to take her out of the high-speed rail station. As for whether the damage to the dream would continue after leaving the high-speed rail station, and what would happen to Luo Shan then, Jenna didn't think about it for the moment, nor could she think about it. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too far. Before Jenna could truly get close to Luo Shan, she saw that deep darkness swallow the corresponding area. Luo Shan's blurry figure rapidly faded, bursting like a soap bubble. The last scene she saw was Jianna rushing towards her with an anxious face. She smiled with relief. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She completely disappeared. At the same time, Jenna seemed to hear Luo Shan saying, "Remember me, don't forget." Jenna stopped her steps, and before the deep darkness surged over, she left this city with the help of the remaining dream-rejecting force. She responded to Luo Shan's words in her heart. "I will remember you forever." Lumian, who was far from this deep darkness, silently sighed in relief after seeing Jenna's expression become confused and bewildered. Next, he watched expressionlessly as the dreamscape Jenna was dissolved by the deep darkness, as Zhou Mingri ran wildly in the high-speed rail station, trying to get away from the deep darkness surging like seawater. The surge of that darkness gradually slowed down, as if suppressed and weakened by the dream's main consciousness. Finally, after swallowing more than half of the high-speed rail station, the deep darkness stopped just tens of centimeters away from Zhou Mingri. The dream city stabilized again, and even the remaining passengers and those meeting them gradually became clear. Zhou Mingri ran a few more steps, confirming that the danger had really eased. He then saw the handsome security guard Li Ming walking out from a corner not far away, walking towards him. "Is this upheaval over?" Zhou Mingri asked urgently. Lumian had already put the magic mirror Arodays and the demoness card back into the traveler's bag. He looked at Zhou Mingri and calmly answered when they were still a few meters apart. "I'd like to say that things are over, but unfortunately, they aren't yet." Zhou Mingri was stunned for a moment, his back gradually straightening, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, his expression no longer the same as before. He chuckled softly. "Yes, not yet. Thanks to the user. Why, Telegram? For the chapters provided. Chapter 1030, Face to Face. Yangdu high-speed rail station, half collapsed and fallen into deep darkness, as if swallowed by an abyss. The other half, though restored to stability and normalcy, remained dim with unlit lamps. Only a few paths leading to the outside world had light converging, forming brilliant and clear light gates. In this environment, Zhou Mingrui, with his back to the deep darkness, looked at Lumion and asked in a calm voice, "You know?" Lumion nodded lightly and said, "Yes. Theoretically, I should have waited for Anthony and Ludwig to wake up and Xiaoshen, hear words like, 'Be careful of Zhou Mingrui's' from his mouth, then be kicked out of the dream and through the indirect influence of the major arcana cards, receive the corresponding information to know the corresponding truth. But Peng Deng's true hint has already given me the answer. On the surface, he was hinting to us that he was the childhood friend of both Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy, but the reverse is also true. Zhou Mingrui is both Peng Deng's childhood friend and the childhood friend of the original God Almighty. The two aspects of his identity are unified and merged together. In other words, Zhou Mingrui is both Mr. Fool and you, the Celestial Worthy." Zhou Mingrui, wearing a faint smile, slightly raised his chin, assuming a listening posture. Lumion further said, "This also aligns with the magic mirror, Arode's hint to beware of the knights. During the day, Mr. Fool's power takes the upper hand, and Zhou Mingrui equals Mr. Fool. At night, you, the Celestial Worthy, become active, and Zhou Mingrui will be closer to you. So, even just approaching, without any hints there, would be risks. Based on this judgment, any hints, help, or awakening given to Zhou Mingrui would benefit both Mr. Fool and you, the Celestial Worthy. And Peng Deng, as a symbol of the original God Almighty, doesn't meet Zhou Mingrui at night because if you two were to meet, there's a high probability that very unpleasant things and accidents would occur." Zhou Mingrui nodded and said, "He is formed from that bit of power left in the magic mirror and part of the spirit and consciousness that Grisha brought into the dream. He can't compare to me here. If we were to meet at night, it would be advantageous for me, but problematic for him." Zhou Mingrui didn't deny that his current self was the Celestial Worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Lumion showed an expression of understanding. "That individual's real name is Grisha?" Without waiting for Zhou Mingrui to respond, he continued, "Combining Peng Deng's true hint, Chief Yagate's state, the fundamental reason for the dream's restrictions, and other facts, I had roughly guessed what had happened before, and your current situation, when I entered the dream for the third time. Several years ago, shortly after Mr. Fool had just fallen asleep, he probably used himself as bait to lure you out and sealed you into the Zhou Mingrui manifestation formed from his spirit and consciousness. From a mystical perspective, this symbolizes the fusion and opposition of the both of you, while in reality, you are indeed within his body, indeed restricted by him. This is reflected in the dream with a similar symbolism." At this point, Lumion paused, as if observing Zhou Mingrui's reaction. Zhou Mingrui, with his smile unchanged, said, "Continue, I'm listening." Smiling, Lumion replied, "This also explains why only Peng Deng and Zhang Yujie from Zhou Mingrui's original character relationships appeared, while others came from the identities of Klein Moretti, Gehrman Sparrow, and so on. He doesn't want those feelings buried deep in his to be exploited by you. Of heart, the softest ones, to be coarse, for those you already know, there's nothing he can do." Zhou Mingrui nodded lightly and said, "Peng Deng and Zhang Yujia didn't originally exist either. They were created by Grisha using the Dreamweaver ability and Zhou Mingrui's subconscious cognition." "I see. No wonder Zhou Mingrui suddenly froze when mentioning other childhood friends. That might be the true reflection of Peng Deng." Lumion had a sudden realization. He continued, "Afterwards, Mr. Fool might have made a wish or used some other ability to remove Beyonder powers from the Dream City, allowing Zhou Mingrui to live as an ordinary human. During this process, he might have been fooled by you, forgetting who he really was, forgetting many things. Overall, this ordinary human state is very advantageous for Mr. Fool because he became a great existence step by step from being an ordinary person. Even though he has inevitably been influenced and eroded by godhood, he still retains a part of his humanity, the part that is intense and fervent for him. But you, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, are naturally great and don't possess such humanity at all. When the battlefield between you two is fixed on an ordinary human with only humanity and in an urban environment without beyonder powers, you are naturally suppressed, restricted, and weakened. Humanity temporarily triumphs over godhood. This can also be interpreted symbolically. The fact that Gehrman, who has merged Mr. Fool and you, the celestial worthy, is an ordinary person, symbolizes that humanity has gained the upper hand, with godhood suppressed to a corner, temporarily negligible. Yes, at that time, I was influenced by that drop of river water and couldn't do more. I could only accept this change. Gehrman frankly admitted. Lumion glanced at those dream figures running out of the high-speed rail station and said, "When you recovered, you started influencing this dream city, either with the help of other beings, or by summoning your original believers, bringing items involving the supernatural, like automatic vending machines, onto the stage. One of their important meanings is to gradually guide Mr. Fool, letting him recognize that this is a world with supernatural abilities, recognizing from sequence 9 step by step to sequence 0. And as this recognition and sequence level changes, the godhood will gradually grow stronger, step by step, suppressing humanity. According to this plan, the longer we linger in the dream city, the more we use supernatural abilities, the more beneficial it actually is for you. This is something you didn't tell Zarathustra and other believers, fearing it might invite interference from other beings. Similarly, you don't want to wait that long, which is why you induced Gehrman to consume the assassin potion and let the mirrored Emperor Roselle enter here. You wanted to use the method of creating a stable mirror person to split Gehrman. This is equivalent to opening a gap in the seal that Mr. Fool constructed with himself. Once the mirror person is gradually mastered by you, you can walk out of the mirror, replace the original body, using truth as falsehood and turning falsehood into truth. As for the gender change affecting cognition, those are just smoke and mirrors. But unfortunately, the original God Almighty foresaw this scene before his fall and left arrangements spanning several eras, leaving behind the magic mirror, Arades. One of the functions of the great horror in the depths of the special mirror world is prepared for you, Gehrman said with a smile. When I initially woke up and saw that magic mirror, I roughly guessed what kind of things would happen. Lumion nodded quite approvingly. Yes, you should have made extra preparations for this. However, at this point, he smiled and said, "Of all the things Ammon said, the one I agree with most is, filter out the interference of complex information and see the most fundamental facts. So, what is the most fundamental fact now?" Lumion stared into Gehrman's deep brown eyes behind his plain glasses and said, "The most fundamental fact now is that I'm standing in front of you saying so many words about your true situation, yet I haven't been kicked out of this dream, nor do I feel myself being marionettized." Lumion smiled again. "You had Josas arrive in Yangdu early, not only to disrupt our rhythm and prevent the original God Almighty's arrangements from truly becoming reality, but also to prevent interference from other beings, wanting to create a stable, long-term mirror person for Gehrman before they were ready. This shows that you still attach great importance to and anticipate this matter. Extra preparations, if possible, are better left unused as they're not as convenient. I watched as things deteriorated step by step, as you truly found an opportunity to awaken and had Anthony Ludwig go to wake up, and Xiao Shan, which actually no longer had much significance. I asked Queen Mystic to help direct the dream's main consciousness's attention, asked Chiano and other gods to help confuse the information world and contain other places, all to attract your attention, to make you feel that you could win, to invest more power and stakes in this matter. This way, when the original God Almighty's arrangements erupted through the medium of the magic mirror Arades, you would be weakened to the greatest extent. So I, who entered the dream for the third time, came right before you, spoke the truth of the facts, and still wasn't kicked out on the spot. You temporarily don't have this ability, Gehrman laughed. Don't you think you're like bait right now? Lumion sighed and said, Oh no, you're waiting for your extra preparations to arrive. Otherwise, how could I have this opportunity to dialogue with you? But I'm also waiting. At this point, a brilliant smile appeared on Lumien's face. Haven't you noticed that one of my companions is missing? So many things erupting simultaneously just now was also to distract your attention, to make you overlook her actions. Seeing Zhou Mingri gazing at him, Lumien slightly raised his chin and said, emphatically, the major arcana card holders' guesses weren't wrong, their attempts weren't wrong either. Dream City inside a movie theater. Franca was sitting in the second row watching the screen in front where The Great Pirate 3 was playing. At this moment her body was faint and indistinct as if a sketch had been erased with an eraser. Around her the few spectators had all become blurry but were slowly stabilizing, gradually becoming clear. Franca had checked earlier and found that due to The Great Pirate 3 about to end its run, only 2 theaters were showing it for the noon screening. So she specifically took a taxi to this one, the farthest from Yangdu High-Speed Rail station, and her search information had been lost in the current chaos and disorder of the internet. Hearing the thunder in the sky quickly recede, seeing Gehrman Sparrow standing on the bow of the pirate ship appear on the screen, Franca suddenly stood up. She walked to the front of the projection room in a few steps, and before the few spectators could protest, she took a breath, stretched out her right palm, and pressed it against the screen. Her figure quickly became ethereal, leaning forward, entering that screen. Chapter 10:3331, Gehrman's Sparrow. Just like when Lumien entered the surveillance world after Franca's vision recovered, she found herself standing on the deck of a 3-masted sailing ship, surrounded by undulating azure waves and howling winds. In front of her, at the bow of the ship, stood a young man wearing a silk top hat, dressed in a long black coat, clean-shaven, with a lean but angular face, bright eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. Gehrman Sparrow. The protagonist of the Great Pirate 3 movie, quite similar to Zhou Mingri, but more stern-looking. Gehrman Sparrow suddenly turned his gaze towards Franca, expressionless, his eyes cold and piercing. Franca instinctively stepped back twice, forcing herself to stand firm. Gehrman Sparrow observed her for a few seconds, her high ponytail, white t-shirt, and loose grey pants, and asked in a calm voice, "Are you Tracy's elder?" Tracy was the name of the pirate admiral. Ailment maiden. He recognizes me as a demoness? Franca glanced at Gehrman Sparrow's left palm, hanging at his side, seemingly covered in a layer of human skin, and said sincerely, I'm a subordinate of the Demoness of Black. She is the child of the Demoness of White. We are not on good terms. This was all the honest truth. According to Franca's understanding, lying in front of Gehrman Sparrow was a very low-yield behavior. Once exposed, one would immediately face an attack like a violent storm. Moreover, Franca wasn't clear about what souls were actually grazing inside the glove-shaped sealed artifact Creeping Hunger when the real Gehrman Sparrow met ailment maiden Tracy. She only knew that in Madame Magician's embellished story, the glove at this time could allow Gehrman Sparrow to use the mind-reading ability of a psychiatrist, so lying was indeed a high-risk behavior. Therefore, honesty was the best policy. The gold-rimmed glasses wearing Gehrman Sparrow observed Franca for a few seconds and said, What is your purpose? Lumien had said that although the Gehrman Sparrow in the movie isn't exactly the same as the real Gehrman Sparrow, the original author of the movie was Madame Magician. When creating The Great Pirate 3, she would inevitably incorporate her own understanding of Gehrman Sparrow. At that time, she already knew that Gehrman Sparrow was an avatar of Mr. Fool, and driven by her subconscious, she would likely integrate some of Mr. Fool's personality and choices as well. So, to convince Gehrman Sparrow to accept such an absurd thing, one has to approach from this angle. Franca's thoughts raced, and she blurted out, We are the same kind. We are both transmigrators. Gehrman Sparrow looked at Franca without speaking. He was holding a revolver in his right hand. Franca explained seriously, We're transmigrators in time. Actually it's not transmigration, but being frozen in a special place by great existence, only to be returned to reality after thousands or tens of thousands of years, or even longer. You are like this, and so am I. Before Gehrman Sparrow could refute or simply shoot her, Franca quickly added, The name Gehrman comes from Bloodborne, and Sparrow is the surname of Captain Jack from Pirates of the Caribbean. They are spliced together to form your name. After saying this, Franca felt that the pressure from Gehrman Sparrow's gaze had noticeably lessened. She let out an undisguised sigh of relief and continued, "The reason I've come to find you is that the end of days will come early, and you've inherited the legacy of the great existence that froze us. You are a key part in facing the apocalypse. Are you willing to leave here with me to face the apocalypse?" After making her request, Franca smiled awkwardly, but politely. "Do you believe what I said?" Gehrman Sparrow looked at Franca without saying a word, making her extremely nervous. After a moment, Gehrman Sparrow said in a low voice, "I can give it a try. But if I find out you're lying..." In a flash, he raised his revolver, aiming at Franca's head. Bang! A bullet flew out, grazing Franca's head and hitting the nearby cabin. Gehrman Sparrow lowered his revolver without saying anything more. "I have a mirror substitution." Franca grumbled internally. She quickly approached Gehrman Sparrow and grabbed his arm. "I'll take you to the gathering point right now." Yes, her assigned task was to find the currently playing The Great Pirate 3 movie, enter the screen when the dream appeared abnormal but was about to stabilize, and bring the Gehrman Sparrow character into the dream city. Wouldn't such a movie character dissipate quickly after leaving the screen and entering the dream city? Moreover, my despair potion hasn't been fully digested yet. What if the dream shatters because of this? At the crucial moment, Franca's heart pounded, feeling very uneasy. She didn't hesitate for long. Gritting her teeth, she silently said to herself, "Trust that guy. Trust that the major arcana card holders can still remedy this. At worst, I'll revert to a demoness of affliction level." As her inner voice echoed, Franca, holding Gehrman Sparrow's arm, moved towards the outside of the screen. Inside Yangdu high-speed rail station, half in deep darkness and half in dim light. Zhou Mingri looked at Lumion in front of him and said, "He still chose the Gehrman Sparrow direction." His voice was steady, without a hint of fluctuation, like a teacher pointing out a student's mistake. "Yes," Lumion smiled and said, "I said..." "But it's not An Xiaotian nor Jiayu. These were all options meant to mislead us." My companion Franca went to watch The Great Pirate 3 movie. It should be one of the last screenings. She is the demoness of despair and can enter the screen to bring out the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie. Lumion emphasized the name. "Franca?" As if wanting the celestial worthy to remember it, Zhou Mingri smiled slightly and said, "A movie character can only maintain its form for 3 seconds after leaving the screen. What about adding the Gehrman Sparrow dream manifestation woven by Dreamweaver, the numerous Gehrman Sparrow anchors in reality, and the widely spread stories and poems about Gehrman Sparrow?" Lumion asked as if in casual conversation. Tria inside a luxurious villa. Madam Justice, who was monitoring the changes in the Dream City, suddenly stood up and said to all the major arcana card holders, "The anomaly has appeared. Let's begin." Her voice was a bit tense, her heart seemingly not as calm as her exterior. Madam Magician immediately rose from the sofa and half opened her arms. A brilliant dreamlike starlight gate appeared in the bedroom where Franca was, sleeping, appearing in the shadowless sunlight. This grand door opened heavily, revealing the faint grayish-white fog inside. Within the fog, a city of indeterminate size faintly appeared. Madam Magician didn't stop, forcibly opening another door. An opening on that grayish-white fog. At this moment her face became semi-transparent, with strange, brilliantly shimmering worms wriggling and crawling through her pores and hair. Madam Justice saw the movie theater where Franca was through that hole in the grey fog, then closed her emerald-like eyes, raised her right hand, and began to carefully weave the dream manifestation of Gehrman Sparrow. On the other side, Mr. Sun placed the Fool's sacred emblem on the already prepared altar and began to pray to the angel of redemption Gehrman Sparrow as usual, praising him repeatedly. As a demigod of the Sun pathway and the Pope of the Church of the Fool, his prayers and praises quickly brought changes to the altar. Points of holy light appeared, surrounding the giant sacred emblem of the Fool, making the surroundings seem more sacred and solemn. At this moment, Ma'am Hermit, who had arrived nearby, removed the thick glasses perched on her nose bridge. Imitating Gehrman Sparrow, she placed her hand on her chest and bowed. Instantly, a scene appeared above the altar. In the scene, Gehrman Sparrow, wearing a silk top hat and black coat, walked step by step across a desolate land in a dark environment illuminated by flashes of lightning, followed by a long line of people. This was mystical reenactment of the mystery prior pathway. Gehrman Sparrow's rescue of the citizens of the City of Silver and Moon City was also considered mystical knowledge and could become a spell through mystical reenactment. However, because too many people knew about it, its corresponding power was very weak. But Ma'am Hermit's purpose in deliberately creating this path of salvation spell was not to deal with enemies or help herself. Her sole aim was to solidify the image of Gehrman Sparrow as Gehrman Sparrow. Arrived on the altar due to mystical reenactment, the points of holy light immediately crowded around him, swelling slightly and emitting ethereal voices. Praise you, great angel of redemption. Praise you, herald of Mr. Fool. Please save me from suffering, great Gehrman Sparrow. I confess to you, seeking redemption. My idol is Gehrman Sparrow. I want to become a great adventurer. Voices related to Gehrman Sparrow echoed in layers, seemingly stabilizing and materializing the image of Gehrman Sparrow on the altar platform to some degree. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Dream City opened by Madam Magician, Madam Justice successfully wove a Gehrman Sparrow wearing a silk top hat and long black coat inside the movie theater where Franca's figure had already entered the screen. Throughout the process, she didn't feel strong rejection from the dream. However, as soon as Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation took shape, it only lasted for 3 seconds before uncontrollably and silently collapsing and dissipating. Seeing this, the few spectators present instinctively applauded. They increasingly believed that the beautiful young lady entering the screen earlier was part of a magic performance. Chapter 1032, The Power of Many. Madam Justice didn't give up, once again weaving a new Gehrman Sparrow identity. At this time, silhouettes appeared in the thin grey fog surrounding the Dream City. They quickly swam towards the passage opened by Madam Magician, bringing violent tremors and self-contraction to the door. Madam Magician struggled against this, not letting the dream door close, not letting Madam Justice's attempt to weave Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation be interrupted. Mr. Hanged Man, who had already put down his liquor, turned his gaze towards this direction, his hand already holding a blasphemous card. The Tyrant card. Boon. Thunder crashed, and layers of intertwining silvery white lightning struck the black silhouettes in the thin grey fog, making them writhe and struggle before dissipating, unable to approach the passage opened by Madam Magician. Madam Justice remained unaffected, continuing to weave Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation. In the altar, once the Gehrman Sparrow image created by mystical reenactment was temporarily stabilized by countless anchors, Mr. Star, who had been standing by the window, walked step by step towards this area. As he walked, he recited, like a storm petrel soaring without yield, knowing the tempest, mastering the field, compelling them to peace, brewing calm into rich release. As the poem echoed, the sunlight in the room suddenly dimmed, as if clouds had drifted in. Gehrman Sparrow on the altar closed his eyes in response, entering a deep slumber. Now he too was dreaming. It was a nightmare, but also hope. Seeing this scene, Mr. Moon, who had been quietly enduring the scorching sunlight, let his black cloak rise up behind him like a giant bat spreading its wings. He flew to the starlight gate opened by Madam Magician, entered that illusory passage, and arrived outside the hall leading into the Dream City. He didn't try to enter again, but turned around, reached out his hands, and created an illusory, hazy door inscribed with numerous mystical symbols out of thin air. This was the Door of Summoning. Door of Summoning from Sequence 3 High. Summoner of the Moon Pathway. Mr. Moon wanted to summon Gehrman Sparrow, the current Gehrman Sparrow, on the altar. The next second he opened his mouth and began to chant the corresponding honorific names and specific summoning incantations in ancient Hermes. The Blessed of the Spirit World and Saphira Castle. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The witness of an extended history. angel who redeems mankind, protector of all impoverished children, the great Gehrman Sparrow. In this kind of summoning directed at the false, the entire honorific name had to be recited. As the subsequent incantations also echoed, that illusory, hazy door suddenly opened wide, revealing a boundless darkness dotted with stars and fluttering shadows. But to Mr. Moon's slight disappointment, the Gehrman Sparrow image on the altar only turned to the side, with no other movement. The power of reality seemed to be preventing this false event. In the Yangdu high-speed rail station, half in deep darkness, Lumian looked at Zhou Mingri and said to himself, "These all come from Mr. Fool's arrangements, all guided by fate. Since Mr. Fool sealed you, the celestial worthy, with this south image of Zhou Mingri, before he truly gains a significant advantage, awakening Mr. Fool would be equivalent to awakening you, the celestial worthy. So what we need is not awakening, but creating the world Gehrman Sparrow out of thin air in the dream. Only in this way will he not be a product of the merged consciousness of Mr. Fool and you, the celestial worthy, but pure and uncontaminated. His source is the believer anchors of Gehrman Sparrow, the cognition of Gehrman Sparrow by a large number of humans in the real world and the dream city, and the understanding of Mr. Fool by the major arcana card holders of the Tarot Club, not involving you, the celestial worthy. This is equivalent to Mr. Fool dragging you into slumber together, then creating a highly related identity that can stably exist with the help of others to wield authority on his behalf. The gradual strengthening of this identity will help him gain an advantage using the corresponding authority, ultimately truly sealing you and awakening himself. This is the correct interpretation of the prophecy, the awakening of the world spells the Fool's return. This is also what you've been wary of all along, which is why you replaced the dream manifestations related to Gehrman Sparrow and had your subordinates infiltrate the Church of the Fool, trying to make the final formed Gehrman Sparrow point to you instead of Mr. Fool. In that case, it will become the awakening of the world, spells the celestial worthy's return. Zhou Mingri calmly laughed twice. What if your judgment and choices are all wrong? Lumian shrugged and said, If they're wrong, then they're wrong. I never thought I would succeed in everything I do. On the contrary, I've always considered myself a failure. Failure is not scary. The failures of the major arcana card holders have paved the way for us, and our failures will also eliminate wrong answers for the future lucky coin holders and point out the correct direction. This attempt will certainly delay the time for you, the celestial worthy, to achieve victory. In the time to come, there will be batch after batch of lucky coin holders arriving, standing on our shoulders, continuing to climb, looking further until the true apocalypse arrives. At this point, Lumian smiled at Zhou Mingri. This is very similar to a saying I learned in the Dream City. Success doesn't have to be achieved by me, but I must contribute to its achievement. Zhou Mingri fell silent. In Trier, inside the luxurious villa, in Franca's bedroom, as Madame Justice suffered another failure and began weaving Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation for the third time, while Mr. Hanged Man continued using lightning to prevent those black shadows in the grey fog from approaching the door. Mr. Moon repeated the summoning incantation once more. The Gehrman Sparrow on the altar, with his eyes closed, swayed, wanting to respond to the summoning in his dream, but unable to overcome the power of reality. At this moment, around Mr. Star's emerald eyes, transparent worms seemingly with 12 segments crawled out. They quickly formed a complex mystical symbol, the symbol representing deception. Almost simultaneously, Madame Judgment approached the altar and said in ancient Hermes, "Truth recedes here, while illusion grows stronger." Suddenly, the air in the bedroom solidified. Gehrman Sparrow's figure first disappeared from the altar, then crossed that mysterious hazy summoning door, appearing in front of Mr. Moon, appearing in the passage opened by Madame Magician, appearing outside the hole leading into the Dream City. Then, Gehrman Sparrow's destination was also deceived. This character image created jointly by mystical reenactment, numerous anchors, and nightmare power flickered as it flew towards the Dream City. Suddenly, in the dark void outside the grey fog, silhouettes of people emerged. They bypassed the lightning storm, charging one after another towards the door, opened by Madam Magician towards Gehrman Sparrow. At this critical moment, no major arcana card holder could spare a hand or stop them in time. Madam Judgment couldn't help but look out the window. Madam Tyneker and Madam Sharon had also arrived, guarding against accidents. Would they be able to act in time? A moment later, Madam Magician saw a lighter-colored mist spreading outside the grey fog. Within the mist, there seemed to be a wilderness, a river. Those figures flying towards Gehrman Sparrow crashed into the mist and suddenly disappeared. Finally, Gehrman Sparrow, carrying numerous anchors, arrived inside the movie theater in the Dream City. At this time, Madam Justice had woven Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation for the third time. The two Gehrman Sparrows attracted each other and merged together. Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow. The audience in the movie theater started shouting loudly. With these shouts, the newly appeared Gehrman Sparrow became clearer, noticeably more stable, but he still kept his eyes tightly closed, as if he didn't have a soul yet. The repulsive force of the dream descended. At this moment, Franca, pulling the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie, ran out of the screen. Then, she saw another Gehrman Sparrow in front of her, also wearing a silk top, hat, and long black coat. Franca had no time to think about anything else, as she caught a glimpse of the Gehrman Sparrow behind her, starting to rapidly dissipate. She gritted her teeth and, following the guidance of her demoness of despair, spiritual intuition, pulled the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie towards the one in front. The next second, she let go of the arm of the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie, watching as he was attracted and drawn by mystical forces, actively approaching the other Gehrman Sparrow and merging into him. Rumble. Terrifying noises came from mid-air again. This time it didn't sound like thunder rumbling, but closer to the collapse of the dream. Oh! Franca suddenly made a surprised sound. Inside Yangdu high-speed rail station, the collapsed half remained in deep darkness. Lumion looked up at the rumbling sky, then smiled at Zhou Mingri, who was standing at the edge, just one step away from falling into darkness. Their attempt seems to have succeeded. Using countless anchors, mystery prior powers, and nightmare powers to create a Gehrman Sparrow image in reality, then finding a way to send him into the Dream City to combine with the Gehrman Sparrow dream manifestation woven by the Dream Weaver wasn't a plan I came up with. It was a plan the major arcana cardholders had long ago but hadn't had the chance to implement. My contribution was to suggest that the Gehrman Sparrow manifestation from the movie was the earliest to appear, produced out of thin air, and that a demoness of despair could bring him out of the screen. Why not try combining all three? Well, I had another contribution, creating such an opportunity. Zhou Mingri listened calmly, without any emotional change. Suddenly, Lumion's smile became radiant, and he said softly to Zhou Mingri, "My despair potion has been fully digested." Chapter 23, Worth It. Inside the movie theater, Franca let out a surprise, "Oh," because she felt her despair potion fully digested. Has Lumion's plan succeeded? This thought suddenly occurred to Franca. Although she wasn't clear on exactly what Lumion intended to do or how, she remembered Lumion saying that once her despair potion was digested, it would mean this operation had achieved its expected purpose. Mr. Fool would awaken to some degree, and the dream would completely collapse in a few minutes. Franca instinctively looked towards Gehrman Sparrow to her side, and saw the roof of the movie theater collapsing inch by inch. But the corresponding heavy objects didn't crash onto the seats and floor, instead falling into the void and disappearing completely. At the same time, white light emanated from the few audience members present, flying into Gehrman Sparrow's body. Franca suddenly realized what these white lights were. They were the impressions, cognitions, and understandings of Gehrman Sparrow from different audience members. As the dream approached collapse, these audience members revealed their illusory nature, and their corresponding memories split off on their own, becoming anchors and information to nourish and enrich Gehrman Sparrow's image. From different parts of the Dream City, more similar white lights rushed over. It really worked. Franca joyfully raised her head, looking up to the heights no longer obscured by movie theater's roof. The originally dark sky had collapsed in large patches, revealing terrifying deep blackness and thin grayish-white fog. It was like a building whose walls had crumbled in an earthquake, but with the beams and pillars still standing, the skeleton still intact. Inside Yangdu high-speed rail station, after hearing Lumian say his despair potion had been fully digested, Zhou Mingrui, standing at the edge of the deep darkness, smiled gently. "That's good." Lumian was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Fool?" Zhou Mingrui nodded slightly. "It's me now." He smiled and said, "You all did very well." Smiling, Lumian replied, "If you hadn't sealed away most of the celestial worthy's power, including his thinking ability, we would have had no chance of success." Lumian was still carefully using sealed to describe Zhou Mingrui's original state, but the truth might not be so. He had been saying this all along, mixing a bit of falsehood into his truth as he told the celestial worthy his guesses, judgments, and plans. Besides wanting to delay time, there was also an intention to reinforce the celestial worthy's cognition in this regard. Of course, whether this was true or false after today, it would become true. Zhou Mingrui shook his head and smiled. "Relying on myself alone, it was already extremely difficult to restrain celestial worthy. Without your help, the outcome might have been completely different. For example, if you hadn't driven out Zaratul in advance, today's operation would definitely have had setbacks, and the awakened world might have pointed towards the celestial worthy. And if it weren't for the help of those friends in the Western continent, the celestial worthy might have had a chance to turn the tables in the end." So the celestial worthy's backup plan, the preparations made for the arrangements left by the original God Almighty, was intercepted and prevented by certain existences in the Western continent. My original plan was just to race against time, using the concealment of the Ebonite goddess to complete the fusion of the 3 Gehrman Sparrow images before the celestial worthy's backup plan could truly take effect. The celestial master or the underworld Taoist. Lumian made a sound of agreement and said with feeling, "Indeed, without the efforts and groundwork laid by the major arcana cardholders before, even if we had deciphered the true meaning of all the symbols today, we wouldn't have had time to create the character of Gehrman Sparrow. We could only have watched helplessly as the situation tilted towards the celestial worthy's side. Similarly, without the hints from Pongdong and Amon, we might still be exploring directions now, with the celestial worthy's fatal blow about to arrive." Seeing that Lumian was very clear-headed and rational in recognizing this point, Zhou Mingrui nodded with satisfaction. Lumian didn't go on to talk about the contributions of gods and people like Stiano, Lauadero and Anderson, but asked eagerly, "Mr. Fool, can Aurora, my sister, really be resurrected?" Zhou Mingrui looked at Lumian and said in a calm voice, "With her soul fragments sealed inside you and not dissipated, if you were a beyonder of the seer pathway and had advanced to miracle invoker, then with my help, you could graft one of your resurrections onto your sister's soul fragments, allowing her to truly return. But now, you can only rely on the resurrection of the demoness pathway to separate your sister in the future." Seeing Lumian fall into thought, Zhou Mingrui added, "You can no longer change pathways, and after your advancement to Demoness of Despair, Aurora's soul fragments have already fused with you to some extent. If you were to regress back to the beginning using the Sun pathway, her soul fragments wouldn't be able to withstand it and would completely dissipate." Lumian was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Will the resurrection achieved through the Demoness pathway in the future be an essential resurrection, a true resurrection?" "Yes," Zhou Mingrui sighed and said, "but wishes are often distorted, and the way they are realized may not be what you want. Just like when you saved my believer back then, I noticed you and foresaw that you would play an important role in the matter of dreams in the future, so I gave you the aura of the grey fog and my imprint. But I didn't expect this prophecy would be fulfilled in such a warped manner, and my actions were also part of the prophecy. So that old man was your believer," Lumian suddenly realized. He laughed calmly. "Without the aura of the grey fog, perhaps I would never have met Aurora, never had that life in Cordu, and Aurora would still have been noticed by April's Fool, still been troubled by Roche Louis Sanson, and maybe wouldn't even have had a chance at resurrection." At this point, Lumian took a breath and said, "I understand. As long as it's an essential, true resurrection, I can accept any form of realization. Zhou Mingui nodded slightly and extended his right palm. You can give me that bottle of Samaritan women's spring water, processed by Mr. Azik, now. As Lumian took out the small golden bottle from his traveler's bag, he asked puzzledly, Mr. Fu, now that Gehrman Sparrow has been born, you don't need to drink the spring water anymore, right? The celestial worthy is sealed within you, so him drinking is equivalent to you drinking, and besides, this only has a very weak effect on Sequence Zero, true gods. The small golden bottle suddenly appeared in Zhou Mingui's right hand, while Lumian's hand was now empty. I still need to sleep for a while longer, Zhou Mingui said with a smile. Now is the opportunity to fuse with the celestial worthy and better resist him, and this bottle of spring water is the medium. Gehrman Sparrow will become the fool, embodying a bit of my will until I fully awaken. Still need to fuse with the celestial worthy? Lumian asked in confusion. Zhou Mingui nodded. Yes, both fusing and resisting. This is currently the only path. Doesn't that mean... Lumian suddenly closed his mouth, remembering a certain mystical knowledge he knew. The spiritual imprint of the original creator within the Beyonder characteristics was indestructible, including those of the original God Almighty and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Zhou Mingui smiled and said, No matter how I clinch victory, no matter how much you help me, in the long run, the one who will ultimately win this confrontation will inevitably be the celestial worthy. Seeing Lumian fall silent, Zhou Mingui continued with a gentle expression. Most humans know they only have a few decades of life and are destined to pass away in the not-too-distant future, but this doesn't prevent them from enjoying their lives, from doing meaningful things, from being happy, suffering, sad, moved, satisfied, and missing others. You've also seen from Roselle's experience during this time that there is a lot of truth within dreams, that hope lies hidden at the end of despair, and that a moment's brilliance might point towards eternity. Lumian was speechless for a moment. After about 10 seconds he sighed. Resisting every day, being eroded, trying to fuse, continuing for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, wouldn't it be very tiring? Wouldn't it be like before when you still maintained self-awareness, but suddenly found yourself smiling strangely in the mirror? It would, Zhou Mingui sighed with a smile. When I fully awaken this time, except for the strongest and most intense parts of Zhou Mingui and Clive Moretti's emotions and humanity, everything else might no longer be the me of now. This wasn't said in a speculative tone. As for whether it's tiring, Zhou Mingui's tone became a little more animated. Of course it's very tiring, but there's no choice. Someone has to do this, right? Lumian's thoughts were jumbled and chaotic. He opened his mouth and said, Is it worth it? Zhou Mingui looked at him, suddenly took a step back, and fell into that deep darkness. He didn't dissolve quickly like other dream characters falling into this darkness, but sank slowly as if in seawater. Zhou Mingui raised his right hand, brought that bottle of Samaritan women's spring water to his mouth, and drank it. Then, as he slowly sank, he looked at Lumian outside the deep darkness, showed a gentle smile similar to before, and answered in a calm voice, It's worth it. After saying this, he suddenly winked his left eye at Lumian, not at all steady or serious, and not at all like the lofty Mr. Fool. Lumian watched Zhou Mingui sink into the depths of darkness until even his blurry silhouette disappeared. He muttered to himself, Worth it. In the movie theater, as those streams of white light merged, as Zhou Mingui disappeared into the deep darkness, Gehrman Sparrow, who had been standing still, as if asleep, suddenly raised his head. He opened his eyes, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through his gold-rimmed glasses. With this, the sky of the dream city completely peeled away, all buildings collapsed with a rumble, and the images of characters like Grimm and Zhang Qing blurred until they completely dissipated. Franca was confused for a moment, then woke up. She saw a room full of people, saw the bright smile on Madame Justice's face that came from the heart, saw Madame Magician drinking red wine, saw clear and brilliant radiance. Outside the window the sunlight was just right. Chapter 1034, Tarot Club. As the dream rapidly collapsed, Lumion withdrew his gaze, leaving the edge of that deep darkness and walking towards the disintegrating Yangdu high-speed rail station outside. He wanted to take one last look at this city. Suddenly, he noticed a figure leaning against the wall at the position where the radiance converged into an exit, standing quietly. That figure wore black armor stained with what looked like fresh blood, with fiery red long hair. The face was young and handsome, with 2 faint scars on either cheek and a vivid red banner mark prominently displayed between his brows. Unlike other dream manifestations that were blurry and nearly dissipating, this figure was not as clear as Lumion, but had an illusory quality, like a spirit. Lumion didn't need to ask to know who this figure was, Red Angel Medici. "Did you come to wait for me?" Lumion asked with a smile. He was prepared to leave this place along with the collapse of the dream. Medici left the wall and stood up straight, letting out a sneer. "If you're too stupid to understand the hint, I'd have been the one to replace you on stage." He looked into Lumion's eyes and shook his head. "Too weak. You're still too weak right now." After this remark, the Red Angel slightly raised his chin and said, "I already know your experiences. I'll give you a chance. I'll come to hunt you down after you become an angel." "No need to thank me. This has nothing to do with pride. The pride of the war pathway isn't used against enemies." Medici didn't give Lumion a chance to respond. He turned and walked into the passage, leaving Yangdu high-speed rail station and the collapsing dream. "You waited until the very end just to say these few words to me. You must have also achieved some unknown goals by entering this dream, right?" Lumion turned to the side, once again casting his gaze towards that deep darkness. His biggest question now was where the deity, the primordial demoness, was. The fact that Franca advanced in the basement of Mushu Hospital indicated that the primordial demoness indeed had a corresponding manifestation in the Dream City. But in matters involving the special mirror world's great horror, the original God Almighty and the Demoness card, and the major event of the dream's end, she hadn't appeared or intervened at all. Before Lumion could think further, Yangdu high-speed rail station collapsed, silently. He first felt a sense of weightlessness as if falling off a cliff, then opened his eyes and woke up. He immediately saw some sunlight penetrating the curtains, with a large amount of dust floating in the air. At the same time, faint sounds of singing, praising, and conversation came from next door, entering his ears. Lumion lay quietly in bed, feeling the springiness of the mattress and the soft warmth of the covers, not wanting to move at all. Half an hour later, in the living room on the first floor, Madame Magician said to Lumion, Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig, who was having afternoon tea, all who had gathered again. "Mr. Fool has achieved an initial state of awakening. We will fulfill our promise. You've done very well this time, deserving the most generous reward. The result of our discussion is to do our utmost to help you advance one sequence." Jenna nodded without hiding her desire. "Thank you. Thank you." Lumion, Franca, and company had no objections, and were quite anticipatory. Madame Magician looked around and said, "Of course, this may need to wait a few days because Mr. Fool's initial awakening will inevitably cause many changes that need to be dealt with promptly. The other major arcana cards are already busy at present. Moreover, you also need some time to adjust, shake off the influence of the dream, and regain your perception of reality." At this point, Madame Magician looked at Lumion and asked as if to confirm, "Do you want to become a demoness of Unaging or a war bishop?" Lumion didn't hesitate. "Demoness of Unaging." Hearing Lumion's answer, Franca suddenly remembered the Demoness card's description of a Demoness of Unaging, bizarrely difficult to kill, skilled at resurrection. Skilled at resurrection, you really don't want to wait even one more day, even if it's just taking the first step. Franca sighed inwardly. At this moment, Lumion raised his right hand, palm facing the ceiling. There, in addition to several dark red brands and a patch of pale skin, there was now a pitch black. "Pinhole," he said to Madame Magician and his companions. "Ah!" after using the Demoness card this time, with the magic mirror as a medium, invoking the great horror from the depths of the special mirror world to deal with the mirror person created by the celestial worthy, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, and the seal of the underworld Taoist have changed a bit again. I can now use a War Bishop's power that was previously bestowed to a limited extent through this pinhole. There's no need to advance again. Madam Magician nodded slightly and said, "In a few days, go to the treasury of the Blue Avenger. There might be items related to the Demoness of Unaging there. If not, we'll ask Mr. Azek for help and go to the depths of the underworld again. There must be Demoness of Unaging beyond the characteristics there." Lumion and Franca had no objections. After Madam Magician left, Lumion, in his Demoness of Despair state, leaned back against the sofa and smiled at Franca and the others. "Now it's time to sunbathe." Jenna was silent for a few seconds before saying, I want to go see the real Luo Shan." "Okay." Franca nodded heavily in agreement. "All right." Lumion had originally planned to go tomorrow. In the evening, Loan Kingdom, Tingen City, Red Moonlight Street. Jenna, Franca and Lumion sat in a roadside cafe, watching two figures, one big and one small, approaching from a distance. The larger one was about 30 years old, with brown hair tied up in a high bun, wearing a thin gauze-brimmed hat. She wore a green long dress that was somewhat girlish but leaning towards maturity, with flowing ruffles at the sleeves and beautiful lace adorning the neckline. She had a pretty face, holding a paper bag of white bread in one hand and holding the hand of a 3- or 4-year-old girl who looked like a little princess with the other. This was Roseanne, a civilian staff member of the Nighthawks team of the Church of the Ebonite Goddess. Compared to the Luo Shan in the dream, she was noticeably older, and her demeanor was more stable, but her style of dress revealed that she still had a lively side hidden inside. Jenna and Franca's vision immediately blurred. Lumion, in his female state, focused intently on Roseanne and her daughter as they passed by, chatting and laughing, becoming as still as a statue. After Roseanne and her daughter passed the cafe, the three demonesses' gazes shifted, following the two figures from behind. The golden-red glow of dusk fell upon Roseanne and her daughter, and the evening breeze carried their laughter and conversation to Jenna, Franca, and Lumion's ears. "Mommy, what's a hero?" "A hero is someone who protects others." "Why do others need protection?" "Why protect others?" "Why? Why? Mummy, why?" A few days later, Monday noon, Lumion and the others met Madam Magician again. The Major Arcana card holder sat down in the chair opposite the tea table and said to Lumion and Franca, "You're both demigods now and have made great contributions. You're qualified to draw a Major Arcana card." "Mr. Fool allowed it?" Lumion asked. Madam Magician's entire being exuded a sense of relaxation. "Yes, but as a team, you can only draw one Major Arcana card for now. Who will draw?" Franca looked at Lumion, hesitated for a few seconds, and said, "You draw." She really wanted to see what she could draw and thought the identity of a Tarot Club Major Arcana card was very impressive. But thinking about having to take responsibility for a bunch of affairs as a Major Arcana card holder from now on, often having to brainstorm, she got a headache and decided to let Lumion take the lead first to see what it would be like. "Are you willing to draw?" Madam Magician asked Lumion. Lumion thought for a moment and said, "I'll draw," Madam Magician said seriously. "After becoming a Major Arcana card holder, 2 of Cups, 7 of Cups, and 4 of Swords will all transfer under your jurisdiction. A Major Arcana card symbolizes not just you personally but also the forces you represent." "I understand." Lumion nodded slowly. Only then did Madam Magician take out a deck of tarot cards containing only Major Arcana cards and spread them out on the tea table. "You can draw now." "Won't we draw a duplicate?" Franca asked curiously. Madam Magician chuckled. "Spirituality will provide guidance." Lumion glanced at the tarot cards on the tea table, extended his right hand, and casually took one, turning it over in front of him. What met Franca and the others' eyes was a large wreath of green plants. intertwined, and a woman standing inside the wreath. The world card. Franca and Jenna both looked at Lumion in his female state with slight astonishment. He actually drew the world card. Why? Although Gehrman Sparrow now points to Mr. Fool, the legend of the world hasn't disappeared yet. Lumion didn't speak, showing a thoughtful expression. Madam Magician pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Draw again." Lumion nodded in agreement. This time he drew 2 cards and placed them on his left and right. After staring at these 2 tarot cards for a while, he suddenly smiled with his beautiful face. "Left for male, right for female. I'll take the one on the left." With that, he unhesitatingly turned over the tarot card on his left. On the card face was a king standing on a chariot with 2 lions, one black and one white, pulling the chariot. The chariot card. "Not bad." Madam Magician stood up. "Welcome, the chariots. Mr. Chariot." After Lumion responded, Franca curiously said, "Can I see what the card on the right is?" "You may." Madam Magician nodded to her. Franca quickly turned it over and saw a woman wearing a crown sitting on a chair. The Empress card. "As expected," Madam Magician sighed, then turned to Lumion and said, "Wait in your room at 3 p.m. today." At 3 p.m., in a bedroom of the luxurious villa, Lumion, holding the chariot card, sat in an armchair, patiently waiting. Suddenly, chaotic and terrifying sounds rang in his ears, and a thin greyish-white fog appeared before his eyes. Just a second or 2 later, he found himself by a bronze long table, with a vast and magnificent dome above, surrounded by tall and majestic stone pillars. Lumion immediately saw Madam Justice, Madam Magician, Madam Judgment, Ma'am Hermit, and the lady from the Temperance faction wearing a black court, long dress and a small soft hat of the same color, sitting opposite him. They all appeared blurry, but not too blurry. Lumion also noticed that Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Sun, Mr. Star, and Mr. Moon, whom he hadn't met before but could deduce the identity of, were on the same side as him. At this time, no one was seated at the head and foot of the bronze long table. "This is Madam Temperance, and this is Mr. Chariot." Madam Justice calmly introduced the obviously female Lumion as Mr. Just then, at the huge chair at the top of the bronze long table, a figure gradually took shape. He was within the grey fog, his figure quite blurry, allowing Lumion and the others to only clearly see a silk top hat and a black long coat. Looking at this both familiar and unfamiliar figure, Madam Justice took a breath, stood up, curtsied with a slight bent of her knees, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. End of volume 6 Dreamweaver. Thanks to the user. Telegram. For the chapters provided." Chapter 25. Revelation. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. As Lumion walked down the stairs, the sunlight was still bright, and Franca, Jenna, and Anthony were leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea. Ludwig was also there, though not as relaxed. "Is the Major Arcana meeting over?" Franca turned and asked curiously. Lumion suddenly recalled various scenes from the majestic palace above the grey fog, nodded and said, "It's over." "What can you tell us about it? Don't mention anything you're not supposed to." Franca had an expression that implied that she just wanted to broaden her horizons. Lumion sat down in an armchair and said, using language he had learned in the Dream City, "There's not much to say. Today's meeting was quite ordinary. The major arcana cards mainly reported to Mr. Fool about their respective responsibilities, and Mr. Fool gave corresponding instructions." "You seem to respect Mr. Fool quite a bit," Franca suddenly remarked. "Why do you say that?" Lumion asked, somewhat surprised. Franca snorted and glanced first at Jenna, then at Anthony. "Do I really need to answer such a simple question?" Jenna, in sync with Franca, helped explain with a slight smile. "If it weren't for Mr. Fool, you would definitely add more adjectives before instructions, like high level or all-encompassing." This added a hint of teasing and playfulness. "I've always been quite respectful towards deities, except for a few," Lumion said with a knowing smile. He then said, "As someone attending a divine meeting for the first time, I had nothing to report. I only raised questions about Madame Pualis and her daughter Omabella, hoping to get answers from Mr. Fool. What did Mr. Fool say? Jenna and Franca asked in unison. Before Lumion could answer, points of starlight suddenly appeared in the void. These starlight quickly sketched out the figure of Madame Magician. She said to Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, "You can now go to the Blue Avenger to explore the treasury left by the Blood Emperor. I'll go with you to provide necessary assistance. Do you need to postpone for a while to make some preparations?" The Tudor dynasty's treasure obviously consisted of items mainly related to the Hunter pathway, supplemented by those of the Demoness pathway, and then some items from the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways. It was very suitable for the three Demonesses to explore and obtain the Beyonder characteristics needed for normal advancement or pathway switching. As for Anthony's advancement, other arrangements had been made, and the further recovery of Ludwig's strength would have to wait until either Lumion or Franca reached Sequence 3 to avoid accidents. "No need, let's go now." Lumion had already discussed this with Franca and Jenna. Madame Magician said no more, creating a dazzling, dreamlike double door and bringing the three Demonesses to the Blue Avenger, which was sailing through fierce winds and huge waves. Mr. Hanged Man, dressed as the captain, was already waiting at the cabin entrance. "Can you still sense the mirror imprint you left in the treasury?" Madame Magician asked Lumion. "Yes." Lumion half closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He didn't try to reach the full-length mirror with the imprint using mirror traversal, because the corresponding area behind the mirror or mirror world contained Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's backup plan for resurrection. For him, the main function of that mirror imprint was currently to provide necessary positioning so that his companions could also enter the treasury. In the future, it would serve as a trap marker to take down powerful enemies at the cost of mutual destruction. After sensing Lumlin walk towards the depths of the ship's cabin while deliberately continuing the previous topic, he turned his head to look at Franca and Jenna and said, "Mr. Fool's revelation was that after becoming a demoness of Unaging, go to the new city of Silver to borrow the gift of the land and bring it to the city of exiles in front of Hanbro." "Indeed, one knows Umabella." One shouted out, "Zedus, let them meet, maybe they'll really spark something." Franca suddenly realized. At this moment, Mr. Hanged Man, walking in front as the captain of the Blue Avenger, suddenly half-turned his body and said thoughtfully, "I think in Mr. Fool's revelation, not only is the latter part important, but the prerequisite is equally important." Lumion mentioned Mr. Fool's revelation in front of Madame Magician and Mr. Hanged Man precisely to hear their views and opinions. He immediately asked, "The prerequisite of becoming a demoness of Unaging?" Mr. Hanged Man, with his rugged face and unkempt appearance, chuckled deeply. "Can't you borrow the gift of the land and bring it to the abscessed hand now? The only help you might need is communication with the Church of Knowledge." "That's right." Jenna agreed with Mr. Hanged Man's statement. Lumion already had all the conditions to briefly use the gift of the land, could get the new city of Silver's permission through Mr. Sun, and was the proxy of 001. He didn't need to wait until reaching the demoness of Unaging level to let Omabella's remains meet the abscessed hand. A certain change is brought by becoming a demoness of Unaging, the catalyst for this whole thing? Or is it that only by reaching Sequence 3 can one deal with the inevitable accidents after the gift of the land meets the abscessed hand? No, the latter scenario can basically be ruled out. Lumion, in his demoness of despair state, slowed his pace and said thoughtfully, "As the proxy of 001, he had considerable authority in front of the mountain of courses, and there wasn't much difference between being Sequence 4 or Sequence 3. Moreover, he could briefly borrow the boon beneath the underworld Taoist seal to become a Sequence 3 war bishop. In other words, the power increase from advancing to demoness of Unaging wasn't necessary. It should be some change brought about by the inherent qualities of the demoness of Unaging." Madame Magician gave her judgment. Franca, who had been listening quietly, mumbled, "Why doesn't Mr. Fool speak more clearly, just giving revelations for us to interpret ourselves?" Mr. Hangman glanced at Franca. "I learned a phrase in the Dream City. Words once given become reality. Every action and word of great existences profoundly influences fate and the world. Back then, in the process of Mr. Fool becoming a great existence in just 3 years, many of the things he said were later verified, one by one, becoming facts. In this situation, speaking very clearly and not speaking clearly will be part of the whole thing, and the interference with fate will be different, and the final result will also deviate because of this. As Lumion nodded in agreement, he felt slightly surprised inwardly. He felt that Mr. Hanged Man was much more enthusiastic than in their previous encounters. Previously, Mr. Hanged Man wouldn't be stingy with his judgments and explanations, but he only did and said what was within his duties. This time, he actually took the initiative to talk about many things outside the topic. Is it because I've become a major arcana card holder? Mr. Hanged Man seems to value hierarchy quite a bit. Lumion withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. Madam Magician then added, "Moreover, this matter involves a Great Mother. Even Mr. Fool can't see it very clearly and can only receive certain revelations." Hearing this, Franca looked around and lowered her voice. "Now that Mr. Fool has initially awakened, I don't mean to disrespect Mr. Fool, I'm just more concerned about his current state. Maybe there's still something I can help with. After all, I'm a transmigrator. What I want to ask is, what level has Mr. Fool recovered to now, and how is the Fool identity you guys have woven running?" After exchanging glances with Madam Magician and Mr. Hanged Man, Lumion said, "We're not clear about the specific level of recovery. We can only be sure that in terms of level, it's not a complete... The Fool, this... Fool, without the... Mr. referred to the sequence 0, the Fool of the Seer pathway, the basis for the judgment of the major arcana card holders, including Lumion, was if the identity of Gehrman Sparrow was already a complete fee. It would mean that he had fully grasped all the authorities of the Seer pathway, and the true Mr. Fool would soon gain sufficient advantage in the matter of fusion and confrontation, fully awakening. Lumion continued, "In my personal opinion, the current Mr. Fool is not agile enough, or rather, he's colder and more indifferent, closer to Gehrman Sparrow." After thinking for a while, Franca said, "I think, in my personal understanding, Gehrman Sparrow is currently more like an AI artificial intelligence that has integrated some of Mr. Fool's will and ideas. Think about it. One of the foundations of Gehrman Sparrow's stable existence is a large number of faith anchors, and different people's perceptions of him are different. This is like one of the foundations of AI's existence is data. A large amount of data, and the data collected from the internet, fed to AI, may be incorrect, fabricated, self-imagined. This will bring corruption to it, very similar to the corruption of faith anchors you mentioned. The current AI stands out in that, as long as you dare to believe, it dares to fabricate, and the reactions presented by Gehrman Sparrow will also be affected by the corruption of faith anchors. While not affecting the transmission of Mr. Fool's core will and ideas, there will be personalized, even contradictory manifestations. Well, he's equivalent to Mr. Fool's AI assistant. The better he iterates, the faster he evolves, the more authorities and powers Mr. Fool can grasp and mobilize, ultimately helping him defeat the celestial worthy. Interpreting from the perspective of AI was something the major arcana card holders had never thought of. Fortunately, everyone present had been to the Dream City and could barely understand what Franca was saying. Madam Magician, who had a very deep understanding of faith anchors, nodded slowly and said, "What we need to do next is to purify Gehrman Sparrow's anchors and adjust people's perceptions of Gehrman Sparrow to varying degrees. That includes our perception of Gehrman Sparrow," Mr. Hanged Man added. As they spoke, the group arrived at the stairs leading to the lower deck of the ship. Chapter 0036, Wedding Dress. Glancing at the dark, bottomless end of the staircase, Lumion took out a mirror and activated the contract ability on his body. He immediately sensed the imprint on the full-length mirror in the Tudor treasury, ready to dive into the mirror and traverse through at any moment. Maintaining this sense, Lumion reminded Franca and Jenna, "Walk close to the sides later, very close." From his experience, walking down the stairs this way 8 would bring them into the reflection range of that full-length mirror. For beyonders of other pathways, they only needed to guard against being affected by the resulting illusions, scaring themselves crazy or to death. But if, Hunters and demonesses let their shadows be reflected on that full-length mirror. They might have their bodies snatched by the long-fallen Alistair Tudor through pre-arranged setups, allowing him to resurrect and return. Lumion thought that given Alistair Tudor's level of madness, he probably wouldn't care whether it was a Blood Emperor or a Blood Empress who returned, so the demonesses should also be careful. Okay, Franca and Jenna had long ago heard Lumion explain what dangers were in the Tudor treasury. Even if they didn't know in the current situation, they would heed the advice first and find an opportunity to ask why later. Lumion maintained the activation of the mirror imprint and let the residual aura of the Blood Emperor on his right palm intensify from faint to strong, covering it with pallor. He hadn't yet started descending the stairs step by step when he suddenly heard Madame Magician's voice. "I've located your mirror imprint." Along with the voice's response, points of dazzling starlight lit up, enveloping Lumion and the others. When vision was restored, Franca found herself in a corridor that seemed to be formed of condensed starlight. On both sides of this corridor were star-bright doors standing in the darkness. The bottom was semi-transparent, revealing endless darkness, while above there was no dome, with illusory stars dotting the distant heights. At the end of this deep and spacious corridor sat a silver full-length mirror with a classic design and intricate patterns around its frame. Almost simultaneously, Franca and Jenna noticed Madame Magician raise her right hand and gently grasp towards the front. Around that silver full-length mirror, space suddenly bent, forming a sealed sphere, in a state of deep shadows, blocking all light from entering. Lumion and the others could no longer see that silver full-length mirror, and that mirror could no longer reflect them. "This way we can be a bit freer," Madame Magician said with a smile. Wearing a black robe with silver patterns, she turned to Lumion, Franca and Jenna, and said, "You can choose the treasure rooms now. I'll handle the dangers inside." Franca and Jenna instantly looked towards Lumion, waiting for him to demonstrate for the two of them. Lumion looked left and right, slowly moving forward along the deep and spacious corridor, while casually saying, "In the area above the grey fog, when I mentioned Madame Pualis and Ormebella, I also talked about a concern." "What concern?" Franca asked cooperatively. She and Jenna could both roughly guess that Lumion wanted to use casual chat to distract his own mind, choosing treasure rooms purely based on spiritual intuition, and the characteristics, auras, and corruption on his body. Lumion, in his demoness of despair state with black hair cascading, glanced at Madame Magician and Mr. Hangman and said, "At the end of the awakening operation, there were two things I couldn't understand. First, why was there no movement from the primordial demoness? And second, why didn't the Great Mother side try to stop it, even though she had made many arrangements in the Dream City? The lack of interference from other existences was expected. The celestial worthy wouldn't wait until they were ready and could effectively interfere with the internal situation of the dream before letting Josa succumb. If that happened, what might be suppressed could be his hope for success. Moreover, Anderson's side would burn down the colourful hostel and the Mute Art Studio, not giving the deity worshipped by the Fantasy Association a chance to intervene, and there is also true god suppression at Mushu Hospital. But the Great Mother had sent Madame Pualis with baby Ormebella to be the dean of Mushu Hospital. How did they not create even a ripple? Her forces in the Dream City are not limited to Mushu Hospital. Whether it's Grimm, who was originally active outside the hospital, or Lu Yong'an, who can freely enter and exit the hospital, they could effectively avoid the true god suppression of Mushu Hospital and do something. Maybe Pengdang, Grisha, and Amon's side, who didn't appear in the final stage, were blocking them, Jenna speculated. That's one possibility. Madame Magician began to give her speech at the Tarot Club. But I have a bad feeling that perhaps the Great Mother has already achieved her goal, in a way that's in our cognitive blind spot. My experience is also that abnormal calmness is always problematic. Mr. Hanged Man followed up with emphasis. Franca took a breath and turned her gaze to Lumion. Lumion understood her meaning and smiled, saying, "The only revelation Mr. Fool gave about matters related to the Great Mother was, become a demoness of Unaging, or the gift of the land, face the abscessed hand." After saying this, Lumion suddenly had a spiritual perception. He turned to the right and pushed open a semi-transparent large door condensed from starlight. The light behind the door was dim, with no attack appearing. Lumion waited for 2 seconds before passing through the door and entering the room. What met his eyes was a black coffin. This coffin was different from the rectangular coffins Tria used daily, with obvious curves, one end larger and one end smaller, its surface carved with many bird and tree patterns. "Hey!" Franca's head peeked out from Lumion's shoulder position. "Isn't this a Western continent-style coffin? Where did the Blood Emperor get it from?" She already knew that the Western continent had evolved from her pre-transmigration country over thousands or tens of thousands of years or even longer, and judging from the fact that she could barely understand the language of Armored Shadow Chen Tu and its attire, Franca felt that the civilization of the Western continent might not have experienced a break in continuity like the southern and northern continents, still maintaining a certain continuity. The coffin style before her eyes seemed to be another piece of evidence. As for why, in a situation where civilization had not been interrupted, the language and style of the Western continent had regressed to what she remembered as ancient. She couldn't think of a reason for the time being. All the known transmigrators were in the southern and northern continents and the former eastern continent. No, Queen Mystic had said that the ancient sun god was not the kind of cocoon person like us. And there was another transmigrator who hasn't revealed their identity. As Franca's thoughts gradually diverged, Lumion and Madame Magician had already walked to the front of that Western continent-style black coffin, with the latter causing the lid to slide to one side on its own, falling onto the semi-transparent ground. Franca looked over and saw a beautiful face with tightly closed eyes, pale and cold, saw a gorgeous phoenix crown and rosy clouds cape, and saw bright red Chinese wedding dress, bride's corpse. Damn it, what the hell is the Blood Emperor up to? Franca blurted out. Before her words fell, that black coffin with patterns of pine, cypress and cranes began to shake violently. A pale, delicate hand with long grey nails that were sharp and cold silently pressed on the edge of the coffin. With this action, Franca and Jenna's lips suddenly became dry, as if they were being roasted. Outside the treasury, the Blue Avenger sailing through fierce winds and huge waves suddenly plunged downward. The wind stopped, the waves calmed, and water vapor rose from the azure sea, evaporating rapidly. On the surface of the Blue Avenger, the deck began to crack at a visible speed. Even though the consciousness of this ghost ship was constantly trying to repair it, it couldn't stop the trend from deepening. Inside the Tudor treasury, in the corresponding room, before Madame Magician could deliver a barrage of attacks on the female corpse in the coffin, Lumion stretched out his right palm. His palm was darkly red and mottled, covered with pallor, a deep black pinhole, emitting an indescribable aura. The female corpse, wearing what Franca called a bright red wedding dress and a golden phoenix crown, stopped shaking, no longer giving the feeling that it might crawl up at any moment. That delicate but pale hand slowly slid down, returning to the side of the corpse. All the abnormalities disappeared with it. The power of a demoness of catastrophe, Madame Magician said after a few seconds of looking with eyes as brilliant as the starry sky. And the power of an undying. Can the boons of these two pathways be put together? As she spoke, both she and Mr. Hanged Man looked towards Lumion. Lumion looked at the dark pinhole in his palm, musing to himself, maybe they can. This thing seemed to be a fusion of the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, the boon of a war bishop, the seal of the underworld Taoist, and the grade and knowledge of the demoness card. If such a hodgepodge could be put together, the separately picked out powers of the demoness and death pathways should be able to as well. Madame Magician and Mr. Hangman fell into deep thought, while Franca associated the terms demoness of catastrophe and undying with the state and recent behavior of the female corpse. She said in astonishment, This couldn't be a drought demon, could it? Did the Blood Emperor bring a drought demon to the northern continent? How did he manage that? Isn't it said that the western continent was sealed by the power of the celestial worthy? and that the barrier can only be opened for free entry and exit after Mr. Fool truly gains the upper hand. Before that, shouldn't only some secret deed rituals be possible? Even if the Blood Emperor really opened a passage before his death, attempting to drag down all the gods with him, that passage was sealed in Fourth Epoch, Trier, right? The Blood Emperor shouldn't have had time to send this drought demon to the Blue Avenger. Hearing Franca's words, Madam Magician turned to the side and began to explain. The power doesn't come from beyond the characteristics. It might originate from the Western continent or somewhere else, but the person is from the Northern continent. Franca looked carefully and found that the hair of the female corpse in the coffin was pale yellow, and her facial features were quite pronounced. An artificial drought demon, Franca said with some understanding. The Blood Emperor made a secret deed for some strange knowledge, and this is the product of an experiment. The phoenix crown, rosy clouds cape and coffin are part of the knowledge, part of the ritual. Lumion nodded slightly, looking at the female corpse, and said, "If we let her wake up, can we help her regain her sanity?" Madam Magician slowly shook her head. She had probably born a monster. Chapter 1037, Spring of Temptation. Madam Magician meant the girl in the coffin underwent a transformation the instant she simultaneously received the powers of a demoness of catastrophe and an undying through a strange ritual. This corpse, now possessing angel-level power, was a monster from the moment it came into being. Lumion, in his demoness state, frowned and said, "Aren't boons supposed to not affect the spirit, only gradually causing mental and physical alterations? Surely it shouldn't directly create a monster? Moreover, from what he could see, the powers of the demoness and death pathways weren't so contradictory and could be integrated to some degree." "What I explained before was only about boons under normal circumstances," Madam Magician said after some consideration. "The essence of boons is actually closer to controlled, retrievable corruption. Higher beings who grant boons generally try to suppress the spiritual, conscious, and emotional aspects of their power that belong to themselves, to prevent the recipient from being overwhelmed immediately and developing problems, as that would go against the original intention of the boon and fail to achieve the expected purpose." Mr. Hanged Man added, "In the cases of evil god boons that we know of, if there weren't enough sacrifices, especially human sacrifices, even if a channel was opened through ritual, some of the recipients at the scene would be unable to bear the power, their bodies collapsing on the spot, either dying or becoming monsters." Jenna confirmed with newfound understanding. "When the higher being that the Blood Emperor's strange ritual was directed at granted the boon, they didn't control or suppress the spiritual, conscious, and emotional aspects within the power, letting them exist as usual, so this girl as the recipient naturally couldn't bear it and became a monster?" Mr. Hangman nodded slightly and said meaningfully, "It might not have been a boon, but rather theft. Did Ammon play a role in this ritual?" Lumion's own boon power came from theft. Mr. Hanged Man smiled. "Theft in another sense. Let me give an example. We can utilize the power of many sealed artifacts to some degree, but we must be careful to avoid the corresponding dangers and find the most suitable method because they lack intelligence. You can't negotiate with them or make them obey to prevent them from harming you. In such cases, suitable methods of utilization are equivalent to relatively safe means of theft." Lumion recalled his experience after lighting the corpse wax candle and nodded thoughtfully. If he hadn't possessed both male and female forms in the Dream City at that time, his physical body might have collapsed and become a monster. The Blood Emperor was indeed bloodthirsty and mad. Jenna couldn't help but sigh. The girl in the coffin most likely didn't voluntarily participate in such a special ritual. "Not necessarily," Franca said quietly. Seeing everyone look at her, she cleared her throat and said, "Based on my pre-transmigration experience, if this is related to the Western continent, the whole ritual might not be what you imagine. They might have pre-selected a girl born on a specific year, month, day and time, killed her in a specific way at a specific moment, performed special treatment, then placed her in this pre-made coffin, made other arrangements, and finally conducted the ritual to let her gain power and open her eyes in an undying state." "Why do it this way?" Jenna asked puzzledly. Franca smiled and said, "It's just my guess, But maybe this was the only way to please the corresponding higher being, or maybe this was the only way to avoid the influence of the spiritual and conscious aspects within the Boon power. But for some reason, perhaps because the Blood Emperor and others made mistakes in interpreting the secret deed they obtained, missing some key points, the ritual seems to have failed in the end. Maybe it wasn't even a ritual seeking boons, but rather a method of corpse refinement. Jenna was silent for 2 seconds. Then you still say the Blood Emperor wasn't necessarily bloodthirsty and mad? This was more cruel than their previous speculation, Franca explained. I'm not saying the Blood Emperor wasn't necessarily bloodthirsty and mad, but rather that it might not have been ordinary bloodiness and madness. It was probably extremely so. Madam Magician turned to look at the female corpse wearing the phoenix crown and Rosy Cloud's cape and said, "She has no beyond the characteristics. Let's go to the next room." "All right." Lumion had no objections. After Madam Magician made the coffin lid fly up and cover it again, they returned to that deep and spacious corridor. Lumion raised his right palm, looked at the dim, dark red spots, dark, tinhole, and pale skin, then put his hand into his traveler's bag. Maintaining this posture, Lumion started walking forward again. He felt that encountering that female corpse was likely due to the effect of his right palm, so now he needed to try to eliminate its influence. After about 10 seconds, Lumion opened another door condensed from starlight. At the same time, he saw a spring its bubbling source. The spring water had a sacred feeling, emitting an alluring aura clear and pure, making Franca and the others, whose mouths had dried from the female corpse's influence, suddenly feel thirsty. Voices then echoed in their minds. "Drink, drink and regain your youth. Drink, drink and gain tremendous power. Drink, drink and extend your life by thousands of years. Drink, drink and become irresistibly charming. Drink, drink and achieve immortality." Lumion, who was also tempted in hearing the whispers, smiled. "Don't worry, I will drink. I came here to drink you." Before he could emphasize that he was a person who valued ceremony, Madam Magician had already acted. Layer upon layer of void peeled away. The clear and pure spring water suddenly receded, revealing what was inside the spring source. There was a highly decomposed but not yet skeletal female corpse, with pale yellow-greenish pus constantly seeping from its disgusting flesh, combining with the air to become sacred, alluring, and pure. This was the source of the spring water. Madam Magician immediately raised both hands. Glass-like fragments and blood tinged with pale yellow immediately flew out from the female corpse, falling into 2 containers that had been floating in mid-air at some unknown time. After doing this, Madam Magician made the 2 containers fly toward Lumion. They can replace the mirror god fragments and the juice of blood as supplementary ingredients, enough for 4 advancements. After Lumion put away the containers, the points of starlight condensed from the void suddenly pressed down, completely crushing the highly decomposed female corpse, making the charming sacred grayish-white light quickly separate out and condense into a fist-sized, spring-like crystal. Illusory water constantly flowed out from the crystal's surface, then fell back in. With a push of Madam Magician's right hand, this demoness of unaging beyond the characteristic quickly came before Lumion, already preliminarily sealed. The light emanating from the female corpse hadn't completely dispersed. The remaining portion recombined to form a transparent eye brimming with tears. "Your demoness of despair, beyond the characteristic." Madam Magician gave that beautiful but sorrowful eye to Jenna. "As for supplementary ingredients, the chariot and 2 of cups should still have some left." "Thank you." Jenna quietly let out a breath and quickly put the sealed beyond the characteristic into her traveler's bag. Madam Magician nodded slightly and walked out of the current room. "Let's go find the next ingredient. This time, 2 of cups, you're in charge of opening doors." Just as Franca was eagerly about to step forward, she suddenly saw Lumion hand over a piece of parchment. On the parchment were words in rust-colored ancient Fasak. Potion name, War Bishop. Sequence, 3. Main ingredients, heart of a bipolar centaur, core of a war comet. Supplementary ingredients, 100 mils of bipolar centaur blood, war comet fragments, 1 blood tudor iris, AG of flame giant tree bark. Advancement ritual. Lead your own team to defeat a powerful enemy force in a war. Note 1. The imminent atmosphere of war will attract comets, symbolizing war through the spirit world. They will streak across the night sky, bringing revelations, but among such comets, those with corporeal substance that can enter the real world are limited in number. Note 2. In the advancement ritual, the stronger the enemy force, the better the ritual effect. Seeing this parchment, Franca was stunned and said, "Where did this come from?" The advancement was promised by the Major Arcana, and Mr. Fool gave me an extra reward. Lumion smiled and said, "I asked for the War Bishop potion formula." Before Franca could respond, Lumion smiled and added, "I wanted you to have the right to choose." Franca opened her mouth, then closed it, her emotions seeming somewhat turbulent. After a moment she glanced to the side and said quietly, "I didn't say I want to become a war bishop. I still have my mission." Lumion didn't try to persuade her and put the parchment back into his traveler's bag. Jenna's expression was slightly complex as she secretly sighed in relief. Things are good as they are now. Things are good as they are now. She didn't want change. She feared change. Because Madam Magician and Mr. Hanged Man were present, Franca didn't dare tell Lumion, "You usually just make people grit their teeth. I didn't expect you to be so considerate sometimes." To ease her emotions, she could only quickly walk forward and casually push open a door condensed from starlight. As soon as the door opened, an exquisite, beautiful human skin suddenly fell from above. This human skin violently enveloped toward Franca. Franca's body surface subsequently emanated a grayish-white color, her whole person seeming to turn into a stone statue, unable to dodge in time. At this moment, the surrounding darkness instantly bent and folded, quickly sealing that fair and elastic human skin within. Immediately after, Madam Magician's hand clenched. That dark sphere suddenly collapsed, the corresponding void completely disintegrated, and the human skin inside was quickly torn into pieces by the space-time storm. This is also a demoness of Unaging Beyonder characteristic. The Blood Emperor and Primordial Demoness's secret cooperation was indeed tight back then. Madam Magician smiled at Franca, Lumion, and Jenna while crushing the characteristic. Franca was stunned for a moment, then revealed a brilliant smile. "Hey, I sure have good luck today. I succeeded in one try." Chapter No 38, The Team. After Franca put away the demoness of Unaging Beyonder characteristic that had coalesced after being shattered, Madam Magician said to the three of them, "Apart from some easier-to-find materials that are merely symbolic, we should have everything else. What remains is preparing for the ritual. I can help any time." "Thank you," Lumion thought for a moment and asked, "Should we leave now?" Madam Magician smiled and said, "Angel level. Beyonder characteristics, especially Sequence 1, are not only limited but very rare, and their locations are relatively certain. If there were anything similar in this treasure trove, it could only be Sequence 2, and most likely from the Hunter pathway." Lumion pointed to the end of the deep corridor. As one of the Blood Emperor's resurrection arrangements, the corresponding Beyonder characteristic is behind that mirror, together with his mirror person, perhaps even already absorbed and merged by his mirror person. In other words, it was almost impossible to find angel-level Beyonder characteristics, including Grade 0 sealed artifacts, in other rooms along the corridor, so Lumion and the others had no need to continue exploring. Of course, this was just one reason. More importantly, the Blue Avenger belonged to Mr. Hanged Man, and theoretically this treasure vault was also his equivalent, to his private property. He had only allowed Lumion and the others to take the corresponding materials earlier, based on a promise. If Lumion and the others were to open other rooms and take other items, it would be too disrespectful to the owner. Though Madam Magician didn't explicitly say this, all three demonesses understood and expressed their wish to leave now, and think about how to arrange the ritual. Mr. Hanged Man nodded without any change in expression. "You can return through the mirror world. Madam Magician and I still have some matters to attend to." "All right," Lumion replied with a smile. He could roughly guess what Mr. Hanged Man wanted to do. As captain of the Blue Avenger, Mr. Hanged Man had no Tudor remnant aura, no corresponding bloodline, and wasn't on either the hunter or demoness pathway. Though guarding a treasure vault, he had difficulty entering it and could only wait for Lumion to open the access control. Only with Madam Magician's positioning and help could he enter. Of course he couldn't miss this opportunity, and had to explore a bit and take some useful items. These might be grade 1 sealed artifacts that could help improve his strength, or beyond a characteristic related items that could help him cultivate more and stronger subordinates, or special items that could either be useful at critical moments, or point to certain secrets of the Tudor Empire. How others explored their own vault was none of Lumion's business. He took out a mirror and led Franco and Jenna out of the vault, then used teleportation to return to the luxurious villa in Trier. Since the matters of Madame Poalis and Infant Omabella were still under investigation, Lumion hadn't returned to his originally rented apartment to meet with his subordinate Lugano. He was still wary of potential issues related to the Great Mother that might exist with him. "Where's Ludwig?" Jenna looked around the living room and asked Anthony, who was focused on reading the newspaper. Anthony pointed toward the villa's annex. "In the kitchen. After eating Trier's food for several days, he misses the food from the Dream City and wants to try making some himself." Suddenly an image appeared in Lumion and the others' minds, Ludwig moving a chair into the kitchen, then standing on it, struggling to handle kitchen utensils that didn't quite match his size and height. "I miss it too," Franca said excitedly. Look, this is what a professional chef is like, just 8 years old." Jenna nodded and said to Lumion and the others, "I'm going to the telegraph office nearby to send a telegram to Julien. He's coming back to Trier next week, and I need to ask about the specific time and whether he's taking a boat or steam locomotive." She wasn't in a rush to discuss her own ritual, as there was already a preliminary plan. Once Lumion became a demoness of Unaging and borrowed the gift of the land, after communicating well with the Tarot Club and the Church of Knowledge, they would take her to the City of Exiles to advance using the criminals there. The only problem with this plan was that once Jenna successfully advanced, she would become a Sequence 4 demigod, which conflicted with Maurora's rules, and would cause negative changes to 011. The current solution was to ask the Church of Knowledge for help, assisting Madam Magician, so this door pathway angel could transfer the newly advanced Jenna away directly using pre-left marks without entering Maurora. Lumion had privately asked Jenna if she wanted to consider using the Sword of Courage to switch to becoming an iron-blooded knight. With the current team's composition and rapport, the corresponding ritual wouldn't be difficult after some time adjusting, but Jenna still hoped to continue on the path of pure female demonesses. She told Lumion this was currently her only special trait, and once she switched to Hunter, she would lose it. Special traits represented both unknown, huge risks and potential encounters, and significant gains. With the apocalypse seemingly approaching early, she was willing to take the corresponding risks in exchange for rapid sequence and power growth to better protect those she wanted to protect. Lumion didn't try to persuade her further at the time, only sighing and quoting a Dream City saying, "Fortune favors the bold." After Jenna put on her sun hat and lowered her black veil to cover her face, leaving the luxurious villa, Lumion said to Anthony, "Do you want to continue with the Psychology Alchemist mission?" Anthony had already been assigned to Lumion, the new Mr. Chariot, and could completely stop the original mission given by Madam Justice. Before Anthony could respond, Lumion laughed. "You're about to become a Sequence 4 manipulator. Those people who play with people's minds won't let a demigod not cultivated by their own organization enter their core levels." Anthony had digested the Sequence 5 potion Dreamwalker faster than Lumion and the others, because during this time he had been active, walking, and working in a great existence true dream. "The bounty?" Anthony asked puzzlingly. Had the Major Arcana card holders found the corresponding Beyonder ingredients? That couldn't be so easy, right? If it were that easy, Madame Susie would have become a demigod long ago. Lumion tucked his falling hair behind his ear and smiled. "Madame Justice has been searching for an ancient dragon. She's had some results but kept missing it. After Mr. Fool initially awoke, he gave her a revelation that should be very useful. We might see results soon." Anthony nodded and after considering for a few seconds said, I want to continue my contact with the psychology alchemists, but no longer seek to enter their core levels. After becoming a demigod, I'll also hide my sequence and deal with them in my current state. This is a very good intelligence channel, and I don't want to give it up. All right. Lumion indeed needed such intelligence channels. After exchanging a few more words, he and Franco went upstairs. Walking on the thick carpet in the corridor, Lumion turned his head toward Franco. You no longer need to do the Demoness sect's mission. This was a mission from Madame Justice, and since Franco was now subordinate to the Chariot, Lumion had full authority to help her stop this matter. Franco was silent for a moment, then sighed. Since you've chosen this current path, I think figuring out the situation with the primordial demoness and the secrets of the special mirror world are inevitable tasks, and none of these can bypass the Demoness sect. Whether or not I've been exposed, even if they use me or set traps through this, it's still a good entry point. Having connections means having opportunities. Lumion looked at Franco without speaking, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Franco could only ask with a smile. Are you moved? Yes, Lumion nodded. Oh, why aren't you being stubborn this time? No, I don't know how to respond, Franco mumbled. Actually, Jenna continuing on the Demoness pathway also involves this kind of thinking. Before Lumion could speak again, she forcefully changed the topic. Let me ask a question, purely out of curiosity. If you briefly use the War Bishop power within the seal, will your body change? Normally, physical changes brought by a Boon's power, as long as they didn't cause immediate collapse, occurred gradually and subtly over time. However, the Boon powers of both Hunter and Demoness pathways inherently possess the quality of changing the body. Yes, the body will, but the spirit won't. Lumion explained simply. Taking potions to change gender would affect the spirit as well. Like Franca, when her astral projection roamed the spirit world, her form was also female. But changes brought by Boons were limited to body and mind, meaning that even if Lumion returned to a male state using the War Bishop powers within the seal, his spirit would still appear as Lumina. Franca immediately became excited. Can you try it? Let me see. If this worked, she could seek corresponding Boons in the future. Then she could be a man when she wanted to be a man, a woman when she wanted to be a woman, and neither if she preferred. After all, Lumion's goal was to resurrect Aurora, which meant he would reach very high levels, and seeking temporary boons from him wouldn't have any hidden dangers. Before Lumion could respond, Franca shook her head. Never mind, never mind. The lie earring uses corresponding beyond power to change the body without any pain, but changes brought by this kind of boon powers come with the power itself. They're forced, uncontrollable, and must be very painful. Never mind. You being both a demoness of affliction and a demoness of despair, what pain are you afraid of? Lumion teased, as his body suddenly changed. There was both the writhing of flesh and the creaking of bones. Lumion's face contorted for several seconds before settling into his original male appearance, but more handsome, with more of that masculine charm. Franca watched with both concern and curiosity, then said, It really works. Her eyes moved slightly, and she added, Can you close your eyes? Lumion didn't refuse. Then he heard Franca sigh and say, We all know you see your female body as your sister's, and unless she agrees, you won't do anything suggestive with it. We respect your thoughts, and Aurora herself, but sometimes we still want to see Lumion, to hug Lumion. Just as Lumion was about to speak, a warmth pressed against his lips. After a peaceful, serene, and sweet moment of entanglement, Franca pulled back. Lumion opened his eyes to see she was suddenly slightly taller than him. Instinctively, Lumion looked down and discovered that several layers of ice crystal steps had formed beneath Franca's feet at some point. Franca opened her eyes wide and said, This time I took the initiative, and I thought kissing you from above felt more appropriate for the current mood. Whatever you like, Lumion said non-committally. Franca jumped down from the ice crystal steps and sighed again. Change back now. Minimize the influence of the boon. She then pressed her lips together, clapped her hands once, and said with a smile, With the apocalypse approaching and everyone in this situation, let's just make do for now, thanks to the user. Dynasty, I used to be. For the chapters provided. Chapter 3039. Every beginning is difficult. At the telegraph office in the Arts District. Still wearing her sun hat and black veil, Jenna paid the telegram fee and gazed at the constant tinkling sounds next door, muttering to herself. What are they renovating? A male telegraph operator looked up and said with a mixture of disdain and worry. The telephone office. They say they want to develop wired telephones extensively. Can they really lay lines to so many places? In the end, they'll have to rely on wireless. Yes, mobile phones should also be a type of wireless. Jenna suddenly felt nostalgic. She was also looking forward to the development of telephone networks in Intis. That way they could communicate in real time instead of going through the trouble of sending and receiving telegrams. Walking out of the telegraph office before Jenna could decide whether to take a carriage back to the luxurious villa or browse around the neighborhood, she heard a newspaper boy shouting at the intersection. Extra! Extra! Miss Fours promises to finalize The Great Adventurer 7 within 2 weeks. Extra! Extra! The large generator manufactured by the Church of Steam's Deep Valley Cloister has entered the factory production stage. Large generator. Jenna paused for a moment, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the horse-drawn trams on the road, women wearing different styles of sun hats, men carrying canes and wearing top hats, classical-style gas street lamps, luxurious theaters and nearby cafes, and various shops. This hardly looked like a scene approaching the apocalypse. Jenna gazed greedily at everything, worried it would suddenly dissipate like the dream city. In the luxurious villa, Lumion stood before the full-length mirror, staring motionlessly at his beautiful face that was both familiar and strange. He was waiting for the reflection to smile on its own or show some other expression. One of the major difficulties in the demoness of Unaging advancement ritual was finding one's mirror person. This wasn't something one could encounter just by wanting to. The mystical connection between a demoness and their mirror person served both as a locating aid and as an alarm that allowed the other party to detect danger early and constantly relocate. Moreover, according to the actual experiences and daily observations of the three demonesses, Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, the stable mirror people born from becoming demonesses were different from those mirror people in special mirror worlds. Under normal circumstances, the demonesses' mirror people could not leave the mirror world. Once these mirror people entered reality, it meant there was a major problem with the demoness's own state. We'll still need to ask Madam Magician for help with positioning and containment. Lumion, who had been watching the mirror image for an hour, withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. At that moment, Madam Magician appeared in the bedroom, surrounded by twinkling starlight. She looked around and asked, "Where's Two of Cups?" She went to meet with her subordinate, preparing for tomorrow's meeting with the Demoness of Black, Lumion answered simply. Madam Magician frowned and said, "Is she still going to continue with the Demoness sect's missions?" At the Sequence 4 demigod stage, the Demoness of Despair only provides potions and helps prepare rituals. How will Two of Cups explain how she was able to advance to Demoness of Despair, where the potion formula and corresponding ingredients came from, and how the ritual was completed? No explanation is needed. Her advancement to Sequence 4 was completed under the primordial demoness's watch, and these past few days she often takes out that white bone figurine and places it beside her, with no abnormalities or dangers arising, Lumion explained on Franca's behalf. This situation makes her feel she still has value to the demoness sect, or rather, to the primordial demoness. When the time comes, she can make up a convincing reason that the Demoness of Black should believe, such as divine bestowal or divine favor. She can also take this opportunity to learn more mystical knowledge about mirror people from the Demoness of Black, which may prove useful in the upcoming Demoness of Unaging ritual. Madam Magician looked at Lumion for several seconds. "This is dangerous. Once we go, we know," Lumion replied in a low voice. Madam Magician sighed and said, "When she goes to meet the Demoness of Black tomorrow, remember to notify me in advance. I'll provide necessary protection nearby." "Thank you," Lumion then asked. Why did you suddenly come over? Is something wrong?" Were we supposed to wait until we gathered all the information before setting a time for the ritual? Madam Magician made no attempt to hide it, her expression becoming quite complex. To have a small meeting. Small meeting? Lumian raised an eyebrow. Key. A small meeting means a private gathering without Mr. Fool present, but still held in the palace above the grey fog, Madam Magician explained briefly. Previously, it was fixed at once a month, but now that formal meetings have resumed and are fixed for 3 p.m. on the first Monday of each month, we obviously can't continue with the small meetings in the same way. They might become more impromptu in nature, specifically convened for special matters. This discussion, Lumian asked thoughtfully, is it to unify the major arcana's understanding of Gehrman Sparrow? Yes, Madam Magician nodded slightly. In half an hour, recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. After speaking, her figure transformed into countless starlight and flew into the illusory door. Half an hour later, Lumian recited Mr. Fool's honorific name, and once again arrived above the grey fog, sitting at one side of the bronze long table. In his eyes, streaks of light were rising up, condensing into slightly blurred figures in different seats. In less than a minute, all the major arcana card holders were present. After glancing at Madam Justice, the magician began speaking. I just returned from 2 of Cups. She compared the current Mr. Fool, or rather Gehrman Sparrow's image, to an AI. After roughly repeating Franca's original words, this lady said, I think it makes sense. We must quickly unify our understanding of Gehrman Sparrow to minimize the corruption of the faith anchors. Madam Justice picked up the thread. The most fundamental and widespread public perceptions of Gehrman Sparrow don't need to be changed, and can't be changed in the short term. These themselves don't contain contradictions. What we need to do is make the Gehrman Sparrow beneath this shell closer to Mr. Fool's true self and ensure there are no contradictions. Since we want to unify this understanding, we must start with ourselves. If our own understandings still differ and contain major contradictions, it will certainly affect later corrections and dissemination. Seeing all the major arcana card holders nodding slightly in agreement, Madam Justice said, Then let's first share our impressions of Mr. Fool and Gehrman Sparrow, record them, and then discuss which ones are correct and which can be unified. Who wants to start? Madam Justice first looked toward Madam Magician and Mr. Star. She found that the former showed hints of fear, seemingly afraid to speak or listen, while the latter kept his mouth shut, appearing quite hesitant, as if unsure which things should be said, which shouldn't, and whether to say everything. The chariot Lumian clicked his tongue imperceptibly and shook his head. What are you thinking about? Mr. Moon, who was sitting not far from him, tilted his head curiously to ask. Lumian chuckled and said, I'm imagining how I would feel if a group of people were discussing what kind of person I am behind my back, each with different impressions. Embarrassed? Mr. Moon couldn't help but consider it too. The chariot Mr. Lumian smiled and said, I don't know if others would be embarrassed, but for myself, I'd probably be excited, find it fun, and wish I could sneak in to listen. Mr. Moon raised his right hand and touched his face. He instinctively looked at the huge chair at the head of the table, then glanced at the position at the bottom, confirming that neither Mr. Fool nor the world was present, truly not present. If it were the Sherlock Moriarty in my impression, he would genuinely be embarrassed, but if it were Gehrman Sparrow, he would maintain a cold expression, making it impossible to tell what he's thinking. Mr. Moon responded to Lumian's words. After speaking, he found that the other major arcana card holders were all looking at him. Seeing this, Lumian inwardly chuckled and muttered to himself, See, someone to kick things off has volunteered themselves. Mr. Moon froze for a moment, and seeing everyone waiting for him to continue, he had no choice but to maintain outward composure and continue. I haven't had much interaction with Gehrman Sparrow. It was mainly above the grey fog. Many of my impressions come from rumors, centered around words like cold, powerful, and quick to action. Comparatively, I know Sherlock Moriarty better. He's quite perceptive, fairly vigilant, very concerned with money, but judging from his behavior at the Harvest Church and other places, he's actually quite caring and possesses a true gentleman's sense of humor. After speaking in one breath, Mr. Moon slightly raised his chin, looked around, and said, You guys' turn. Madam Justice didn't wait for other major arcana cards, deciding to follow Mr. Moon's example and set a model for everyone. I'll go. I was once Mr. World's psychiatrist, provided him with corresponding treatment, and even entered the Hall of Truth with him, hearing many of his inner thoughts. Upon catching the term Hall of Truth, Mr. Starr unconsciously adjusted his sitting position, with his right side more forward and his left side slightly withdrawn. After all the major arcana card holders, including the Chariot Lumion, turned to look at her, Madam Justice spoke in a steady voice. My deepest impression of Mr. World is that he was very lonely. He had many things piled up in his heart and weighing on his shoulders. But he could still control himself, not indulging, not despairing, not acting willfully, not becoming distorted. What Mr. Moon just said is correct. He was indeed a very caring person. His heart was actually very gentle, and his cold and tough exterior was just a facade he had put on. Miss Justice's gentle voice slowly echoed above the bronze long table. Chapter 1040, Individual Impressions. Though outwardly quiet and reserved, he actually likes to joke and tease in his mind, and occasionally even rambles. Madam Magician listened with inexplicable tension, thoughts instinctively flashing through her mind. Am I allowed to hear this? Should I be hearing this? If Gehrman Sparrow finds out I'm listening to what he's really like inside, that he's even somewhat lively, would he blow my head off with a gun? Those are my impressions. Madam Justice concluded her recollections and summary. Madam Magician quietly let out a breath. After calming down, she thought carefully, and felt that if Gehrman Sparrow was really as Miss Justice described, then probably, perhaps, he wouldn't use violent means to eliminate people who knew his true nature. Seeing that Madam Justice had said so much, Mr. Starr, sitting next to Lumion, leaned back against his chair, as if trying to enter a relaxed state. In a rich timbre he intoned, "He is a learned person, and this is reflected in more than just his being a university history graduate. In supernatural events, he was very green at first, but quickly became skilled, becoming someone people could rely on. He's not comfortable getting too close to others, always maintaining a certain distance, appearing as if he fears loss and doesn't want to gain anything, but in reality, he's someone who values relationships deeply and inevitably relaxes over time, gradually integrating and carefully building friendships with others. He's calm but not introverted, can take jokes and has a sense of humor, values life and is willing to enjoy it, but doesn't like waste. He's cautious, perhaps due to the influence of the seer pathway, completely deserving to be called very cautious. When encountering matters that aren't urgent and won't cause immediate harm, he chooses the most conservative response, leaving first or waiting for backup. But if a disaster is very pressing and will affect many people, even if he's not powerful enough himself, he's willing to step forward and try to resolve it despite the risks. He deeply values his brother and sister, is more relaxed around them, and shows some of the personality traits Madam Justice just described. He is the best brother, both younger and older, and also the best colleague. After Mr. Starr finished speaking, the majestic palace remained silent for quite a while, until all the major arcana card holders, except Madam Magician, turned their gaze toward her. Madam Magician cleared her throat and said, "My impressions of Gehrman Sparrow can be read in the Great Adventurer novel series. If I really have to summarize..." This angel of the door pathway paused, her voice unconsciously becoming softer. Cold, powerful, mysterious, and will kill people on the spot if they say one wrong word. But very reliable. When you're with him, you only need to worry about whether he might eliminate you. There's no need to worry about anything else. You're closer to teasing than stating facts with that last part. I can clearly hear that you're somewhat afraid, yet you still insist on teasing both Gehrman Sparrow and yourself. Is this the nature of writers? Well, from the Great Adventurer series, it's clear that you respect, fear, and somewhat admire Gehrman Sparrow, yet you persistently write gossip about him. The Chariot Lumion, listening, quietly, couldn't help but think to himself. After speaking quickly, Madam Magician turned her gaze to Mr. Hanged Man, sitting diagonally across from her, meaning it was his turn. Mr. Hanged Man had already prepared his thoughts. I haven't had much contact with any of Mr. Fool's identities, and some I haven't met at all, so I can only say briefly. An experienced, very intelligent and powerful adventurer. His luck seems quite good too. Not actually as cold and hard as his exterior suggests. Willing to listen to others' opinions and respect their experience. After Mr. Hanged Man finished, Madam Judgment, who appeared small compared to her chair, shared her understanding. Most of my impressions of Gehrman Sparrow come from Madam Magician, so there's no need to repeat them. I've had the most contact with the identity of Dwayne Dantes. He's a mature, cultured, wealthy gentleman, but very mysterious, with unusual things always happening around him. He's said to be romantic, fond of beautiful women with different characteristics, but I haven't noticed him having any truly deep relationships with any women. Well, he also has a kind heart, does charity work with genuine desire to help others, and treats his male and female servants not just with surface politeness, but actually without arrogance or hidden discrimination. This is also one side of Mr. Fool, especially certain details that really reflect his inner nature. Madam Justice carefully memorized what the other major arcana cardholders were saying, to summarize and distill it later. Mr. Sun, tall and wearing a plain white robe, followed by saying, powerful but not arrogant, cold but not heartless. He practices all that is righteous. He's willing to take great risks to help people who are actually of no use to him. He is light in the darkness, a guide walking ahead, an angel sheltering everyone. A more religious description, with more extreme and pure emotions, as expected of the Pope of the Church of the Fool and member of the new City of Silver's 6-member council, Lumion could clearly hear some differences. Ma'am Hermit pushed up her glasses and said, a very capable adventurer who can always respond most appropriately to unexpected situations. He also yearns for something, he also gazes at the setting sun, and at such times I can truly feel his loneliness. What he wants to grasp seems to be in a very distant, unreachable place. Also, a mysterious, powerful, and reliable companion. The original major arcana card holders of the Tarot Club had finished speaking, leaving only the 2 new members. The chariot Lumion, whose figure was blurred but still recognizably female, thought for a moment before calmly saying, I've never had any real contact with any of Mr. Fool's identities in the real world. My impressions of them all come from the materials you provided. I can only speak from my interactions with Mr. Fool through certain dream images in the Dream City. He was silent for a second before stating his first impression. Guardian. Mr. Starr, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke, as if sighing and supplementing. A guardian fighting against threats and madness. Lumion nodded. He strongly agreed with this description, especially after learning that the celestial Worthy's spiritual imprint was indelible and eternal. This addition also resonated with the other major arcana cardholders, and everyone fell into a new silence. After a brief moment, Lumion shared his other impressions. Gentle, kind, elder brother, teacher, friend, a person with stories, a deity with humanity. After a pause, Lumion continued, he values family and friends greatly. He probably very much wants to return to the era he truly belongs to, return to his homeland buried in history. He is lonely because of this, often sad and in pain, and only family and friends he acknowledges can help him find meaning in life. On the one hand, detachment. On the other, a deeper appreciation for life experiences, willing to experience beauty. As he spoke, Lumion stopped, because he felt that the more he said, the more he was thinking about how Aurora was the same way, and he worried he might mix up some of Aurora's characteristics with Mr. Fool's, affecting the major arcana cardholder's summary of Gehrman Sparrow's image. So it is indeed like this. Madam Justice felt that some of her private speculations and judgments made after understanding the truth about transmigration were confirmed. While memorizing, she felt that Gehrman Sparrow's image had become more grounded, more detailed, and more well-rounded. At this point, Madam Temperance, who couldn't easily speak due to her sequence limitations, displayed the paper she had been writing on. On the paper were words in ancient Fasak. My impressions are brave, decisive, extremely fast growth, increasingly reliable, increasingly capable. Also, gentle, cultured, kind, rational, has a sense of justice, pursues fairness, has sufficient sympathy for those in suffering and poverty, and is willing to help, has a heart of mercy. After reading the contents of Madame Temperance's paper, Madame Justice thought, quickly. After a while she spoke slowly. Currently, the public's mainstream impression of Gehrman Sparrow focuses on several labels. Great adventurer, cold and powerful, angel of redemption, Mr. Fool's proxy, pirate killer. We don't need to change these for now. What we need to do is make these labels richer, more detailed, and also show the complexity of human nature. The early impression that Gehrman Sparrow was a lunatic had basically faded after the Church of the Fool widely publicized the matter of redemption, and was no longer believed by most people. Madame Justice continued, "Let's now start summarizing and unifying our understanding. The first word I want to propose is guardian." All the major arcana card holders, including Lumion, had no objections to this. Thus, after multiple discussions, those present reached a unified understanding of Gehrman Sparrow's image. Powerful, cautious, mysterious background, loves money but also generous, gentle at heart, shows mercy to people, redeems suffering, values family and relationships, always misses his homeland, is Mr. Fool's proxy. The major arcana card holders didn't add all the details to make the description richer, as that would both make it difficult to spread and easy to misinterpret it. It was enough that they themselves had the corresponding impressions. Madame Magician thought for a moment and said, "I think we can add that he has rich inner thoughts, likes to ramble, joke, and tease in his mind. For the novel's text this would be very interesting, and this is also the true Gehrman Sparrow." "That works." Madame Justice looked toward Madame Magician and smiled, saying, "Then I'll trouble you to complete The Great Adventurer 7 within 2 weeks. All right?" Madame Magician's body stiffened for a second. Then she forced a smile and said, "I've even thought of the promotional tagline, want to see a more vivid and humane Gehrman Sparrow?" Chapter 1041, Different Accounts. Whether or not the Demoness of Black provided the corresponding mystical knowledge, you should perform the ritual in the next 2 days. I will help you forcefully locate and lock onto the mirror person. After this is done, I'll need to focus on meeting my deadline." Madame Magician said to Lumion as she floated in the East Logness Forest near Shiloh Town, "Don't tell me you haven't even started writing yet. Not a single word when you said above the grey fog that you'd even thought of the promotional tagline, did you? Make that up on the spot? In that case, completing The Great Adventurer 7 in 2 weeks would be very difficult, unless you don't care about quality," Lumion pondered thoughtfully. At the end of yesterday's small meeting, Madame Magician had promised in front of all the major arcana card holders that she would deliver the manuscript for The Great Adventurer 7 within 2 weeks. The other major arcana card holders also expressed that they would quickly adjust Gehrman Sparrow's image within their own spheres of influence. The most important among these was the action to be taken by the Church of the Fool. Mr. Sun would gather bishops from each parish in batches to undergo intensive theological training, adding corresponding interpretations and descriptions to their sermons while making minimal changes to the scripture. Before Lumion could respond, Madame Magician added, "If you're really not ready to perform the ritual yet, then we can wait until 2 weeks later." "I'm ready," Lumion calmly replied, standing atop a large tree concealing himself in the shadows of a canopy. At this time, Franca arrived at the estate that primarily grew grapes. She once again saw brown Sauron, with her orange-red long hair, clean and pure face, and hint of wildness. "Long time no see." Franca smiled in greeting. Browns looked at her and suddenly froze. "You seem to have become more beautiful." "You've become more beautiful too." Franca observed Browns, noticing that her orange-red hair had become slightly darker, her features more delicate, and the touch of wildness in her demeanor made one unconsciously think of young girls who could participate in hunting in primitive tribes. Browns withdrew her gaze and said with slight pride in a soft voice, "I'm now a demoness of affliction." "If this were at sea, you'd have a chance to be called an admiral." Franca politely complimented. "What do you call that?" "That's called having class." Brown strongly agreed with this but said, I feel like in recent years, Sequence 5 has become increasingly less valuable. When the apocalypse comes, except for a few special saints, perhaps only angels, will be able to make a difference. Franca suddenly felt somewhat melancholic. The two demonesses chatted casually as they went deeper into the estate, arriving at the round pavilion situated among numerous grapevines and creepers. The demoness of black, wearing a deep blue hat, her face partially obscured by a veil which only made her more alluring, was sitting inside. Teacher, Franca is here. Brown stepped forward and said softly. The demoness of black turned to the side and cast her gaze upon Franca. Good morning, madame. Franca first greeted with a smile, then said seriously and devoutly, I have become a demoness of despair under God's watch. Demoness of despair? Sequence 4 demigod? She became a demigod? Brown's beautiful eyes suddenly grew round. When she and Franca first met, they were both just demonesses of pleasure, and in just over half a year, the other party had reached Sequence 4. This was a qualitative change point, the gateway to godhood, the initial line, separating humans from gods. How could it be so easy to cross and push open? A Sequence 4 demoness of despair, even within the entire demoness sect. Their numbers were quite limited, worthy of being called high-ranking, though not yet, able to enter the core layer. I thought my advancement speed was already fast enough. Brown's momentarily felt dazed, unable to help questioning life. The demoness of black showed no obvious emotional fluctuation, and only nodded after Franca finished speaking. Thank God for her favor, thank the primordial one's grace. She accepted it just like that? Has the primordial demoness given corresponding revelations? Franca, who was already prepared to flee the demoness sect at any time and wanted to get whatever benefits she could, quickly said, After becoming a demoness of despair, I feel my connection with the mirror person has deepened, and it has undergone some sort of mutation. Could you teach me in detail about the mystical knowledge related to the mirror person? The demoness of black glanced at Franca and said with a slight smile, After gaining godhood, you indeed should pay attention to such matters. Her gaze swept over Brown's as she continued. The mirror people of demonesses always believe they are the original body, that they are the original who is separated after drinking the witch potion, imprisoned in the mirror world, serving as a mirror substitute and mirror magic medium. If you with your godhood believe this point, your soul, personality, and spirit will become incomplete because of it. Not only will you never have hope of reaching higher sequences, but you'll also have many problems in daily life, and the risk of losing control will also become very high. A demoness's mirror person is essentially a product of the combination of potion power and mirror world rules, closer to a spiritual imprint and soul projection. This is completely different from Moran Avenue's saying that a demoness's true self dwells within the mirror. Although I prefer this explanation and am willing to accept it, the demoness of black probably hasn't revealed the whole truth. For example, why is the spiritual imprint and soul projection in a male state? After becoming a witch, both body and soul have changed. Well, Moran Avenue, as a mirror person, his viewpoints and perspectives must also be biased. Combine the two? Franca listened quietly, thinking instinctively, without interrupting the demoness of black's explanation. The demoness of black's voice took on several layers of complexity, with various emotions difficult to distinguish. This is also one of the reasons why males are more suited to the demoness pathway. To further utilize the mirror world, one must inevitably face their own mirror person. And male demoness's mirror person is male extreme, vengeful, hateful, males in pain who would be better attracted by a demoness's charm, thereby becoming infatuated with us, both hating and obeying. Female demoness's mirror. People have stronger replacement desires and are harder to control. Can it work like that? You were able to become a demoness of Unaging because you charmed your mirror self and made him fall in love with you? What does tasting yourself feel like? Franca pondered internally. Aren't demonesses too twisted? She thought for a moment and said sincerely, Eventually we have to face our own mirror person. Will he be willing to meet with me? I feel he will deliberately avoid me using our mystical connection. The demoness of black answered, They will indeed avoid you. Although our mirror person will continuously grow stronger as our strength increases, being equivalent to a copy of our abilities, but as a demon as his mirror person, they are naturally restricted, constrained, and weakened by the mirror world like prisoners wearing shackles unable to perform normally. They're unlikely to be our match, so they will inevitably choose to avoid us. Only when you are weak enough, and there are no traps around, will you see him, face him. Remember, what you know, he knows. Let the mirror person think there's an opportunity. And we share memories and abilities? Franca pondered for a few seconds and said, in Underground Trier, I entered a special mirror world and encountered my own mirror person. That time, he faced me directly without avoiding me in advance. The mirror person in the special mirror worlds is different from a demoness's mirror person in the broader mirror world. What's useful to us is the latter. The demoness of black explained briefly. Franca asked about some more details until the demoness of black no longer gave detailed answers. She had to report other matters. Louis from the Emperor Party was very frustrated for a while earlier, seemingly unable to contact some important figure, but recently, he's back to normal, showing no similar behavior. Very good, keep watching them. The demoness of black nodded slightly. Franca received permission after taking her leave. The demoness of black quietly watched her silhouette until she and Browns disappeared into the grape grove. In the luxurious villa, Franca detailed the mystical knowledge taught by the demoness of black to Lumion and Jenna. Are we performing the ritual today? After they finished their discussion, Madam Magician asked. We can try. We'll only know what problems there are after we try. Lumion stood up, his black hair falling loose. Madam Magician smiled and said, no need to rush, wait for me. As soon as she finished speaking, this major arcana card holder opened an illusory door of starlight and walked through it. Soon after, she returned to this luxurious villa. She had changed her clothes, wearing a deep black warlock's robe embroidered with silver stars. Look in the mirror, then use mirror substitution. Madam Magician's speech quickened slightly, as if she couldn't maintain her current state for too long. Under Franca and Jenna's watchful eyes, Lumion walked to the full-length mirror in the bedroom. Looking at the enchanting demoness reflected in the mirror, he maintained a cold expression and actively used mirror substitution. When the cracking sound rang out, the silver stars on Madam Magician's warlock robe began to glow, becoming increasingly numerous. The surrounding darkness spread accordingly, and an illusory starry sky descended upon this room. The brilliant stars moved rapidly, forming a directional, extremely complex key. This was forcefully locating by borrowing the mystical connection between Lumion and his mirror person, utilizing the characteristic that the mirror person was the corresponding medium for mirror magic. In just a second or two, Madam Magician's voice echoed ethereally. Found him. Countless starlight then fell, disappearing into the full-length mirror. I briefly can find the target, you can go now? Madam Magician then said to Lumion. Her voice had returned to normal. Lumion nodded once, stepped into the full-length mirror, and following the starlight's guidance, traversed into the depths of the mirror world. Chapter 042, A Common Goal. The endless darkness around seemed frozen, with points of starlight moving through it like liquid flowing through blood vessels in an illusory tunnel, helping Lumion traverse without losing his way. In just about 10 seconds, Lumion arrived at an area where the void was dark and heavy, forming a giant eggshell. With his arrival, the guiding starlight ahead coalesced into a dreamlike door upon the eggshell. As soon as Lumion passed through this door, he saw a familiar figure. It was himself, his male state. That handsome face was covered in bloodstains, and his blue eyes revealed undisguised hatred and pain. Well, having an angel's help does make a difference. Lumion's mirror person gave a thumbs up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If an angel promises to help, and you don't use her power, wouldn't that make you a fool? Lumion let out his habitual scoff. Lumion's mirror person stared fixedly at his female self, and after a few seconds, said, What are you here for? Lumion responded calmly. To reconcile with you. To reconcile with you. If you're unwilling, I'll beat you into submission, charm you until you are. Lumion's mirror person gave a self-mocking laugh, then said, Okay, that simple? Lumion raised an eyebrow that was much softer than his mirror person's. His mirror person chuckled. I'd rather replace you, but that would require your agreement too. If there's no other way, that could be considered. Lumion's lips curved into a smile, his face seeming to reflect a hint of starlight. His mirror person froze for a moment and said, "We are essentially the same, the current me." The current me? Lumion was partly concerned his mirror self had other schemes, and partly wanted to explore more knowledge about mirror people to help Franca with the upcoming ritual, so he didn't rush forward to reconcile. After consuming the witch or higher potions and stabilizing the birth of a mirror person, essentially a split of the self occurs during advancement, dividing into the me in the mirror and the me outside the mirror, the me of the original gender and the me of the current gender. When you became a demoness of despair, you still had Inevitability's Boon, which caused a slight change in the split. The me in the mirror is the me of the original gender, also the past me, while the me outside is the me of the current gender, also the present me. The mirrored Lumion's face showed slight distortion. This is my personal experience and feeling. It might not be entirely correct. If we reconcile, will we together form the future me? Lumion asked thoughtfully. Perhaps, the mirrored Lumion sneered. Who could have experience with this? Let's hurry up, don't waste time. Seeing Lumion watching him without speaking, the mirrored Lumion smacked his lips and said, "If I replaced you, the ritual would definitely fall because the soul gender would be different. Then we'd forever remain at the Demoness of Despair sequence unless we switched to War Bishop. That's one path, but given the current situation, it would waste too much time. Gal, time waits for no one. Becoming a Demoness of Unaging is a crucial step to reviving Aurora. The sooner we take it, the better." Lumion was silent for a few seconds before saying, "You want to reconcile because reviving Aura is more important. Otherwise, because of your charming personality." The mirrored Lumion mocked. He paused, composed his expression, and said in a deep voice, "We are the same person. Apart from hating you, cursing you, wanting to replace you, I have no other differences from you. And none of that matters. Indeed, none of that matters." Lumion finally smiled and walked toward his mirror self. He extended his fair, slender hand with skin like congealed cream. His mirror self also smiled. "Since replacing you isn't the most important thing, between reconciliation, being enslaved, and being infatuated with you, I'll definitely choose reconciliation." As he spoke, he also extended his right palm, a broad, strong hand with bronze-colored skin. The two hands, noticeably different in size, clasped together. Lumion instantly felt the mystical connection between them become almost tangible, as if forming ropes, forming a spiderweb that enclosed them both. In his eyes, his mirror self's face suddenly twisted. The mirror person burst out cursing. "Son of a sow! Do you know that every time you use mirror substitution, I die once and then split off from you again? You piece of shit, let's switch places once, let you experience how painful it is. Trapped in this pitch-black place every day, no one to talk to, no one to interact with. I've nearly gone crazy. Might as well die, but Aurora hasn't been revived yet." "Haha, I'm always happy when you're suffering, so you have times like that too." "Damn it, but I suffer while being happy, because what causes you pain makes me feel pain too. When you're in despair, I'm in despair too. Sometimes I think, letting me replace you to face all this, I'd rather die a few more times. My little cabbage, why can't you be happier, enjoy more, make me jealous, make me strongly want to replace you?" Lumion listened to his mirror self's angry curses without suppressing the emotional waves in his heart, as if he too was howling and venting similarly. The two people in their handshake hadn't moved forward, yet they seemed to be getting closer and closer. At this point, the mirrored Lumion stopped cursing. He looked at Lumion, his expression serious, and said in a low voice, "We must revive Aurora." He paused, then gritted his teeth and shouted, "Otherwise I won't let you off even as a ghost." "I won't let myself off either." Lumion responded in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his perspective change. He saw his female self with eyes as clear as a highland lake, features bright and dignified, carrying a peculiar sharpness, and he saw himself with a blood-stained face, expression no longer so twisted. At this moment Lumion had an understanding. Using the help of the demoness's spider silk, he took out with one hand from the traveller's bag the demoness of Unaging's beyonder characteristic that resembled a transparent spring eye, different parts of corpses to replace mirror god fragments and gorgon blood, drops of water from drowned people's lungs, collected over these 2 days, and an antique mirror from the early 5th epoch. Under the guidance of invisible spider silk, first the slightly yellow-tinted blood was poured into a glass cup, a full 80 milliliters, then the spring-like crystal glass, shard-like objects, blackened drops with pus, and the copper mirror with damaged decorations around its edges were successively placed into that cup of blood. In an instant, the glass cup took on a grayish-white color, and all items inside quickly merged, gradually becoming illusory. Soon, a glass of grayish-white liquid that clearly reflected the surrounding mirror world appeared before Lumion's eyes. The Unaging potion. Lumion, simultaneously having 2 perspectives, raised his left hand and brought the transparent grayish-white cup to his lips, drinking the potion inside. He first tasted a mixture of soil and stone, then his senses were numbed. Wherever the potion passed, his tongue, mouth, esophagus, and stomach lost sensation, turning grayish-white. This grayish-white was still seeping into his soul. At this moment Lumion felt his spirit float into the air, arriving at his mirror self's side, watching as his demoness form gradually turned to stone, seemingly becoming a statue. His mirror self also underwent corresponding changes, just much more slowly, much more gradually. Lumion's spirit quickly descended, using his mirror self to maintain consciousness and avoid complete petrification. He suddenly understood why the demoness of Unaging's ritual involved enslaving one's mirror person, or making him infatuated, or reconciling with him, because, otherwise, after taking the potion, as the body petrified and the spirit wandered toward the mirror self, it would meet the mirror person's strong resistance, and at this time one's strength could only be exerted to a limited degree, making the situation very precarious. When the mirror person was also severely petrified, Lumion's spirit floated up again, returning to his body. By now his body had adapted to the potion, and, under returning consciousness's drive, gradually shed its petrified state. Then he saw his mirror self changing, transforming toward femininity, and not far away, one after another version of himself emerged from the darkness. Him, when he had just become a demoness of despair, him when he was still an pyromaniac, him when he had just arrived at Cordu village, him when he was still wandering, him in childhood. Every time he looked in a mirror, it left certain traces in the mirror world, and now they all appeared. You can choose one of these selves, fixing that state. This is the secret of how the demoness of Unaging can restore youth. No matter which state is chosen, it will inevitably feminize. My mirror self has actually become a woman too. Is this because I chose reconciliation rather than enslavement or making him infatuated? So it can work like this. Lumion, still gradually relieving his petrified state, watched as his mirror self became increasingly beautiful, becoming more and more like himself, but vaguely carrying some of Aurora's qualities. Just as feelings of joy began to arise, a scene suddenly appeared before his eyes. In endless darkness, an indistinct figure suddenly turned toward this direction. In just the blink of an eye, this figure arrived at the edge of that darkness, quietly looking down at Lumion. This was similar to the primordial demoness's gaze when Lumion advanced to demoness of despair, but somewhat different. Under this gaze Lumion instantly lost most sensation, left with only a hazy consciousness struggling not to sink. Shortly after, he opened his eyes to find himself wrapped in layers of grayish-white spider webs, like prey stored by a spider, or like a newborn in an egg. The next second, the spider web silently collapsed, falling to the ground. Lumion's ordinary clothes, weakened by the earlier petrification and current recovery, quickly turned to powder and drifted away, revealing lustrous, delicate white skin. While taking out and changing into clothes from the traveler's bag, Lumion looked around. He then saw his demoness state mirror self. He smiled, and that mirror person smiled too. They were no longer separate, Lumion was both the self outside the mirror and the self inside the mirror, both the past self and the present self. This was a demoness of unaging. Chapter 1043, Unaging. While changing clothes, Lumion examined the changes in himself after becoming a demoness of unaging. Because of the reconciliation, his mirror person's consciousness had returned to his body. Whether it was his reflection in the mirror or himself outside it, they were now both him, different parts sharing a single consciousness. In other words, he had the sensation of being both outside and within the mirror simultaneously. Even walking in sunlight, he would partially experience another self moving hesitantly forward in darkness. This also allowed him to see both the reality and the changes within mirrors simultaneously. Furthermore, in the past, when a mirror person died, it would split off from the body again to revive. Now, the body had the same privilege. If it died, it would revive through the mirror person. Simply put, the death of either the body or the mirror person alone was no longer true death. For a demoness of unaging, it was more like a partial injury that could be healed. Additionally, a demoness of unaging could have multiple mirror persons. Lumion could use environments with multiple mirrors to temporarily multiply his mirror persons. As long as one survived, he wouldn't truly die. He could also use blood, hair, skin, or other media to create a mirror person sleeping within a mirror, hiding that mirror in a secret place under anti-divination conditions, cutting off corresponding mystical connections to prevent curses and other harm from affecting the sleeping mirror person. This way, even if his body and other mirror persons were killed, as long as this hidden mirror remained unfound, Lumion could revive through the sleeping mirror person. This was the source of the demoness of unaging's bizarre resistance to death and skill at revival. The self in the mirror and the self outside are both me. Without this special characteristic, revival through this method would be impossible, which was why Lumion couldn't help others create sleeping mirror persons. Does reconciliation mean both inside and outside the mirror are me, while enslavement and infatuation mean the mirror self is either not me or just my appendage? Just as Lumion thought this, an illusory star field suddenly appeared before his eyes, revealing countless brilliant stars. Some of these stars were very bright and large, hidden in the depths of darkness, while others seemed nearby yet remained untouchable. Lumion's pupils, clear and dreamy like a highland lake, suddenly dilated. He felt his unaging potion had been completely digested. What's going on? How had it been fully digested right after drinking it and completing the advancement? He hadn't even begun acting the role of a demoness of unaging yet. Amid confusion, bewilderment, and perplexity, various thoughts flashed through Lumion's mind until he arrived at an extraordinarily joyful speculation. This was brought about by the further awakening of Aurora's soul fragment. Has Aurora further awakened through this state of being both inside and outside, the mirror, through me and my mirror person? She's now effectively part of me, and any part of me can eventually be revived through the mirror person. So has she gained this characteristic too? Given the name, surely the act of a demoness of unaging doesn't require maintaining an unaging mentality and appearance over hundreds or thousands of years? The unaging appearance is easily solved. A demoness of unaging naturally maintains their appearance. But an unaging mentality is much more difficult and would take a very long time. Yet Aurora is from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer, and has been sleeping the whole time. Upon returning to reality in the current era, her mentality is indeed still quite young, completely. Unaging Aurora is now part of me, one of my aspects. If her mental, spiritual, and soul state perfectly matches the requirements of the unaging potion, it's as if I match them, too, so the potion naturally digested quickly. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. What made him happiest wasn't that the unaging potion had been completely digested in such a short time, but that he had truly seen and felt Aurora's awakening. This was indeed the first step in reviving Aurora. Lumion continued examining the changes in his state. I can separate out mirror persons for special hiding, and since the potion is fully digested, it's increased to 2. I've truly gained the petrification ability, no longer requiring hair contact. However, petrification still can't take effect on targets across thin air. Either it must spread inch by inch from nearby until it reaches and covers the enemy, or it must used the demoness's spider silk to transmit the corresponding power. My eyes are now equivalent to mirrors. Whatever I see can become a target for curses, and I can use my eyes as a medium along with my mirror person. Transformation to directly enter the mirror world. If I manifest an incomplete mythical creature form, my hair will become serpents, each with a clear black and white eye on its head. Whatever these eyes see can be petrified from thin air. My utilization of the mirror world has clearly strengthened. I can forcibly pull people of lower standing into the mirror world without them noticing. For saints and angels of equal or higher standing, success and detection depend on their state. I can even pull an entire house or street into the mirror world. What exactly gets pulled in is up to me. It doesn't have to be done as a whole. I can now directly transmit power through the mirror world. Combined with mirror projection, I can sit at home and manifest power anywhere in Trier using positioned mirrors. The power attached to this mirror projection cannot exceed sequence 4. The Hunter pathway is still only at sequence 5, with no new fusion abilities, but precision can help me manifest power in 3 different places. All mirror projections cannot leave their corresponding mirror's reflection range. At the demoness of Unaging level, I can control mirrors within a 15-kilometer range, and those I've visited before this can cover an entire small city. The plague range has reached 10 kilometers and can spread outward on its own, though the types of plagues haven't increased. Each spider silk is now like my arm. I can perfectly display the charm of women at every age, with skin condition and facial features either matching or contrasting. As long as there's a physical medium, curses can not only affect the target but also their direct relatives. With large-scale special black magic, crucial media and arrangements, curses might even harm angels. Other aspects haven't changed much. Other demoness abilities have also improved accordingly. That bizarre state of the demoness of black earlier really had nothing to do with the demoness of Unaging itself, or perhaps it depends on which ritual was chosen during advancement. After this examination, Lumion looked around, then traversed back to his bedroom. By this time, Madame Magician was gone. Madame Magician said that the magic robe couldn't be worn too long. After confirming you were fine, she left to get some rest and will return later, Jenna explained upon seeing him. Franca asked eagerly, "Did the ritual succeed? Are you now a demoness of Unaging?" Her spiritual intuition told her this was the case. Lumion nodded and smiled. "Yes, we reconciled." Before Franca could ask more, he casually said, "The Unaging potion has also been completely digested." "Nah? What?" Jenna and Franca exclaimed in surprise. Lumion smiled at Franca. "If you became a demoness of Unaging, you'd be able to digest the potion quickly too." "Da? Me?" Franca paused, pointing at herself, then asked with some speculation, "Does the acting of a demoness of Unaging focus on time scale and the unaging state?" She thought carefully. She really was an ancient relic, and she truly wasn't aging now, in any aspect. With a nod, Lumion replied, "I believe the most important acting principle is maintaining an unaging mentality of the erosion of time over hundreds or thousands of years." "It's true then," Franca nodded slowly. "Did the celestial worthy make us hang on that light gate for thousands or tens of thousands of years, causing us to perfectly match such acting? His intentions were bad, but the outcome was good?" Understanding what they were talking about, Jenna looked at Lumion and asked, "You relied on our aura?" "I now truly feel that aura is one of my aspects, a part of me." Lumion didn't hide it. Jenna smiled with complex emotions and empathy. "That's wonderful." She thought of her mother and father. She also had people she wanted to revive, but there was no hope now. Lumion then told Franca and Jenna in great detail about his dialogue with his mirror person and his feelings during advancement, finally saying, "Reconciliation brings unity between the self in and outside the mirror. The other 2 methods probably don't work. The mirror person would remain one's male self. I think the prerequisite for reconciliation is that both parties have a common goal for which one is willing to sacrifice themselves, and the mirror person has no better options. Then negotiations become possible." Franca fell into deep thought. Lumion looked at Jenna, and after some consideration said, If earlier my mirror person had deceived me, instigated me, replaced me, since his core is male, the advancement ritual would have failed. From this, you could have determined that the one who came out of the mirror was the mirror person and responded accordingly. But for purely female demonesses, there isn't this restriction. If your mirror person replaced you, they could still perform the ritual and become a demoness of Unaging. This would make it impossible for anyone to notice that the real you had been silently replaced. You think this might be related to the potential horrifying experiences pure female demonesses might face when advancing to demoness of Unaging. Jenna understood what Lumion was really trying to warn about. Lumion nodded. This surely isn't everything, but it might be part of it. After talking further, Lumion asked Franca, "Do you want to perform the ritual today, or prepare for a while longer?" Franca ruminated for a few seconds before saying, "I want to try. If my mirror person has my memories from before transmigrating, rather than being dominated by the original body's residual consciousness, I think I might be able to persuade him. Thanks to the user." "Why? Can I just see, Majesté, for the chapters provided." Chapter 1044, Lingering Thoughts. When Madame Magician returned, Franca, like Lumion before her, entered deep into the mirror world with the help of the angel of the door pathway's positioning and containment, and saw her mirror person sitting cross-legged on the ground. Her mirror person bore the original body's appearance, his face stained with blood, his eyes filled with contempt, disdain, and resentment. "You dare show your face to me?" The mirror person shouted before Franca could speak. Franca's mouth half opened as she said, both angry and amused, "What do I have to be ashamed of? I didn't cause all this. You're a part of me, split from my soul. When we drank the witch potion back then, can you say you didn't agree, that it wasn't with your permission? Why blame each other when we're both responsible?" "I'll admit to that." The mirror person was silent for 2 seconds. "But you clearly had a chance to become a man again, yet you refused. Have you become addicted to being a woman? What right do you have to face me? Have you forgotten your original appearance and conviction?" Franca was momentarily speechless, and only after about 10 seconds said, "I feel that gender isn't important. What's important is a person's character, spirit, morals. Don't try to pacify me with that instigator rhetoric. Know you too well. We're the same person." The mirror person interrupted Franca. "Being able to talk is good. Being able to talk means there's room for discussion." Franca sighed and said, "After knowing we can't go back, I only care about certain people and things now. I don't want to lose any more, to have any more major upheavals. Besides, you're right, you're not wrong. Maybe I've been a woman for too long. I've gotten somewhat used to it. Since I fear change, staying unchanged is acceptable too." The mirror person sneered. "You admit it then. You can fool others, but you can't fool yourself," Franca said self-mockingly. "Besides, it's almost the apocalypse. Even the deities and angels think so. Let's do meaningful things first, leave other matters for after the apocalypse. We can make changes then. Maybe we'll have new ideas by then. If we can't survive the apocalypse, everyone's finished anyway, so thinking about these things is meaningless." She paused, then said softly, "And we can't avoid the demoness sect matters. Someone has to help him after all." The mirror person shot Franca a glance. "Don't you know how dangerous it is?" "I know, but I'm the only suitable one." Franca suddenly smiled. "If I were in a similar situation, needing someone to take a great risk to do something, I believe both Lumion and Jenna would do it." Her voice was soft, but without a trace of doubt. The mirror person looked at Franca, his eyes gleaming with envy. After a moment, he sat cross-legged and sneered. "Whatever. Whether you become a man or court death, it's all the same to me now. It has nothing to do with me." As he spoke, his eyes grew dim, his whole person becoming dejected. "After knowing we can't go back, nothing matters anymore." Franca recalled her emotions when learning the truth, and said empathetically, "We can only gradually accept our current life, accept this reality. At least there are still people we care about, people who care about us. Life still has some meaning." "That's you," the mirror person cursed. "What does that have to do with me?" If I were to turn the tables and replace you, do you think Jenna and Lumion would maintain the current relationship, or eliminate me on the spot? The mirror person looked up at Franca, his expression suddenly turning sad. I have nothing left. Franca fell silent, her mouth slightly closed, saying nothing. The mirror person sighed again and said, My greatest wish originally was to find a chance to replace you, to lock you in this dark prison while I lived the good life in the real world, searching for ways to become a man again and return home. In the end, I would return home with a handsome face, strong masculine physique, and many superpowers, becoming an urban hero like Batman, admired by many, pursued by girls I liked. As he spoke, the mirror person's voice gradually lowered. After several seconds, he said quietly, Now, I have nothing left. As Franca listened to the mirror person's fantasies, she suddenly truly recognized that he was indeed a part of herself. Those fantasies, except for the reversed roles of inside and outside the mirror, were all things she had once imagined, the thoughts that had helped her persist in this world. At this moment Franca had a sudden realization. There was one more prerequisite for reconciliation that Lumion hadn't. Summarized, the host had to truly acknowledge that the mirror person is a part of themselves, another aspect of themselves, rather than harboring deceptive intentions and using the instigator's abilities to persuade. Recognition should be mutual. Only then can reconciliation occur. Only then can consciousness be unified. Moved by this understanding, she said, You are me, and I am you. What I have is also yours. Let's reconcile, let's merge. The mirror person, still sitting cross-legged on the ground, was stunned for a moment before once again speaking mockingly. Forget it, we can't go back anyway. What's the point of saying these things? Franca walked toward the mirror person, crouched before him, and extended her hand. She smiled and said, Let me help you up. The mirror person stared at her steadily, and after a long while smiled and said, You probably thought you could charm me, make me fall for you. You know, I'm most vulnerable to feminine wiles. Actually, thinking about it, if I really replaced you, leaving aside whether Jenna and Lumion would accept it, I couldn't continue being a woman either. I'd definitely switch to war bishop, then live a life of debauchery, sleeping with women everywhere, cursing while sacrificing myself when the apocalypse comes. Thinking about it, it's all rather pointless. The mirror person fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly extended his right hand, grasped Franca's hand and stood up following her pull. He looked at Franca's beautiful lake-colored eyes and slightly darkened flaxen hair, clicking his tongue as he smiled. I haven't forgiven you, and I don't accept your reasoning. Suddenly, his whole person relaxed, and he said in a low, gentle voice, I just have no more lingering thoughts. I still have some. Franca smiled bitterly. That mirror person also chuckled. So, you continue on, I won't be joining you. Hearing these words, Franca truly felt the distance between them closing, their mystical connection transforming into something substantial. A phrase suddenly flashed through her mind. Yesterday's matters die with yesterday, today's matters live with today. This too was a way of reconciling with oneself. The ritual succeeded. The primordial demoness just watched for a moment. Who knows what she's waiting for? In a bedroom of the luxury villa, Madame Magician said to Lumion and Jenna, I'll change clothes and come back. With that, she opened an illusory door and walked through. By the time she had changed back into her orange dress and returned to Lumion and Jenna's side, Franca, who had finished examining her own state, walked out of the full-length mirror. Seeing that Franca's eyes had become slightly bluer and her hair slightly darker and thicker, Jenna asked expectantly, Have you also fully digested the Unaging potion? Franca smiled, seemingly brightening the entire room. Yes. Lumion's analysis of the demoness of Unaging's acting principle should be correct. Her current bearing was that of someone 27 or 28, someone with both life experience and sophistication. Madame Magician chuckled. Your advancement speed and digestion rate would make many of the major arcana card holders envious. But not you, Lumion thought privately. Madame Magician continued. But don't think about rushing to the angel level yet. At Sequence 3, you still have many things to do. Most importantly, anchors, faith anchors. Without proper preparation in this aspect, even if you have the potion formula and are lucky enough to collect the corresponding materials, the probability of losing control during advancement will still far exceed the probability of success. The apocalypse is approaching. Many of the earlier sequences have become easier, but becoming a true mythical creature remains difficult and dangerous. Faith anchors? We need to establish our own faith and spread it. Franca, well read as she was, immediately understood Madame Magician's meaning, but establishing a new faith in lands that worship true gods could only be done secretly or in the southern continent. Seeing Lumion also looking at her, Madame Magician pondered before saying, "If you don't mind, the Church of the Fool can list you as saints, assign corresponding parishes, and make you the patron saints of those areas. This way, you can quickly gain followers through the Church of the Fool's influence and Mr. Fool's authority, followers who are subsidiary to Mr. Fool. All Orthodox churches help their angels and saints this way." After exchanging glances, Lumion and Franca said, "We have no objections." Madame Magician smiled again. Then quickly design honorific names that point to you, 5 passages, and send them through a messenger to Judgment. Also, you're planning to stay in Trier, right? I'll have the Church of the Fool assign 2 cathedrals in Trier to you. There's another one now, in the suburban area. This way, when followers pray, you'll be able to respond, and the more miracles there are, the more believers there will be. That's one aspect. You'll also need to do things to increase your own anchors. Well, you've just advanced, rest first, and seriously consider these matters tomorrow. With that, Madame Magician hurriedly left. "Let's rest first." Lumion then said to Franca, although the potion had been fully digested, advancement was a battle, and his body, mind, and spirit were still exhausted. All right. Franca agreed. Without waiting for nightfall, they both fell asleep in their respective bedrooms. Lumion had a dream where he returned to Cordew. In that house in Cordew village, Aurore was waiting for him, and had even prepared a guest room for Franca and Jenna. The mountain pastures were green as carpets, the sunlight abundant, and Lumion was reluctant to wake up. The mountain pastures were green as carpets, the sunlight abundant, and Lumion was reluctant to wake up. Lumion got out of bed and walked toward the door when suddenly he saw a white paper on the desk, with an ink bottle pressing down one corner. "It wasn't like this before I slept." Lumion was stunned for a moment as he looked carefully. His gaze suddenly froze. There was a line of words on the white paper, in handwriting he knew very well. That was Aurore's handwriting. Aurore's handwriting. Did she become active while I was asleep? She wrote this. Note, was she trying to remind me of something? Lumion approached the desk with dilated pupils and read the paper's contents. It was a short line in Intis. Summon white paper. Chapter 1045, White Paper. Summon white paper. When Lumion saw the words on the paper, he was clearly stunned. A strange trembling, surprise, and fear immediately welled up from the depths of his heart. Had Aurora, whose soul fragment had further awakened and merged with me, struggled to control my body while I slept, just to leave this reminder? Theoretically, this should be very important. But why white paper? Lumion certainly remembered what white paper was. It was Aurora's contract creature, very weak, from the spirit world. Besides being spiritually connected to Aurora, its only function was to temporarily carry one beyond her ability of a contractor, and even then it was limited to simple and weak types. What was there to care about with such a contract creature? The real reason for Lumion's intense emotional reaction was he had originally thought everything about Cordew village was very clear, that every important symbol had been interpreted, that who all the participants were and what roles they played were sufficiently clear, with no more questions, lacking only some specific details that didn't affect the overall truth. But now, after Aurora's soul fragment had further wakened, the first thing she did was tell him to summon the contract creature white paper. Are there still important symbols in the Cordew village incident that haven't been interpreted? Is the current truth not the complete truth? Are there still crucial secrets hidden? Lumion forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart and quickly reviewed the key points of the Cordew village incident. Initially, Madame Pualis followed her husband, the local administrator Beos, to Cordew, secretly planning to develop Cordew into her territory to establish her own parameter. Madame Pualis began an affair with the padre and became pregnant. Aurora, influenced by members of April's Fool, attempted a soul summoning and ran into problems. Aurora sought treatment from I Know Someone, her mental state fluctuating until ultimately allowing Roche Louise Sanson to return. Some villagers who were close to Aurora were influenced by Roche and believed in the Constellation heresy, gradually spreading it outward. The padre, while dealing with those involved in the Constellation heresy, was bewitched by Roche and became a believer in Inevitability. At this time, or perhaps later, the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order noticed Aurora's abnormality and the problems in Cordu village and began plotting Ammon's return. Several shepherds began bringing sacrifices into the village, secretly conducting several ritual. Raymond, Ava, and others discovered the village's abnormalities and were subsequently silenced. I stumbled upon this matter and was nearly killed by the Padre's group, fortunately saved by Aurora. She also discovered something was wrong. We began seeking help from the outside world, but the truly useful approach was blocked by the tiny lizards. Aurora was increasingly becoming Roche Louise Sanson. They raided Madame Pualis's castle, and the padre killed his own child. Madame Pualis left Cordu with her husband, butler, and maid, but left behind that empty cradle and other hidden arrangements, achieving some purpose through the final ritual. The ritual officially began, Aurora pushed me off the altar, and Cordu was subsequently destroyed. Lumion carefully recalled everything but couldn't find where white paper had played any important role or key part in these events. It had only served as eyes for Aurora or Roche at certain moments, helping them observe corresponding targets and specific battlefields. Among all the key points, the only unclear one is what role Madame Pualis's empty cradle and hidden arrangements played, but preliminarily it can be linked to the true birth of the mother's child of God Omibella, which isn't very questionable. This was confirmed by both Mr. Starr's previous interpretation and a later scene of Madame Pualis appearing with baby Omibella. Did white paper observe some detail then that Aurora found useful, or rather, strange? Just as Lumion thought this, he heard a knock at the door. "Come in." His emotions had largely calmed down. Franca and Jenna opened the door and entered. The former looked around and said, "We sensed you were awake but hadn't opened the door, so we came to check on you." Lumion pointed to the paper on the desk and said, "While I was asleep, Aurora might have briefly awakened and used my body to lead this message." Both Franca and Jenna were startled and quickly came to the desk, looking at the paper pressed down by the ink bottle. "White paper, your sister's contract creature," Jenna recalled Lumion's previous accounts. "Why did Aurora want you to summon white paper?" Franca asked, puzzled. Lumion shook his head slowly. "I don't know either. I thought everything about Cordu village was already clear, but now..." Franca suddenly had an inspiration and said thoughtfully, "Could this be the useful change that would appear after becoming a demoness of Unaging in Mr. Fool's revelation? Is this the correct interpretation of that prerequisite?" After thinking for a while, Lumion said, "Very likely. I had previously examined the characteristics and abilities of a demoness of Unaging and hadn't found anything that could play a key role in subsequent events. I thought something would only emerge when I brought the gift of the land to meet the Hambro in the City of Exiles. Now it seems Mr. Fool required me to advance to a demoness of Unaging before borrowing the gift of the land, because once I became a demoness of Unaging, Ori's soul fragment would further awaken and better merge with me, able to provide very important reminders." "So you're saying white paper might have recorded key information about Madame Pualis and her baby Omibella?" Jenna made this conjecture based on Lumion and Franca's words. Lumion nodded. "Go get Anthony and Ludwig upstairs. I'm preparing to summon white paper now. Since Aurora hasn't completely died, her contract with white paper still exists, and since Aurora is now part of me, I can summon white paper in her name." Lumion wanted Anthony and Ludwig present because he wasn't sure what state white paper would be in. Perhaps they would need a spectator or gourmet to interpret the corresponding information. "All right." Franca and Jenna easily understood Lumion's intentions. After Anthony and Ludwig arrived in the bedroom and found their positions, Lumion quickly set up the altar. Finally, he took out his major arcana card, the Chariot, while placing the Chariot card at one corner of the altar. He took out the Fool's sacred emblem and pressed it on top of the Chariot card. This matter might involve the Great Mother, so he had to be careful. After completing all preparations, Lumion watched the quietly burning candle, flame and, within the wall of spirituality, stepped back twice and called out in ancient Hermes. "I!" Then, Lumion switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be subordinated, a contract companion that belongs solely to me." After reciting the incantation, Lumion saw the candle flame gently start to flicker, taking on a ghostly blue tinge. A cold wind suddenly swept through, and a transparent, blurry sphere like a soap bubble appeared above the candle flame. It quietly faced Lumion, giving him a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. This was indeed white paper, just as he remembered it, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. As I remembered, Lumion suddenly felt a pain in his head. He slightly furrowed his brow as images flashed through his mind. He remembered now that he had never actually seen white paper because before Cordu's destruction, he wasn't yet a Beyonder, and even with Aurora's guidance, he hadn't successfully activated spirit vision, and at low to middle sequences, one couldn't see white paper without spirit vision. His memories of white paper's appearance all came from Aurora's soul fragment. As scene after scene flashed by Lumion through the further awakened soul, fragment of Aurora barely recalled the circumstances of her first summoning of white paper. At that time, white paper was also such a fragile soap bubble-like sphere, but there seemed to be liquid inside the sphere, clear liquid with hints of pale yellow and milky white. And as time passed, those liquids gradually disappeared, and white paper eventually settled into its current form. Why had there been such a change? Lumion looked at white paper, feeling it was indeed spiritually connected to him. But spiritual connection didn't mean white paper had enough intelligence to understand the meaning of words. It could only accept simple commands and couldn't answer Lumion's questions. "There's nothing abnormal, nothing noteworthy." Franca frowned, turning her gaze to Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig. Jenna and Anthony shook their heads in turn, indicating they also hadn't seen any important information contained in white paper. Ludwig licked his lips and said softly, "It used to have a very tempting scent, but now it's gone." "Used to have a very tempting scent." Franca fell into thought. Jenna muttered to herself, "This indicates there was indeed a problem. There used to be a problem." The knowledge Aura Rare used to summon white paper came from the infusion of that evil god Hidden Sage. An intentional infusion. Franca nodded slowly and solemnly. "What was the problem that used to exist?" She looked at Ludwig again. "Don't know." Ludwig shook his head. At this point, Lumion, who had been watching white paper and listening to his companion's dialogue, spoke in a deep voice. "If we treat the Cordu village disaster as a story, what does white paper symbolize in this story?" Franca and the others looked at each other, each lost in thought. After a few seconds, Franca carefully said, "I don't know what the contract creature white paper symbolizes, but when the concept of white paper is connected to the story, it symbolizes..." She paused, her throat inexplicably tight, her voice unconsciously becoming deeper. "It symbolizes the state before a story is written. It symbolizes the beginning of everything." Chapter 1046, Hidden Sage. The beginning of everything. Lumion softly repeated Franca's interpretation. Jenna listened with inexplicable terror. Did the Cordu village disaster actually start when Aurora summoned white paper, rather than when April Fools set their sights on her? Lumion stared at white paper for a while, then dismissed the summoning. Then, he muttered to himself, from Aurora's memory fragments and grimoires, she was first infused with knowledge about white paper, and it was only several months later that Madame Poilis followed her husband to Cordu. I originally thought Madame Poilis was simply looking for a rural village with weak church and government influence to develop her own territory and prepare for the formation of Paramita and obtain higher boons, which is why she targeted Beost, who was about to become the administrative officer and territorial judge of Cordu. Now it seems this may not have been a coincidence. She came specifically for Cordu village, though she may not have known why she needed to do this. She likely just received divine revelation from the Great Mother. Yes, that's right. At this point, Lumien's lips curled into a slightly grotesque smile. This answers why Omabella's first incarnation was in Cordu. A flash of insight struck both Jenna and Franca. The former blurted out. Madame Pualis's affair with the Padre and her pregnancy happened before Aurora used soul summoning, or before her condition worsened due to the treatment from I Know Someone, which led to the spread of the Inevitability faith. Unless someone had prophesied the development and outcome of the entire incident, Madame Puali probably hadn't thought about using the Inevitability believers' ritual sacrifices at that time. Cordu didn't even have any Inevitability believers then. Franca followed up. And the Cordu incident involves very high levels, so even the Great Mother probably couldn't see the specific shape of the results in the initial stages. Lumien nodded. Simply seducing the Padre of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, having an affair near the cathedral altar, becoming pregnant, and obtaining the corresponding symbolism, couldn't this have been accomplished in any remote village? Why did only Madame Pualis in Cordu succeed? When she successfully became pregnant with Omibella, there wasn't even any power of inevitability to utilize. Thinking about it in reverse, we can reach a conclusion. When Aurea summoned white paper, certain things related to Omibella secretly arrived in Cordu, nurturing power invisibly, and then Madame Pualis received divine revelation to come to Cordu. Reflecting on the changes in white paper's state before and after, Lumien thoughtfully said, Amniotic fluid? Did white paper once carry the amniotic fluid that nurtured Omibella? After the amniotic fluid came into reality, did it quickly merge into Cordu's overall environment? Amniotic fluid. Franca and Jenna were momentarily bewildered. Lumien briefly described white paper's appearance when first summoned and its subsequent changes, then gave a cold laugh. If this is true, that infusion from the hidden sage was definitely not random, but intentional. Jenna quickly nodded. That's what she had said earlier. Franca spoke with confusion. But the hidden sage didn't gain any benefits from this whole incident. So far, we haven't seen how he benefited from it. Pure harm without self-benefit. Also, wasn't April Fool's targeting of Aurora also a coincidence? They weren't aiming for Omabella's incarnation. We need to reassess what we know about April Fools now. We can't fully trust it, Wumin scoffed. After experiencing the Dream City, don't you have a deeper understanding of foolery? What April Fools believes may not be the truth, just like in the sea prayer ritual. They overlook some key issues, being presumptuous, and ultimately becoming the jester. Is the celestial worthy secretly helping the Great Mother? Franca suddenly realized. Lumien gave a sound of agreement. As for why Hidden Sage deliberately infused that knowledge, I can't think of a reason right now, but I'll ask him eventually. As he spoke, Lumien paused. I remember Mum Hermit's main task was to investigate Hidden Sage's condition and the reason his mutation back then caused the one from the Church of Steam to leave the Moss Ascetic Order. Did his coming to life, his abnormality, come from the Great Mother's influence? How was it accomplished? The barrier was still quite solid at that time. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony exchanged glances, with the former reminding, Should we report this to Mr. Fool? I'll pray now. Lumien nodded slightly. After Mr. Fool had initially awakened through the image of Gehrman Sparrow, praying to him wasn't as troublesome as before when they needed to leave long. Intervals between two prayers. Soon, Lumien completed his prayer, reporting everything about the changes, brought by Aurora's soul fragments further awakening after he became a demoness of Unaging, white paper's symbolism, the new interpretation of the Cordu village incident, and his speculations about Hidden Sage. Mr. Fool only said he knows, Lumien told Franca and the others. It seems we'll have to wait until I bring the gift of the land to the city of exiles and meet with Hanbro before getting new revelations. Oh, right, Franca sighed. Lumien thought for a moment and said, I'll also synchronize my speculations about Hidden Sage with Mam Hermit later, hoping it might give her some inspiration. After Anthony took Ludwig downstairs to prepare dinner, Lumien looked at Franca and thoughtfully asked, Do you plan to tell all members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society the truth about the transmigration? Franca appeared troubled. I'm afraid the shock would be too great. Some people might not be able to accept it and lose control on the spot. As she spoke, she mocked herself. If I still hadn't digested half of the despair potion, saying this much is about all that's needed. She made a sound of agreement and continued, I plan to meet with Madame Hele first, give her a hint of it. She's emotionally stable and should be able to accept it, then we can discuss how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, Lumion said, By the way, help me ask when the next gathering will be. Do you have something in mind? Franca asked curiously. Smiling, Lumion replied, I want to clarify one question. Why Aurora? Why Aura? Jenna pondered. Why did Hidden Sage specifically choose Aurora as the target for infusing that knowledge? Lumion clicked his tongue and continued, The conditions of being a transmigrator, having the grey fog's aura, being female, and being a warlock. Almost no one in the outside world could satisfy all of these simultaneously, but within the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, there are several who do. Why did the Hidden Sage pick Aurora? Was there something else about Aurora herself? Was Cordu already harboring abnormalities? Or was she simply unlucky and randomly chosen by Hidden Sage? Indeed. Franca nodded in agreement. We should investigate this. After discussing these matters, Jenna intentionally changed the topic to keep the atmosphere from becoming too heavy. She said to Franca and Lumion, You need to design your honorific names now. Lumion and Franca, both with relevant mystical knowledge, looked at each other, feeling inexplicably awkward. Of course, besides feeling awkward, Franca was also a bit excited. I'm going to have an honorific name. This is unprecedented. I'll go first, she volunteered. Seeing both Lumion and Jenna looking at her, she took paper and pen from the table, saying with a smile, The phrase, the great Franca Roland, needs to be there, but how embarrassing as an ending. As she spoke, she wrote down this phrase. The other descriptions should reflect your abilities and characteristics, Lumion reminded her. Franca thought for a moment and spoke. Should the first line be Demoness of Unaging? No. Wouldn't that affect Mr. Fool's reputation? As his saint, I should lean towards the positive side. One who never ages. Should the second line be Spreader of Diseases and Plagues? That sounds like a villain, need to rephrase it. Keeper of Diseases and Plagues, what do you think? This implies both the containment of plagues and the authority to bestow illness as punishment. I think that works. Jenna expressed agreement, and Lumion had no objections. Franca pondered for another while. I think the description of Demoness should be M included, as that's my current essence, but it needs to sound better. The Demoness, accompanied by strife and catastrophe? I'm not the one creating the strife and catastrophe, they just follow me around. Good, that's the third line. For the fourth line, should we showcase a Demoness's charm or my personal characteristics? But if we add pleasure to the description, what if people start praying to me for pleasure? As a saint of the Church of the Fool, we should indicate your relationship with the Church. Lumion helped think. Also, don't use pleasure. That's too suggestive. Use joy. It encompasses more meanings, and you do bring joy. It's your characteristic. Lumion paused and said, Fourth line, the cup bearing joy and pain. The cup refers to the cup card, indicating, I am Mr. Fool's minor arcana card, using his status? The cup card also symbolizes emotions and feelings, which perfectly matches the joy and pain brought by a demoness. Perfect. Let's use that. Franca clapped her hands and smiled brightly. She quickly wrote down a complete honorific name. The one who never ages, keeper of diseases and plagues. The demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe. The cup-bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland. After reading it several times, Franca said with lingering interest, I see many Sequence 3 saints have protector of something in their honorific names. Should I add that too? But I don't have anything to protect right now. I still lack accumulation and have been a saint for too short a time. I can't be the protector of Lumion and Jenna, can I? Protector of human trials and spirit of adventure? Lumion joked. Franca rolled her eyes at him. Your turn. Chapter 1047. Honorific name. Lumion took the paper and pen from in front of Franca and said with a smile, We can always add descriptions about being someone or something's protector later when it actually happens. After all, every demigod can have many descriptions, though they don't use all of them. He then wrote down the last line of his honorific name with the pen. The great Lumion Lee. Then he smiled at Franca and Jenna. The first line should leverage Mr. Fool's status. As he spoke, he wrote down his first honorific line, the chariot of Mr. Fool. Before Jenna and Franca could speak, he made a self-deprecating comment. The second line will continue to leverage, this time from 01. Proxy of the god of war? Franca blurted out. No good, Lumion shook his head. Lady Magician mentioned before that the title, God of War, refers to both 01 and Red Angel Medici. If I call myself the agent of the God of War, he might laugh uncontrollably. Wouldn't that be like giving him a free gift? Try something else, like Proxy of the Lord of War? These will all point to 01 anyway, Jenna suggested. I think it should be more conceptual, to minimize Red Angel's influence as much as possible, Lumion thought for a few seconds and wrote, Proxy of Chaos and War. Seeing this description, Franca suddenly laughed. If you really want to leverage, you should continue. Let me do a count. Heir of the Blood Emperor, divine child of the Great Mother, friend of the underworld Taoist, one who serves the peak beings of both calamity and sacrifice pathways. Tesk, better forget those. If you really added them as your honorific name, you might drop dead on the spot. Arun can't hold that many people. Lumion glanced at Franca, responding with, an old joke. Holding the pen, Lumion continued. I thought of the third line before going to bed. What is it? Franca asked curiously. Instead of answering her, Lumion directly wrote down a description. The jewel-bodied one, forged by fire and frost. Jewel-bodied one. Jenna read the latter part aloud. Suddenly understanding this was preparation for Aurora's further resurrections, allowing the corresponding anchors to point to her as well. Jewel-bodied one refers to both you and Aurora, and also to the female demoness and male hunter, as well as the me outside the mirror and the me inside it. Brilliant, Franca sincerely praised. Fire and frost correspond to the hunter and demoness abilities, and being forged by fire and frost would inevitably bring intense pain. Only sufficient obsession and strong will could endure it. This also represents your journey to become who you are now. As she spoke, Franca shut her mouth. Then, feigning world weariness, she sighed and patted Lumion's shoulder. Things will get better. Indeed, Jenna said hopefully. After reconciling with myself, my condition has actually improved quite a bit, Lumion laughed, looking at the paper on the table. For the fourth line, I want to show both my current highest sequence characteristics and point out how I differ from most Beyonders on the Demoness and Hunter pathways. You have abilities merged from two pathways, most notably the Fire of Destruction. And the most obvious trait of the Demoness of Unaging sequence is Eternal Youth, Franca pondered. Lumion nodded slightly and wrote carefully, Unaging and Holding Destruction? Make it bearing. Although holding makes me imagine a beautiful demoness extending both hands holding black flames of destruction, Unaging Saint bearing destruction sounds better. Franca imagined the corresponding scene. That works too. Lumion accepted Franca's suggestion. Finally, his honorific name was determined as the Chariot of Mr. Fool, Proxy of Chaos and War, the Jewel-bodied one forged by fire and frost, Unaging Saint bearing destruction, the great Lumion Lee. Putting down the pen, Lumion made a self-deprecating comment. Just thought of a hellish joke. I could also add Protector of Cordu to my honorific name. Jenna and Franca exchanged glances, both feeling that Lumion's mental and spiritual state had indeed improved somewhat. All right, we can now summon Madam Judgment's messenger to inform her of both our honorific names and ask her to contact the Church of Knowledge on our behalf, hopefully getting an opportunity to visit the City of Exiles soon. Only after the time is confirmed can I go borrow Gift of the Land. That sealed artifact is too dangerous. I can only use it briefly. The latter half of Lumion's words were meant for Jenna. He knew that although Jenna appeared calm on the surface, she was quite anxious inside. Obviously, Jenna hoped to become a demoness of despair before Julien returned to Trier, which was only a week away. All right. Franca didn't delay. After sending letters to both Madame Judgment and Ma'am Hermit through their respective messengers, the three demonesses waited for Madame Judgment's possible reply. Franca looked out the window at the early evening lights and said somewhat emotionally, "The scenery here is beautiful and the environment is nice, but it feels somewhat stuffy living here." This luxurious villa had just been gifted to them yesterday by Madame Justice, as additional compensation for awakening Mr. Fool. Franca had also moved her belongings, especially that small analyzer machine, and announced her return to the Telegraph Group last night. "Stuffy?" Gehrman was a bit confused. Franca smacked her lips and said, "Maybe I'm just not the type who likes living in villa districts. I prefer having lots of shops downstairs, street vendors gathering in the morning, but sleeping in a room away from the street to avoid being disturbed. Whatever I want to eat, I can go down and buy it any time. When there's nothing to do, I can stand by the living room window and watch children chase and play, see how vendors do business, watch what stories passers-by might act out, and sometimes, with the non-ordinary ones hearing, faintly catch some gossip and rumors." Franca's voice grew softer, as if immersed in such scenes. After a few seconds, she sighed and said with self-mockery, "Living here is good too. At least we don't have to worry about affecting innocent people when fighting. With song-level abilities, that would be difficult." Lumion reminded her. To this, Franca could only respond with a brief interjection. "Ah!" Soon after, Madame Judgment replied through her jellyfish-like messenger, Ongle. "Results from communication with the Church of Knowledge will come tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest." "Tomorrow or the day after?" Lumion nodded and smiled. "Then there's nothing urgent for now. We have some leisure time." He then left the bedroom and went downstairs. Then he went to the study, took several popular novels and a pile of recent newspapers and magazines, came to the living room and started reading under the bright crystal gas chandelier, appearing very relaxed. "Why are you reading these?" Franca asked curiously. Lumion didn't hide anything and said with a slight sigh and smile, "The conversations with Mr. Fool and the exchange during self-reconciliation helped me understand some things. Since the end of the path is already determined whether it's the apocalypse or resurrecting aura. Then during this journey, if there really isn't anything urgent, I might as well be a bit kinder to myself." Yes, Lumion Lee deserves to enjoy life too. A smile gradually bloomed on Jenna's face. She extended her right hand to Lumion. "May I invite you to watch a play or opera tonight?" "Sure." Lumion reached out and touched hands with Jenna. Jenna then turned to Franca. "May I invite you too?" "Of course. I thought I was going by default." Franca tried to smile lightly, but it turned out quite radiant. Jenna then looked at Anthony, who was also reading newspapers in the living room. Anthony put down his newspaper and cleared his throat. "I'll pass. After staying in the Dream City for half a month, I haven't contacted many of my intelligence sources in reality for a long time. I already have appointments tonight." "All right." Jenna then said to Ludwig, who was waiting for the stew to finish cooking in the kitchen, "You must come." Otherwise no one would watch him. Ludwig only raised one question. "Does the theatre have food?" "We can get you candy-like food, the kind that doesn't make noise when you eat it," Jenna smiled and said. Franca then said to Ludwig, "You really should experience more things. Life isn't just about eating." Ludwig looked at her, his gaze full of, "I don't think so." Speaking of eating, Franca suddenly got excited. "How about hot pot tomorrow? Does Trier have all the ingredients for a hot pot base?" Jenna looked toward Ludwig. Before Ludwig could respond, Franca said quite happily, "We can have another version of hot pot, with bone broth. It's not as complicated, and we can use garlic, feign a pot of chili, salt and such for dipping sauce. It's equally delicious. Those who want spicy can add spice. Those who don't want it don't have to. Everyone chooses for themselves. We can use pork bones or beef bones for the broth, add some common spices plus mushrooms." Hearing this, Lumion, Anthony and Jenna said in unison, "Skip the mushrooms." After discovering their very unanimous opinion, the three immediately burst into laughter. Gulp. Ludwig, who had been made hungry by the talk, swallowed his saliva. This made Franca laugh too. Laughter echoed in the living room. When they returned from the opera, it was already late at night. Franca walked back to her bedroom with light steps. In one corner of the bedroom sat that small analyzer machine connected to a mechanical typewriter and wireless telegraph transceiver. "I'll chat a bit before sleeping." Franca walked to the complex machine and said, silently to herself, "How should I tell O7 and others tactfully and without showing off that I am now someone with an honorific name? Oh right, first summon Madame Hayler's messenger to request a meeting in reality." Chapter 1048, Information Revealed. By 007. After sending the meeting request through the skull-headed messenger, Franca turned on the wireless telegraph transceiver and small analyzer machine. Click-clack. Messages were typed onto paper by the mechanical typewriter one after another. Franca read for a while before joining the group chat. "I'm the group's early sleep assistant. Those members who haven't gone to rest yet must pay a fine, only gold accepted." As she sent out the telegraph, she recalled life in the dream city. Group chatting over long distances in the real world is so difficult. Franca felt inexplicably melancholic and nostalgic, suddenly losing the desire to show off her honorific name. What about Sequence 3? Even Sequence 3 can't solve the problem of real-time, long-distance group chat. If we ultimately survive the apocalypse, I hope the god of steam and machinery, no, the god of electric power and information technology, will bring about a new industrial revolution. I am a demoness of Unaging. I can wait. Moon King was the first to reply to Franca. "Look at my nickname. Obviously the type is only active late at night. By the way, Hidden Blade, you haven't been online for almost a month. What kind of mission doesn't even leave you time in the evenings? Look at you. Not even knowing that secret missions require turning off phones and cutting off all contact with the outside world. You clearly haven't dealt with such things before, W07, am I right?" Franca suspected Moon King was joking with her, but had no proof. 0007 replied. "I was also locked away for a while." Franca immediately pucked up. "You advanced to Sequence 4? "Yes, I got the qualification." 07 didn't hide it. The other group members exploded. "The demigod? The first saint among us. Besides Healer and Gandalf, this is the Research Society's third demigod, right? 2007, didn't you say that even with the qualifications you'd have to queue and wait for a long time?" After the rapidly spitting paper slowed down, 2007 explained, "I also thought I'd have to wait longer, but recently, the Church not only brought out many stored Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 beyond the characteristics, but also crushed some Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Most candidates who currently qualify and meet all prerequisites have been scheduled for advancement, though some failed. This situation makes me suspect major events will occur within the next year or two, which is why the Church is mass-producing demigods regardless of consequences and costs. This matches the speculation about the apocalypse coming early. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church thinks so too." Franca noticed the other group members suddenly fell silent, clearly also thinking about the major crisis, wondering if they would be affected and whether they could handle it. Franca could tell that 07 probably knew part of why the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was doing this, given that he was now a saint, but he couldn't say directly, and could only hint at it. "Did you become an unshadowed?" France changed the subject. She actually didn't want 007 to continue advancing on the sun pathway, feeling that the unshadowed were too pure, and being within the Church would inevitably become fanatical. If so, the 007 who would complain about her always finding things to keep him too busy to rest might never speak such words again. This gave Franca the feeling of watching a friend gradually slip away before her eyes. However, she had never tried to persuade 007, only pointing out the possible changes that becoming an unshadowed might bring, letting 007 make his own decision with full knowledge. Everyone's life should be their own to control, she had always believed this. She was also grateful that when she was hesitating between becoming a war bishop or advancing to demoness of Unaging, Lumion and Jenna only presented options without trying to persuade her. Although they probably had their own thoughts and preferences, they never showed them, never manipulated, never pressured. Judge actions, not thoughts, that was very, very good, since everyone inevitably had dark and selfish thoughts, but ultimately not acting on them showed they'd overcome themselves, proving they're not that kind of person. An unshadowed might not have dark, selfish thoughts, but I actually hope 07 does. Franca silently sighed. 007 quickly replied to her, yes. Staring at this word on the telegraph paper, Franca let out a long sigh. 007 continued. Some colleagues have switched to other pathways, and some colleagues not in neighboring pathways have also gained advancement. At this point, Franca quickly adjusted her mindset. She kept telling herself 007 just deliberately hinted and reminded everyone to prepare for major events and disasters, showing he still retains his positive emotions and humanity. As people age, everyone changes and becomes somewhat different from before. 07 has just changed a bit more, but in terms of friendship, he's still that same 007. What major events will happen in the next year or two? Another Telegraph group member Wind Sound pressed. I'm not sure, 007 answered concisely. Stop asking, stop asking. Franca forcefully inserted herself into the conversation to prevent 007 from being put in a difficult position. What we can do is take opportunities to improve ourselves and enjoy life in the meantime. Hidden Blade, you seem to know something? Moon King telegraphed. Franca wasn't bound by secrecy restrictions, but she didn't dare speak too clearly, fearing some group members might become too desperate and turn to extremes. After careful consideration, she said, if I tell you that the apocalypse is approaching, but there's hope of surviving if tall figures shield us and everyone is prepared, would you believe me? The previously constant incoming telegraphs suddenly stopped. After a long while, 007 replied, I believe you. Damn it, I'm panicking. Great Lord Hidden Blade, introduce me to a demoness. I'm going all in. Damn, I hope it won't be a case of dying before spending all my money. I need to buy land and dig a bunker. With 07's endorsement, Wind Sound and others truly believed Franca's words. Those who could join this telegraph group were either laid back, good-natured, or decent people. Although they were all quite nervous and worried at the moment, they could still express their inner emotions in rather lively and playful language, with no one particularly depressed or desperate. Seeing her initial purpose achieved, Franca seized the opportunity to say, I've actually become a demigod too. Now I really believe something big is going to happen. Good heavens, Hidden Blade has become a demigod? Still a demoness, or did you switch to the hunter pathway? The group members immediately burst into chatter. Don't you know to chat? Franca snorted and responded. Still a demoness. Demoness of despair? 007 suddenly inquired. What does 07 mean? Right, he's already an unshadowed at church higher up, and, while demonesses mainly operate in Intis and the southern continent, even if he doesn't know the exact despair potion formula, he must know the corresponding advancement ritual to detect anomalies and stamp out plague outbreaks early. Franca replied with understanding. Don't worry, I didn't harm any innocent people, and I used a shortcut method. Shortcut? Rituals can have shortcuts? Moon King's words revealed surprise. Wind Sound sighed. Hidden Blade, how can you advance so quickly? Are you even human anymore? Oh, right, not human, half god, half human. Franca considered carefully before saying, actually, we transmigrators all possess certain special qualities. When conditions are met and the pathway is suitable, these qualities manifest, helping us make tremendous progress at certain stages. In a sense, we are chosen ones. Chosen by the celestial worthy. Afraid the group members would become arrogant. She quickly added, this isn't entirely a good thing. Or special qualities. 007, Moon King, and others telegraphed almost simultaneously. Franca chuckled and typed quickly. Can't say. If you know, you know. You'll know when you encounter it. Not giving the group members a chance to ask follow-up questions, she quickly changed the subject. 07, are you still in Trier? Now that he was an unshadowed, an archbishop or senior deacon, he would need to guard a diocese, and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had sufficient forces in Trier, even with angels hidden there. Still in Trier, 07 replied. Many of the saints who advanced this time have stayed in Trier as mobile forces. Many stayed in Trier? Franca suddenly became alert. Does the eternal blazing sun church think Trier is where problems are most likely to erupt? Franca couldn't help but lower her head to look at the floor. What she was really looking at was the fourth epoch Trier and the special mirror world sealed beneath Trier. Will the apocalypse's outbreak start from beneath Trier rather than the high-altitude barrier? Franca slightly furrowed her brows as this thought fleshed through her mind. At this moment Madame Hela's silver skull-headed messenger returned, letting a paper held between its teeth float down before her. Franca caught and read it. Tomorrow morning at 10, Rue Ancienne, Little Dairy Cow Café. Quartier des Observatoire, Rue Ancienne. Franca, who only dared go out after using lie to lower her looks and suppress her charm, arrived at the Little Dairy Cow Café 15 minutes early. She sat by the window, watching with interest as people came and went outside, as bicycles, bionic mechanical devices, and steam robots hurried past. Soon after, Hela, dressed as a black widow, appeared at the door. The moment she saw this lady, Franca suddenly had a strange feeling that she walked between darkness and sunlight, death and life. Hela's complexion had grown slightly paler, the sense of being alive seemingly fainter. Has Madame Hela advanced again? Indeed, if the eternal blazing sun church is mass-producing demigods, how could the Evernite goddess church not do the same? She switched back to the death pathway, sequence 3 ferryman. Wonder, what special abilities come from combining the darkness and death pathways? Franca now had very rich mystical knowledge. Good morning. She stood up, smiling in greeting. After Hela replied, she said to the cafe welter, "A glass of absinthe, and a triple espresso shot." After they both sat down, Franca fiddled with the veiled hat placed beside her, and said with a smile, "I went to a place recently with skyscrapers, electric cars, mobile phones, and the internet. Unfortunately, it was just a dream." Madame Hela listened carefully before nodding slightly. "I know you went there." "Ah!" Franca was stunned. Chapter 1049, Patron Saint. After being stunned, Franca's first reaction was, how does she know? Although Franca had long suspected that the one at the Star Dream Provisions store was the Evernite goddess, and believed that Madame Hela was highly valued by this deity. Otherwise, that ancient palace in the nation of the Evernite wouldn't have been offered as a meeting place for the curly-haired baboons' research society. She never imagined that the Evernite goddess would tell Hela about something as trivial as their entry into Mr. Fool's dream. Shouldn't she have only mentioned Mr. Fool's initial awakening? Hela continued. "Actually, I've known the truth about the transmigration for a long time." Franca, who had carefully prepared an explanation and planned to gradually tell Madame Hela about the transmigration to avoid shocking her too much, was completely dumbfounded. When did this happen? Before we knew? How does she know? At this moment the waiter brought over a glass of absinthe swirling with dreamlike green color and a triple shot of Ream coffee. After drinking the glass of absinthe in one go, Hela's pale, cold face showed a bit more expression. After Port Santa's sea prayer ritual? After seeing the fairy tale-like magic used by the helper you invited? Like Cinderella, Jack and the Beanstalk, Sleeping Beauty? Franca recalled Ma'am Hermit's performance then, muttering, "I thought they came from Emperor Roselle's fairy tales." Hela gazed at Franca with her pitch-black eyes. "I requested materials about this and learned what the core ability of Sequence 4 Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior Pathway is. It's called Mystical Reenactment, which can draw power from mystical knowledge to create magic or witchcraft. The less known and spread the corresponding mystical knowledge is, the stronger the created spells become." Franca vaguely began to understand. Those fairy tales aren't just stories, but mystical knowledge? This proves they actually happened in this current world, Hela stated her conclusion. From that day on, I knew we had always been in our original world, only time had passed. Franca suddenly remembered Hela's gaze and attitude when she mentioned Harrison and the hope of returning home at the curly-haired baboons' research society gathering. At that time she had already guessed the truth. At that time she was looking at us with sadness and pity. Hela finished her triple shot of Ream and continued. I'd originally planned to hint at this to you all, but then the Harrison incident happened, and many of you became very excited, very hopeful. Like me. Franca said with a self-deprecating smile. She took a sip of her coffee and hesitantly asked, Madame Hela, should we tell the other members the truth about the transmigration? Hela had already thought about this. Not for now. Let those who haven't accepted reality live with hope. After we survive the apocalypse, if everyone's still here, we can gradually tell them the truth. Indeed, having something to hold on to is good, Franca sighed in agreement. She added, however, we can't let these hopes become too strong, too intense, or too urgent. Otherwise, I'm worried some of them might make rather extreme choices and actions. After speaking, Franca saw a slightly relieved expression appear on Madame Hela's face. Hela nodded and said, this is good enough for now. Don't actually catch Harrison. Even if we catch him, we can't tell them. Franca replied, showing their mutual understanding. She then inquired, should we talk about the apocalypse? We could mention a bit, focusing on emphasizing hope. Hela answered, just like what I was thinking. Franca proceeded to ask, when is the next gathering? Aiming for some time this week? Hela decided. Having discussed the important matters, Franca gazed at Hela's pitch-black eyes and pale face, remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke from her heart. Speaking of hopes earlier, do you have any hopes left? This wasn't really a question. She didn't expect an answer. She was just reflecting. To her surprise, Hela actually answered. This lady dressed as a black widow said, with a faint smile, my biggest hope now is to survive the apocalypse. If the apocalypse crisis is resolved, and we're all still alive, as she spoke, she seemed to drift into memories. The most memorable gift in my life was the telescope my parents gave me, because I loved watching stars since childhood and loved imagining what existed in that vast cosmos. If we truly survive the apocalypse, I have two dreams. First is for this world to develop into something like our original one. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, just similar. Second, provided those evil gods are gone and I can protect myself, I want to use my abilities or help from certain sealed artifacts to explore the stars, visit different galaxies, and experience different civilizations. Franca gradually became lost in the reverie. Such a life doesn't sound bad, usually staying in Treya, enjoying modern life, and when bored, inviting Jenna, Lumion, and Aurora, along with Anthony, Ludwig, Madam Judgment 0007 and others to form a travel group, touring other countries, continents, planets, and civilizations together. The cosmos is indeed dangerous, and we might not survive the apocalypse, but people need something to hope for. Looking at Hela speaking softly, Franca suddenly felt this lady's image become much more vivid in her mind. She waved over the waiter who had been sneaking glances at her from afar, and ordered 2 glasses of sweet wine and 2 glasses of absinthe. Picking up 1 glass of sweet wine, she made a toasting gesture. Hela didn't quite understand, but still raised her absinthe. This toast is to our homeland. Franca clinked glasses gently and drank her sweet wine. After Hela finished her glass of green liquid, she picked up another glass of sweet wine and said, half smiling, half wistfully, this toast is to distant horizons. With a gentle clink, the 2 different colored liquids swayed, their contained light dispersing outward. After returning to the luxurious villa in the arts district, Franca said to Lumion, Madame Hela said she'll convene a meeting this week, aiming for before Saturday. Lumion nodded and continued, Madam Judgment has also replied to us. The Church of Knowledge has agreed to our request, but they need to do some pre-processing and necessary preparations. The time to go to the City of Exiles is set for next Monday. That's good. Julianne won't return to Trier until next Thursday. Franca looked toward Jenna beside her. Honestly, we need to trick your brother into leaving soon and not return to Trier for 2 years. If the information from 07 is correct, Trier will be a key point in the outbreak of the apocalypse. Jenna nodded solemnly. I'm working on it. There's suddenly nothing much to do. Lumion smiled as he picked up his wide-brimmed hat with veil from beside him. Let's go for a walk. Your attitude has really improved. In the past, you would definitely have been anxious. Waiting time was always the hardest to endure, Franca remarked teasingly. Jenna asked instead, Where to? Lumion smiled. Let's go to Lavigny Docks, to Mr. Fool's Cathedral. The establishment and preaching about the patron saint should have already begun. I want to go listen. Listen to others talk about yourself. Wouldn't that be too awkward? Franca's face showed resistance. Neither she nor Lumion had told Madame Magician which cathedral they wanted to be assigned to, because they both wanted to be modest, yet felt the other wouldn't agree, so they simply let the Church of the Fool decide. I don't mind, Lumion smiled. Besides, we should also look around the area to see if there's any way to collect anchors. Fine, Franca sighed. If this were in the Dream City, I'd debut as a celebrity. Those fans would be my anchors. Though there are problems with that too. These kinds of anchors have an expiration date and can't be passed down. Plus, the different attitudes and focus points from fans would bring conflicting perceptions, which might affect my state. That's one way, Lumion looked at Jenna. When you reach Sequence 3, you could consider becoming the most famous theatre actress in the northern and southern continents. Of course, this is assuming you receive Mr. Fool's protection, or... Lumion didn't finish his sentence. At the Square District, Lavini docks inside Mr. Fool's cathedral with its wide, clear windows. Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, wearing hats with lowered veils, settled into a corner of the rows of seats. At this time, the half-giant bishop with golden hair, standing over 2.5 meters tall, wearing a custom-made coat and silk top hat, was preaching. On one wall that had previously been bare, artists were using scaffolding and various tools to create new murals. In this world where the church held such high status, being commissioned to create religious murals for a cathedral was the highest recognition and praise a painter could receive. Shortly after Lumion and the others sat down, removed their hats, and lowered their heads, the half-giant bishop proclaimed in a solemn, resonant voice, "Let us praise Mr. Fool." Praise the Fool? All the believers, including the bishop, stood up and pressed their hands to their chests. The half-giant bishop continued, "Let us also praise this cathedral's patron saint, the great Saint Franca." Our cathedral is thus named. Franca's toes began to curl tightly inside her boots. The half-giant bishop continued, "St. Franca is Mr. Fool's cup, bearing people's joy and pain, keeping disease and plague at bay. She is the ageless one, the demoness who spreads strife and catastrophe to enemies. She once walked in Mr. Fool's dream, working for the Lord's return. She broke through illusion and reality, bringing the Lord's grace to the land." Damn it, they make me sound so impressive. Franca felt both embarrassed and somewhat pleased. After recounting Saint Franca's deeds, the half-giant bishop said, "Let us praise Saint Franca. Praise the one who never ages, keeper of diseases and plagues, the demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe, the cup-bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland." The believers began to pray along with the bishop. Franca suddenly froze and turned her head toward Lumion and Jenna with a slightly bewildered expression. "I hear some illusory voices, and I see some points of light, thanks to the user. Pos. This is this day, 9E, for the chapters provided." Chapter 1050, Response. Lumion recalled the faith-related materials provided by the Tarot Club, and carefully said, "This should be the mystical manifestation of faith anchors, and the result of chanting your honorific name." Oh, I'm receiving their prayers, Franca suddenly understood. She immediately continued, "Fortunately, we're now unified both inside and outside the mirror, with our consciousness existing both within and without. This allows our mirror self to handle matters related to believers without affecting our daily life and combat state. Otherwise, if we were suddenly hit with prayers during intense combat, it would be easy to get distracted and have accidents. However, I think some pathways Sequence 3 should be able to effectively use these prayers to temporarily strengthen themselves, like the Sun pathway." War Bishop, Lumion smiled. "Within a certain range, the more anchors, the stronger a War Bishop becomes. His soldiers are all his anchors." Franca nodded, browsing the points of light with interest and listening to the illusory voices to understand what the believers were praying for. Continued good health, family being safe and sound, business success, no dangers during sea adventures, stay away from chaos and war. These are all generic prayers. I can't respond or help. They're too vague, Franca muttered to herself. She glanced at Lumion. Your fate domain powers could actually be useful here. There's nothing that good luck and fortune turning can't solve. Why isn't anyone praying to curse their enemies? At this point Franca paused. There's one prayer asking for their illness to be cured. I'm professional at making people sick, but healing isn't within a demoness's authority. Jenna thought for a moment and said, don't you still have some of those healing agents left from Mr. Moon? Jenna thought for a moment and said, Lumion had 11 bottles in his traveler's bag, while Franca, Jenna and Anthony each had 2 bottles. You're right. Nobody said a patron saint can't use external help. Franca immediately took out a potion from the traveler's bag. While recalling the mystical materials provided by the Tarot Club, she imitated their contents along with knowledge from pre-crossing textbooks, magnified the corresponding prayer light point, and extended her demoness spider silk so fine it was invisible into it, quietly inserting it into that believer's nostrils and reaching their stomach. During this process, she used her petrification powers to make the flesh touched by the spider silk enter a paralyzed state, preventing the prayer from noticing anything unusual. Then, Franca unscrewed the healing agent's cap and let the liquid flow along the spider silk to its destination. After completing all this, she withdrew the spider silk and removed the paralysis. That plainly dressed believer with many patches suddenly felt their stomach become slightly heavier, as if they had unknowingly drunk a glass of water. They didn't pay it much attention and finished their prayer, continuing to listen until the half-giant bishop completed the sermon and began distributing communion. Just then that believer let out a surprised sound. Seeing people around looking at them, he said with both confusion and joy, my spirit feels better. My body feels lighter. My illness is cured. They finally realized what had happened and told the fellow believers watching them with some fanaticism. I just prayed to Saint Franca for healing from illness. She blessed me. Praise you, keeper of diseases and plagues, great Franca Roland. Hearing this from her corner, Franca felt both embarrassed and secretly delighted. Helping others feels pretty good. Getting sincere praise from others feels nice too. After this batch of believers left St. Franca Cathedral, Franca lowered her voice and said to Lumion and Jenna, we can't rely on healing agents every time, right? Since my honorific name includes Keeper of Diseases and Plagues, future prayers will definitely include plenty of such requests. Without waiting for her companions to respond, Franca muttered to herself, actually at sequence 4, one can create their own unique plague varieties or mystical pathogens. I want to invent a mystical pathogen whose characteristic is devouring other pathogens, while its effect on humans is just causing drowsiness, fatigue, or laziness for a period of time. This could cure most diseases in ordinary people except for their own physical mutations. If you succeed, this could also be used in battles with other demonesses. Lumion was quite looking forward to the mystical pathogen Franca described. Of course, this was just a concept, and whether it could actually be created remained unknown. Franca thought seriously for a while, then suddenly smiled. There's another illness that demonesses can cure. What? Jenna asked curiously. Functional disorders in that matter. Franca clicked her tongue both self-mockingly and with feeling. Just throw a charm at them and it works for a certain time, though it can't be permanently cured. Damn. What kind of thing is this? Lumion and Jenna fell silent for a moment. Franca thought for a bit and continued. When I advanced the other day, I felt there were anchor points besides you two. Some others seemed to come from the market district. The dancers and streetwalkers you helped before? Especially those who changed their lives through learning theater performance. Jenna realized. That's another kind of anchor. Franca sighed. No good deed goes unrewarded. However, with the Savoir mob gone and us being forced to leave the market district, their situation must have worsened again, so they missed the past. I'll return to the market district later, find the people currently in charge of related matters, persuade them, and control them. It's a pity this is Trier, and we can't completely solve these problems. If we don't have to stay in Trier in the future, I want to find a place to build a new society. Acting on her words, Franca and Jenna quickly left the cathedral for the market district. Lumion didn't follow them, worried that doing so would split Franca and Jenna's anchors. He chose to take a carriage to the outskirts to look at St. Lumion Cathedral. On the way, 15 to 20 points of light suddenly appeared before his eyes, and illusory prayer voices echoed in his ears. The preaching about me has begun too. Lumion nodded imperceptibly and browsed through the different believers' prayers. As Franca had said earlier, the vast majority were vague, difficult to achieve, everyday requests, and Lumion temporarily had no intention of using his fate, domain powers to help turn their luck around. While browsing, he discovered a relatively special request. This wasn't actually a request, but rather an elderly woman telling the patron saint about her regret. When she was young, her family was poor and couldn't afford photographs. By the time their circumstances improved, she had aged and could no longer capture her youth, leaving that part of her life unrecorded. I also regret not cherishing those early years in Cordu properly, after pondering. For a moment, Lumion decided to respond to this request. He magnified the corresponding light point and saw the old lady with obvious wrinkles wearing a conservative black dress. Layers of mirror worlds then appeared in Lumion's eyes, reflecting the old lady's different stages of life, her as a child, her innocent self, her youthful and simple self, her mature and steady self, and her kind and benevolent self. Sitting in the carriage, Lumion quickly chose the mirrored trace of her at 17 or 18 years old. The wrinkles on the praying old lady's face visibly contracted, and her skin quickly gained luster. This was an application of the unaging characteristic, but when used on others, it could only last for a very short time, no more than half an hour, since the mystical connection was only established with the illusory trace in the mirror, not real, and not stable. In Lumion's view, this was half temporary rejuvenation, half mirror illusion. After the old lady returned to her 17 or 18-year-old appearance, Lumion transmitted a message in a female voice, "Hurry." The old lady immediately broke from her prayer state, not knowing where that, somewhat cold and deep but pleasant female voice came from. You, those around her all widened their eyes. "What about me?" the old lady asked these fellow believers in confusion. The next second, she discovered her voice had become quite sweet, just like when she was young. The nearby believers still couldn't form proper sentences, but someone handed over a mirror. The old lady looked in the mirror and froze in her seat. Isn't this me when I was young? What's going on? Have I regained my youth? Did my prayer to Saint Lumion receive a response? As thoughts raced through her mind, the old lady recalled the female voice she had just heard. "Hurry." She suddenly understood, abruptly stood up, and said to the surrounding believers, with a smile, "I'm going to get my photograph taken." She quickly squeezed out of that area and walked briskly toward the cathedral door. As she walked, she lifted her skirt and began to run, getting faster and faster, just like when she was 17 or 18 and ran desperately for a job opportunity. She ran to the nearest photo studio and sat in front of the backdrop. Click, a flash of light captured a youthful and radiant smile in the moving carriage. Having responded to the prayer, Lumion seriously considered a demoness's faith anchor issue. War bishop is actually simpler: recruit soldiers, cultivate a team, and that's it. Most of a demoness's abilities tend toward disaster, making it difficult to use them positively to develop believers. Those demonesses of Unaging and the demoness sect probably rely on seduction, charm, and fear from disasters. In the early stages of faith, making people fear is also a method of developing believers, the most standard method, but since we're affiliated with the Church of the Fool, we can't do that. Fear. Lumion suddenly thought of a sect that deliberately spread fear of disease. The sick church. His eyes, like Highland lakes, immediately brightened. Is it possible to take over the sick church, eliminate all the blessed and those corrupted by evil gods, then steal the faith directed at evil gods, and make certain alterations? This is somewhat similar to that section about the sea god church in Scripture. This could also weaken the corresponding evil god's influence on the real world.